It is said that a 100-year-old fox spirit can attain the essence of heaven and earth, allowing it to transcend the tribulations of the heavens and directly embark upon the path of the extraordinary. However, after transcending the extraordinary, one must still confront a swift selection. Either persist in the essence and continue your cultivation. Either disperse one's lifelong cultivation into a human form and begin the journey of recultivation anew. Few creatures in the world possess the ability to transform at will. Yet the girl willingly becomes one of humanity. But as a result, she faces the relentless pursuit of the demon clan. Those not of my kind are bound to harbor different intentions. Fortunately, she encountered a Taoist who, despite her original identity as a member of the demon clan, would extend a helping hand in times of peril. 18 years have passed. She would inquire daily about the identity of the young Taoist, wondering how formidable he might be. Yet the young Taoist merely shook his head, claiming to be a wandering scholar, nothing of great significance. However, in truth, no matter the magnitude of the predicament, he possesses the ability to resolve it all. Until today, the peach blossoms can no longer boast their splendid beauty. With the image of the Taoist in hand, I prepared a journey to the town, inquiring of the storyteller. Yet on the road, one encountered a tiger spirit. The counterpart possesses extraordinary strength, embarking on a path entirely divergent from that of Tao Tian. One must choose to embrace the formidable 9 quantities while preserving one's essence. Save me. As Tao Tian ran back, he shouted for help loudly. In the distance, a youth named Li Xian was scanning the surroundings for any sign of Tao Tian. Upon hearing the shout, he vanished from his spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Tao Tian. He produced a yellow talisman, reciting incantations while tracing intricate gestures. With red cinnabar, he inscribed the symbol, binding it upon yellow paper. In the realms of yin and yang, there was no escape to be found. The yellow talisman transformed into a cage, confining the movements of the 7 tiger demons. Humans, I advise you to refrain from meddling in the affairs of my demon clan. Beware, lest you invite misfortune upon yourself. Listening to the words flowing from his opponent's mouth, Li Xian felt a sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the adversary was not only a transcendent being, but also a demon beast that had awakened its intellect. However, he remained unfazed. If you choose to withdraw now, I shall refrain from harming you, Li Xian stated with calm composure, as if the transcendent demon beast were merely a trivial nuisance. Upon hearing those words, the tiger demon let out a furious roar. Humans, brazen and unashamed, you presume to command my retreat? You're sorely unqualified. As it spoke, its colossal form began to emanate a formidable aura, attempting to shatter its confines. The young Taoist. Perhaps you should escape for now, whispered Tao Tian, her voice barely audible. In her eyes, the transcendent realm, combined with wisdom, represented formidable powers of the demon beasts and the demon clan. Though Li Xian had previously assisted her greatly, his encounters had primarily been with lesser demons. She was unwilling to witness Li Xian meet his demise because of her. Just as she contemplated rushing forward, Li Xian intercepted her with a single hand. Without uttering a word, he silently drew the peachwood sword from behind him. The blade emanated a soft, spiritual glow, as if harboring an endless reservoir of enigmatic mystery. With a swift swing of the sword, the tiger demon was cleaved in twain in an instant. Upon witnessing this scene, Tao Tian widened his eyes in astonishment, taking quite some time to regain his composure. Just as Li Xian sheathed his peachwood sword, a wooden plaque hanging from his waist disintegrated in midair, transforming into 5 words. Hasten back to Cangsheng Mountain. Li Xian furrowed his brow at the sight of those 5 characters, a rare display of concern. Upon witnessing Cangsheng Mountain, Tao Tian was equally astounded. 3 decades ago, 5 extraordinary talents emerged from Cangsheng Mountain, including 1 immortal and 4 esteemed masters. 5 individuals united to thwart the invasion of the demonic race. Among them, the celestial being single-handedly established an agreement of mutual encroachment between the 2 clans. Are you a disciple of Cangsheng Mountain? The young Taoist inquired. Li Xian remained silent, casting the peachwood sword into the air before seizing Tao Tian's shoulder and ascending. With colleagues soaring through the skies on their swords, Tao Tian's heart leaped to his throat, his hands gripping tightly onto Li Xian's garment in a state of anxiety. Where are we headed? To the eastern divine continent, Cangsheng Mountain. A month later, Li Xian brought Tao Tian to a small town near the mountains of Cangsheng. Upon entering the inn, I overheard a discussion regarding the matters of Cangsheng Mountain. It is known to all that the once prosperous Cangsheng Mountain now faces imminent catastrophe. Since the disappearance of the immortal from the world, the other four revered ones have scattered in different directions. Xuanhuan and Baiyi, both formidable practitioners of divine concealment, have sought refuge in the Great Qian Dynasty. It is truly lamentable and sorrowful that one now leads a formidable army to besiege their own mountain gate. Although Gu Shi and Chiling Ji can engage with them, the formidable 10,000 iron floating tower formation poses a significant challenge for Cangsheng Mountain. Li Xian listened to these words, and his previously calm expression suddenly darkened. Baiyi, Shan family, you two have truly made some progress. Peach Heaven, you shall stay at this inn for a few days. I will return to Cangsheng Mountain. After ensuring that Peach Heaven is settled, he turned and left the inn. This leaf, a spontaneously aged elder, trembled as he raised his hand, pointing towards the retreating figure of Li Xian, his face a portrait of astonishment. It is he, after more than 30 years. I never expected that his appearance had remained utterly unchanged. A familiar acquaintance, upon witnessing the old man's demeanor, could not help but inquire, "Old Wang, who is he that stirs such excitement within you?" The response of the elder in the realm of the immortal and the four revered ones left those around him utterly astonished. At this moment, they both comprehend that at 7 o'clock, Xuanhuan and Baiyi are destined to return empty-handed. Upon hearing these words, a look of astonishment filled Tao Tian's eyes. After departing from the small town, Li Xian soared to the boundary of the back mountain of Cangsheng Mountain. As he stepped into the barrier, having intentionally concealed his presence, no one was aware of his arrival. At that moment, a young boy named Ping Fan entered, his hands laden with an assortment of snacks. In the next moment, a group of innocent children emerged from the woods, eagerly vying to nestle into his embrace. The children remained blissfully unaware of the upheaval that had transpired on Cangsheng Mountain, continuing to exude their usual joy. Among them were both spirits and mortals within the realm of Cangsheng Mountain. There existed no distinction between the two, nor any hierarchy. Only the principles prevailed, the larger yielding to the smaller, and the males yielding to the females. Witnessing the joyous countenance of the child, I cannot help but reflect upon the calamity that has befallen Cangsheng Mountain. Two traitors, should we survive this ordeal, I, Ping Fan, shall ensure that you do not escape the consequences of your betrayal. However, he soon regained his composure, displaying a smile as he played with the children. At such a tender age, one has already attained the profound mastery of the great perfection of the snowy realm. In the mountain of all beings, there lies the cessation of worldly desires. The future holds great promise. A glimmer of admiration unconsciously gleamed in Li Xian's eyes. Meanwhile, not far away, a youth approached, bearing the name Junyu. He cast a disdainful glance at the ordinary figure before him. "Look at your casual demeanor," he remarked. "How can the children learn anything worthwhile when they follow your example? Even the most ordinary individuals are aware that it is that joyless fellow, Junyu. If you remain silent, no one will consider you a mute." The children, having received their gifts, were startled by the arrival of Junyu and immediately scattered in all directions, seeking refuge among the 7 mountains and forests. On the occasion of a discussion between the ordinary and Junyu, 2 clear and cold female voices echoed through the mountains and forests. These 2 individuals have begun quarreling once more. The one dressed in red is named Taozi, a member of the demon clan. The character's name is Yu Ziji, belonging to the human race. Though both individuals are relatively young, they possess extraordinary cultivation levels. In the past, Taozi would invariably step in to quell disputes. However, this time, perhaps influenced by the siege on Cangsheng Mountain, she unusually refrained from intervening between the two. Li Xian observed the 4 of them in silence, a rare glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Could it be that Cangsheng Mountain was witnessing a resurgence of the legendary assembly of 1 immortal and 4 revered ones? Without further contemplation, he made his way towards the focal point of the mountain's protective barrier. The eastern array lies beneath a colossal ancient tree. After a brief observation of the formation, he retrieved a piece of the formidable heavens array stone. The four symbols returned to their rightful positions, and the azure dragon emerged. After Li Xian formed a specific seal, the heavens array stone once again soared into the core of the formation. Immediately, a shadow of a dragon emerged. At that moment, an elderly blacksmith in the mountains sensed an unusual disturbance at the heart of the formation. A grave expression instantly enveloped his face. This is not good. Someone is tampering with the protective barrier of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original spot. Upon arriving at the eastern focal point, one finds no trace of any presence. At this moment, Li Xian had arrived at the western focal point of the formation, where he placed a self-destructive celestial stone into the heart of the array. At the same time, a phantom of a white tiger emerged. When the old blacksmith arrived at the western formation, he found no trace of the thieves. However, he soon sensed a disturbance emanating from the southern formation. Deducing that the adversaries were likely heading towards the northern formation next, he swiftly turned and raced towards the northern formation. After the span of a single incense stick, Li Xian's figure descended. The old blacksmith, concealed in the shadows, had yet to discern his visage before he lunged forward, wielding his hammer in attack. Li Xian instinctively raised his hand and struck out with a palm. It appeared casual, yet it harbored immense power. The old blacksmith was thrown backward, colliding with the massive pile of boulders nearby. Upon seeing the silhouette of the old blacksmith, Li Xian quickly realized, "Uncle Blacksmith, are you all right?" The old blacksmith rose from the heap of rubble. Upon catching sight of Li Xian's visage, he was instantly overcome with immense excitement. "You rascal, you've returned. What level of cultivation is this? I, an old relic, am unable to withstand even a single blow from you." The old blacksmith's tone was imbued with a sense of satisfaction. Li Xian did not provide a direct answer to the question, but instead pointed towards the heavens with his fingers. The face of the old blacksmith instantly displayed profound astonishment. In the annals of history on the divine land, only a scant few have attained the celestial realm. The current Emperor Qianwu's lofty ambitions to unify the divine land stem from the legend that he has reached this exalted state. However, there are those who contend that he is merely a half step away from the celestial realm. Indeed, a thief has infiltrated the mountains with the intent to undermine the protective barrier. You must swiftly locate that rogue. Upon hearing this, Li Xian smiled gently. "Uncle Blacksmith, I was merely reinforcing the protective barrier of the mountain, which inadvertently caused a disturbance at the focal point." Upon hearing this, the old blacksmith experienced a moment of profound realization. Li Xian extracted a celestial array stone from the heart of the formation. After crafting a formation seal, the northern eye of the array materialized before him. A colossal shadow of the Xuanwu suddenly emerged. Meanwhile, the formidable army of 100,000 iron warriors of the Daqian Dynasty, under the command of the valiant General Baiyi and the esteemed Left Chancellor Shen Que, has arrived at the foot of Cangsheng Mountain. Before the two individuals stood a woman clad in azure attire. Her name was Gu Shi, the current master of Cangsheng Mountain and one of the four revered figures from 30 years ago. Time seemed to have passed serenely, leaving few marks upon her visage. Instead, it bestowed upon her an air of maturity and grace. As long as Cangsheng Mountain is willing to submit to the Daqian court, both Baiyi and I can assure that the military practices of Daqian shall not disturb a single blade of grass or a solitary tree on Cangsheng Mountain. Although Shen Ke's voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. "You hail from Cangsheng Mountain. Thus, you are well acquainted with its customs. Are you not afraid that, in the future, you will be unable to account for your actions?" A warning gleamed in Gu Shi's gaze. Shen Que was momentarily taken aback. An image of a solitary figure flashed involuntarily in his mind. Yet, in the next moment, he regained his confidence, gently waving the feather fan in his hand, as if he were assured of success in all endeavors. To align oneself with the prevailing tide is indeed the wisest course of action. You utter nonsense, a treacherous wretch who betrays their own mentor and ancestors, ungrateful and undeserving to speak of the grand affairs of the world. Suddenly, a woman appeared, soaring from a distance. She was also one of the four revered figures of that year, the Spirit Princess. Additionally, she held another identity, that of the princess consort of Nanli. Her husband, the king of Nanli, was a comrade in arms and brother-in-arms to the emperor of the Great Qian. Upon encountering the newcomer, Shen Ke's originally refined visage suddenly darkened. Your presence here today is far from a prudent choice. The Scarlet Spirit Princess regarded the situation with disdain, a hint of mockery gracing her countenance. If you refuse to believe, let the Emperor of Qian attempt to confront my husband. Let's see if he dares to do so. Shen Que ceased his discourse and shifted his gaze towards Gushi. What if we engage in a game of chance? Should I triumph at Cangsheng Mountain, you shall lead the populace to submit to the grandeur of my Qian Dynasty. Conversely, should I face defeat, I shall retreat with 100,000 troops that follow me from Cangsheng Mountain. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes, as if victory were assured. Upon hearing this, Gushi fell into a moment of contemplation before speaking. What is it that obstructs? We shall refrain from taking action, relying solely on the soldiers beneath the realm of the extraordinary. Should they succeed in breaching the protective barrier of Cangsheng Mountain, it shall be deemed my victory. Conversely, if they fail, it shall be considered my defeat. Upon hearing this, Chiling Ji immediately interjected, Gushi, do not be deceived by Xuanhuan, who has always been hypocritical since childhood. You must not fall into his trap. After much contemplation, Gushi ultimately acquiesced to Shen Ke's wager. She was unwilling for the children in the mountains to witness the horrors of war, and thus, she had no choice but to stake everything. Shen Que gently waved his feather fan, as if everything lay within his grasp. All the commanders above the realm of Qi Shui stepped forward, their voices swiftly resonating amidst the 100,000-strong army. As time passed, nearly 100 individuals emerged. The majority belonged to the extraordinary realm, while a few were of the divine concealment realm. Aside from the generals above the realm of atmospheric snow, the remaining soldiers prepared to engage in the divine slaughter formation. The visibly swirling snow ascends from the army, coalescing into a colossal figure of a snow giant, grasping a massive cauldron. Upon witnessing this scene, a sense of regret inevitably welled up within Gushi's heart. Let us release the sheep. Even if the mountains of Cangsheng fall, we shall ensure that those two ungrateful beings pay a price for their treachery. The Scarlet Spirit Princess must make her voice heard. However, Gushi is not one to be easily restrained. At this moment, she casts aside any concerns regarding reputation. Her aura suddenly erupts, preparing to engage in a fierce contest against Xuanhuan and Xiao Zun. Women indeed lack integrity. Upon witnessing this, Shen Que shook his head. Just as he prepared to take action, he noticed that the aura emanating from Gushi had receded. Chapter 5. The confrontation of the God-slaying array and the four symbols array. Gushi, what troubles you? Just as Chiling Ji was about to take action, she noticed Gushi dissipating the aura surrounding her, leaving her perplexed. Li Xian has returned, Gushi softly reassured. The worry that had once clouded her expression now vanished. The tension in her countenance eased significantly. Really? Upon hearing this, Chiling Ji's face instantly lit up with exhilaration. Has that boy truly returned? Her voice heightened with excitement. Involuntarily grasped Gushi's arm, her eyes brimming with disbelief and ecstatic joy. Yes, he instructed us to remain silent and refrain from intervening, merely to observe and see if that blood-colored giant can indeed breach the mountain's protective barrier. Gushi affirmed with a slight nod, her tone imbued with trust and anticipation. At this, Chiling Ji swiftly covered her mouth with her hand. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she struggled to suppress the cheer that threatened to escape her lips. Observing the concern on the faces of Gushi and Chiling Ji, Shen Que and Xiao Baiyi were also engulfed in confusion. In the midst of their bewilderment, the blood-colored giant in the sky swung its massive axe towards Cangsheng Mountain. The axe, imbued with a cataclysmic force, tore through the fabric of space itself, the winds howling like a harbinger of doom. As the axe descended to a certain height, a radiant barrier emerged above Cangsheng Mountain, dazzling and sacred, enveloping the entire mountain in an aura of inviolable sanctity. Soon after, the colossal phantoms of the four symbols' sacred beasts materialized within the barrier, their roars echoing through the skies. The resonant calls of the azure dragon's long cry, the white tiger's fierce roar, the vermilion bird's melodious cry. and the black tortoise's low growl intertwined, forming a formidable sound wave that reverberated within the souls of all present. When did the mountain's protective barrier transform in such a manner? Not only Shen Que and Baiyi, but even Gu Shi and Chiling Ji, who had been mentally prepared, now gazed with eyes wide open in disbelief. Immediately, the phantoms of the four symbols sacred beasts launched their assault against the towering blood-colored giant. In response, the giant wielded its axe in defense. After a fierce battle, the giant's form began to blur under the overwhelming assault of the sacred beasts, its massive body crumbling like a shattered sand sculpture. With a resounding crash, the blood-colored giant completely dissolved into the ether, dispersing into a mist of sanguine vapor. The 100,000 soldiers comprising the god-slaying array, suffering from the depletion of their vital energy, appeared utterly despondent. Their once proud postures now slumped, their faces drained of color, and their eyes filled with exhaustion and weakness. Some staggered unsteadily, collapsing onto the ground. Others gasped for air, as if even the act of breathing had become a monumental struggle. There were those whose gazes grew vacant, as if their very souls had been wrenched from their bodies. The once orderly military formation now lay in utter disarray, filled with anguished groans echoing throughout. How could this happen? Shen Ke's brows furrowed tightly upon witnessing this scene, his eyes brimming with disbelief and fury. The fan in his hand ceased its rhythmic movement, gripped firmly as the tension caused veins to bulge visibly on the back of his hand. This is impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. His body trembled slightly, as though struck by a tremendous blow. The confidence he once exuded now utterly vanished. After a moment, he inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Shen Que, weren't you just boasting with bravado? Why the sudden wilt? Chiling Ji taunted him, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Her arms crossed over her chest, brows arched, and her gaze filled with disdain and scorn, her radiant visage tinged with a faint blush of excitement. Li Xian has returned, hasn't he? Sinking Que, regaining some calm as he looked at Chiling Ji. His expression was serene, concealing the turmoil within. Does his return concern you, traitor? Chiling Ji retorted, her voice ringing clear and piercing, striking at Shen Ke's very soul. One must accept the consequences of their bets. Shen Que had already discerned the outcome and chose not to continue the debate with Chiling Ji. A hint of reluctance flickered in his gaze, yet he could only resign himself to this fate. Nevertheless, I reiterate, my master possesses grand ambitions. Daqian shall sweep across the land, uniting the realms of the divine, a trend that is inevitable. Human strength has its limits. Even if Li Xian is formidable, he cannot halt this overwhelming tide. With these parting words, Shen Que departed from Cangsheng Mountain, leading his vast army of 100,000. The banners fluttered, the sound of hooves reverberated through the heavens, and the dust they raised obscured the sun. The colossal army, akin to a serpentine dragon, gradually vanished into the distance, leaving only Gu Shi and Chiling Ji behind. As the 100,000 troops withdrew, news of Daqian's defeat at Cangsheng Mountain began to spread across the land of Zhenzhou. This news, like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirred up ripples that would not soon settle. In the grand palace of Daqian, an air of solemnity enveloped the magnificent halls. A dignified middle-aged man sat upon the dragon throne, his stature regal and imposing, clad in dragon robes that exuded unparalleled nobility and authority. This man was none other than the sovereign of the Daqian Dynasty, the formidable Emperor Shenwu. Xiao. At this moment, Shen Que and Baiyi sat opposite him, both appearing somewhat tense. My esteemed ministers, do enlighten me. In such a favorable situation, how is it that you return in defeat? Surely, you harbor some lingering affection for Cangsheng Mountain? The emperor's tone, authoritative yet laced with a hint of intimacy, failed to alleviate the tension that gripped Shen Que and Baiyi. Your Majesty, we humbly report that our failure this time is due to the return of Li Xian. The protective formation of Cangsheng Mountain has been altered by him, its power now incomparable to before. Ultimately, the slaughtering god army was unable to breach it, and instead, the 100,000 troops suffered a backlash, compelling my two ministers to retreat. Shen Que spoke, his tone laden with deep remorse and self-reproach, his head bowed, unable to meet the Emperor Qianwu's authoritative gaze. Li Xian, is he the immortal among the four revered ones of Cangsheng Mountain from 30 years ago? The Emperor inquired, a slight furrow on his brow, his demeanor exuding majesty. Indeed, your majesty, it is him, Shen Que replied, his voice somewhat subdued, imbued with nostalgia for the past. I have heard that the immortal was indeed superior to the four revered ones. Given that both of you have attained the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm, do you believe that Li Xian has ascended to the celestial realm? The emperor regarded Shen Que, a hint of gravity and anticipation flickering across his regal countenance. Shen Que was momentarily taken aback. Then after a brief contemplation, he responded, Your Majesty, considering Li Xian's displayed talents and potential from years past, coupled with his recent effortless alteration of the protective formation, I surmise that he has very likely entered the celestial realm, even if he has not fully stepped into it. Being half a step away is certainly a certainty, though he stood on opposing sides from Li Xian at this moment. He could not help but acknowledge Li Xian's exceptional prowess. Xiao Baiyi concurred from the side. Your Majesty, Shen Ke's words hold merit. That Li Xian has returned after years of absence must indicate a significant breakthrough. The emperor gradually rose, hands clasped behind his back, pacing within the hall, the celestial realm. If that is indeed the case, then this individual is undoubtedly a formidable adversary. His voice resonated throughout the vast palace, carrying an ineffable weight. In light of this, the extermination of Cangsheng shall be temporarily postponed until I can fully enter the celestial realm during my seclusion. The emperor ultimately reached a resolution. However, the martial sects within the borders of the Qian kingdom must still face annihilation. To restore the dignity of the Great Qian after this loss, let the sword sect be the next target. I hope my two ministers shall not disappoint me again. The emperor's gaze swept towards Shen Que and Xiao Baiyi, his voice steady and authoritative, imbued with undeniable command. Yes, Shen Que and Xiao Baiyi promptly responded with utmost respect. The emperor gave a slight nod, returning to his dragon throne, closing his eyes as if already contemplating the matters of his seclusion. Meanwhile, Shen Que and Xiao Baiyi cautiously exited the palace, the heavy doors gradually closing behind them. Chapter 6. Meeting Li Xian 3 days later at the back of Cangsheng Mountain. Ping Fan and Junyu found themselves embroiled in yet another debate concerning the education of the children. However, this time, unlike the last, the shadows that loomed over their hearts had dissipated. I say, must you always be such a wet blanket? Ping Fan exclaimed, observing the children scattering like leaves in the wind. He lifted his gaze, irritation evident as he looked toward Junyu. You allow the children to be so unruly, and yet you call it being carefree? Junyu replied, his expression serious as he scrutinized Ping Fan. You just want to argue with me to feel satisfied, don't you? Ping Fan rolled up his sleeves, ready for a retort. Enough. You too? A melodious voice interjected as Taozi Jin gracefully approached them, effortlessly halting their dispute. Sister Zijing, Junyu greeted with an elegant bow, his demeanor exuding the poise of a true gentleman. Sister Zijing, Ping Fan called out nonchalantly, his tone casual, tinged with a hint of rebelliousness. I haven't finished my training for today, so I must take my leave, he added, his gaze flickering as if he were evading something. With that, he dashed away, his figure vanishing like a gust of wind, stirring up a cloud of dust in his wake. Junyu, Master Xian has summoned us. Since Ping Fan is unwilling to join, let us proceed without him, Taozi Jin announced, deliberately raising her voice to address Junyu. Her tone was bright and resonant, laced with a playful smirk. No sooner had she spoken than Ping Fan skidded to a halt, performing a swift turnaround and bounding back to their side. His movements were as rapid as the wind, creating a palpable rush of air as he reappeared before Taozi Jin and Junyu. Sister Zijing, is it true that Master Xian has called for us? Ping Fan inquired, his eyes alight with excitement and urgency. You rascal, weren't you busy? Why have you returned? Taozi Jin teased, her lips curling into a smile, clearly enjoying the moment. Sister Zijing, I am merely a free spirit. I have no pressing matters. You must have misheard, Ping Fan quickly denied, his face adorned with an eager grin as he gestured animatedly, attempting to convince her of his innocence. Enough, Zijing, do not tease him further. Master Xian is awaiting us. Yu Baiji's cool voice chimed in as she approached gracefully. With that, the four of them set off towards Li Xian's residence. What do you think Master Xian, the one referred to as an immortal, looks like? Surely he must be quite dashing, Ping Fan mused aloud, his face alight with curiosity and anticipation. He must be more handsome than I, he added, stroking his chin with a self-deprecating grin. He must certainly be more handsome than this fellow, Junyu. The ordinary continued his incessant chatter, occasionally glancing in the direction of Junyu. As he walked and spoke, no one paid him any heed, leaving him to engage in a dialogue with himself. Oh dear, why is everyone so silent? It's utterly boring, he pouted, yet his pace remained unyielding. What do you think Master Xian summoned us for? Is he going to bestow upon us some unparalleled divine weapon or an awe-inspiring, world-shattering technique? His excitement grew with each word, as if those treasures were already within reach, his hands gesticulating animatedly in the air. Before long, the group arrived at the small courtyard where Li Xian resided. The architecture of Cangsheng Mountain did not resemble that of a formidable sect. Rather, it resembled a quaint little village. The houses were arranged in a charming disorder. Winding paths meandered through the area, and wisps of smoke rose gently, all imbued with the essence of life, creating a warm and tranquil atmosphere. Little Li Xian, not only have you not changed in appearance, but your chess skills remain as dreadful as ever. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, the four heard the teasing voice of Chiling Ji from within. Her voice was melodious and bright, suffused with playful mockery, evoking an image of her triumphant expression at that moment. Come on in, you four. The door to the courtyard was ajar, and upon seeing the group at the entrance, Gushi called them in. With hearts full of curiosity and reverence, the four stepped cautiously into the courtyard. Inside, the decor was simple yet elegant, with several peach trees blooming with delicate pink flowers. A gentle breeze rustled through, causing petals to drift gracefully to the ground. I concede. At that moment, Li Xian, who had been playing chess with Chiling Ji, glanced at the board and placed two pieces down with a resigned smile, surrendering. His expression bore a sense of nonchalance and ease. Let me introduce you. This is your spirit princess master, whom you have all met before. Gushi looked at the four and proceeded with the introduction. Don't call me master. Just call me Sister Ling Ji. Ling Ji interjected swiftly. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and her lips curled into a radiant smile. Having met Ling Ji several times previously, the four were familiar with her personality and complied with her request, calling out, Sister Ling Ji. How obedient! At their utterance, Ling Ji's smile blossomed even more, making her exquisite features resemble the blooming peach flowers. This is your Master Xian, the one among the four revered beings. Gushi continued to introduce Li Xian to the four. Upon hearing her words, although they had their suspicions, the four still displayed expressions of disbelief. Li Xian appeared astonishingly youthful, resembling a lad of merely 17 or 18 years. They widened their eyes, fixating intently on Li Xian, striving to uncover any traces that time might have left upon him, yet found nothing. Do you also find this hard to believe? Ling Ji teased upon witnessing their reactions. When I first saw him, I had the same response. I wanted to inquire about his secrets to maintaining such youthfulness, but he stubbornly refused to divulge them. She feigned an expression of annoyance, her gaze filled with a hint of reproach, as if she were chiding Li Xian for his stinginess. At that moment, the four from the ordinary realized their earlier rudeness and promptly bowed respectfully to Li Xian, saying, Greetings, Master Xian. No need for such formalities, Li Xian replied, raising his hand slightly to indicate that they need not be overly courteous. Master Xian, may I pose a question to you? The ordinary asked playfully, casting a tentative glance at Li Xian. What question? Li Xian inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Grandpa Blacksmith and the others say it was you who saved Cangsheng Mountain. Master Xian, just how powerful are you? The ordinary asked earnestly. He was genuinely intrigued by this question. Yu Baiyi, Tao Zijing, and Junyu also gazed at Li Xian with curiosity, eagerly awaiting his response. How powerful, you ask? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback by the question, then smiled as he replied, not that powerful, comparable to Sister Gu Shi and Sister Ling Ji. While speaking, he glanced at Gu Shi and Chiling Ji beside him. Upon hearing this response, the ordinary couldn't help but mutter in disappointment. So, about the same as the Mountain Lord. Yu Baiyi, Tao Zijing, and Junyu shared the same sentiment. To them, it seemed reasonable that Li Xian, as the savior of Cangsheng Mountain, should possess strength far surpassing that of the Mountain Lord. Gu Shi and Chiling Ji understood Li Xian's modest nature and refrained from offering any explanations. Noticing the slight disappointment on the faces of the ordinary, Li Xian's expression softened, and he said gently, all right, there's no need for you to be too disheartened. I brought you here today because I have something to give you. His tone was warm, like a gentle spring breeze. Upon hearing this, the disappointment on the faces of the ordinary vanished in an instant, replaced by expressions of joy and anticipation. The reaction of the ordinary was particularly pronounced. His eyes widened in excitement, gleaming with fervor, almost sparkling with little stars. It seems that he has been blessed with good fortune. Tao Zijing and the others thought to themselves. However, Li Xian then shifted the conversation, saying, but before that, I need to take you to attend to a matter. Take us to attend to a matter? The ordinary and Tao Zijing exchanged puzzled glances. Each of you take one, Li Xian said without providing much explanation. And in his hand appeared 4 yellow talismans. Though the ordinary felt some curiosity and were unsure of his intentions, they approached one by one to take a yellow talisman. Holding the talisman in their hands, the 4 examined it curiously. As they scrutinized the yellow talismans, they suddenly ignited, flames engulfing them in an instant. Simultaneously, Li Xian was also enveloped in blazing fire. Before Gu Shi and Chiling Ji could react, the figures of the 5 vanished within the flames, as if they had never existed at all. Chapter 7. The cultivation of Shen Que. When Li Xian and the other 4 reappeared, they found themselves on an expansive plain. At that moment, they stood atop a small hill overlooking the vast landscape. Where are we? Ping Fan inquired, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. We must be at Sunset Plain, Tao Zhiqin responded, taking in the broad expanse before them. Goodness, how do we travel such a vast distance so suddenly? A look of astonishment and disbelief flickered in Ping Fan's eyes. From their vantage point on the hill, they observed clouds of dust rising in the distance, flags fluttering like shadows, and the thunderous sound of marching feet. A dark array of formations advanced towards them. This was none other than Shen Que, the left chancellor of Daqian, returning to court with the iron floating tower. He and Xiao Baiyi had recently quelled the sword sect, with Xiao Baiyi pursuing the remnants of their forces, leaving Shen Que alone with the army. Li Xian glanced at the 100,000-strong army and, with a swift movement, appeared before their ranks. Stand ready. The sudden appearance of Li Xian elicited an immediate response from the soldiers. The front lines swiftly raised their long spears, forming a formidable barrier, while archers in the rear readied their bows, arrows aimed squarely at Li Xian, the atmosphere thick with tension. Who dares to intrude upon our formation? A middle-aged man clad in dark armor emerged from the ranks, his countenance stern, eyes radiating authority and vigilance. What? Have you become so high and mighty that you no longer recognize your former peers? Li Xian spoke calmly, gazing at the man before him. This middle-aged figure was Tu Rong, once a disciple of Cangsheng Mountain, who later allied himself with Xiao Baiyi to become a general of Daqian. As Tu Rong finally recognized Li Xian's visage, his expression faltered slightly, surprise flickering in his eyes. Li Xian, is it truly you? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan urged his dual-wheeled chariot forward to the front of the army. Li Xian, is it really you? Shen Que too was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Li Xian. What brings you to stand before my army today? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Shen Que, without Cangsheng Mountain, neither of you would possess such cultivation. I have come today to reclaim the power that resides within you, Li Xian stated with a tone of calm finality. This was the purpose of his visit. He had brought Ping Fan and the others along as a cautionary measure, hoping to steer them away from the path taken by Shen Que and his ilk. Li Xian, Do you not find your words somewhat amusing? You are neither the master of Cangsheng Mountain, nor did we receive our cultivation from you. Why do you have to speak of reclamation? Shen Yuan's expression darkened as he retorted. Shen Que, do you intend to persuade me with your insufferable rhetoric? Li Xian countered without engaging in further debate. Very well. Today, I, Shen Yuan, shall see just how strong you are, Shen Yuan declared, retreating into the ranks of his army. Kill him, he commanded, ordering his soldiers to encircle and eliminate Li Xian. Upon receiving the military order, the frontline soldiers charged at Li Xian without hesitation. Observing this, Li Xian swiftly leaped forward, traversing several zhang in an instant. As he swept past the soldiers, the fluttering of his garments echoed in the air, and a surging wave of vital energy radiated from him, instantly sending those soldiers flying. Soon after, he appeared before Shen Que, raising his hand to deliver a powerful strike aimed at Shen Ke's chest. In a moment of peril, Shen Que quickly positioned his feather fan horizontally before him to defend against the blow. This was no ordinary fan. It was crafted from the feathers of a formidable fifth-tier demon from the divine concealment realm, its might rivaling that of divine weapons. However, despite the formidable defense provided by the fan, Shen Que was still sent reeling backward by Li Xian's strike, crashing to the ground. Wait, didn't Master Xian say his cultivation was comparable to that of the Mountain Lord and the others? Could the Mountain Lord repel Shen Que, that traitor, with a single blow? On the small hill, Ping Fan gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding in the distance. Master Xian would never deceive us. Perhaps the Mountain Lord could indeed accomplish it. Yunyu Insa Shiktel. The others, Tao Zijin and the rest, found his reasoning compelling. As they deliberated, Li Xian's figure once again flashed forward towards Shen Que. Stop him. Do not allow him to harm the left chancellor. Tu Rong immediately commanded the 100,000-strong army. The soldiers promptly brandished their weapons and charged towards Li Xian. In response, Li Xian extended his right hand, grasping Shen Que by the collar and lifting him into the air before delivering a forceful strike to Shen Ke's chest. With a sickening sound, Shen Ke's cultivation in the divine concealment realm was utterly shattered. He coughed up blood, plummeting to the ground and creating a deep crater upon impact. Li Xian, you dare to cripple my cultivation. Shen Que, severely injured and pale, roared in a fit of despair, unable to move his limbs. Shen Que, for the sake of our past friendship, I shall spare your life. I hope you will act wisely, Li Xian said, casting a glance at the half-conscious Shen Que. He then soared to face Tu Rong, his voice cold. Tu Rong, it is your turn now. Tu Rong, a coward at heart, immediately knelled upon witnessing the fate of such a powerful figure as Shen Que brotherly. All of this was orchestrated by Shen Que and Xiao Baiyi. I am but a minor character with no chance to speak. I implore you to spare me this once. He pleaded, bowing his head repeatedly. Very well. I shall not kill you, nor shall I cripple your cultivation, Li Xian replied, casting a brief glance at him before soaring into the air, approaching Ping Fan and the others. Such a spineless character was of little consequence, whether his cultivation was spared or not. Furthermore, his earlier words amounted to betrayal against Shen Que. Now that Shen Que was incapacitated, Li Xian was keen to observe whether the two would turn against each other in a dog-eat-dog scenario, and which of the two would ultimately emerge victorious. Master Xian, you truly incapacitated Shen Que, who had reached the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm. Ping Fan asked, incredulity etched across his face. Take these. Li Xian did not respond to Ping Fan's question, but instead produced 4 yellow talismans and handed them to Ping Fan and the others. Despite the numerous uncertainties, the 4 ordinary individuals complied with the directive. As the talisman ignited, they found themselves once again engulfed in roaring flames, and, in the next instant, their figures vanished upon the hillside. Song Mingzi, you have confined me for 8 centuries. Today, as I break free, I shall ensure a bloodbath upon your Cangsheng Mountain. Upon their return to Cangsheng Mountain, Li Xian and his companions were met with a deafening roar, reverberating through the mountains like a thunderous tempest. This cacophony resonated with boundless malice and fury, each syllable reminiscent of echoes from the depths of the underworld, chilling to the bone. Hearing this terrifying roar, Gu Shi and Chiling Ji exchanged alarmed glances, their brows furrowing in trepidation. This is dire. The malevolent serpent has escaped. As they gasped in astonishment, a colossal serpent, stretching 100 feet, surged skyward from the mountainside. This monstrous creature emanated an eerie aura, its scales resembling a dark armor, glinting with a cold, ghostly luminescence under the sun. Its eyes shone like two immense crimson lanterns, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. Its cavernous maw gaped and closed, as if capable of devouring all existence. The vast body writhed, its enormous tail thrashing wildly in the air. Wherever it passed, trees were severed in two, rocks tumbled down, and clouds of dust were cast into the sky. Could it be the vile serpent from the dragon's sealing pool? Ping Fan and Tao Zujin gazed at the 100-foot serpent in the sky, their expressions filled with shock and concern. Ancient texts of Cangsheng Mountain recorded that at the height of its power, this malevolent serpent had reached the threshold of transcending the heavens. Now that it had broken free, did this not spell peril for Cangsheng Mountain? Chapter 8. The Slaying of the Serpent and the Gift. Impudent wretch, cease your arrogance. Just as a sense of dread enveloped the few onlookers, for aged figures ascended into the air, armed and poised to confront the vile serpent. Do you four insignificant beings, mere ants of the 5th level of the divine concealment realm, dare to challenge me? The malevolent serpent, towering above, glared down with contempt, its blood-red eyes filled with disdain. Without hesitation, it coiled its massive body and lunged toward the elderly warriors. In but a single exchange, the 4 elders were grievously wounded, blood spilling from their mouths as they plummeted from the skies. It's over. The blacksmith and his companions realized they were no match for the fearsome serpent. Terror and despair flickered in their eyes. Witnessing this, Gu Shi and Chiling Ji exchanged resolute glances, their determination shining through. With a swift motion, they launched themselves into the air, racing toward the towering serpent. Is it truly the peak of the divine concealment realm? Perhaps it can withstand a few exchanges with me. The serpent mused, its enormous eyes widening in surprise at the aura radiating from Gu Shi and Chiling Ji, only to soon morph into a mocking smirk. It seemed to regard even the mightiest of warriors with disdain. Gu Shi was the first to strike, her delicate hand sweeping through the air to summon a long sword, shimmering with an icy aura. With a fierce cry, she infused her entire essence into the blade and thrust it toward the serpent with great speed. Simultaneously, Chiling Ji, refusing to be outdone, brandished a crimson spear and charged at the serpent. The Mountain Lord and Aunt Ling Ji are formidable warriors of the divine concealment realm. They should be able to conquer this wretched beast. The onlookers encouraged themselves while watching the fierce battle unfold in the skies. However, after mere dozens of exchanges, both Gu Shi and Chiling Ji were forced to retreat, defeated by the serpent's might. It's truly over. If even the Mountain Lord and Aunt Ling Ji cannot prevail, are we destined for slaughter at the hands of this fiend? A flicker of despair clouded the eyes of the onlookers. Gu Shi, Ling Ji, allow me to step forth. Just as Gu Shi and Ling Ji prepared to ascend once more to confront the serpent, a gentle voice resonated in their ears. In that moment, all eyes turned to see Li Xian soaring into the air. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the peachwood sword from his back and charged toward the serpent. Another foolhardy challenger. The serpent scoffed, its lantern-like eyes reflecting scorn and derision. Yet Li Xian said nothing further. He merely swung his sword toward the towering serpent. With a subtle exertion of his arm, he traced an elegant arc with the blade, releasing a strike that seemed deceptively simple, yet contained boundless power. The air filled with a sharp, whistling sound, as if the very fabric of space had been torn asunder by his stroke. The formidable sword energy crashed into the malevolent dragon, causing its majestic 100-foot frame to tremble violently before it soared backward like a kite severed from its string. The monstrous creature traced a lengthy arc through the air, uprooting trees in its wake and sending boulders flying like cannonballs. It ultimately plummeted heavily onto a distant mountainside, shaking the very ground and triggering a cascade of stones that stirred a cloud of dust. What on earth? Wasn't it said that Master Xian's prowess was comparable to that of the Mountain Lords? What is happening here? Am I blind? Witnessing this spectacle, the faces of Ping Fan and Yu Baiyi were painted with shock and disbelief. Is it not clear? We have been deceived by Master Xian. The first to react, Tao Zijin, patted Ping Fan's shoulder, exclaiming in awe. At that moment, Li Xian's figure shot towards the fallen creature, and with another swift movement of his sword, he severed its head. Uncle Blacksmith, you shall handle this beast's carcass, Li Xian remarked to the old blacksmiths before turning to return to his small courtyard. All right, young Li Xian, leave such menial tasks to us old fellows, the blacksmith replied with a hearty smile, thumping his robust chest as if to assure Li Xian of their reliability. The other elders nearby nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with eager anticipation. To have a prodigious talent like Li Xian emerge from Cangsheng Mountain is indeed a stroke of fortune. Who can argue otherwise? This vile dragon has plagued our land for centuries, and now, in just 2 strokes, young Li has vanquished it. If our ancestors from Cangsheng Mountain were to learn of this, they might even find joy in their graves. The elders spoke excitedly as they made their way toward the enormous carcass. Upon returning to his courtyard, Ping Fan and Tao Zijin regarded Li Xian with admiration. Master Xian, you are truly formidable, incredibly handsome, and simply unparalleled, Tao Zijin exclaimed, gazing at him with starry eyes. Why did you steal my words, Sister Zijing? Ping Fan grumbled, casting a discontented glance at Tao Zijin. Whoever speaks first claims it, she retorted with a playful, proud glance. Enough. You two stop bickering, Li Xian chuckled, gently halting their playful banter. I have some items here that I no longer require, but they may aid in your cultivation, so I shall give them to you. Upon hearing this, anticipation sparkled in the eyes of Ping Fan and the others. For a transcendent being like Master Xian, even a mere trinket would be a rare treasure for them. Li Xian merely smiled at their eager reactions as he retrieved a long sword and a vial of elixir from his storage pouch. Yu Baiyi, this white chi sword is well suited for you, and this vial of spirit essence elixir can save you several years of effort in the transcendence realm. Li Xian gazed at Yu Baiyi, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the white chi sword and a vial of spirit essence Dan floated gracefully before her. Thank you, Master Xian, Yu Baiyi said, accepting the white chi sword and the spirit essence Dan before bowing deeply in gratitude. Subsequently, Li Xian retrieved a peculiar red long sword from his storage pouch. Its blade resembled a series of fish scales. Tao Zijing, this red scale whip, along with the spirit essence Dan, is now yours. With a single hand gesture, the red scale whip and the vial of spirit essence Dan drifted into Tao Zijing's hands. Thank you, Master Xian. Tao Zijing first bowed respectfully to Li Xian, then curiously examined the unusual long sword. Master Xian, though this sword appears somewhat strange, it is undeniably a sword. Why is it called the red scale whip? Her voice was melodious and her eyes wide with wonder. In response, Li Xian drew in his hand, and the red scale whip returned to his grasp. He then flicked it gently, causing the whip's fish scale blade to instantly transform into 18 segments. The speed of the transformation was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. One moment it was a complete sword, and the next it had dispersed. The segments interlinked and danced gracefully before the onlookers, resembling a lively dragon in motion. Witnessing this spectacle, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Their mouths agape and eyes wide. They were captivated by the enchanting display, especially Tao Zijing, whose eyes sparkled with excitement and delight, radiating with jubilant energy. What's wrong? Do you not like it? If so, I can exchange it for another, Li Xian said playfully, observing her reaction. The red scale whip morphed back into a long sword in his hand. And no, Master Xian, I truly adore it. There is no need to change, Tao Zijing exclaimed eagerly, her voice tinged with urgency, as if fearing that Li Xian might indeed replace the red scale whip. She instinctively reached forward, eager to grasp it immediately. Since you do not wish to exchange, then so be it. Li Xian extended his hand forward, and the red scale whip soared back into Tao Zijing's possession. Thank you, Master Xian. Holding the red scale whip with immense fondness, Tao Zijing expressed her gratitude once more. Junyu, this ancient Confucian technique is for you. Li Xian produced a tome of martial arts and another vial of spirit essence Dan. bestowing them upon Junyu with a wave of his hand. "Thank you, Master Xian." Junyu accepted the technique and the spirit essence Dan, bowing solemnly to Li Xian. The people of Cangsheng Mountain were known for their adherence to decorum, yet Junyu embodied this principle more than any of them, albeit strictly within the context of Cangsheng Mountain's customs. "Ping Fan, is it?" Li Xian turned his gaze to Ping Fan, deliberately inquiring. "Yes, Master Xian, I am Ping Fan," he replied with a cheerful grin. "What is it that you desire?" Li Xian continued, observing him intently. At this, not only Tao Zijing and the others were taken aback, but even Gu Shi and Chiling Ji appeared surprised. Why was this young man afforded the opportunity to choose whatever he wished? To their astonishment, Tao Zhiqin and the others could not help but feel a twinge of envy towards Ping Fan. At this moment, Ping Fan himself was equally taken aback. "Why am I allowed to choose? Master Xian, I shall not make a selection. Whatever you bestow upon me, I shall accept." After a brief moment of contemplation, Ping Fan spoke. His words left Tao Zhiqin and the others in a state of surprise. Given Ping Fan's demeanor on their journey here, they had anticipated him to be rather demanding. "Very well, then this Yulei Jinjue shall be yours," Li Xian remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Ping Fan before retrieving a tome of martial arts and a vial of spiritual essence pills to present to him. "Thank you, Master Xian." Ping Fan expressed his gratitude as he received the Yulei Zhenduan, the spiritual essence pills, bowing respectfully to Li Xian. "The purpose of summoning you here extends beyond merely granting you gifts. I also wish to impart something personal to each of you," Li Xian stated, gazing at Ping Fan and the others. In response to their astonished expressions, Li Xian called out into the void, "Tao Xiaoyao, enough of your antics, it's time to return." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing through the heavens and reverberating across the entire Cangsheng Mountain. Chapter 9. The Young Master of the Sword Sect and the Descent. At this moment, Tao Xiaoyao was joyfully frolicking with the children of Cangsheng Mountain. Her petite figure danced merrily among them, laughter ringing clear and bright. Li Xian's voice resonated through the air, gradually becoming distinct enough to reach Tao Xiaoyao's ears. "Little friends, the young monk is calling for me. I must return." Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Tao Xiaoyao immediately halted her playful leaps, a hint of reluctance shimmering in her eyes as she bid farewell to the children. After parting, she swiftly set forth in the direction of Li Xian. "Young monk, do you require my assistance?" Before long, Tao Xiaoyao arrived at the small courtyard where Li Xian resided. Without hesitation, she rushed towards him and inquired, her melodious voice tinged with a hint of breathlessness, beads of crystalline sweat adorning her forehead, glistening under the sun's embrace. The manner in which Tao Xiaoyao addressed Li Xian left the four ordinary individuals bewildered. Who is this young lady? They pondered. However, Li Xian paid little heed to their astonishment, turning to Tao Xiaoyao and stating, "Tao Xiaoyao, from now on, you shall accompany these four." At his words, Tao Xiaoyao paused momentarily, her gaze shifting from Li Xian to the four ordinary individuals, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Upon her first glance at Tao Zijing, she felt an inexplicable attraction. A sense of warmth and familiarity radiated from her, as if they shared some enigmatic bond. "Sister, are you also a peach blossom fairy?" Tao Xiaoyao asked, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with delight as she voiced her curiosity. "I'm not a peach blossom fairy, but rather a peach tree spirit," Tao Zijing replied gently, a warm smile gracing her face as her affectionate gaze settled on Tao Xiaoyao. The rarity of their kind, plants that had transformed into spirits, made their shared lineage as peach spirits a precious fate, which she cherished deeply. At that moment, a resonant yet melancholic voice suddenly echoed through Cangsheng Mountain. Elder Jianfeng of the Sword Sect, accompanied by the young master Jianwu Shuang, seeks refuge at Cangsheng Mountain, imploring for mercy and the opening of the mountain gates. The plea reverberated through the valley, steeped in profound desperation. Before the mountain gate of Cangsheng Mountain, an elderly man garbed in blood-stained attire knelt on the ground alongside a woman in her 20s. The dried blood on the elder's garment testified to past struggles, his gaunt visage reflecting weariness and helplessness. The young woman, in contrast, was filled with an intense hatred, her body slightly hunched, hands gripping the edges of her clothing with knuckles whitening from exertion. "Li Xian, I shall investigate," Gu Shi announced to Li Xian before gracefully ascending, her figure as light as a swallow, her garments billowing as she vanished from sight in an instant. "Little Li Xian, I will join you," chimed Chiling Ji, who also took flight to follow Gu Shi. Just as they reached the mountain gate, the silhouette of Baiyi descended gracefully. Upon witnessing the scene, the second elder of the sword sect immediately pulled Jian Wushuang behind him, standing guard with a vigilant glare fixed upon Baiyi. His eyes blazed like torches, brimming with fury and apprehension, as if Baiyi were a ravenous wolf poised to pounce. "Baiyi, you wretched creature, what brings you back to Cangsheng Mountain?" Chiling Ji spat, her ire unrestrained upon spotting him. Ignoring her vitriol, Baiyi turned his attention to Gu Shi, addressing her with poise. "Mistress of Gu Shi, this matter pertains not to Cangsheng Mountain, and I implore you to refrain from intervening." At these words, the second elder of the sword sect swiftly pivoted, bowing before Gu Shi as he spoke earnestly. "Mistress Gu, the armies of the Qian kingdom have trampled upon the sword sect, resulting in the demise of all its disciples. Our sect master fought valiantly to ensure the escape of both the elder and the young master. We beseech Cangsheng Mountain to provide refuge for our young master, preserving the last vestige of our bloodline." His voice trembled with sincerity, each word laden with profound sorrow, stirring empathy in those who listened. Baiyi interjected, "Mistress Gu, Cangsheng Mountain upholds a steadfast principle of non-interference in external matters. As the most principled of individuals, I trust you will not breach this tenet." The words seemed to sow seeds of doubt in Gu Shi's mind. Her brows knitted in contemplation, her gaze oscillated between the second elder and Baiyi. Caught in a dilemma. On one hand, the sword sect's tragic plight evoked her compassion. On the other, the weight of Cangsheng Mountain's regulations pressed heavily upon her conscience, demanding careful deliberation. Amidst her indecision, Li Xian, seated within his modest courtyard, retrieved 2 yellow talismans. After reciting a few incantations, he released the talismans, which floated gracefully towards the gates of Cangsheng Mountain. The talismans seemed animated, gliding through the air with an elegance that belied their swiftness. Observing this, the ordinary individuals in the courtyard were filled with curiosity, their eyes trailing the talismans until they vanished from sight. Before long, the talismans reached the mountain gate, capturing the attention of Gu Shi and the others. They gazed at the talismans with intrigue, their expressions a tapestry of confusion, until the talismans descended upon the second elder and Jian Wushuang. In an instant, flames erupted around the 2 figures, fierce and radiant, as if intent on consuming all in their vicinity. Moments later, the 2 were engulfed, their forms vanishing within the inferno. The unexpected turn of events left the onlookers in stunned silence. "Li Xian, it is you again," Baiyi quickly deduced, realizing that Li Xian was the orchestrator of this sudden upheaval. His countenance darkened, yet he felt powerless to act. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware that Shen Que had already been stripped of his cultivation by Li Xian. Otherwise, he would have fled with the swiftness of a hare. When the figures of the second elder and Jian Wushuang reappeared, they found themselves within Li Xian's courtyard, their faces still etched with disbelief, their eyes reflecting the incredulity of their recent ordeal. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of 2 individuals, Ping Fan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. As if it could accommodate a goose egg, his eyes round with disbelief. Was this the method that had just transported them to the vast plains at sunset? As outsiders, they were even more astounded by such a technique, fervently shouting within their hearts, feeling their understanding utterly shattered at that moment. Gu Shi and Chiling Ji, standing before the mountain gate, surmised that it must have been Li Xian's doing. Casting a glance at Baiyi, they gracefully floated back within the mountain gate, their figures as light and elegant as petals drifting in the wind. "Master Xian, have you truly ascended to immortality?" Ping Fan's voice trembled, infused with profound reverence and uncertainty. His gaze was firmly fixed upon Li Xian, as if seeking the answer upon his countenance. "It is merely a trivial skill. If you wish to learn, I can teach you once you break through to the divine concealment realm, Li Xian replied with a gentle shake of his head and a soft smile. His smile was as warm as a spring breeze, imbued with encouragement and hope. At these words, a blazing fire ignited within Ping Fan's heart, his eyes brimming with determination and yearning. Master Xian, I will strive diligently to cultivate and break through to the divine concealment realm as soon as possible. He clenched his fists, envisioning the moment he would master this extraordinary skill. Can we learn as well, Master Xian? Tao Zijin's eyes also sparkled with anticipation. Of course. Li Xian nodded slightly. You are truly wonderful, Master Xian. I admire you immensely, exclaimed Tao Zijin, her gaze toward Li Xian filled with adoration, her voice jubilant. Upon hearing their conversation, the second elder of the sword sect deduced Li Xian's identity. You are indeed Li Xian the immortal, he said, excitement evident in his gaze. As Li Xian belonged to the revered class of the four immortals of Cangsheng Mountain, the outside world was accustomed to referring to him as Li Xian the immortal. I have some connections with the former head of the sword sect. You may reside here at Cangsheng Mountain in peace for the time being, Li Xian stated to the second elder, indirectly acknowledging his identity. Thank you, Li Xian the immortal. Upon hearing this, the second elder of the sword sect, filled with emotion, pulled Jian Wushuang to bow deeply to Li Xian. His voice quivered slightly with excitement, and he bent low. Jian Wushuang also displayed a respectful demeanor, her beautiful face radiating gratitude. At that moment, Gu Shi and Chiling Ji returned to Li Xian's courtyard. Upon seeing the second elder of the sword sect and Jian Wushuang, they confirmed their previous suspicions. They held no objections regarding Li Xian's decision. Xiao Baiyi, I have rendered your cultivation useless, but I do not intend to treat you the same way. You may leave. Li Xian's voice resonated from Cangsheng Mountain, causing Xiao Baiyi to flee the Cangsheng realm in fear. Gu Shi, Ling Ji, after spending over 3 months at Cangsheng Mountain, I plan to descend the mountain and explore, Li Xian declared, looking at Gu Shi and Chiling Ji. Are you leaving again? Gu Shi seemed to grasp something from his words and slowly began to speak, her voice tinged with an unmistakable sadness. What? Xiao Li Xian, you have only just returned, and now you must depart once more? Upon hearing Gu Shi's words, Chiling Ji exclaimed with fervor. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her enchanting features flushed with excitement. Is there nothing that can keep you at Cangsheng Mountain? What lies beyond that captivates you so, prompting your hasty arrivals and departures? Chiling Ji's tone bore a hint of reproach. It was overshadowed by a profound sense of reluctance. Gu Shi Jia, Ling Ji Jia, I truly must descend the mountain. But I shall not leave the boundaries of Daqian and will return at any moment, Li Xian replied, offering a resigned smile as he glanced at Gu Shi and Chiling Ji. Upon hearing his words, both Gu Shi and Chiling Ji felt a wave of relief wash over them. Take these 2 yellow talismans. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, simply burn them, and I will return at once, Li Xian said, producing 2 yellow talismans and handing them to Gu Shi and Chiling Ji. After giving them his instructions, he rose to his feet and, with his peachwood sword slung over his shoulder, began his descent down the mountain. Is it really so urgent? Departing at a moment's notice, Chiling Ji remarked, somewhat at a loss as she watched Li Xian's retreating figure. That is simply his nature. Otherwise, how could he be the only immortal? Gu Shi murmured, also gazing at Li Xian's silhouette. Chapter 10. Returning to familiar grounds. Possessed by spirits, it has been over 30 years, and the town of Yulin has undergone considerable transformation. A month later, Li Xian stepped into Yulin town, nestled within the Wanxian prefecture of the Great Qian Dynasty. As he revisited this old haunt, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. His descent from the mountains was solely to experience the mortal realm. While martial arts cannot grant immortality, the path of the immortals can. Thus, alongside his martial training, Li Xian also delved into the ancient path of the immortals. Although the celestial laws of the Shenzhou continent no longer align with the ancient immortal teachings, Li Xian, blessed with exceptional talent, had progressed from refining essence into qi to the stage of transforming qi into spirit. This latter stage necessitated a profound understanding of the mortal world. Strangely, the small town seemed to attract a multitude of martial practitioners. Observing the various warriors bustling about with diverse expressions, Li Xian felt a swell of curiosity. "Innkeeper, a room, please. I regret to inform you, esteemed guest, that our establishment is fully booked. Perhaps you might seek accommodation elsewhere." The innkeeper replied as Li Xian entered an inn. The martial practitioner, filled with resignation and disappointment, murmured as he departed. Once the practitioner had left, Li Xian approached the innkeeper and inquired, "Might I ask why so many martial artists have gathered in this town?" His tone was calm, and a gentle smile graced his face. The innkeeper, taken aback, scrutinized Li Xian before responding. "You are not a local of Wanxian Prefecture, are you?" "Indeed, I have just arrived in Wanxian Prefecture," Li Xian affirmed with a nod. His sincere demeanor inspired a sense of goodwill in the innkeeper. "What you may not be aware of is that a significant event has transpired in Wanxian Prefecture," the innkeeper began. "It is said that an ancient tomb of a martial master has been discovered near Yulin town. Consequently, martial artists from all corners have flocked here, hoping to strike fortune and unearth divine weapons and unparalleled techniques." As the innkeeper spoke, he shook his head, seemingly resigned to the situation. Understanding the circumstances, Li Xian politely expressed his gratitude. "Ah, I see. Thank you for enlightening me." He then found a table in the inn's lobby to sit at. The table, though somewhat worn, was impeccably clean. Shortly after taking a seat, a young attendant approached him enthusiastically, a smile of servility plastered across his face. After a simple meal, Li Xian exited the inn and made his way to the easternmost part of the town. Revisiting familiar grounds, his emotions were somewhat tumultuous. At the eastern edge of the town stood a grand estate, its entrance adorned with the characters Chun Fu. The calligraphy was bold and spirited, exuding an air of authority. The crimson doors were firmly shut, and two imposing stone lions guarded the entrance. Could it be that that rascal Chun Xiong truly returned to erect such a grand residence? Li Xian mused as he gazed upon the estate. He stood there in silence, lost in thought, as memories of days spent with Chun Xiong flooded back. The estate was indeed built upon the foundation of Chun Xiong's ancestral home. Once a familiar land, it is now enveloped by magnificent structures. Chun Xiong had once confided that if there came a day when he realized his martial path was unsustainable, he would return to his hometown, build a grand residence, marry multiple wives, and father numerous children. Reflecting on Chun Xiong's earnest yet slightly cynical demeanor when he made this proclamation, Li Xian couldn't help but smile faintly, a warm curve gracing his lips. Subsequently, he strode towards the grand entrance of the estate. With a gentle clang, Li Xian grasped the brass knocker on the door and rapped it lightly. "Oh no, the third young master has gone mad." In the stillness of the night at the Chun family's backyard, Li Xian and Chun Xiong were engaged in earnest conversation when a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Chaos and panic quickly engulfed the courtyard. "My son, what has happened to you? Please do not frighten your mother." A richly dressed woman, her hair disheveled, clutched a frenzied youth tightly, desperately attempting to calm the struggling boy. Her eyes were filled with terror and helplessness, her voice a wretched cry of despair. In his manic state, the third young master possessed extraordinary strength, instantly breaking free from the grasp of the third concubine. He rampaged through the courtyard like a wild beast, emitting incoherent roars. The surrounding maids and servants were thrown into disarray. Some rushed about in panic, while others sat frozen in fear, utterly bewildered. The moonlight illuminated their pallid faces, amplifying the eerie and terrifying atmosphere. At that moment, Chun Xiong and Li Xian hurriedly arrived. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, Chun Xiong furrowed his brow and commanded loudly, "Everyone, remain calm. First, we must subdue the third young master." Upon hearing his words, the guards of the Chan estate rushed towards the third young master, aiming to restrain him. However, as a practitioner of the refinement stage, the third young master's prowess far surpassed theirs. In his deranged state, he easily overpowered the guards, who were quickly brought to the ground. The guards groaned in pain, rolling on the floor as the chaos intensified. What a bunch of useless fools. It was only through Chun Xiong's intervention that the deranged third young master was finally subdued. With a swift movement, akin to lightning, he appeared before the third young master and, after a few exchanges, managed to bring him under control. "My lord, what has happened to Feng?" The third concubine, panic-stricken, approached Chen Xiong as she gazed at the unconscious third young master. "Indeed, father, everything in our Chan household has been perfectly fine until today. Why has the third brother suddenly become like this?" A youth spoke up, his words seemingly triggering the third concubine. Pointing an accusatory finger at Li Xian, she exclaimed to Chen Xiong, "My lord, Feng'er's condition must be connected to this inexplicable elder brother of yours. Otherwise, how could this incident have occurred the moment he arrived?" Her eyes brimmed with resentment and blame, entirely disregarding Chen Xiong's respect for Li Xian. Impudent! Chen Xiong's expression darkened instantly, and with a swift motion, he struck the third concubine across the face. "Without Brother Li, my Chen Xiong's remains would have long been discarded, and his character is not to be defamed by a woman such as yourself." His eyes blazed with fury, his voice as frigid as ice, causing the atmosphere in the courtyard to plummet to an icy chill. The third concubine was roused from her stupor by Chen Xiong's slap. Her head bowed in grievance, too intimidated to utter another word. The onlookers once again acknowledged Chen Xiong's regard for Li Xian. It is worth noting that the third young master possessed the most formidable martial talent among Chen Xiong's offspring. Thus, Chen Xiong had always showered affection upon the third concubine due to the merit of her son. "Chen Xiong, carry him into the room. I shall take a look." Li Xian spoke to Chen Xiong. "I appreciate your assistance, Brother Li." Chen Xiong responded respectfully, then bellowed to the servants, "Why are you not carrying the third young master inside?" The servants, upon hearing the command, dared not delay and hurriedly lifted the unconscious third young master. Hastening towards the room, "Chen Xiong, you stay. Let them all exit," Li Xian instructed. "You all may leave," Chen Xiong echoed to the gathered family members. "Master, may I remain? After all, Feng." The third concubine's words were cut short as Chen Xiong reprimanded. "Did you not understand my command to leave?" Seeing this, the family members dared not linger and promptly exited the room. As the door closed, a profound silence enveloped the space, leaving only Li Xian, Chen Xiong, and the unconscious third young master. Chen Xiong's breath quickened as he fixed his gaze on Li Xian, saying, "Brother Li, this child is my most cherished descendant. I beg for your assistance. You have a legitimate eldest son, yet you hold such affection for a bastard. This is not a favorable situation." Li Xian remarked casually before beginning to chant a spell. His tone was unperturbed, as though merely stating an inconsequential fact. "Heaven clear, earth bright, yin and yang distinct. Open my spiritual eye, penetrate the netherworld." Upon completing the incantation, his eyes radiated an extraordinary light, akin to resplendent stars or enigmatic ghostly flames, deep and mysterious. This illumination seemed capable of piercing through all mists, revealing the hidden truths of the world. Subsequently, he perceived a ghastly entity clinging to Chen Feng, its form contorted and visage grotesque, exuding a chilling aura as it clung tightly to Chen Feng's back, as if siphoning his life force. "See for yourself," Li Xian instructed, placing a finger upon Chen Xiong's forehead. Chen Xiong felt a refreshing energy surge from his brow, and he too beheld the horrifying scene. "Brother Li, what is this?" Chen Xiong inquired nervously, for it was his first encounter with such a terrifying sight. Chapter 11. The Dark Path in Immortal Dao. Within the ancient cultivation system of Immortal Dao, there exist certain unorthodox paths that nurture malevolent spirits. Li Xian elucidated succinctly. Much like a martial artist of Chen Xiong's caliber, his understanding of the Immortal Dao and the four respected ones was merely superficial, limited to hearsay. He remained utterly oblivious to the true nature of the ancient Immortal Dao. Even now, he could not fathom that the individual before him, Brother Li Xian, was the same person as the legendary Li Xian Immortal. He merely assumed that the immortal among the four respected ones was actually named Li Xian Immortal. However, there was one thing he comprehended. This malevolent spirit was human-reared, implying that someone was endangering his son. "Brother Li, I implore you, aside from dealing with this spirit, please save my nephew's life. Chun Xiong beseeched, his voice tinged with urgency. This is a simple matter, yet discovering the one who nurtures this spirit may prove challenging. Li Xian replied, his brow furrowing slightly, revealing a hint of concern. He then produced a yellow talisman and recited incantations, with vermilion powder upon this talisman. Paper as its prison, in the realms of yin and yang, nowhere to escape seal. In an instant, the yellow talisman transformed into a golden chain, ensnaring the spirit, which soon morphed back into a yellow talisman, confining the malevolent being within. Witnessing this, Chun Xiong's countenance brightened with relief as he expressed his gratitude to Li Xian. Brotherly, thank you ever so much. It is no trouble, merely a trifling matter, Li Xian replied, shaking his head gently. However, should we fail to identify the one behind the nurturing of this spirit, your Chan residents may encounter ongoing troubles. Chun Xiong, reflect carefully. Have you offended anyone from the immortal Tao previously? He continued. Upon hearing this, a look of helpless resignation crossed Chun Xiong's face. Brotherly, you know well that during my ventures in the martial world, enmities are inevitable. As for those individuals from the immortal Tao you speak of, I believe I have not wronged any. Otherwise, I would not have been able to live peacefully until now, he replied, a bitter smile forming on his lips. In this era of the ancient immortal Tao's decline, even those who practiced it often remained at the stage of refining essence in a qi, Li Xian remarked. Though their methods may be peculiar, they might not fare well against a martial artist of your caliber, who has achieved the pinnacle of blood transformation. As he spoke, he retrieved a pill and handed it to Chun Xiong. Chun Xiong, this is a transcendent pill, capable of aiding you in breaking into the extraordinary realm. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiong gazed at the transcendent pill in Li Xian's hand, his excitement barely contained. His eyes widened and his breath quickened. Brotherly, one ought not to receive rewards without merit. This gift is far too precious. He forced himself to suppress his elation. Do not rejoice too soon, Li Xian cautioned. Your innate talent for martial arts is inherently limited. The likelihood of you breaking through to the divine concealment realm in this lifetime is less than 1 in 10,000. Should you consume this transcendent pill, your chances of achieving that breakthrough will diminish even further. Contemplate carefully whether you wish to take this transcendent pill. Upon hearing these words, Chun Xiong contemplated for a brief moment before arriving at a resolution. Brotherly, you are indeed correct. Given my aptitude in martial arts, the likelihood of reaching the divine concealment realm, let alone the extraordinary realm, in this lifetime is quite slim. Hence, I must seize this opportunity to easily ascend to the extraordinary realm. In response, Li Xian, with a serene countenance, remarked, since you have made your decision, take this. As he spoke, he placed the extraordinary pill into Chun Xiong's hands. Thank you, brotherly. Chun Xiong expressed his gratitude, his face illuminated with uncontainable excitement. Once you break through to the extraordinary realm, it will become increasingly difficult for those from the celestial path behind you to harm you, Li Xian said, patting Chun Xiong on the shoulder. Be cautious tonight. It is getting late, and I shall take my leave. With that, he exited the room alone. The following morning, in the main hall of the Chun residence, Chun Xiong and his family gathered around the dining table, where breakfast had been prepared. The steaming porridge and exquisite pastries exuded an enticing aroma. However, Li Xian had yet to arrive. Has the elder master not risen yet? Chun Xiong inquired of the servant sent to summon Li Xian, a hint of concern gracing his features. Reporting to you, my lord, the elder master will be here shortly. The servant replied. Just as the words left the servant's mouth, Li Xian entered the hall, offering an apologetic smile. I am sorry to have kept you waiting, he said, his demeanor calm, yet tinged with regret. Brotherly, there is no need for such formalities. It is only natural for a younger brother to wait for his elder. Chun Xiong quickly responded, rising to greet him with sincerity and warmth. Please have a seat. After personally offering Li Xian a chair, he turned to his third son. Chun Feng. Fenger, without your uncle's intervention, your life would have been lost. Do not hesitate to express your gratitude for his saving grace. His tone was serious, imbued with authority. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng immediately stood and respectfully bowed to Li Xian, saying, "Nephew expresses his gratitude to uncle for saving my life." His face radiated appreciation and reverence, his gaze sincere and clear. At that moment, the third concubine also rose, bowing to Li Xian. "Uncle, I apologize for my hasty words last night. I hope you can forgive a mere woman for her indiscretion." Her expression revealed a hint of remorse and a desire to placate, her voice soft and cautious. Li Xian smiled gently, waving his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. We are all family." His warm gaze and tolerant tone inspired goodwill. However, another young man at the table looked at Li Xian, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. Li Xian noticed this, but chose to disregard it, a testament to his formidable strength. Soon, the family began to partake in breakfast. "My lord, a group of individuals from the martial world has arrived outside, requesting to see you," the old doorkeeper suddenly reported after the meal. "Individuals from the martial world?" Upon hearing this, Chun Xiong's brow furrowed slightly as he thought to himself, could they be seeking revenge? A multitude of speculations surged within his heart, and his expression grew solemn. "Brotherly, please take a seat. I shall step outside for a moment," he said, rising to address Li Xian. "Go ahead." Li Xuan replied indifferently. Soon, Chun Xiong arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, where a throng of martial artists had gathered. Each individual was clad in distinctive attire. Some were men, others women. Some bore long swords upon their backs, while others wielded formidable broadswords, all exuding an air of remarkable prowess. They had all come in search of the legendary tomb of a martial arts master. "Gentlemen and ladies, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Qin residence?" Chun Xiong inquired with an unperturbed demeanor, surveying the assembly of martial artists before him. Chapter 12. Taking shelter at the Chun residence. Master Chun, we are disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Immortal Sword Sect, seeking to reside in your esteemed abode for a few days. We hope you will graciously accommodate us, proclaimed a middle-aged man, wielding a large sword, stepping forward with an air of arrogance that belied his ostensibly courteous words. "Esteemed warriors, I regret to inform you that my humble residence lacks the capacity to host such esteemed guests. I suggest you seek alternative lodgings," Chun Xiong replied calmly, bowing slightly to the assembly. "Master Chun, I am aware of your prowess as a blood exchange realm warrior. Yet such warriors are not uncommon within our Heavenly Sword Sect. Our sect leader and elders are all of extraordinary caliber," the middle-aged man retorted, his gaze fixed intently on Chun Xiong, imbued with a menacing undertone, his lips curling into a slight smirk, as if convinced that Chun Xiong would yield under the pressure. "Are you threatening me, sir?" Chun Xiong's expression darkened, and in an instant, the formidable aura of the extraordinary realm surged forth, bearing down upon the middle-aged man. The weight of this overwhelming force caused the man to stagger back, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Extraordinary realm," an elder observed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stepped forward, releasing his own formidable aura in response to Chun Xiong's. The two auras clashed, forcing both Chun Xiong and the elder to retreat 2 steps before regaining their composure. "I did not anticipate the presence of an extraordinary realm master in this humble Yulin town," the elder remarked, his expression a mixture of surprise and respect as he approached Chun Xiong, bowing courteously. "I am Song Wuzhong, the 5th elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect. I apologize for any offense caused by my disciples earlier and hope you can forgive us." "Your courtesy is appreciated, Elder Song," Chun Xiong replied, returning the gesture with a slight nod. "Master Chun, we, the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Immortal Sword Sect, have come in search of the ancient tomb of martial arts masters and require a few days' stay in Yulin Town. Unfortunately, all the inns are fully booked. I humbly request your assistance in granting us shelter for a short while. I, Song Wuzhong, can assure you that my disciples will not cause any disturbances during our stay," he continued earnestly, his tone imbued with humility. At that moment, a middle-aged woman stepped forward, bowing as well. "Master Chun, I am Gu Xia, the 6th elder of the Immortal Sword Sect. I too can guarantee that my disciples will not trouble your esteemed residence during our stay." Seeing their earnestness, Chun Xiong decided not to refuse outright, gesturing for them to enter. Elder Song, please, he said aloud, though apprehensions lingered in his mind. Yet, in the realm of martial arts, it is often wiser to cultivate friendships rather than enmities. Thank you, Master Chen. Both Song Wuzhong and Gu Xia beamed with gratitude, bowing deeply before ushering their disciples to follow Chen Xiong into the expansive courtyard of the Chen residence. Elder Song and Elder Gu. Shortly I shall introduce to you a person of significance. He is my elder brother, and I sincerely hope that none of your disciples will offend him. Chen Xiong spoke with a serious demeanor, his tone imbued with earnestness. This was only natural. In response, both Song Wuzhong and Gu Xia nodded slightly, their faces reflecting compliance, although their minds were already speculating about the identity and prowess of this elder brother. Chen Xiong himself was of extraordinary caliber. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that his brother possessed formidable abilities as well, warranting their cautious approach. The disciples trailing behind them also took Chen Xiong's words to heart, determined to discern the man's appearance to avoid any potential faux pas later. Brother Li, allow me to introduce you. These are Elder Song from the Heavenly Blade Sect and Elder Ge from the Immortal Sword Sect, along with their disciples. They require accommodation in my residence for a few days. Chen Xiong spoke earnestly, his tone laced with respect as he introduced Song Wuzhong and the others to Li Xian. The sight of Chen Xiong addressing an 18 or 19-year-old youth as brother left Song Wuzhong and the disciples from both sects in disbelief. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, faces etched with astonishment and confusion. Is this Chen Xiong perhaps out of his mind? One could not help but mutter softly. They did not doubt their own perception, but rather questioned Chen Xiong's sanity. Everyone exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in shared incredulity, except for one individual, Elder Gu Xia of the Immortal Sword Sect, who gazed at Li Xian with a look of shock, as though frozen in place. Internally, she pondered, is it truly him? Regaining her composure, she stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Li Xian, her voice quivering with excitement as she said, Elder Gu Xia of the Immortal Sword Sect pays her respects. Before she could finish her statement, Li Xian interrupted, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, You have seen me before? Astagfirullah. Senior, I have had the fortune of encountering you once, Gu Xia replied with utmost humility, her demeanor exceedingly respectful. Witnessing this scene, Song Wuzhong and the disciples were filled with astonishment, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Could it be that this youth was indeed a venerable figure? They found it hard to believe that the esteemed sixth elder of the Immortal Sword Sect would speak without reason. After all, Elder Gu Xia held a significant position within her sect and was known for her prudent nature. Someone capable of eliciting such respect must undoubtedly possess extraordinary qualities. Yet, Chen Xiong regarded this as a matter of course. He had always believed that his elder brother Li was a person of remarkable strength. After all, how else could he maintain his youthful appearance over 30 years? The ability to provide a pill that could elevate one beyond the extraordinary realm was not something to be taken lightly. Ah, so that is the case. Li Xian murmured to himself before addressing Chen Xiong. If you have matters to attend to, do not mind me. Brother Li, then I shall proceed to arrange accommodations for them, Chen Xiong said, bidding farewell to Li Xian before departing with Song Wuzhong and the others. Elder Ge, who exactly is this esteemed Li? On the road, Song Wuzhong could not help but lean towards Gu Xia, his curiosity piqued. His eyes were filled with urgency and confusion, and he spoke in a hushed tone, as if afraid of being overheard. Judging by the earlier reaction of Elder Li, it seemed he wished to keep his identity a secret. Gu Xia shook her head slightly and warned him, her expression growing exceedingly grave, her voice deepening, imbued with an air of mystery and tension. Observing her demeanor, Song Wuzhong's heart raced, and he leaned in closer, straining to listen. After a brief pause, Gu Xia continued, You must not offend this elder Li, otherwise there will be no one in the world who can save you. Upon hearing this, Song Wuzhong drew in a sharp breath, his astonishment intensifying. He began to speculate on the true identity of Li Xian. No one in the world can save me. Could it be that he is? As this possibility crossed his mind, Song Wuzhong felt a tremor run through his entire being. Chapter 13. The Framing of Li Xian 3 days later. In the dead of night. Elder Ge, save me. He attempted to assault me. In the courtyard, a female disciple of the immortal sword sect, disheveled and in disarray, rushed towards Guxia, tears streaming down her face like pearls scattered from a broken string. Her hair was in disarray, and her countenance bore the marks of terror and grievance, pointing accusingly at none other than Li Xian. Upon hearing her words, the other disciples of the immortal sword sect glared at Li Xian with indignation, their fists clenched, as if they were on the verge of rushing forward to confront him. Preposterous! Without hesitation, Guxia slapped the young woman, her voice ringing out sharply. Who has instigated you to wrongfully accuse Senior Li? At that moment, her heart was filled with panic and fear, trembling at the thought of Li Xian's potential wrath, fearing he might annihilate them all with a single strike. Li, I have been wronged. Why do you strike me? The young woman, incredulous, covered her reddened cheek, questioning in disbelief. Her eyes were wide with shock and confusion, tears pooling in her eyes, her voice trembling. Indeed, Master, it was clearly junior sister Lu who was wronged. How can you strike her? At that moment, another female disciple stepped forward, speaking out. This disciple was Zhou Riyun, a pupil of Guxia. How dare you? What manner of man is Senior Li, that he would stoop to wronging Lu Mei? Her voice was sharp and tremulous, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and trailing down her cheeks. Master, even if he is a senior figure, it does not guarantee his character is noble. Junior sister Lu Mei is so beautiful. If he were to be swayed by her charms, it is not beyond the realm of possibility, Zhou Riyun retorted, her tone imbued with stubbornness and defiance. Upon hearing this, Guxia felt an overwhelming urge to silence this rebellious disciple. What manner of man was Li Xian? What kind of woman could he not have? Among the four sovereigns, there were the likes of Guxi Shan, the princess of Nanli, and the enchanting female disciples of Cangsheng Mountain, each a vision of ethereal beauty. What could someone like Lu Mei, merely a flower painted with rouge, be compared to such celestial beings? Riyun, have I been too lenient with you, allowing you the audacity to speak so boldly before me today? Guxia's expression darkened, her face resembling a storm cloud, her eyes piercing like swords directed at Zhou Riyun, causing the latter to tremble, her lips quivering with indignation yet silenced by fear. Before long, Chun Xiong and Song Wuzhong of the Tiandao sect arrived. Brother Li, what is happening? Chun Xiong inquired with concern, looking at Li Xian. Nothing of consequence, merely a jest by two younger ones, Li Xian replied, his demeanor serene as still water, as if this were a trivial matter. Yet, a flicker of barely concealed annoyance glimmered in his slightly narrowed eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, directing a gentle inhalation towards a dark corner of the courtyard, where a young man concealed within was drawn forth as if caught by an invisible hand. This youth was none other than Chun Xiong's eldest son, Chun Hui. Chun Hui's face was etched with terror as he struggled helplessly in midair, but all his efforts were in vain. Ultimately, he found himself at Li Xian's feet. Everything that transpired tonight was a scheme concocted by the two of them. Chun Xiong, Guxia, by tomorrow morning, you must provide me with an explanation, or else I shall seek one myself. Li Xian's voice was as cold as frost, imbued with an air of chilling authority that sent shivers down the spine. As he spoke, his figure vanished before the eyes of the crowd, like a wraith, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Abomination! Chun Xiong kicked Chun Hui fiercely and bellowed. What on earth happened? Speak the truth at once. His voice thundered, reverberating through the courtyard as if it might shake the very foundations. Chun Xiong's eyes bulged, veins standing out on his forehead. His furious demeanor suggested he might rend Chun Hui to pieces. Father, I am wronged. Chun Hui cried out with a trembling voice, his face awash with indignation and fear. His eyes darted in panic, and his hands shook uncontrollably as he desperately grasped at Chun Xiong's clothing, seeking a shred of trust. Guxia turned her gaze sharply towards Lu Mei, demanding, Lu Mei, I have repeatedly emphasized that you must not offend elderly, yet you treated my words as mere whispers in the wind. Her eyes were sharp as blades, her tone laden with anger and disappointment. If you wish to perish, find a rope and end your own life. Why drag our Xianjian sect into this calamity? Her voice grew increasingly shrill, her wrath threatening to erupt. You now have an opportunity to recount the events of this night truthfully. Perhaps it may save your life. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei wailed, Elder Six, I am wronged. I speak the truth. That elderly indeed attempted to humiliate me, still spouting nonsense. I see you are obstinate as ever. Do not think that silence absolves you of guilt. If by tomorrow you cannot provide Elder Li with an explanation, you need not wait for his hand. I shall personally dispose of you, and upon returning to the sect, I will report to the sect leader and annihilate your entire Lu family. Gu Xiao's words fell like a death knell, turning Lu Mei's complexion as pale as a sheet. Her body trembled violently, lips quivering, eyes filled with dread and despair. Elder Six, spare me. I will speak. I will tell everything. It was all Chen Hui who compelled me. Lu Mei, her face drained of color, pointed tremblingly at Chen Hui. Her eyes brimmed with terror, her voice quaking as if she might collapse at any moment. Are you a mere puppet, doing as others bid you? Gu Xia, her face flushed with anger, glared at her with disappointment. He promised that if I helped him drive away Elder Li, he would take me as his wife, and that after the Elder Chen's passing, the entire Chen family would belong to us. Lu Mei stammered, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. How dare you, you vile wretch, to tarnish my name? I shall have your blood. Chen Hui glared with wide eyes, his expression contorted with rage, resembling a frenzied beast poised to pounce upon El Mei. You wretched creature, you long for my demise, hoping to inherit the Chen family's fortune, do you? Chen Xiong, unable to contain his fury, delivered a forceful kick that sent Chen Hui sprawling to the ground. His chest heaved violently, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed with indignation. Now tell me, what connection does your desire to inherit the Chen family estate have with Brother Li? Why would you seek to frame him? Do you truly fear that he covets our family's paltry possessions? Chen Xiong's eyes blazed with intensity, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, leaving the assembled crowd in a state of stunned silence. Chapter 14. The ancient tomb. Elder before him stood an ancient tomb, shrouded in an air of mystery, which seemed to be the very tomb that had recently stirred whispers throughout Wangxian County. Li Xian gazed at the enigmatic structure, murmuring to himself. After departing from the side courtyard, he did not return to his dwelling, but instead followed a spectral entity to a secluded and eerie gorge near Yulin Town. It was this very apparition that had lured him into the side courtyard moments prior. Now, upon entering the ancient tomb, the ghostly figure dissipated like mist. It appeared that the practitioner of the immortal path resided within this tomb. Li Xian pondered the relationship between Chen Hui and this enigmatic figure. Approaching the grand entrance of the tomb, he extended his hand, intending to probe its defenses, only to be repelled by a sudden surge of energy. Clearly, this tomb was far more than the mere resting place of a martial arts master, as rumored. He sensed an ethereal presence in the energy, one that was extraordinarily potent, possibly reaching the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm, akin to the zenith of martial prowess known as the divine concealment stage. Could it be that the immortal within the tomb was a master of the Qi transformation realm? Yet, if that were the case, why would they resort to such convoluted means to harm Chen Xiong? A being of such caliber would not need to employ such trifling tactics against a mere novice at the blood exchange stage, leaving Li Xian in a state of perplexity. Inside the tomb, the dim light revealed an elderly figure garbed in a black robe, seated cross-legged upon a stone dais. His emaciated frame was enveloped in darkness, entwined with a dense, ominous aura, resembling a demon from the abyss. Fools! To be ensnared by a spell and still dare to enter my tomb. What use are you to me? The black-robed elder's countenance was grim, his eyes glinting with a sinister glow. He raised a finger, its dry and brittle appearance akin to a withered twig, and unleashed a spectral flame that shot forth like a venomous serpent. This eerie, emerald flame danced as if alive, swiftly enveloping the spectral entity within its grasp. The ghostly figure writhed in agony, the blue flames leaping violently upon its form, emitting a harrowing wail that echoed through the tomb, reminiscent of a banshee's lament, sending chills down one's spine. The apparition struggled desperately, seeking to escape the terrifying flames, yet all efforts were in vain. Its body twisted and dissipated in the fire until it was reduced to a wisp of black smoke. To so easily shatter my spell and stealthily cast another upon the ghostly servant. Clearly, the individual from the Chun family possesses an immortal cultivation that surpasses my own. Likely having reached the Qi transformation stage, the black-robed elder mused, his brow furrowing in concern. Yet soon, a malevolent glint returned to his eyes. But so what? Should you dare to venture into this tomb, I shall ensure your demise is without a trace. Clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles widening, the dark aura surrounding him grew ever more intense. Outside the ancient tomb, Li Xian chose not to enter, but rather soared back to the Chen residence. The following morning, gentle sunlight bathed the small courtyard where Li Xian resided, casting a delicate golden hue upon it. Brotherly, I have brought this wayward child to offer my apologies, Chun Xiong said, his face etched with remorse as he addressed Li Xian respectfully. His eyes were filled with sincerity and self-reproach, and his voice resonated with profound regret. Suddenly, he whirled around and bellowed at Chun Hui behind him. You wretched child, kneel and apologize to your uncle at once. His thunderous command fell like a bolt from the blue, causing Chun Hui to tremble, his legs giving way as he immediately knelt down. You too, kneel before Senior Li as well, commanded Guxia, her expression stern as she turned to Lu Mei and Zhou Run. Her gaze was icy, sending chills down their spines. Upon seeing this, Lu Mei hastily knelt, her face pale, hands trembling, her entire being quaking like a leaf in the wind. Zhou Run, however, wore a look of grievance. Her brow furrowed, biting her lip as she reluctantly descended to her knees, her eyes betraying a hint of defiance and stubbornness. Why is she kneeling? Did she partake in this matter as well? Li Xian inquired, casting a glance at Zhou Ruyun, his tone neutral yet tinged with skepticism. Esteemed Senior Li, though this rebellious disciple did not partake in the incident, she did offend you last night, and ought to offer her apologies, Gu Xia replied. Her hands clasped in respect as she slightly bowed, her tone humble. She spoke no falsehood last night. There is no need for her to apologize. Let her rise. Li Xian responded dismissively, unaccustomed to quarreling over trivial matters with a mere girl. Thank you, Senior Li. Gu Xia expressed her gratitude with a formal gesture, her movements earnest and devout. She then kicked Zhou Ruyun lightly, saying, Ruyun, Senior Li possesses a magnanimous heart and does not hold your folly against you. Hurry and express your gratitude for his clemency. Her eyes were filled with urgency and admonition. In response, Zhou Ruyun quickly stood up and bowed to Li Xian, saying, Ruyun is deeply grateful to Senior Li for forgiving my transgressions. At that moment, her demeanor was exceedingly sincere, her once haughty eyes now devoid of arrogance and recklessness, replaced instead with profound guilt and appreciation. Within her heart, a flicker of admiration for Li Xian ignited. A figure so powerful yet magnanimous could truly be regarded as a venerable master. As for the two of you, Li Xian's gaze shifted to Chen Hui and Lu Mei. Speak and explain why you sought to frame me. Hearing this, Chen Hui promptly confessed with sincerity, Uncle, this is all my doing. His voice trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face painted with regret. I sought to contend for the inheritance of the Chun family, but you favored Feng Di so highly, and my father held you in such high esteem. If you support Feng Di's claim to the Chun family, I shall have no chance whatsoever. It was with a rather misguided notion that I sought to drive you away, dear uncle. I acknowledge my error and humbly beseech your forgiveness. Upon uttering these words, he bowed thrice before Li Xian, the sound of his forehead meeting the ground resonating through the solemn atmosphere with startling clarity. Is this truly the case? Li Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression grave and heavy, instilling a sense of dread within those present. His gaze pierced through Chen Hui like two icy rays, as if attempting to unearth his very soul. Chen Hui, feeling the weight of Li Xian's stare, experienced a fleeting moment of panic. However, he swiftly composed himself and, with utmost sincerity, declared, Heaven and earth bear witness, I would never dare to deceive you, uncle. Enough, you may return, Li Xian responded, shaking his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Internally, he mused, "It is difficult to counsel the irredeemable. I had intended to spare you for Chun Xiong's sake, but it seems such mercy is now unwarranted." Hearing this, Chun Xiong, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Brotherly, how shall we deal with the two of them?" His eyes reflected a hint of confusion, seeking a definitive directive from Li Xian. "Dispose of them as you see fit," Li Xian replied coolly before turning to retreat indoors. Observing this, Chun Xiong and Gu Xia exchanged glances, then proceeded to escort Hui, Zhou Yun, and LV Mei away. Chapter 15. The gift of Chun Yun Yao. Half a day later, within the Qin residence at Li Xian's quarters, a 15-year-old maiden bowed respectfully before him. The young girl, possessing a graceful figure and exquisite beauty, radiated an aura of intelligence and elegance. "Yun Yao, there is no need for such formalities." Li Xian gently raised his hand, signaling her to rise, his face adorned with a warm smile as he inquired, "What brings you to me?" Her name was Chun Yun Yao, one of the many offspring of Chun Xiong. Among his children, her character stood out as the finest, earning her Li Xian's highest regard. "Uncle, Yun Yao wishes to ask you for a favor." Suddenly, Chun Yun Yao knelt before him, her clear eyes glimmering with determination as she clutched her skirt tightly, as though she had resolved to undertake a significant decision. Li Xian did not dismiss her. Instead, he spoke in a soothing tone, "Yun Yao, please rise and speak." His voice had an inexplicable calming effect, gently reaching Chun Yun Yao's ears. With a subtle sweep of his sleeve, a gentle force, akin to invisible hands, lifted her, steadying her as she stood. "Uncle, I wish to request your assistance in annulling a marriage proposal." Chun Yun Yao gazed at Li Xian, her eyes reflecting both resolve and a plea for his support. "Please elaborate." Li Xian's demeanor remained serene. He did not immediately acquiesce, but encouraged her to explain the circumstances surrounding the matter. In response, Chun Yun Yao did not hold back. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning courage, she began, "Uncle, this marriage was arranged by my father. The suitor is the second son of the Shun family from Wangxian City, Shenxing. However, I have never laid eyes upon this Shenxing." Her voice trembled slightly, imbued with a sense of injustice and reluctance. "I only know that this union was orchestrated for the sake of family interests, and I feel like a mere pawn, manipulated at will." A shadow clouded her once bright eyes. "Uncle, I do not wish to marry so young, nor do I desire to wed someone I have never met. Yet, I find myself devoid of choices." Her voice grew more choked with emotion, tears welling in her eyes, yet refusing to fall. "I refuse to accept that my fate should be dictated in such a manner. I have my own dreams and aspirations." Chun Yun Yao bit her lip, her hands unconsciously gripping the hem of her garment. "Initially, I resigned myself to this fate, but your appearance has illuminated a glimmer of hope for resistance." Li Xian's enigmatic identity and formidable strength, coupled with his expansive heart, earned him immense respect from her father. She believed that if he were to advocate on her behalf, her father would surely listen. She lifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze with expectation and trust, as if Li Xian were the solitary beacon of light in her dark existence. "You speak of dreams and aspirations. Pray tell, what dreams do you hold?" Li Xian raised an eyebrow, inquiring softly. Chun Yun Yao gently bit her lower lip, raising her eyes to cast a shy yet resolute glance at Li Xian. Then, with unwavering honesty, she replied, "Uncle, Yun Yao wishes to practice martial arts and become a formidable warrior like you." Although her voice was soft, it resonated with an undeniable determination and yearning. Upon hearing this, Li Xian nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flickering in his gaze as he slowly remarked, "Come closer, let me assess your martial aptitude." At this, Chun Yun Yao's eyes sparkled with surprise and anticipation. She stepped forward with a light and determined stride. Li Xian extended his left hand to lift her arm, while his right hand, with 2 fingers, traced a path from her wrist to her shoulder. Where his fingertips passed, it felt as if a current coursed through her, causing Chun Yun Yao's body to quiver slightly. Her eyes reflected a blend of shyness and apprehension. She lowered her head slightly, her long lashes fluttering rapidly as she attempted to mask the flurry of emotions within her heart, akin to a startled fawn. She felt both bashful from Li Xian's touch and anxious about her unknown martial talent, fearing that her average aptitude might preclude her from ever transcending the ordinary realm. Li Xian, after releasing her arm, shook his head gently, his voice subdued yet resonant, striking Chen Yunyao's heart like a heavy hammer. Instantly, a profound sense of disappointment washed over her, her once bright eyes dimming, losing their previous vivacity. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wished to voice something, yet words failed her, caught in her throat. It was as though she had plummeted from the heights of elation into the depths of despair. Observing her desolation, Li Xian felt a flicker of sympathy but recognized that he could not alter the immutable truth of innate talent. Just as he contemplated moving past the matter, a sudden thought sparked in his mind. He retrieved a circular stone plate from his Qingquan bag. This ancient and enigmatic disc, adorned with glowing runes along its edge, was known as the Spirit Testing Plate, capable of revealing a person's celestial aptitude. Yunyao, place your palm upon this plate and give it a try, Li Xian instructed. His tone softened in an attempt to provide encouragement and solace, his gaze imbued with a subtle hint of hope. Uncle, what is this? Chen Yunyao asked, striving to compose her spirits, curiosity mingling with her lingering despondency. Do not concern yourself with its nature just yet, Li Xian replied, shaking his head gently, mindful of the potential for further disappointment. If her celestial aptitude were also lacking, it would surely add to her woes. Heeding his words, Chen Yunyao remained silent and obediently placed her hand upon the stone plate. Subsequently, Li Xian swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations to activate the runes inscribed on the testing stone. In an instant, the plate illuminated with a resplendent blue glow. Water Spirit Bone, superior grade. As the 5 words gradually emerged from the azure light, Li Xian initially stood taken aback. A flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes, a blend of surprise and a hint of disbelief. The corners of his mouth slightly curved upward, revealing a smile of contentment upon his face. The pursuit of the celestial path necessitates the possession of spiritual bones. Beyond the commonly known elemental bones of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there exists a myriad of extraordinary spiritual bones. The classification of these spiritual bones is categorized into 4 tiers: inferior, average, superior, and exquisite. Those with inferior spiritual bones experience a sluggish pace in their cultivation, often finding the journey along the celestial path fraught with challenges. Those endowed with average spiritual bones possess decent aptitude, with the guidance of a capable mentor and their own diligent efforts. They can secure a foothold within the realm of cultivation. Superior spiritual bones signify a rare talent amongst thousands. Their sensitivity to spiritual energy is acute, enabling them to cultivate at an accelerated rate, often achieving remarkable feats within a brief span. As for those with exquisite spiritual bones, they are an exceedingly rare breed, and their emergence within the cultivation world inevitably stirs tumultuous waves. This knowledge was gleaned from an ancient tome on the celestial path during his travels in the South Sea. Yunyao, while your martial talent may be average, your aptitude for the celestial path is exceptional, Li Xian remarked with a smile directed at Chen Yunyao. Celestial path, aptitude? Chen Yunyao echoed, her expression one of utter bewilderment, her eyes wide with confusion and uncertainty. It was the first time she had encountered the term celestial path. Uncle, what is the celestial path? Chapter 16. Entering the ancient tomb, the path of celestial cultivation. Known as Xian Dao, hails from the ancient era but has since waned in prominence. Li Xian turned his gaze toward Chen Yunyao and began to explain slowly. However, given your innate talent for Xian Dao, with diligent effort, it is quite feasible for you to advance to the second stage of Xian Dao, refining qi into spirit. Li Xian's eyes held a glimmer of encouragement and expectation as he regarded Chen Yunyao. At this stage, a practitioner of Xian Dao would be able to rival the martial prowess of those in the divine concealment realm. Upon hearing the term divine concealment, Chen Yunyao could not conceal her excitement. The divine concealment realm was the highest tier of martial arts known to her, and now the prospect of reaching it seemed within her grasp. How could she not be elated? Her lips trembled slightly, her voice tinged with both excitement and trepidation as she asked, "Uncle, is that true? Do I truly have a chance to attain that realm?" Her gaze was fixed intently on Li Xian, as if seeking affirmation within his eyes. "As long as you are willing to put in the effort, there is hope," Li Xian affirmed with a slight nod. Upon hearing his encouraging response, Xuanhuan Yao could no longer contain her exhilaration. She knelt once more before Li Xian, her tone sincere and resolute. "Please, uncle, teach me. From this day forth, I will face any challenge you set before me, without hesitation." Her voice rang clear and resolute, filled with determination and conviction. The ancient Xian Dao was a concept she had never even heard of before. In this world, aside from her enigmatic uncle, she could think of no one else capable of imparting the secrets of Xian Dao cultivation. In response, Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "What need do I have for you to plunge into boiling water? You should read fewer of those sensational novels." His tone, laced with jest, shattered the previously serious atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan Yao felt as if her secret had been exposed, her face flushing with embarrassment, the delicate hue of her cheeks deepening to a rosy glow. "Uncle, what must I do to learn the ancient Xian Dao cultivation methods from you?" She lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a blend of shyness and an intense yearning for cultivation. "I can teach you the methods of Xian Dao, but you must join my mountain sect and pledge not to betray it," Li Xian replied in a matter-of-fact tone, as though discussing an ordinary matter. "Uncle, I am willing to join your mountain sect. Should I betray it, may the heavens strike me down." Xuanhuan Yao immediately raised her right hand, vowing with unwavering resolve. "Whether one betrays or not depends entirely on one's heart," Li Xian said, regarding Xuanhuan Yao with a measured gaze. "Now, please rise. As for your marriage arrangements, I shall speak with your father." "Thank you, uncle." Xuanhuan Yao's face blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to the first flowers of spring, reflecting a mix of joy and deep gratitude towards Li Xian. After bowing deeply to him, she finally stood up. 2 days later, "Yin Yao, let us be on our way." Li Xian, clad in azure robes, stood tall and dignified, his gaze gentle as he looked at the graceful Xuanhuan Yao beside him. In recent days, he has successfully negotiated with Chun Xiong to annul the engagement between Xuanhuan Yao and the young master of the Shun family from Wangxian City. To ensure the matter proceeds without a hitch, he decided to accompany Xuanhuan Yao in person. "Very well, uncle." Dressed in a delicate blue gown that fluttered gracefully around her, Xuanhuan Yao glanced back at the Chun residence before following Li Xian. However, they had barely ventured far when a throng of martial artists surged forth from Yulin town. "Hurry! The ancient tomb of the martial arts master has emerged. If we tarry, the treasures will be snatched away." A voice erupted from the crowd, igniting a fervor among the masses. They hastened their steps, racing toward a particular direction, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. "Yin Yao, our trip to Wangxian City may be delayed. You should return to the Qin residence. I will investigate," Li Xian instructed Xuanhuan Yao before joining the throng of martial artists. His figure darted through the crowd like a specter, seamlessly merging with the surging masses. "Be careful, uncle," Xuanhuan Yao called after him, watching his retreating silhouette before obediently turning to make her way back to the Qin residence. Soon, Li Xian and the martial artists arrived at a canyon near Yulin town. Towering peaks loomed on either side, their steep cliffs appearing as if cleaved by a colossal axe, straight and perilous. A thin veil of mist enveloped the canyon floor, imparting an air of mystery and foreboding. An ancient tomb stood prominently before the gathered crowd, its exterior rustic and time-worn, the grand stone door etched with the marks of ages. He had visited this place before, though at that time, the tomb had been concealed within a formation, invisible to the untrained eye. Now, for reasons unknown, the formation had dissipated, leaving the enigmatic tomb laid bare before all. At this moment, the martial artists gazed at the tomb, their eyes brimming with avarice and longing, as if it harbored boundless treasures and unparalleled tomes capable of propelling them to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Li Xian remained quietly amidst the crowd, pondering why the immortal practitioner within the tomb had chosen to unveil it so suddenly. Senior Li, Germani Xia, Spoting Li Xuan, approached him with the disciples of the immortal sword sect and respectfully bowed. After acknowledging her with a slight nod, Li Xian cautioned, "This tomb is fraught with peril. It would be wise for you not to enter." Upon hearing this, Gu Xia's heart grew wary, her gaze scrutinizing the tomb. Her brow furrowed slightly as she contemplated the weight of Li Xian's words. "Seniorly, are you suggesting that entering this tomb could cost us our lives?" Ye Xia Kurit, her eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and inquiry. "I cannot say," Li Xian replied, his tone as calm and unperturbed as a tranquil well. "I am merely offering a word of caution. Whether you heed it is entirely up to you." As he spoke, the martial artists surrounding the tomb heedlessly surged toward it, disregarding all warnings. A group of extraordinary warriors united their strength to breach the formidable tomb door of the ancient mausoleum. Upon successfully opening the entrance, they exchanged knowing glances, refraining from rushing inside immediately. Their expressions were grave, and their eyes, filled with vigilance, remained fixated on the shadowy depths within, as if wary of unseen perils. "Esteemed colleagues, the tomb door has been breached. Those wishing to enter may proceed," one of the extraordinary warriors announced, turning to address the eager throng behind him. Upon hearing these words, the once fervent flames of eagerness and avarice in the eyes of some warriors began to wane, replaced by hesitation. Their gazes flickered uncertainly as they weighed the advantages and disadvantages in their minds. "They intend to use us as test subjects," a voice murmured softly, laced with discontent and caution. The words were spoken in hushed tones, as if fearing the extraordinary warriors might overhear, yet in the stillness, they resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Upon hearing this, the other warriors too grew hesitant, none daring to step forward. What is there to fear? The bold thrive, while the timid perish. If you are afraid, then you should not seek the ancient tomb. Since none of you wish to enter, I shall go forth," proclaimed a burly warrior, his face adorned with a thick beard, his eyes ablaze with madness and resolve. With that, he strode boldly towards the mausoleum. His declaration ignited a fervor among the assembled warriors, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. The undercurrents of greed surged once more, overwhelming their recently regained reason, compelling them to rush into the ancient tomb in a frenzied stampede. In that moment, they resembled wild beasts driven by desire, having forsaken both rationality and composure. Chapter 17. Within the ancient tomb master, shall we proceed inside? At the sight of the looming stone door, Zhou Riyun cast a glance at Gu Xia, her eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. "Let's observe first," Gu Xia replied. Her brow furrowed as her gaze remained fixated on the imposing ancient stone door, her expression imbued with caution and contemplation. Li Xian, standing silently nearby, also regarded the scene, pondering the true intentions of the celestial practitioner. Upon entering the tomb, the group of warriors found themselves in a narrow, elongated passageway. The darkness enveloped them like a tidal wave, a chilling dread surging from their feet to the crown of their heads. Suddenly, someone ignited a firebrand, its flickering flame quivering in the abyss as if it might extinguish at any moment. The passageway was immediately illuminated by this feeble glow. Guided by this dim light, the warriors cautiously traversed the narrow corridor, each step laden with fear and uncertainty. At last, they arrived in a more spacious chamber. The warrior holding the firebrand scanned the surroundings and discovered several oil lamps affixed to the stone walls, which he promptly lit. Instantly, the space was aglow, revealing a colossal ancient stone door before them. This door stood tall and formidable, instilling within them a mixture of apprehension and anticipation as they contemplated the secrets and dangers that lay beyond. "It seems there are no immediate threats. We should proceed," remarked one of the extraordinary warriors outside the tomb. After waiting a moment without sensing any peril from within, their apprehension eased significantly. They exchanged glances, their earlier caution now supplanted by avarice. One of the extraordinary warriors clenched his fists, his brow slightly unfurling as he declared, "In my view, this tomb may not be as fearsome as we imagined. We must seize this opportunity." Another extraordinary warrior nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, Fortune favors the bold. Having breached this tomb's entrance, we cannot return empty-handed. Resolute, the extraordinary warriors stepped forward into the ancient tomb, followed closely by their disciples. Observing this, Guxia felt a sense of urgency. She did not wish to miss this chance, yet she also sought to protect her students from danger. Thus, she instructed Xuanhuan Xuan, you and the others wait outside. I shall enter alone to investigate. Master, Xuanhuan wished to voice her concerns, but Guxia raised her hand to silence her, stating firmly, no further discussion. This is my decision. With that, she strode into the depths of the tomb. Before long, the extraordinary warriors and Guxia stood before the immense stone door. Elder Gu, you've arrived. I thought you would not enter, greeted an elderly extraordinary warrior with a smile. He was Elder Song from the Tiandao sect. Fortune favors the bold, Guxia replied with a knowing smile, offering no further explanation. Then let us together breach this stone door, Elder Song proposed, equally cheerful. Agreed. Guxian did not refuse. Soon after, several extraordinary warriors joined forces to shatter the massive and formidable stone door. With a thunderous crash, the door collapsed, revealing an immensely spacious yet eerily imposing palace before all. Witnessing this, the warriors surged heedlessly into the palace, while the extraordinary beings merely observed in silence. At the heart of the palace stood a colossal coffin, resembling a weighty mountain, silently erect in its grandeur. The material of the coffin appeared ancient and enigmatic, emanating a chilling luminescence, as if carved from millennia-old jade. Its surface was adorned with intricate and bizarre patterns, featuring clawed beasts and inscrutable runes. The unparalleled divine weapon and formidable techniques must be within that coffin. Let us unite to open it, proclaimed one warrior, his eyes wide with avarice and urgency, his voice resonating through the vast ancient tomb, imbued with a near-manic obsession. As he spoke, he flexed his arms eagerly, striding purposefully towards the coffin. The other warriors, too, glimmered with fervor in their eyes, following suit to the massive casket. As the coffin was pried open, a wave of rancid air surged forth, overwhelming and nauseating. Within lay an ancient corpse, its withered skin clinging tightly to skeletal remains. Beside the corpse lay several divine weapons and tomes of unparalleled techniques. At the sight, the warriors immediately descended into a frenzy, the scene erupting into chaos. They resembled frenzied beasts, their desires igniting into an uncontrollable blaze. Their eyes, filled with madness and greed, lunged like starving wolves towards the treasures within the coffin. The divine weapon is mine, bellowed a burly warrior, his eyes bulging, sinewy arms straining as he clutched a gleaming divine weapon, unwilling to relent. His face contorted in a mask of extreme longing. The split heaven sword technique, haha, I have obtained the supreme technique. Cried a gaunt man, raising a yellowed scroll high, laughing maniacally, his cackle piercing through the tumultuous chaos. The unparalleled technique is mine. Another warrior roared, lunging at him, hands clawing like an eagle's talons to seize the scroll. Those who failed to acquire the divine weapons and techniques turned their blades upon one another. The divine weapon is mine. In an instant, cries of slaughter and screams of anguish filled the air, blood splattering and staining the cold ground. Observing the warriors grappling for the divine weapons and techniques, the extraordinary beings outside the stone door refrained from intervening. They appear to be quite accustomed to such scenes. At that moment, Li Xian slowly entered the tomb passage, arriving at the shattered stone door. Watching the tumultuous clash among the warriors within the palace, his demeanor mirrored that of the extraordinary beings, calm and inscrutable, as if the bloody struggle bore no relevance to him. He understood well that those blinded by greed could not be dissuaded. Perhaps when you attempt to dissuade him, he may perceive your intentions as a desire to claim those treasures for yourself, thereby turning his blade upon you. Senior Li, upon the arrival of Li Xian, Guxia once again offered a slight bow in respect. Elder Song mirrored this gesture, addressing him similarly as Senior Li. Witnessing this scene, the other three extraordinary martial artists were filled with curiosity. Who is this young man that both Song Wuzhong of the Tiandao sect and Guxia of the Xianjian sect address him as a senior. After acknowledging the two with a subtle nod, Li Xian activated the art of dispelling illusions. With clarity restored and the shadows of ambiguity lifted, he invoked his divine sight to penetrate the depths of the netherworld. Under the influence of this art, the interior of the ancient tomb transformed instantaneously. Before him, it no longer resembled a mere tomb, but rather appeared as a dwelling of ancient celestial practitioners. During his travels in the South Sea, he had encountered such abodes on multiple occasions, gaining numerous opportunities from them. Within this dwelling, spiritual energy swirled, manifesting as a tangible mist gently flowing through the air. However, within this flowing essence, there mingled a thread of dark and sinister energy. This malevolent aura moved like ghostly shadows, silently weaving through the spiritual currents. Furthermore, within this enigmatic space, there coursed a long stream of crimson energy, resembling a sinuous, twisting serpent, ominous and eerie. The source of this blood-red flow emanated from the fallen warriors, whose lifeblood seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, continuously converging into this sanguine stream. Ultimately, the destination of this blood-red stream led to a hidden chamber within the dwelling. Chapter 18. Breaking the wind-killing array, the celestial cultivator should be within. Li Xian gazed at the chamber before him and stepped into the cave dwelling. To Gu Xia and Song Wuzhong, it appeared as if he had entered an ominous palace. Within the palace, a multitude of warriors, their minds clouded by desire and bloodlust, had descended into madness. One warrior, mistaking Li Xian for a rival vying for divine weapons and techniques, charged at him recklessly, his eyes bloodshot and face contorted with rage. He brandished a massive blade, its edge glinting ominously in the dim light, accompanied by a fierce wind as it swung towards Li Xian with tremendous force. In the face of the descending blade, Li Xian remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm, not even fluttering an eyelid. He merely took a step forward, unleashing a surge of formidable energy that sent the assailant hurtling away. This scene failed to awaken the other warriors, who remained enraptured in their frenzied scramble for power, as if the world had been reduced to nothing but the divine weapons and techniques before them. As Li Xian pressed onward, more warriors launched themselves at him in a reckless frenzy. Yet, all met the same fate. As they approached him, they were mercilessly repelled by the potent force emanating from him. Some tumbled like kites severed from their strings, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Others collided violently with the hard walls, their bones shattering as they emitted anguished cries. Is Elder Song's companion a master of the divine concealment realm? The other three extraordinary realm warriors outside the stone door exchanged astonished glances upon witnessing the spectacle, their expressions rife with disbelief. I am uncertain. Perhaps you should inquire with Elder Go, as she is more acquainted with this esteemed individual. Song Wuzhong responded with a slight shake of his head, casting a glance towards Gu Xia. In response, the three extraordinary realm warriors turned their gazes towards Gu Xia. Please do not look to me. I dare not speculate on the affairs of a master of the divine concealment realm, Gu Xia cautioned, her expression betraying her wariness. Li Xian's demeanor clearly indicated a desire to conceal his identity from outsiders, and she would not be foolish enough to divulge his true status. As they conversed, Li Xian's figure within the palace suddenly vanished. In that instant, it was as though he had never existed there at all, without a trace or sound. What just happened? Song Wuzhong, Gu Xia, and the others were taken aback, hastily entering the palace to search for Li Xian. However, after several laps around the palace, they found no sign of him. Where could that esteemed individual have gone? They stood at the spot where Li Xian had disappeared, exchanging bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion and disbelief, searching each other's eyes for answers. Li Xian had not truly vanished. He had merely stepped out of the illusionary array. The elder in the black robe within the chamber, witnessing Li Xian's effortless exit from the illusion, could not help but exhibit a flicker of astonishment in his sunken, wrinkled eyes. Indeed, a formidable being who has ascended to the second step of the immortal path, effortlessly shattering my illusionary array. The old man in the black robe murmured to himself, a flicker of trepidation passing through his murky eyes. This fleeting apprehension quickly dissipated replaced by a renewed confidence. If I were outside, I could not contend with you. Yet you have chosen to venture in and seek your demise. A glint of malice appeared in the old man's gaze. Subsequently, he activated the first of the deadly formations within the cave. This cave had been fortuitously discovered by the black-robed elder over 60 years ago. After decades of meticulous study, he had nearly unraveled the mysteries of this sanctuary. It was likely the legacy of a consummate immortal adept in the art of chi refinement and spirit transformation. Within this cave, there existed 3 formidable killing formations. Their combined might sufficient to annihilate even the most accomplished immortal. This was his greatest reliance, the very source of his confidence. Thus, he believed wholeheartedly that he could eradicate Li Xian. He was certain that in the face of such a powerful killing array, even if Li Xian had stepped into the second step of the immortal path, he would not escape death. As the old man unleashed the first killing formation, the scene before Li Xian shifted dramatically. In that moment, he found himself engulfed in a chaotic tempest. The howling winds roared like countless enraged beasts, their cacophony deafening. Everywhere his gaze fell, there was a whirlwind of flying sand and stones. The fierce winds churned the debris into spiraling columns of yellowish gray, obscuring the sky and sun. These tornadoes spun at breakneck speed, distorting the very fabric of space in their wake. The violent gusts sliced through everything around them like razor-sharp blades. The ground was carved into deep ravines, and rocks were reduced to dust in the tempest. At the eye of the storm, an even more powerful vortex raged. The entire scene was suffused with an aura of ferocity and destruction, instilling a profound sense of dread, as if the slightest misstep would lead to being utterly consumed by the wrathful wind, vanishing without a trace. A blade of wind lashed out, and Li Xian deftly sidestepped, feeling the wind's edge graze his face. A wind attribute killing formation. The calm and composed expression on Li Xian's face shifted to one of caution. This was no mere illusionary array. At this moment, his dispelling technique would be of little use. To escape, he must dismantle this killing formation. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the patterns of the wind array, yet found no apparent weakness. Let us test your might, he thought, as a tranquil demeanor returned to his features. Drawing forth the peachwood sword from his back, he awaited the opportune moment, then darted toward the vulnerable point of the wind array. However, the formation seemed to sense his intent, and the winds surged with renewed ferocity, conjuring additional tornadoes that swept toward him. Unfazed, Li Xian swung his sword, unleashing a sharp blade of sword energy aimed at the approaching tornado. The clash between the sword energy and the whirlwind erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the sound reverberating as if the very heavens were on the brink of collapse. The surrounding space trembled, rippling under the immense force of the energy collision. Amidst this fierce confrontation, Li Xian gradually attuned himself to the rhythm of the wind array, his form moving like a specter, gliding effortlessly through the tempest. The eye of a storm must lie at the very heart of the tempest. Ultimately, Li Xian surmised that the focal point of the wind formation resided within the core of the storm. Subsequently, he retreated to the periphery of the wind array. After a meticulous observation, he charged directly toward the center of the tempest with his sword drawn. With a single thrust, a formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted, obliterating the core of the wind formation. The fierce gales dissipated instantaneously, and the array was dismantled. How could this be? The formation was shattered in such a brief span of time. The elder in the secluded chamber gazed upon Li Xian's effortless dismantling of the initial lethal array, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He widened his gaze, nearly dislodging his eyeballs from their sockets, his wrinkled visage etched with astonishment and trepidation. Chapter 19. Unsealing the Celestial Realm's Cultivation. The fiery killing array after dismantling the wind attribute formation. The scene before Li Xian shifted once again. Before him lay a vast inferno, flames surging and dancing like countless ferocious fire dragons in wild abandon. The fire soared skyward, reaching dozens of feet high, staining the heavens in a deep crimson hue. The ground was awash with bubbling, molten lava, emitting a cacophony of sizzling sounds. The surrounding air seemed to ignite, waves of heat crashing upon him, as if he were ensconced within a blazing furnace. At the heart of the formation stood a colossal fiery peak, from which pillars of flame erupted, piercing the clouds. These fiery columns intertwined, forming a dense web of fire, leaving no avenue for escape. Armed with the experience of dismantling the wind array, Li Xian dispelled the fire array with even greater speed, accomplishing the task in a mere quarter of an hour. In the next instant, he found himself ensnared within the water attribute killing array. This is impossible. The black-robed elder, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of madness wash over him, akin to a beast that had broken free from its constraints. His once gaunt and sunken visage twisted into a grotesque snarl. In response, he unleashed his ultimate technique. With a series of intricate hand seals, the wind and fire-killing arrays that Li Xian had just dismantled were instantly restored. These two formidable arrays merged seamlessly with the water attribute killing array. In this chaotic amalgamation of wind, fire, and water, flames, gales, and deluges collided and fused, conjuring a nightmarish tableau. The very fabric of space contorted as forces clashed, evoking a sense of impending doom that enveloped all in a shroud of despair and terror. Even Li Xian felt a fleeting pang of danger. Faced with the relentless onslaught of flames, gales, and torrents, Li Xian reacted with trepidation. As he evaded the attacks, he wielded his peach-wood sword to sever the encroaching flames, winds, and floods. Suddenly, a towering inferno collided with a surging deluge, unleashing a cataclysmic force akin to a world-shattering explosion. The overwhelming energy surged forth, resembling a star erupting in the cosmos, radiating blinding light. In a moment of distraction, Li Xian was caught off guard, hurled away by this overwhelming power. His body flew through the air like a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc before crashing heavily into the fiery abyss. Had it not been for the protective layer of spiritual energy surrounding him, he would have suffered grievous injuries. Within the confines of the chamber, the black-robed elder beheld this spectacle with a deranged grin, his smile twisted and sinister, reminiscent of a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. "No matter your strength, death is inescapable," he cackled, his voice sharp and jarring, brimming with madness and arrogance. His eyes narrowed into slits, glinting with a venomous light, as if he had already foreseen Li Xian's inevitable demise. Then, he focused intently on refining the immense surge of vital energy that flowed towards him. With eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed, every pore of his body opened wide, greedily absorbing the tumultuous essence of life. Each infusion of this vital energy sent tremors through his body, as though he were enduring immense suffering, yet relishing every moment of it. The events surrounding the emergence of the ancient tomb, orchestrated by the formidable martial artist, was meticulously planned to lure warriors into its depths, thereby allowing him to harness the vast vitality coursing through their veins. Although the lifespan of cultivators in the immortal path exceeds that of martial practitioners, it is not without its limits. For an adept like the old man in the black robe, whose mastery of refining essence in a qi had reached completion, the maximum lifespan was merely 300 years. To an ordinary mortal, 3 centuries might seem an unattainable dream. Yet for those who pursue immortality on the path of the immortals, it is but a fleeting moment. The old man, possessing mediocre talent for the immortal arts and only a low-grade spiritual bone, had spent over 2 centuries in cultivation without advancing to the second step of the immortal path. Now, his remaining lifespan was alarmingly short. With each passing day, he felt the inexorable approach of death, a terror and despair that shadowed him, driving him to the brink of madness. Thus, he contemplated employing a nefarious method to extend his life. This technique, known as devouring essence, was obtained from another malevolent practitioner. Each individual could only utilize it 3 times in their lifetime, with each instance potentially extending their lifespan by a decade. Should his lifespan permit, he might ascend to the second step of the immortal path and continue his quest for transcendence. This formation was potent enough to annihilate those at the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm, and brute force could only breach it if one possessed strength at the celestial realm. Within the killing formation, Li Xian appeared somewhat disheveled. his garments torn and his hair in disarray. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had seldom encountered such disarray. After half an hour, he murmured to himself, a tone laced with resignation and determination. He then began to gesture and chant incantations. His hands moved swiftly, fingers dancing like the wind. As he recited, "Heaven and earth as the furnace, creation as the artisan, seal my cultivation, bind my divine abilities. Today I shall break the barriers and return to my true essence, release." Upon completing the incantation, a yellow talisman within him ignited spontaneously, vanishing bit by bit. Simultaneously, the skies above Yulin town darkened ominously, heavy clouds gathering, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. The clouds were as thick as ink, pressing down oppressively. Lightning serpentined through the clouds, the deafening thunder echoing in waves, as if the apocalypse were nigh. The celestial laws of the Eastern Divine Continent categorically forbade the existence of celestial realm warriors. This was an unyielding decree of the land, one that none could defy. Li Xian had also sealed his cultivation at the celestial realm to traverse the Eastern Divine Continent safely. Now, having unbound his cultivation seal, the celestial laws of the land immediately took notice, unleashing divine retribution intended to obliterate him. This divine punishment bore the weight of boundless celestial authority, seemingly aimed at annihilating all who dared to challenge the established order. Li Xian had delayed for half an hour to grant those warriors within the cave a chance to escape. What's happening? Why has the sky suddenly changed? The residents of Yulin town, gazing at the terrifying skies, abandoned their tasks, murmuring anxiously as they hurried home. "Father, that seems to be the location of the ancient tomb." "Uncle, he won't come harm, will he?" In the Chun residence, Chun Yuan Yao stood gracefully at the doorway, her delicate brows furrowed, and her beautiful eyes fixated on the tumultuous center of the impending storm, reflecting deep concern and anxiety. "Yaoer, there is no need for worry. With Brother Li's capabilities, there are few challenges in this world that could truly hinder him," remarked Chen's father, his hands clasped behind his back, a slight frown creasing his brow as he too gazed toward the ever-changing horizon. Although he had yet to ascertain Li Xian's true identity, he was certain that Li Xian was a formidable presence within the realm of divine concealment, one who also practiced the path of immortality. Such immense prowess implies that while there are indeed formidable challenges in existence, they are by no means plentiful. May the divine protect and ensure my uncle's safety. Chun Yun Yao murmured a silent prayer, her hands clasped in reverence toward the direction of the ancient tomb. Chapter 20. Thunder Punishment with a resounding boom. The seal was lifted. Empowered by the transcendent realm, Li Xian soared into the sky, resembling a divine warrior descending upon the world. His stature was imposing, radiating an unparalleled aura of strength, while his garments billowed gracefully in the wind. Grasping a peachwood sword, the blade shimmered with azure flames, seemingly infused with boundless power. His gaze, sharp as lightning, targeted the three cores of the killing formation, and he unleashed a stroke of his sword at each. Three colossal waves of sword energy erupted, akin to three roaring dragons, exuding a cataclysmic force. As the sword energy surged forth, the very fabric of space appeared to be rent asunder, fissures of darkness emerging, ablaze with dazzling brilliance that rendered it impossible to behold directly. Concurrently, a formidable thunder punishment descended from the heavens. This divine punishment resembled a frenzied purple dragon, bearing the might to obliterate worlds, plunging from the boundless sky to strike directly upon the defensive barrier outside the cave. Though the barrier endured the onslaught of such a powerful thunder punishment without shattering, the cave itself began to tremble violently under the strain. What was happening? Was the cave about to collapse? The intense shaking of the cave instantly roused the elder in the black robe, who had been refining his vital essence. Almost immediately, a second thunder punishment was poised to descend. At that moment, the killing formation within the cave was utterly dismantled by Li Xian's three strikes. The formation crumbled beneath his sword like fragile parchment, shattering in an instant. "This is impossible. It cannot be." The three-layered killing formation was sufficient to annihilate a perfected Qi transformation expert. How could he possibly breach it? The dismantling of the triple formation left the elder in black robes, standing as if struck by divine lightning, his entire being seemingly petrified. A wave of dread washed over him, cold and relentless, swiftly enveloping his entire body. What to do? What to do? How can I kill him? He screamed inwardly, his limbs growing weak, as if about to collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, within the illusionary formation, Song Wuzhong and Gu Xia remained blissfully unaware of the chaos outside. They found themselves ensnared in the illusion, surrounded by the corpses of martial artists, with the original exit now vanished. After searching for nearly half an hour without finding a way out, a sense of impending doom washed over them. Are we to be eternally trapped in this ancient tomb? Having searched for almost half an hour and still unable to locate an exit, the shadow of death loomed over Song Wuzhong and Gu Xia. Everything that has transpired today is likely connected to that powerful figure in the concealed realm. I hope you can reveal his true identity, an extraordinary-level expert said. His gaze fixed intently on Gu Xia, his expression grave and insistent. How absurd! Do you truly believe that a being of the concealed realm would need such convoluted methods to kill you? Gu Xia retorted with a disdainful snort. Her only regret at that moment was not heeding Li Xian's advice and recklessly entering this ancient tomb. Yi Xia, your reaction now makes me suspect that you harbor unspeakable secrets with that powerful figure from the concealed realm. The countenance of the extraordinary martial artist darkened instantaneously, fixating intently on Gu Xia, his tone imbued with skepticism and suspicion. Do not spew such nonsensical drivel here. Gu Xia's expression also shifted to one of somber gravity, her eyes widening in fury as she admonished him loudly. Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, the second bolt of divine retribution descended. This punishment struck like a ferocious purple lightning dragon, bearing an inexhaustible force of destruction, crashing down with overwhelming might. Outside the cave, what appeared to be an impenetrable defensive barrier shattered under the terrifying onslaught of the thunderous punishment, resembling fragile glass that splintered into shards. With a resounding boom, a massive breach was cleaved into the cave. Debris flew and dust swirled, the once formidable cave now teetering on the brink of collapse. At the breach, fierce lightning flames blazed, as if intent on devouring everything in their path. Through the gaping void, a flicker of purple lightning power infiltrated the illusionary array. This force danced like a nimble purple serpent, radiating a chilling luminescence as it struck one of the extraordinary martial artists. In but an instant, he had no time to utter a cry of despair. His form disintegrated into a wisp of smoke, dissipating into the ether as though he had never existed. What is happening? Within the illusionary array, Gu Xia and the others beheld this horrifying spectacle, their faces etched with terror. Her eyes widened, pupils brimming with dread of the unknown and the specter of death. They nervously scanned their surroundings, desperately seeking the source of this horrific commotion, yet found nothing. As the killing array was breached, Li Xian's figure reemerged within the cave. Is this the rhythm of my impending demise? He lifted his gaze, peering through the opening above at the terrifying sky. The dreadful thunder roiled like dragons with bared fangs, writhing through the inky clouds. A flicker of solemnity crossed his otherwise composed visage, prompting him to immediately seal his ascendant cultivation. Once his powers were restrained, the ominous clouds and thunder above dissipated without delay. The previously oppressive, storm-laden sky returned to its former clarity and tranquility. The thick, ink-like clouds seemed to be swiftly erased by an unseen hand, and the once fearsome lightning appeared to have never existed. Sunlight once again bathed the earth. What strange weather is this? It changes as capriciously as the face of our household matriarch. The residents of Yulin Town murmured, astonished by the swift transformation. Indeed, just moments ago, it seemed as though the heavens were about to tear asunder. The shift was astonishingly rapid. Li Xian, observing the celestial changes, could not suppress a playful smile. I am eager to see what other tricks you possess. He then shifted his gaze toward the secluded chamber of the elder in black robes and began to stride toward it. Each step reverberated like a heavy hammer, striking forcefully against the chest of the cloaked elder. The elder in the black robe felt a suffocating heaviness in his chest, as though a colossal hand were gripping his heart, nearly halting its rhythm. In terror, he gazed at the approaching figure, instinctively retreating. Upon reaching the entrance of the secret chamber, Li Xian pressed his palm against the stone door, channeling his energy discreetly, causing the door to shatter instantaneously into countless fragments. The silhouettes of both he and the elder emerged in each other's sight. "My friend," the elder began, feigning composure as he regarded Li Xian. "To obstruct another's cultivation is akin to slaying one's parents. You and I share no enmity. Why then do you repeatedly hinder my path to enlightenment?" His voice bore the weight of age, and though his previously murky eyes widened in alarm, a subtle trace of trepidation flickered within his gaze. Chapter 21. The demise of the elder in black robes, fellow Taoist? Li Xian gazed at the elder in black robes, his demeanor untroubled as he gently shook his head. "Our paths diverge. We are not friends. I am not one to meddle in others' affairs, yet some matters demand my attention. Otherwise, my heart will be discontent, and my Tao obstructed." His eyes were clear and his tone serene, impervious to the elder's words. "This wicked individual must perish, whether for the sake of Qin Xiong or Qin Yunyao." Furthermore, the elder had once sought to conspire against him through Qin Hui. "Despicable! You wish for my demise. Yet I shall not grant you ease." The elder in black robes glared at Li Xian, his face contorted with rage, a ghastly sight. He then produced a dark banner wreathed in ominous energy, exuding a chilling aura that seemed to originate from the depths of the abyss. Gripping the banner tightly, the veins on his hands bulged as he channeled all his strength toward Li Xian. In an instant, a multitude of vengeful spirits surged forth from the black banner, their claws bared and piercing screams echoing in the air. Some spirits bore twisted visages, while others drifted like wisps of black smoke, propelled by boundless resentment and murderous intent. Upon witnessing this, Li Xian joined his fingers and gestured forward. His movements were fluid and graceful, and in an instant, countless yellow talismans soared from his being, radiating a resplendent golden light. The once menacing spirits found their bravado extinguished in the presence of these talismans. Upon contact with the golden glow, they disintegrated like paper engulfed in flames, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. Next, Li Xian pointed his fingers toward the elder's forehead, unleashing a sharp surge of energy that struck true. It penetrated the elder's brow, leaving a crimson mark upon his forehead, a vivid blossom of death, striking and horrific. No! The elder felt his vitality wane rapidly, his eyes filled with despair as the immense blood essence he had cultivated surged forth. "I sought only to attain immortality and transcendence. What sin is there in that? Should there be a next life? I vow to avenge this day." With his last breath, he cried out to Li Xian, his voice a haunting lament that echoed like a curse from the depths of hell. Soon after, he fell lifeless to the ground, akin to a withered branch. "May you find a new life," Li Xian murmured softly as he approached the elder's lifeless body. He began to search through the remains and soon discovered a bag of holding. Summoning a yellow talisman, he ignited it in his hand, transforming it into a blazing inferno. The flames engulfed the elder's corpse, reducing it to ashes in an instant. The spiritual energy within this cave was far more abundant than that of the outside world. If Yin Yao were to cultivate here, her progress would surely be expedited. Li Xian silently mused, and then began to attempt to seize control of this cave dwelling. After more than 50 years of arduous training in martial arts, he had finally stepped into the extraordinary realm after enduring countless hardships. Blessed with a lifespan of nearly 150 years. Yet, he felt discontented. He could not resign himself to being trapped here, within the illusionary formation. A martial artist of extraordinary stature roared in despair, his eyes bloodshot, his face contorted in extreme unwillingness. "Alas, it is indeed our greed that has led us to this plight," lamented another extraordinary martial artist. His brows were tightly knitted, his countenance etched with regret and helplessness. The path of martial arts is defined by competition. Had we not strived, we would not have reached the extraordinary realm today. Perhaps it was simply not our time, Song Pajun added with a sense of resignation. His voice carried deep exhaustion and a sense of powerlessness, while his aged visage was shrouded in gloom. Let's not be too disheartened. With our strength, it is not certain that we will remain trapped here forever, Gu Xia said with unwavering resolve, attempting to instill a glimmer of hope among the group. Yet, she felt a pang of regret for disregarding Li Xian's advice and recklessly venturing into this ancient tomb. 3 days later, in the canyon before the cave dwelling. Father, it has been 3 days, and Uncle has yet to emerge. Should we not go in and take a look? Chen Yunyao said to Chen Xiong, her brow furrowed with concern, her clear eyes seemingly veiled by a thick layer of gloom, radiating palpable anxiety. Yunyao, if even someone as powerful as your uncle is ensnared within the ancient tomb, how can you ask your father to enter? Are you jesting with his life? Chen Hui replied sternly, his expression darkening as he admonished Chen Yunyao, his gaze revealing a hint of severity and discontent. Yet inwardly, he was smugly sneering. That fellow has likely long been turned into a ghostly servant by the dark-robed master. At that moment, a subtle shadow flickered at the corner of his eye. Yunyao, you stay here while I venture in to investigate. If I do not return in 3 days, you must return to the Chan residence and refrain from coming back here. Chen Xiong instructed gravely as he gazed at the entrance of the tomb, deep in thought. Father, I wish to accompany you. Chen Yunyao asserted with newfound determination in her eyes. Chen Xiong looked at her, initially intending to refuse, but upon seeing the resolve in her gaze, he eventually nodded in agreement. Thus, the two of them made their way towards the tomb's passage. Nearby, Zhou Ruoyun observed this scene and addressed his fellow disciples, stating, I too shall venture in to take a look. If I do not emerge in 3 days, you must return to the sect and report to the master about what has transpired here. His face bore a resolute expression, his gaze unwavering as he fixed upon the tomb passage before stepping forward. The air within the passage was thick with dampness and decay, and the three proceeded cautiously, their heartbeats resonating distinctly in the narrow confines. Navigating through the elongated, dark passage, Chen Xiong, Chen Yunyao, and Zhou Ruoyun arrived before a shadowy palace. Standing outside the shattered stone gate, the three of them could distinctly observe the scene within the dark palace. They beheld a floor strewn with corpses, as well as Song Pajun and Gu Xia, who were seated in meditation, while they had a clear view of the conditions inside the palace. Song Pajun and the others, ensnared within the illusionary array, were oblivious to their presence. Master, Zhou Ruoyun exclaimed in excitement upon spotting Gu Xia within the palace, and without a moment's hesitation, she rushed inside. Observing this, Chen Xiong and Chen Yunyao, without a second thought, followed closely behind her. Chapter 22. The appearance of Li Xian Ruoyun, Daoist Chun. How did you manage to enter? Gu Xia and the others, upon witnessing the sudden arrival of Zhou Ruoyun and her companions, stood up in excitement and hurriedly inquired. The presence of the trio ignited a flicker of hope within them, their faces alight with anticipation. Their voices quivered with barely concealed urgency, and their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, akin to drowning souls clutching at a lifeline. Master, we entered through that door, Zhou Ruoyun replied, a hint of confusion in her voice as she turned to point behind her. Her tone was clear and melodic, laced with a trace of bewilderment, her brow furrowing slightly as she pondered why her master would pose such a question. Chen Xiong and Chen Yao instinctively turned to look behind them as well. However, as they beheld the scene that lay behind, their expressions shifted instantly, revealing panic and terror. Their pupils dilated, mouths agape, and the color drained from their faces as if they had encountered the most dreadful sight imaginable. Where's the door? The trio frantically rushed to the wall behind them, desperately searching for the entrance they had used to come in. Their hands pounded and skimmed the surface of the wall in a frenzy, yet they found nothing. Seeing their reaction, Gu Xia and Song Pajun immediately comprehended that the three had experienced the same ordeal as they had. A wave of disappointment surged within them, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope that had just ignited. Their shoulders slumped, and their gazes dimmed once more. After searching the palace interior, Chen Xiong and his companions failed to find the path they had taken. Elder Go, what on earth is happening? Chen Xiong asked, his expression a mixture of confusion and gravity. We are equally in the dark. Our experience upon entry mirrored yours, Gu Xia replied, shaking her head slightly. We have been searching for an exit, yet to no avail. Her voice was tinged with helplessness and bitterness. What about Brotherly? Did he not enter as well? Chen Xiong continued, his concern evident as he pressed further. His eyes were filled with worry, and his tone grew increasingly urgent. Beside him, Chen Yao also displayed a look of anticipation and concern, awaiting Gu Xia's response. Senior Li did indeed enter. Gu Xia confirmed with a nod. However, he vanished as soon as he stepped in. Her tone carried a hint of perplexity, her gaze drifting into the distance, as if she were striving to recall the events of that moment. How could this be? Chen Xiong's eyes were filled with confusion and gravity. Daoist Chen, given Senior Li's capabilities, I would have thought he would have exited already. Gu Xia mused, equally perplexed. In her view, Li Xian was undoubtedly among the most formidable in the realm. How could he become ensnared in such a modest ancient tomb? I firmly believe my uncle is safe, Chen Yunyao stated with unwavering conviction, offering reassurance to her father while bolstering her own spirits. Before her words could fully settle, a calm voice resonated in their ears. Indeed, I am perfectly fine. The voice seemed to emanate from the farthest reaches of the sky, yet it felt as if it were whispering directly into their ears. Immediately, they beheld Li Xian's figure materializing before them like a phantom. A subtle ripple danced through the air, reminiscent of a stone cast into still waters, and then Li Xian's silhouette gradually emerged from within this undulation. Upon sighting him, Chen Yunyao's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, reflecting her overwhelming joy. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened her arms wide, as if propelled by the wind, and swiftly rushed into Li Xian's embrace. She clung to him tightly, fearing that if she let go, he would vanish into thin air. Her body trembled slightly, her voice laced with a hint of sobs. Uncle, you're safe. I'm so relieved. I was so worried about you. Witnessing this scene, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Chen Xiong's face. Could it be that Yun Yao harbors feelings for Brotherly? If that were the case, how would I navigate my own feelings? Chen Xiong genuinely feared becoming entangled in the complexities of their relationship. All right, Yin Yao, I am fine, Li Xian reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. His broad and warm hand rested on her shoulder, exuding a comforting strength. His voice was soft and deep, a gentle breeze dispelling the shadows that loomed over Chen Yunyao's heart. Then, he turned his gaze to Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong, did I not advise you against entering this ancient tomb? A touch of reproach lingered in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong hastily deflected blame. Brother Li, this cannot be attributed to me. It was all because of this girl, Yin Yao. Since you didn't return, she has been incessantly fretting in my ear from dawn till dusk. Uncle hasn't returned. He must be all right, right? Father, should we not venture into the ancient tomb to check? He grimaced as he mimicked Chen Yunyao's worried tone. Filled with urgency and concern, his demeanor remarkably akin to hers. I was indeed driven to come in and see for myself due to her incessant nagging, he added, somewhat resigned. Father, Chen Yunyao shot an annoyed glance at Chen Xiong, her eyes brimming with a mix of reproach and shyness, as if blaming him for embarrassing her in front of Li Xian. Her cheeks flushed, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring, vibrant and alluring. She then shyly lowered her head, avoiding Li Xian's gaze, standing quietly with her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment, appearing quite awkward. In the future, speak properly and refrain from these antics. Li Xian admonished Chen Xiong with a pointed look of disapproval. Understood, Brother Li, Chen Xiong replied, instinctively retracting his neck in response. Senior Li, what is our current situation? Can you lead us out? At this moment, Gu Xia interjected, her voice imbued with urgency and hope. Her gaze fixed intently on Li Xian. Hearing this, Song Pejun and the others immediately turned their expectant eyes toward him. Stay behind me, and you shall find your way out, Li Xian assured them. Li Xian cast a glance at Gu Xia and the others before activating the art of dissolution, stepping purposefully in a particular direction. Following in his wake, Chen Xiong and the others swiftly emerged from the illusionary array. What has happened? Where is my divine weapon? Upon exiting the illusion, a transcendent realm expert, gazing at the vanishing weapon in his grasp, exclaimed in shock. His voice was infused with disbelief and panic, his eyes wide with astonishment as he frantically searched the surroundings for his lost divine weapon. Hearing this, Song Pejuan and Gu Xia, among others, began to check for their own acquired divine weapons and unparalleled techniques. My divine weapon has also vanished. My extraordinary technique is gone as well. Chapter 23. News of the puppet. A few bewildered individuals cast inquiring glances toward Li Xian. Here, perhaps only he could fathom the true nature of the matter at hand. There had never been any divine weapons or extraordinary techniques. All that had transpired was merely an illusion, Li Xian stated in a tone devoid of emotion. His voice was as tranquil as still water, devoid of any ripples, as if recounting the most mundane of occurrences. If you desire divine weapons and unparalleled skills, you may return within and embrace them for a lifetime. With that, he cast a glance toward the Dark Palace. Upon hearing this, Song Pejun and Gu Xia regarded the Dark Palace that had ensnared them for several days with expressions of complexity. Fear, reluctance, regret, and a hint of relief flickered across their faces. Subsequently, the group followed Li Xian out of the ancient tomb. As they emerged, the tomb vanished from sight, as though it had never existed. The once eerie and mysterious entrance of the tomb disappeared without a trace, leaving only an expanse of desolate wilderness, prompting one to question whether all that had transpired was merely a figment of imagination. Observing this scene, though curious, Song Pejun and the others refrained from speaking further. They were not fools and inherently understood that this matter was undoubtedly tied to Li Xian, so they silently speculated without daring to inquire openly. The disciples of the immortal sword sect, upon seeing Gu Xia and Zhou Ruoyun, rushed forward with excitement. Their faces radiated joy, and their eyes sparkled with concern as they eagerly inquired about the two experiences within the tomb. Upon spotting Li Xian, Chun Hui's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He internally pondered, "Damn, how could he possibly still be alive? Is he stronger than the Dark-Robed Lord? No, that is impossible. Could it be that he is already allied with the Dark-Robed Lord? Yes, it must be so, it must be so." A glimmer of malice and resentment flashed in Chun Hui's eyes, though he endeavored to conceal his true emotions in front of the crowd. "Uncle, it is truly wonderful that you have returned safely. During these days, Father and we have been deeply worried about you." Chun Hui approached, feigning concern. Although his words appeared filled with care, his gaze betrayed his inner turmoil. However, Li Xian chose to disregard him and turned to Chen Yinyao, saying, "Yinyao, it is time for us to pay a visit to Wangxian City." Huh? Chen Yinyao was momentarily taken aback by his sudden declaration, struggling to process the information. A flicker of surprise danced in her bright eyes as she looked at Li Xian, saying, "Uncle, why the sudden urgency? I have not prepared anything yet." "What? Do you not wish to go?" Li Xian asked her, his expression calm as he teased. "Of course not." Chen Yunyao quickly shook her head vigorously. Her eyes reflected a sense of determination and trust as she replied without hesitation, "Whatever Uncle decides, Yunyao will follow." From her demeanor and words, it was evident that she was exceedingly obedient to Li Xian. Any decision he made would be executed without a second thought. "Chun Xiong, having troubled you for several days, it is time for me to take my leave. Please take care of yourself." At this moment, Li Xian shifted his gaze back to Chun Xiong and, as he spoke, summoned the peach-wood sword from behind him. The sword emanated a greenish glow, hovering gracefully in the air. He then seized Chun Yunyao's shoulder, rising elegantly to land upon the peach-wood sword. All these actions flowed seamlessly, and before the onlookers could react, the sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. Chun Xiong could only wave his hand vigorously towards the sky, calling out, "Brotherly, take care of yourself too." His deep voice was imbued with reluctance. "Brotherly, as we part today, I wonder when we shall meet again." Half a day later, Li Xian escorted Chun Yinyao to the foot of Wangxian City. Instead of entering the city immediately, he opted to change his attire. With a smile, he addressed Chun Yinyao, "Yinyao, how do you find my new outfit? Does it not appear more composed than before?" At that moment, he donned a deep blue robe, a black square cap atop his head and had deliberately affixed a few faux whiskers to his face, presenting himself as a middle-aged man. This transformation lent him an air of maturity and authority. While you do seem more dignified now, I must admit I prefer my uncle's previous appearance. Xuanhuan Yao tilted her head, scrutinizing the middle-aged Li Xian with a hint of playfulness and mirth in her eyes. In her heart, Li Xian's original visage felt more familiar and endearing, the image of the uncle she knew and relied upon. Although this new guise indeed added a touch of gravitas, it also rendered him somewhat unfamiliar to her. My previous self was tall, handsome, and youthful. Not only did you like it, but I did as well, Li Xian quipped with a proud grin, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, his eyes glinting with confidence and humor. With that, he led Xuanhuan Yao towards the city gates of Wangxian. Following closely behind, Xuanhuan Yao could not help but chuckle softly, looking up at her uncle's silhouette. She secretly found him both amusing and endearing. Upon entering Wangxian City, Li Xian and Xuanhuan Yao first sought out an inn to rest. This establishment was situated in the bustling heart of the city, teeming with visitors and vibrant activity. Just as Li Xian settled into the inn, he received an urgent message. He had initially intended to rest briefly before addressing the marriage arrangements for Xuanhuan Yao with the Shen family, but this unexpected development disrupted his plans. The message was from another version of himself, an extraordinarily unique entity, merely a puppet infused with his consciousness. Yet now, this puppet seemed to have transcended its original design. He produced an ancient wooden tablet, glowing with a mysterious and profound green light, as if it held boundless secrets. In an instant, the light dissipated in his hand, forming a line of text in the air. My wife is about to be taken by someone else. We are one and the same. My wife is your wife. I shall transport you at the cost of my life. Be prepared. Li Xian gazed at the line of text, overwhelmed by astonishment and disbelief. His eyes widened, brows furrowed, as a tumultuous storm brewed within his heart. It appeared that these puppets had indeed developed a semblance of independent consciousness. His expression grew grave as he contemplated the myriad possibilities and dangers lurking behind this revelation. He had crafted a total of 3 such puppets, investing significant resources into their creation, with the intention of sending them to explore the world beyond the South China Sea. However, after dispatching these 3 puppets, he had received no word in return, leading him to believe that they had met with some unfortunate fate. It now seemed that this was not the case. Rather, these puppets had awakened to self-awareness and were even seeking companionship. Furthermore, they now wished for him to act as an enforcer to rescue a spouse. The thought ignited a surge of frustration within him. He fervently hoped that the time frame provided by this puppet would not be too pressing, allowing him enough time to establish a spatial transmission array. Otherwise, his own return would remain uncertain. Alas, had he known, he would never have imparted this method of transmission to them. In this moment, Li Xian found himself wishing to dismantle the very puppet that had sent the message. Chapter 24. The humiliation of Su Xiao in the South Divine Continent. Amidst the ethereal peaks of the Qing Dynasty lies the majestic Yunwu Mountain, soaring to the heavens. Shrouded in celestial mist, a true paradise on earth. Atop this mountain resides the Baiyi immortal sect, a revered sanctuary of the immortal families commanding in Liangzhou. Ling Peak, one of the 7 summits of the Baiyi immortal sect, derives its name from a mystical creek nestled between its heights. Today, Ling Peak is adorned with joyous decorations. Vibrant red characters proclaiming celebration plastered across its structures, and crimson silk draped across the beams, signaling a momentous occasion. The celebrant is none other than the current leader of Ling Peak, the Ling Sword Immortal, Xiao Zun. Within her chamber, before a vanity adorned with exquisite ornaments, the breathtakingly beautiful Xiao Zun dons a phoenix crown and a flowing celestial robe, resembling a transcendent fairy descended from the heavens. She delicately picks up a piece of rouge, lightly applying it to her lips, enhancing her already stunning visage with a touch of enchanting crimson. Glancing at her reflection in the bronze mirror, she turns to the youth beside her and softly inquires, "Junior brother, do I appear beautiful?" The young man, Su Xiao, is the very puppet who had conveyed messages to Li Xian. Beautiful. Su Xiao finds himself momentarily entranced by the exquisite beauty before him, his hand instinctively reaching toward her porcelain-like face. Junior brother. A hint of melancholy glimmers in Chu Zhaojuan's eyes as she does not shy away from Su Zhao's gentle caress. If only I were to marry you today. She muses silently, for her heart belongs to her junior, yet her vows are pledged to another. Then, Su Xiao leans closer, their lips nearly brushing against one another when Chu Zhaojun abruptly pushes him away, exclaiming, "Junior brother, we cannot." Having chosen to wed Qing Jiyuan, she is bound by the sanctity of her commitment and cannot engage in actions that would tarnish her virtue. Senior sister, how did it come to this? You love me, yet you marry another? Su Zhao's voice rises in anguished protest. The thought of relinquishing the woman he adores, his elder sister, in affection, to another man fills him with an overwhelming sense of injustice. At this moment, his heart is not only filled with resentment, but also with a tumultuous fury. Resentment directed at Qing Jiyuan for his audacious usurpation, as well as at his beloved senior sister for acquiescing to this marriage. Junior brother, please don't. Chu Zhaojun rises, tenderly stroking Su Zhao's face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I hope that in our next life, the heavens do not play such cruel games with us. Senior sister, let's elope. Let's find a place where only we exist. Su Xiao fervently clasps Chu Zhaojuan's hands, his expression filled with fervor. Junior brother. Just as Chu Zhaojun is about to respond, a venerable voice echoes from beyond the door. Zhaojun, the carriage of the Liang King has arrived. If you are ready, please come forth. The voice belongs to none other than the venerable patriarch of the Bailu immortal sect, Chu Zhaojuan's master, the Bailu elder. The Liang King referred to is none other than Qing Jiyuan, the man to whom Chu Zhaojun is to be wed today. The term carriage of the phoenix traditionally denotes the imperial palanquin, yet the Bailu elder refers to the Liang King's conveyance in such exalted terms, underscoring the king's formidable stature in Liangzhou. Coming, Chu Zhaojun replies to the call, donning the red veil from her vanity with a graceful flourish. Take care, junior brother. If there's a next life, my dear sister, I shall surely marry you. After casting a deeply affectionate glance at Su Xiao, Chu Zhaojun opened the door and stepped out of the room. Having grown up in the white egret immortal sect, it was her home, and for its sake, she had to remain a heartless woman. Qing Jiyuan, you have forced my hand. Su Xiao gazed at the retreating figure of his beloved, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. He then followed Chu Zhaojun out of the room. Su Xiao, you need not follow. It would only stir unnecessary trouble. The elder of White Egret remarked upon seeing Su Zhao's silhouette. He was aware of the bond between Chu Zhaojun and Su Xiao, but merely cautioned him not to pursue. Rest assured, elder, I merely wish to bid my sister farewell one last time. I shall not cause a disturbance, Su Xiao assured, suppressing the hatred simmering within. Very well, the elder conceded, and they all proceeded slowly towards the square before the White Egret immortal sect. At that moment, the higher-ups and disciples of the sect were gathered in the square, as was the royal carriage of the cool king Qing Jiyuan. Surrounded by a retinue of guards clad in resplendent armor, the cool king lounged lazily within his palanquin. Leaning slightly against the carriage wall, one hand languidly rested on his thigh while the other propped his chin. His extravagant wedding attire, adorned with intricate golden embroidery, shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Yet, despite his seemingly casual demeanor, it did not diminish the regal aura that surrounded him. Soon, Chu Zhaojun and the elder of White Egret made their way to the square. The disciples of the White Egret immortal sect parted to create a pathway for them. Through the window of the royal carriage, Qing Jiyuan observed the approaching Chu Zhaojun, a smug smile curling at the corners of his lips. Fei Ju, from this day forth, you shall belong to me. With that, he alighted from the palanquin, his tone brimming with self-satisfaction. Chu Zhaojun inclined her head slightly, her voice icy. Your Highness, since we have arrived, let us commence. She held no fondness for the man who had forcibly taken her. Very well, Qing Jiyuan replied, his triumphant smile unwavering, seemingly unfazed by Chu Zhaojun's frosty demeanor. He then grasped her wrist. As she attempted to resist, he chuckled, my dear, Even if you refuse to grant me face, you must at least consider the feelings of the white-egret immortal sect. Though his tone was gentle, Xiao Zun sensed the underlying threat. For the safety of the entire white-egret immortal sect, she ceased her struggle, allowing Qing Yuan to hold her wrist. Standing nearby, Su Xiao watched this scene unfold, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers, unnoticed. Qing Yuan, you have taken my sister. I shall ensure you pay dearly. Su Xiao's eyes burned with hatred as he silently vowed to summon Li Xian at the cost of his own life. However, before that, he needed to make an effort. Qing Yuan. Su Xiao suddenly stood up, exerting all his strength to shout loudly at Qing Yuan. His voice instantly captured everyone's attention. People turned their heads in unison, their expressions filled with surprise and curiosity. What did he intend to do? The first thought that crossed everyone's mind was what his intentions were. Whispers erupted among the crowd as they speculated about Su Xiao's next move. What did he want? At that moment, Qing Yuan also turned with interest to gaze at Su Xiao. A hint of amusement danced in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he were watching a jester's performance. Su Xiao, I know you. What brings you to call upon me? His tone was gentle, a smile gracing his face. Yet his gaze pierced through Su Xiao like a sharp sword, the powerful aura surrounding him seemingly rendering the air around them almost palpable. Chapter 25. Su Xiao invites Li Xian at the cost of his life. Su Xiao, desist from your foolishness. Just as Su Xiao was about to speak further, Elder White Heron bellowed, his expression darkening, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, piercing the air with authority as his stern gaze bore down upon Su Xiao. He had previously cautioned Su Xiao repeatedly against stirring trouble, to which Su Xiao had assured him he would refrain from such actions. To his dismay, Su Xiao had now emerged to create a scene, igniting his fury. Beside Qing Yuan, the veiled Xiao Zun shook her head slightly at Su Xiao, silently imploring him to remain calm. Concern and helplessness radiated from her beautiful eyes, the urgency palpable even through the delicate veil. Nevertheless, Su Xiao paid no heed to their warnings. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Qing Yuan, articulating each word with conviction. Qing Yuan, I share a mutual affection with my senior sister, yet you wield your power to usurp my love, which is unworthy of a gentleman. Today, I implore you to annul this marriage. Otherwise, I shall not rest until I ensure you suffer, even at the cost of my own life. His eyes shimmered with determination, his voice resounding with strength. Yet, to Qing Yuan, this was merely the feeble lament of an ant. At that moment, his smile broadened, the disdain within it intensifying. Su Xiao, when have I ever claimed to be a gentleman? Qing Yuan replied with a light chuckle. Moreover, you assert that you and the fairy Chu share mutual affection. But I beg to differ. If you wish to verify, you may inquire with Fairy Chu herself and see if she endorses your claim. Qing Yuan's gaze shifted to the veiled Chu Zun, a glint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Su Xiao understood the predicament Chu Zun faced and would not dare to put her in such an uncomfortable position. However, Qing Yuan was unwilling to relent and, in a coaxing tone, addressed Chu Zun. My lady, should you choose to remain silent, I shall take your disciple's words as truth, and thus, our wedding need not proceed. At this, Chu Zun trembled slightly, her heart tormented. She was acutely aware that Qing Yuan was deliberately making things difficult. If she did not clarify her stance, not only would this farce continue, but Su Xiao would also face greater peril, and the entire White Heron sect would be implicated. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zun slowly lifted her head. Though her veil obscured much of her visage, her beautiful eyes were filled with anguish and resolution. Su Xiao, I share with you only a bond of camaraderie. There has never been romantic affection between us. I willingly consent to this marriage, so I beseech you, do not pursue this any further. Her voice quivered slightly, each word seemingly extracted from the depths of her being. Though Su Xiao recognized her words as insincere, hearing them still pierced his heart, a look of pain crossing his features. Observing this, Qing Yuan burst into triumphant laughter, wrapping an arm around Chu Zun's shoulder. He taunted Su Xiao, surely this should dishearten you. At this moment, the elderly heron approached with a solemn expression, advising Su Xiao, given the circumstances, it would be prudent for you to cease your entanglement. Some matters cannot be resolved merely through impulsive emotions. Zhao Jun's decision must have been made after careful consideration. Do not burden her further. How he wished to see Chu Zhao Jun wed to one who truly loved her, yet as the leader of their sect, he could not disregard the welfare of all. Su Xiao let out a cold laugh, steeped in endless sarcasm and melancholy, muttering to himself, people may not turn back even after hitting a brick wall. How much less likely are they to do so before encountering one? His voice was low and hoarse, as if it emanated from the depths of his soul, imbued with profound resignation and determination. Then, amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of those around him, he began to chant incantations. His hands moved swiftly, fingers forming intricate gestures, while his voice, deep and urgent, seemed to engage in communion with mysterious forces. Crimson flames devour my soul. Molten rock forges the heavenly gate. The void lends fire for passage. Obliteration grants your existence. With each word, his voice grew more fervent, as if infused with immense energy reverberating through the air. Upon completing the incantation, a yellow talisman ignited within him, and flames began to engulf Su Xiao from the inside out. Disciple, what are you doing? Chu Zhao Jun exclaimed in a panic, her beautiful eyes widening in terror. She rushed towards Su Xiao, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames, but to no avail. Senior sister, do not worry. Do not grieve. Soon, a stronger version of me will emerge, powerful enough to be your support. Despite the searing pain enveloping him, Su Xiao reassured Chu Zhao Jun. A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes, a testament to his resignation and unwillingness to accept fate. Yet he quickly composed himself, continuing, Senior sister, remember, no matter how that stronger version of me denies it, you must believe he is indeed me. His voice weakened, yet his tone remained resolute, as if uttering his final words. How fortunate for you, he silently mused, gradually closing his eyes, listening to Su Zhao's parting words. Chu Zhao Jun maintained her control over the water, striving to quell the flames engulfing him. Disciple, you cannot be harmed. You must not be harmed. Suddenly, Su Zhao's sacrifice resonated across the eastern divine continent, and Li Xian, who was preparing formations, immediately sensed the surge of power pulling him into the void. Yin Yao, continue your cultivation in this cave until my return. I will accompany you to Wangxian City after I return. Li Xian instructed Chen Yunyao beside him. Having departed from Wangxian City upon receiving Su Zhao's message and returned to the cave in Yilan Town. Understood, uncle. Yaoer will strive diligently in her cultivation. Please take care of yourself as well. Chen Yunyao nodded obediently, her gaze resolute as she spoke. She was acutely aware that Li Xian's departure was for a matter of great significance. Though her heart was laden with concern, she wished not to distract him. Thus she stifled her feelings of reluctance and replied softly. No sooner had her voice faded than Li Xian's figure vanished into the void like a specter. In the next moment, he materialized in the South Divine Continent at the Baiyi immortal sect. His presence appeared as if conjured from thin air, leaving the members of the Baiyi immortal sect momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What is happening? Who is he? The elder Baiyi, Qing Jiyuan, and the others gazed upon Li Xian with incredulous expressions. They glanced between Li Xian and the ashes of Su Xiao, their confusion and astonishment deepening. For Li Xian bore an uncanny resemblance to the deceased Su Xiao, albeit with a more youthful countenance. Is he dead? Li Xian cast a glance at the pile of ashes below, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes as he sighed. Subsequently, he turned his attention to Elder Baiyi. How did he perish? I must know the specifics. Chapter 26. Speaking in tongues, are you Su Xiao? Elder Bailu's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xian as he cautiously inquired. His voice trembled slightly, betraying the profound astonishment that coursed through him, as if he had witnessed something utterly beyond imagination. It is I who am inquiring of you, Li Xian replied with an unruffled tone. His voice bore no trace of fluctuation, akin to a still lake, cold and profound. His indifferent gaze swept over Elder Bailu, exuding an invisible pressure that rendered one unable to meet his eyes. Li Xian was indeed such a person. He could exhibit extreme gentleness toward his own while remaining utterly aloof towards outsiders. Feigning divinity, Qing Jiu Yuan remarked, observing Li Xian with the same gentle smile he always wore. Su Xiao, do you truly believe that conjuring such a trivial spectacle could intimidate me? He narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression laced with disdain and contempt, as if Li Xian's mere presence was nothing more than a trivial farce. His words seemed to awaken the crowd, who collectively came to the realization that the recent events were merely the antics of Su Xiao. So is Su Xiao playing tricks after all? Such ingenuity in devising this ruse. He truly is a genius. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, their expressions shifting from initial shock to skepticism and derision, as the tension that had once permeated the air dissipated, leaving only scorn for the farcical display. Xiao Zun, who had previously been despondently hunched beside the pile of ashes, immediately sprang to her feet upon hearing these words, her gaze fixed on Li Xian. Junior brother, is it truly you? She stammered, her eyes swollen and tear-streaked, brimming with both hope and trepidation, fearful that this joy might be fleeting. As she reached out to caress Li Xian's face, he swiftly sidestepped to avoid her touch. You speak too much. He shot a frigid glance at Qing Jiu Yuan, a formidable aura emanating from him that surged towards Qing Jiu Yuan. This presence was akin to a roaring tide, cascading with an overwhelming force that seemed to freeze the very air around them. Divine concealment realm, great perfection. Qing Jiu Yuan found himself trembling under the weight of this immense pressure. His complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his legs grew weak, nearly unable to support his frame. What? Divine concealment realm, great perfection? Is the king of Liang referring to Su Xiao? When did he ascend to such a level of power? The incredulity was palpable among Elder Bailu and the disciples of the Bailu sect. They were well aware of Su Xiao's cultivation, which was merely at the pinnacle of the refinement of essence, far from the divine concealment realm, great perfection. Could it be that he had been masquerading as a weakling all along? The crowd began to entertain this possibility. Indeed, Li Xian regarded Qing Jiu Yuan with a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. His eyes were like twin bolts of lightning, piercing directly at Qing Jiu Yuan as he slowly remarked, at such a young age. Not only do you possess the cultivation of the 5th level of the divine concealment realm, but your foundation is also remarkably solid. The tone carried a hint of affirmation, akin to a seasoned mentor acknowledging the remarkable performance of a junior. Within the realm of divine concealment, there exist 5 tiers, beyond which lies the state of complete perfection. While appreciation was evident, it did not preclude him from issuing a warning. Li Xian's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, his gaze emanating an undeniable authority. As he spoke, he intensified the oppressive force he exuded, which immediately bore down upon Qing Juan with the weight of a mountain, compelling him to kneel before him. His knees struck the ground with a resounding thud, shattering the stone floor beneath him into a spiderweb of cracks. The pain was evident on Qing Jiu Yuan's face. He clenched his teeth, striving to withstand the formidable pressure, but to no avail. His body trembled incessantly, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat cascading down like rain. Observing this, the armed guards flanking the royal carriage swiftly drew their blades and charged at Li Xian. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, a seemingly casual motion imbued with immeasurable strength, the guards were sent sprawling backward like kites severed from their strings. They arched through the air before crashing down in a disheveled heap, their weapons flying from their grasp. I am the cool king of Qingyuan. How dare you humiliate me so? Qing Jian exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation, his eyes wide with fury directed at Li Xian. In that moment, his complexion turned crimson, veins throbbing on his forehead, transforming his once gentle visage into a mask of rage. Elder Bailu, Xiao Zun, and the other members of the Bailu immortal sect present displayed expressions of shock and disbelief anew. Li Xuan de reverda Qing Jiu Yuan, redirecting his gaze to Elder Bailu. Shall we discuss the reasons behind his demise? As he spoke, He cast a glance at the pile of ashes on the ground. "Are you truly not Su Xiao?" Elder Baiyi inquired, perplexed as he regarded Li Xian. He was certain that Su Xiao had previously attained the pinnacle of cultivation in the refinement of essence into qi, and could not possibly reach the stage of divine concealment's completion. Chu Zhao Jun, her voice trembling, added, "Are you really not my junior brother?" Her eyes reflected a tumultuous blend of hope and despair, her voice quivering like a leaf in the wind, her body swaying as if on the brink of collapse. "You may assert that he is me, and you would not be mistaken," Li Xian replied, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. "Now, you can enlighten me on how I met my end." Although the puppet had developed a degree of autonomy, it was predicated upon his own consciousness. In a certain sense, the puppet was him, yet he was not the puppet. However, he had no intention of elucidating this to them. "Are you truly Su Xiao?" Upon hearing this, a look of incredulity washed over Elder Baiyi's face. His eyes widened in astonishment, the wrinkles etched upon his visage deepening as though he had witnessed the most unbelievable event. Meanwhile, Chu Zhao Jun's eyes sparkled with joy. "Are you genuinely my junior brother? For heaven's sake, if you continue to speak in riddles, I may be compelled to resort to force," Li Xian remarked, exasperated. As he spoke, he assumed a posture as if to take action. "Junior brother, it truly is you," exclaimed Chu Zhao Jun, her voice brimming with joy, an exuberance akin to the ecstasy of regaining something precious lost. Her gaze instantly brightened, resembling the twinkling stars scattered across the night sky. Her once dull visage radiated with newfound brilliance due to this unexpected glimmer of hope. Her unwavering certainty that Li Xian was indeed Su Xiao stemmed from the phrase "I rely on," uttered by him. This expression was a creation unique to her and her junior brother. No one else in the world could possibly comprehend its significance. Although Elder Baiyi did not grasp the meaning behind Li Xian's words, he recognized him as a formidable being at the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm and hastily interjected, "Su Xiao, do not take action. Allow me to explain." He then proceeded to recount the events that led to the current situation. "Thus it is," Li Xian remarked, turning his gaze towards the pile of ashes on the ground. "For the sake of a woman, you have brought about your own demise, and in doing so, have entangled me in this matter in southern Shenzhou." A hint of exasperation flickered in his eyes. According to Elder Baiyi, this puppet, Su Xiao, had indeed orchestrated his own downfall. Were this to adhere to the laws of Earth, one might categorize it merely as an act of suicide. "In light of your willingness to sacrifice everything to protect Chu Zhao Jun, I shall fulfill your last wish." He then directed his attention to the kneeling Qing Jiu Yuan, stating, "Let us come to an agreement. Chu Zhao Jun shall not be wed, and we shall pretend that nothing has transpired, each returning to our respective homes." "On what grounds?" Qing Jiu Yuan retorted disdainfully, regarding Li Xian with a condescending gaze. "Your prowess at the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm is insufficient." Chapter 27. The abyssal emperor of the celestial realm, the perfection of the divine concealment realm was insufficient. Could it be that this young man had a formidable backing from the celestial realm? Li Xuan Bundarat Silanli. A slight furrow forming on his brow as a glimmer of vigilance flickered in his eyes. He then turned to the elder white heron and inquired, "What is the highest realm of the strongest in southern Shenzhou?" If there existed a power beyond the celestial realm, he would have no choice but to flee. The pinnacle of martial arts is the celestial realm, while the highest level of immortal cultivation is the refining spirit returning to void realm. The elder white heron replied candidly, without concealment. Upon hearing this, Li Xian internally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the strongest was merely at the celestial realm, leaving him a glimmer of hope. "Doesn't the celestial realm attract lightning strikes?" he asked, his gaze intense as he fixed his eyes upon the elder white heron. Continuing to probe, with an expression that suggested the gravity of the question weighed heavily upon him. "Attract lightning strikes?" The elder white heron's brow knitted in confusion as he regarded Li Xian. He genuinely could not comprehend the connection between lightning strikes and the celestial realm, his mind racing, yet failing to fathom any possible relation. Never mind, Li Xian shook his head slightly, refraining from elaborating further for the elder. He then turned to Chiling Ji, saying, "Call your people. I shall wait for you." As he spoke, he gently waved his hand as if dispersing a thin mist, alleviating the powerful aura that had weighed down upon Chiling Ji. Suddenly feeling unburdened, Chiling Ji rose, his eyes reflecting not only resentment but also a hint of bewilderment. "What do you mean? I am giving you time to summon your greatest support. Bring them forth, so I may converse with them." Li Xian replied in a tone that was unremarkably calm, as if discussing something utterly mundane. Before his words could fully settle, an elder clad in black robes appeared, stepping through the air with agility. His presence was imposing, the black robe billowing in the wind, emanating a powerful aura. "Chief Steward Lu," the elder white heron remarked, his expression betraying a profound sense of trepidation. The elder in black was none other than Lu Yuanhai, the chief steward of the Liangwang Manor. The elder white heron glanced at Li Xian, an involuntary concern blossoming within him, uncertain if this Su Xiao could withstand Lu Yuanhai's might. "My friend, achieving perfection in the divine concealment realm is no small feat. Do not let your ignorance lead you to ruin," Lu Yuanhai said, his voice low and laced with menace as he regarded Li Xian. "My friend, do you deem yourself worthy?" Li Xian replied with a hint of disdain, casting a scornful glance at Lu Yuanhai before drawing forth the peachwood sword from his back. With a subtle shake of his arm and a deft twist of his wrist, he gently swung the sword toward Lu Yuanhai in midair. In an instant, a surge of formidable sword energy erupted from the peachwood sword, akin to a dragon rising from a sea. The air sliced through with a hissing sound as the sword energy surged toward Lu Yuanhai. Caught off guard by Li Xian's audacity, Lu Yuanhai's expression shifted to one of dismay. In a hurried response, he summoned his vital energy, forming a protective barrier of true qi before him. The powerful sword energy collided with the protective barrier, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. A formidable sword aura directly struck Lu Yuanhai from the heights, akin to a meteor plummeting at breakneck speed, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a vast cloud of dust. Witnessing the scene, a hint of satisfaction crept onto Li Xian's face. To wield the power of the heavenly realm without restraint was indeed exhilarating. Prior to this, he had attempted to lift the seal on his cultivation, and upon realizing that it would not summon divine retribution, he fully unleashed his potential. Defeating Chief Lu with a single sword strike, how could that be possible? The elder egret gazed in disbelief at the spectacle before him, his eyes widening as if he had witnessed something truly extraordinary. Both being at the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm, he could not fathom why Li Xian's strength was so formidable, were it not for his profound understanding of Lu Yuanhai's capabilities. He might have doubted the authenticity of Lu Yuanhai's mastery in the divine concealment realm. "Are you at the brink of the heavenly realm?" Chiling Ji inquired incredulously. "Upshan Li Xuan." The number of heavenly realm experts in the entirety of South Shenzhou could be counted on one hand, and even at this juncture, Chiling Ji dared not speculate that Li Xian was among them. His voice instantly roused the members of the egret sect. "What? Su Xiao is at the brink of the heavenly realm? How can this be?" They gasped. "If he is indeed at such a stage, why has he willingly remained an ordinary disciple of our egret sect for these past years?" The crowd was enveloped in disbelief. Is my junior brother truly at the brink of the heavenly realm? But why has he concealed his cultivation? Xiao Zun Bunde. Her eyes filled with confusion and her mind racing. At that moment, she recalled Su Xiao's last words. "Senior sister, remember, no matter how that powerful self denies it, you must believe he is me." With this thought, Chu Zhaojuan's conviction that Li Xian was indeed Su Xiao solidified. She trusted that her dear junior brother would not deceive her. Yet, as she gazed at Li Xian, a wave of concern washed over her. Could her junior brother truly contend with the abyssal emperor, who was a practitioner of the heavenly realm? "You may call for assistance," Li Xian responded, disregarding Chiling Ji's question. "It would be best if it were someone from the heavenly realm." "A practitioner of the heavenly realm? Very well, I shall grant your wish, and I hope you remain so audacious thereafter," Chiling Ji retorted with a cold sneer, utterly unconvinced that Li Xian could be a heavenly realm expert. With that, he produced a jade pendant from his possession, bit his finger, and let a drop of blood fall upon it before casting the pendant into the air. Instantly, the pendant radiated a dazzling brilliance, its light resplendent as if it were a blazing sun in the sky. The intensity of the light caused those present to instinctively squint. Soon after, a middle-aged man clad in a dark dragon robe and adorned with a golden crown materialized from thin air. His countenance was stern, and his gaze exuded authority and dominance, emanating a powerful aura that compelled reverence. This man was none other than the current abyssal emperor, Qing Xian. Your son pays his respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor! Long live, long live. The moment Qing Xian's figure manifested, a profound awe immediately illuminated Qing Jiuyuan's eyes as he knelt before the ethereal presence of Qing Xian. I pay my respects to the Abyss Emperor. Long live the Abyss Emperor. Long live. Elder Bai Lu, upon witnessing the apparition of Qing Xian, also exhibited palpable trepidation, hastily bowing alongside the disciples of the Bai Lu immortal sect before the spectral figure of the Abyss Emperor. Among all present, only Li Xian stood tall, refusing to kneel. At that moment, his countenance retained an air of serene nonchalance, yet within, his heart brimmed with caution greater than ever before. The individual before him was the first formidable being of the celestial realm he had encountered. In the past, he had always overwhelmed others with his superior realm. This time, however, he faced a true equal. Chapter 28. The invitation to the position of National Master, the Elder of the White Heron, and Chu Zhaojun cast a glance at the still-standing Li Xian, and an involuntary bead of sweat formed on their brows. Why had this young man not yet knelt? The Elder of the White Heron lowered his head, his brows knitted in concern, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of worry and anxiety. He pondered how Li Xian could be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation, daring to act so audaciously before the Emperor of the Abyss. Yet, his concern was not solely for Li Xian. He feared that the young man's recklessness might implicate the White Heron sect. Junior brother, kneel by Li Xian's side. Chu Zhaojun urged softly, her voice barely above a whisper, as she gently tugged at his sleeve. Her movements were delicate and cautious, as though she feared attracting unwanted attention. Li Xian, feeling somewhat bewildered, looked down at Chu Zhaojun and asked, "Why are you pulling me?" His voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity in the stillness, laden with confusion. With a dismissive gesture, he shifted slightly to the side. "Junior brother, quickly kneel," urged Chu Zhaojun again, her eyes filled with urgency and pleading, signaling him to comply lest they provoke calamity. Their trepidation towards the Abyss Emperor stemmed from the knowledge that he had perpetrated deeds akin to those of the Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty. Across the realm, sects that refused to submit to the imperial authority faced utter annihilation. However, due to Li Xian's presence, the Emperor of Qian had not succeeded in his endeavors. The Abyss Emperor, however, had resolutely carried out such actions. Just as everyone anticipated that Li Xian would bear the brunt of the Emperor's wrath, the Emperor spoke. "I am the great Abyss Emperor Qing Xian. May I inquire about your esteemed title, fellow Taoist?" His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an innate authority. "Fellow Taoist?" The moment Qing Xian's words echoed, a shockwave rippled through the crowd, as if struck by thunder. Eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape, but rendered speechless by sheer astonishment. The Elder of the White Heron trembled involuntarily. He could scarcely fathom that the Abyss Emperor would address Li Xian as a fellow Taoist. This utterly shattered his previous understanding. Qing Jiyuan stood in a state of shock, convinced that the Emperor's arrival would lead to Li Xian's immediate punishment. Yet the unfolding scene left him feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Chu Zhaojun's expression mirrored her astonishment, her beautiful eyes brimming with confusion and uncertainty. "Is this truly my junior brother?" At that moment, she began to question Li Xian's identity. A profound silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the sound of hurried breaths resonating in the air. "I am the humble Taoist Li Xian," he replied with a composed demeanor, performing a single-handed bow. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the White Heron sect members sank. Could it be that Li Xian was not merely known as Su Xiao? Was this his true name, with Su Xiao merely a guise? What grievances might exist between you and my son? The Abyss Emperor inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. As his gaze shifted between Li Xian and Qing Jian, his expression grave. Given that both were of the same celestial realm, he understood the need for caution in addressing the matter. It is not a significant issue. Li Xian slightly shook his head and calmly remarked, "Your son is determined to marry a certain lady. This lady, as fate would have it, has some connection with me, and I wish to discuss the matter with him to see if it could be reconsidered. However, he refused, which is why I called you here." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Xu Zhaojun, who knelt beside him. His expression remained impassive, as if he were merely recounting an inconsequential event. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Yuan turned his gaze towards the kneeling Qing Jiu Yuan and inquired with a tone of authority, "Yuan, is what Li Daoyu said true?" His piercing gaze struck Qing Jiu Yuan like a sword, leaving no room for evasion. "Father, your son." Qing Jiu Yuan lowered his head, his face as pale as parchment. His lips trembled as he attempted to articulate a defense, yet found himself at a loss for words, only managing to emit a vague stammer. Observing Qing Jiu Yuan's floundering demeanor, the Emperor of Yuan instantly grasped the situation's gravity. "Li Dao, since this matter stems from my son's transgressions, I shall leave it to your discretion." The Emperor's countenance remained composed, his gaze steady yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. As he turned his attention back to Li Xian, his words implied a disregard for Qing Jiu Yuan's fate. Upon hearing this, Qing Jiu Yuan felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, awakening him with a start and causing cold sweat to stream down his brow. "Qing Xiandaoyu, if I may say, the thoughts of those in power are indeed burdensome," Li Xian remarked with a hint of disdain, shaking his head slightly. "If I truly intended to kill him, would I have waited until now? If I were to act on that intent, would you truly remain indifferent?" Li Xian's candid words caused the Emperor's expression to darken. "I do not wish to pursue this matter any further," he continued. "Qing Xiandaoyu, you may take him away, but I hope he will not trouble Chu Zhaojun at the Bai Lu Xian sect again." Upon hearing this, the Emperor's expression softened considerably. Though Li Xian spoke bluntly, he displayed a remarkable clarity and generosity in his dealings, thus preserving the Emperor's dignity. "Li Daoyu, your magnanimity is admirable," the Emperor remarked, casting a respectful glance at Li Xian and offering a slight bow, his face reflecting a measure of appreciation. He then scrutinized Li Xian thoughtfully for a while, before continuing. "Might I inquire if you would be interested in assuming the position of National Master of the Great Yuan Dynasty?" This notion had suddenly occurred to the Emperor, and after considerable contemplation, he had decided to express it. To achieve that would be splendid, yet if not, it is of little consequence. "National Master?" Li Xuan azitata momentarily, instinctively inclined to decline, as he had always preferred solitude and freedom from constraints. However, upon further reflection, he altered his stance. "Qing Xiandaoyu, may I ask what authority and obligations accompany this role?" At this moment, he had begun to consider other implications. The rules of heaven and earth in the southern divine continent evidently allowed for the existence of transcendental beings, which surpassed those in the eastern divine continent. If he wished to advance his cultivation, perhaps he could leverage the resources and influence of the Great Yuan Dynasty. In this unfamiliar southern divine continent, having a recognized identity would facilitate his endeavors considerably. Having made the arduous journey to the southern divine realm, he naturally intended to seize every opportunity to advance his cultivation. Upon sensing Li Xian's inquisitive demeanor, the Emperor of the Abyss felt a surge of joy and promptly elaborated. "Dear Taoist Li, the position of National Master holds immense prestige within our Great Abyss Dynasty, wielding considerable influence and the ability to mobilize various resources for cultivation. Moreover, you will have a role in the decision-making of significant state affairs. As for obligations, there is little to concern yourself with on a daily basis. However, should our Great Abyss face formidable adversaries in times of crisis, the National Master must intervene to safeguard our realm. Fortunately, such occurrences are rare, as formidable beings of the celestial realm do not often engage in conflict." Upon hearing this, Li Xian nodded slightly and replied, "In that case, I shall tentatively accept the position of National Master. However, I am inherently free-spirited and relish my wanderings. I hope you, Taoist Qing Xian, will not take offense." The Emperor of the Abyss, overjoyed, reassured him, "Rest assured, dear Taoist Li, I am not one to impose unreasonable demands. As long as you are willing to assist the Great Abyss Dynasty in critical moments, all other matters are negotiable." The addition of another celestial realm expert to the Great Abyss would serve as a significant deterrent to the other two great dynasties and the two sects of Buddhism and Taoism. The dynamics of the Southern Divine Realm differ from those of the Eastern Divine Realm, where one power dominates. Instead, it comprises a complex interplay among various sects and dynasties, with 5 paramount forces at play. Each of the leaders of these 5 forces is a celestial realm expert and the sole representative of their respective factions. With Li Xian's inclusion, the Great Abyss Dynasty now boasts 2 celestial realm experts. This is only natural. After all, I am no idle bystander, Li Xian assured his counterpart. Chapter 29. The Request of Chu Zhao Jun. The National Master is indeed a person of genuine candor. Merely due to a single remark from Li Xian, the Emperor of the Abyss harbored even greater admiration for him. Subsequently, the Emperor turned his gaze towards Qing Ji Yuan, his countenance instantly transforming into one of solemn authority. With an undeniable tone of command, he proclaimed, "Yuan, do not hesitate to pay your respects to our esteemed National Master." In principle, regardless of the exalted status of the National Master, he remains a subject. It is unnecessary for a royal prince to actively seek the acquaintance of a minister. However, this particular minister possesses transcendent power, and the intimidation stemming from his strength renders all decorum subordinate. Though Qing Ji Yuan felt an inner reluctance, he was compelled to clasp his hands in respect towards Li Xian, his tone laced with a hint of discontent as he reluctantly uttered, "I pay my respects to the National Master. There is no need for excessive formalities, Prince Liang," Li Xian replied calmly, his demeanor serene as he regarded Qing Ji Yuan. His nonchalant attitude, perceived as blatant disdain by the already displeased Qing Ji Yuan, ignited a surge of fury within him. His hands instinctively clenched, nails digging deeply into his palms, yet he dared not voice his anger. "National Master, since you and this young lady share mutual affections, might I propose a grand wedding for you both?" The Emperor of the Abyss remarked with a playful tone, adding, "I can assure you that this wedding will be unparalleled in the history of the Great Abyss Dynasty." Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Chu Zhao Jun was engulfed in a whirlwind of panic and elation. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue akin to the evening glow, and her eyes sparkled with dreams and aspirations. She envisioned herself adorned in resplendent bridal attire, walking hand in hand with Li Xian along a path strewn with blossoms and silks, accepting the blessings of the multitude. "Your Majesty jests. This lady merely shares a connection with me, nothing akin to what your Majesty envisions," Li Xian replied with poise, his gaze steady upon the Emperor. His response fell upon Chu Zhao Jun like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fervent hopes that had recently ignited in her heart. A profound sense of disappointment surged within her like a tidal wave, leaving her feeling as though an immense stone had been placed upon her chest, rendering her breathless. She raised her head slightly, disbelief etched upon her face as she gazed at Li Xian, her expression dimmed, repeatedly questioning in her heart, "Is he truly my junior brother?" Aside from his appearance, she could not sense any familiarity of a junior brother in him. "Ah, I see. Then I shall not meddle in this matter," the Emperor of the Abyss remarked, a look of understanding gracing his features as he nodded slightly. "The time for this projection is drawing to a close, and I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, the elder white egret led the others in bowing to the Emperor's projection, proclaiming, "We bid you farewell, your Majesty." Subsequently, the Emperor's projection began to blend into the void, gradually becoming translucent until it vanished from sight, as if it had never existed. The tension that had gripped the assembly in the presence of the Emperor of the Abyss dissipated gradually with his departure. The crowd unconsciously exhaled a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere significantly softened. Despite Li Xian's status as a being of transcendent realms, There was an inexplicable absence of the oppressive aura reminiscent of the abyssal emperor surrounding him. Junior brother, is your true name Li Xian? Tu Xiaoyun inquired, lifting her crimson veil and gazing at him with a gentle smile. In that fleeting moment when her veil was unveiled, Li Xian found himself momentarily captivated. While Gu Shi and Chiling Ji were already breathtakingly beautiful, Chu Zhao Jun seemed to surpass them in allure. No wonder Su Zhao's puppet was willing to sacrifice everything for her. I am indeed called Li Xian, but I am not your junior brother. He steadied his thoughts and replied, shaking his head slightly as he regarded Chu Zhao Jun. Then why does your visage bear such an uncanny resemblance to that of my junior brother? Chu Zhao Jun continued to press, her curiosity unyielding. This is something I cannot explain to you. Even if I did, you would not comprehend, Li Xian replied, shaking his head. The inheritance of the symbol ancestor was his greatest secret and his most formidable trump card, one he would not divulge to others. Li Xian's reticence only deepened Chu Zhao Jun's suspicions, reminding her of Su Zhao's dying words. Sister, remember, no matter how vehemently that powerful self denies it, you must believe he is me. If Li Xian had known of Su Zhao's final message, he would undoubtedly have scoffed. You truly wish to solidify that green hat upon your head? Junior brother, it seems to me that your inability to explain is merely a guise for your indifference. Chu Zhao Jun said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a mix of grievance and playful reproach evident as she fixed her gaze upon Li Xian. She wished to gauge his reaction. Think as you will, Li Xian replied with a calm demeanor, though a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. His seemingly indifferent response felt like salt poured upon the wounds of Chu Zhao Jun's already tender heart, amplifying her sense of despondency. Zhao Jun, since Mr. Li is not Su Xiao, you should cease your entanglement. Elder Baiyi approached with measured steps, his expression imbued with warmth and concern as he gently counseled her. Understanding Chu Zhao Jun's nature and the depth of her affection for Su Xiao, he felt a twinge of worry at her fervent persistence. Master, I understand. Tu Xiaoyun slowly lifted her gaze to Baiyi, nodding obediently. Her voice was soft, yet tinged with an unmistakable melancholy. Then, summoning her courage, she looked back at Li Xian, her eyes shimmering with both hope and trepidation. Mr. Li, I have a small request that I hope you can grant. Li Xian did not respond with cold indifference. Instead, he raised an eyebrow, his expression remaining serene as he spoke slowly. Pray, tell me what it is. His voice was deep and steady, imparting a sense of unexplainable reassurance, which allowed Chu Zhao Jun to breathe a little easier. I hope that, Mr. Li can stay with us at the Baiyi immortal sect for a few days, Chu Zhao Jun hastily articulated. As she spoke, she carefully observed Li Xian's expression, her heart filled with trepidation, fearing his potential refusal. Very well, I shall impose upon your esteemed sect for a few days. Although Li Xian understood the intention behind Chu Zhaojun's invitation, he did not decline. Being unfamiliar with the South Divine Continent, it would indeed be beneficial for him to stay at the White Egret Immortal Sect and gain insight into the various forces at play. Upon hearing Li Xian's agreement, a look of joy illuminated Chu Zhaojun's face, mirrored by the members of the White Egret Immortal Sect. The prospect of hosting a formidable figure from the celestial realm for a few days was undoubtedly advantageous for them. Under Chu Zhaojun's guidance, Li Xian departed from the plaza in front of the White Egret Immortal Sect and made his way to Ling Peak. The elder of the White Egret, recognizing the moment, chose not to follow. Chapter 30. The Third Princess, Qingxin, Your Highness, the Prince of Liang, I sincerely apologize for today's events. The elder of the White Egret sect said earnestly, slowly approaching Qingjin, bowing deeply in contrition. Do you truly believe that, backed by a formidable celestial being like the National Master, you still owe an apology to a mere prince? Qing Jiyuan scoffed, his eyes brimming with resentment and dissatisfaction, his tone laced with biting sarcasm. The events of the day had deeply humiliated him. He had anticipated a smooth union with Chu Zhaojun, only to be thwarted by an unexpected interloper, which even summoned his father's divine presence. Now, he was faced with what appeared to be a sincere apology from the elder, further inflaming his ire. Noticing his displeasure, The elder's heart tightened, and he hurriedly explained. Your Highness, I truly had no knowledge that Su Xiao was backed by another celestial being. Otherwise, I would never have dared to incite a conflict between two such formidable powers. The elder maintained a sincere demeanor, repeatedly bowing and leaning forward, adopting the humblest posture imaginable. He understood that, as the Prince of Liang in the Daqian Dynasty, if Qing Jiyuan chose to pursue this matter relentlessly, the White Egret sect would find itself in grave trouble. Enough. There is no need for such theatrics. Otherwise, the national master might think I have been imposing upon your esteemed sect. Qing Jiyuan waved his sleeve dismissively, his tone a mixture of disdain and impatience. Before turning to depart in his carriage, he had no doubt that the elder lacked the audacity to provoke a conflict between two celestial beings, as the power of such beings was unmistakable. Even the most foolish elder would not gamble the survival of the entire White Egret sect. However, the humiliation he felt today left him seething with anger, and he could only vent his frustration in this manner. The events of the day, when disseminated by certain individuals, spread swiftly throughout the southern divine continent as if they had grown wings. Yet, as the tale circulated, it began to take on a slightly distorted form. The citizens of the Daqian Dynasty found themselves praising Qing Jiyuan. The ninth prince is indeed our dynasty's lucky star. Not only is he an unparalleled talent, but even in seeking a marriage proposal, he has attracted a celestial being like the national master to our side. The populace regarded Qing Jiyuan as a beacon of fortune for the Daqian Dynasty, believing that it was his proposal that prompted Li Xian to join their ranks. In the tea houses, storytellers spun this tale into vibrant anecdotes, captivating their audiences. Upon hearing how the citizens had transformed what he deemed a disgrace into such a tale, Qing Jin was nearly driven to raise the Liang Prince's residence in fury. In the serene courtyard of the Liang Prince's residence, where the artificial lake was graced by willow trees swaying gently, Qing Jin reclined on an intricately carved deck chair, basking in the sun. 4 exquisitely beautiful maidservants attended to him. One wielded a delicate fan to cool him, while another held a silver platter laden with fresh seasonal fruits, ready to offer them to his lips. Ah, what great fortune you possess, dear ninth prince, they cooed. At that moment, a strikingly graceful woman approached from a distance. Her clear voice carried an air of teasing and mirth. Clad in a delicate blue ensemble, her garments fluttered with the breeze, accentuating her elegant and statuesque figure. Her long, lustrous black hair was tied in a high ponytail, swaying rhythmically as she moved, a testament to her competent and carefree demeanor. Beside her walked a demure lady, reminiscent of a quietly blooming orchid, exuding a gentle and enchanting aura. Dressed in a moon-white flowing gown, her skirt billowed like wispy clouds. She trailed quietly next to the poised woman, her steps light and graceful. Third Imperial Sister, I thought you were traversing the world. What brings you to my humble Yang Wangfu? Qing Jun remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the woman in blue, only to be captivated by the one in white. The blue-clad woman, known as Qing Xian, was the third daughter of the Yuan Emperor, making her Qing Jiyuan's third elder sister. Qing Xian was bold and decisive, often venturing into the world, familiar with the wonders and oddities of life. Ninth brother, it's time to snap out of it. If you were to forcefully marry Chu Zhao Jun, you could summon a national master for our great Yuan. However, if you were to forcibly wed Mu Si, you would simply provoke me to draw my blade. Qing Xian teased, stepping closer to Qing Jiyuan and snapping her fingers in front of his face with a playful smirk. Her expression filled with jest. As she spoke, she deliberately rested her hand on the hilt of her blade, adopting a stance as if ready to draw it at any moment. Startled by her words, Qing Jiyuan felt a jolt of realization, embarrassment flickering across his face as he hurriedly responded with a smile. Third Imperial Sister, how could you suggest such a thing? I would never entertain any ill intentions. It is merely that Miss Mu Si is so outstanding, like a celestial being descending from the heavens, that I momentarily lost my focus. I hope Third Imperial Sister will not take offense. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Qing Xian's expression, secretly regretting his earlier lapse. Fearful of inciting the wrath of this spirited third sister, Seeing his reaction, Qing Xian chuckled softly, lowering her hand from the blade's hilt. Consider yourself fortunate. She then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, Mu Si is a dear friend I have made during my travels. Should you harbor any improper thoughts, I would not hesitate to be ungracious. In response, Qing Ji Yuan smoothly countered, Third Imperial Sister, your words are rather excessive. Miss Mu Si possesses a temperament as refined as an orchid, fresh and untainted, akin to a hidden beauty in a secluded valley. Even if I were to hold her in admiration, is there any fault in that? Mu Si gently inclined her head, softly interjecting, Your Highness, please do not jest. I am but an ordinary person, unworthy of the princess' attention. Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, bringing a sense of tranquility to the listener. As she spoke of being ordinary, a youthful figure surfaced in her mind, one who was not only just but also possessed a sense of humor. Qing Xian, growing impatient, rolled her eyes at Qing Jian, her tone dripping with disdain. Enough with the flattery already. She gently waved her hand, as if to dispel the insincere atmosphere created by Qing Jiuyuan. Your Highness, I have come to Yangzhou and to your esteemed Wangfu with a matter I wish to inquire about. As she spoke, she seated herself upon the stone bench and poured herself a cup of tea from the pot on the table. Pray do not hesitate, third sister. Yes, you. I will speak freely, Qing Jiuyuan replied with a smile, adopting a tone of feigned amiability. You must have encountered the national teacher, have you not? Qing Xian slightly squinted her eyes and gazed at Qing Jiuyuan. Could you tell me what kind of person he is? Curiosity gleamed in her eyes, revealing her keen interest in Li Xian. However, upon hearing Li Xian's name, Qing Jiuyuan's mood soured. I do not know, third sister. If you wish to discern what kind of person he is, you ought to visit the Bailu Xian sect yourself, he retorted curtly, turning his head away and refusing to look at Qing Xian any longer. Refusing to speak, are we? If you remain silent, then I shall take my leave. Qing Xian stood up, her words laced with a hint of threat. At this, Qing Jiuyuan hastily called out, Third sister, please stay. I shall speak. For the sake of Miss Mu Si, he had no choice but to endure his displeasure. Then do hasten to tell me, Qing Xian replied, her expression revealing a sense of triumph over Qing Jiuyuan. Thus, Qing Jiuyuan recounted the events of that day in detail to Qing Xian. Chapter 31 News of the Taiyuan Martial Sacrifice Ninth Prince. May I pose a question to you? What do you believe is the relationship between the national master and that Su Xiao? After listening to Qing Jiuyuan's account, Qing Xian's face displayed a thoughtful expression as she inquired with considerable interest. Their appearances are strikingly similar. I suspect that Su Xiao might be the national master's illegitimate son. Qing Jiuyuan speculated with a smirk. Have you lost your mind? Qing Xian looked at Qing Jiuyuan with exasperation. If he were truly the illegitimate son of a transcendent being, do you think you could lie here in peace? Upon hearing this, Qing Jiuyuan suddenly realized, right, I understand now, that Li Xian must not be a transcendent master. He has deceived us all. Qing Xian's expression of disbelief deepened, wishing she could knock some sense into him. Do you think father is as gullible as you? If transcendent masters were so easily misled, then everyone in the southern divine continent would be a fool. She had no doubt that the national masteress status as a transcendent was genuine. So, third sister, what do you think their relationship is? Qing Jiuyuan raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the national master is truly the deceased Su Xiao? He wore an expression of incredulity. I cannot say, Qing Xian replied, slightly shaking her head in confusion. Nevertheless, I find the national master quite enigmatic. By the way, Ninth Prince, the decade-long Taiyuan martial sacrifice is about to commence. Will you be participating? She changed the subject. Third sister, I am currently too fearful to show my face. How could I possibly attend the Taiyuan martial sacrifice? Qing Jiuyuan said with a distressed expression. He had not left the Liang Wangfu for days, feeling as though he was the subject of whispers and pointed fingers whenever he did. Hearing this, Qing Xian immediately protested. Ninth Prince, among all of Father's princes and princesses, your talent for cultivation is unmatched. Under 50 years of age, you are the only one who has reached the 5th level of divine storage. if you do not participate in this Taiyuan martial sacrifice, our Qingyuan dynasty will surely be humiliated. Father would never allow such a disgrace. The Taiyuan martial sacrifice is co-hosted by the 5 premier powers of the Southern Divine Continent. It serves to showcase strength, compete for cultivation resources, and select young talents. Thus, the Taiyuan martial sacrifice only allows cultivators under 50 to participate. Currently, there are 5 foremost prodigies in the Southern Divine Continent, each hailing from one of the 5 great powers, all under 30 years of age and having reached the 5th level of divine storage or perfected the Qi refinement to spirit transformation. The Qingyuan dynasty's top prodigy under 30 is Qing Jiyuan. If he refrains from participating in this Taiyuan martial sacrifice, the dynasty will have little hope of claiming the top position. Third sister, if what you say is true, then we are destined for disgrace. Qing Jiyuan lamented with a face full of despair. Disgrace? The common folk have already declared you our Qingyuan dynasty's lucky star. Otherwise, how could you have attracted a transcendent master like the national master to our side? Qing Xian rose to her feet, playfully patting Qing Jiyuan on the shoulder. Since you are prepared to participate in the Taiyuan Martial Festival, let us journey to the capital together. She continued, Mu Xi will accompany us as well. Originally feeling a sense of embarrassment that made him wish to disappear, Qing Jiyuan instantly perked up at the prospect of traveling alongside Mu Xi. The Taiyuan Martial Festival is an event that Sister Zijin loves to witness. If she were here in the Southern Divine Continent, she would certainly attend. In Xianzhou, a youth of about 16 or 17 years old, intrigued by the discussions about the Taiyuan Martial Festival taking place in the inn, became quite interested. This youth was none other than the ordinary Ping Fan from Dongshenzhou Mountain. Yu Baiyi and Jun Yu preferred tranquility, while Tao Zijin and Ping Fan were more spirited. After Li Xian departed from Dongshenzhou Mountain, Ping Fan and Tao Zijin also descended the mountain to hone their skills. During their training, they inadvertently stumbled upon an ancient relic. It was within this ancient site that Ping Fan and Tao Zijin became separated. When Ping Fan finally emerged from the relic, he realized he was no longer in the Eastern Divine Continent, but had instead arrived in a place called the Southern Divine Continent. Concerned for Tao Zijin, Ping Fan wandered through the Southern Divine Continent in search of news about her. Along his journey, he saved a girl named Mu Xi, forging a bond with her. A month should be sufficient for me to reach Yuanjing. Ping Fan thought as he learned that the Taiyuan Martial Festival was to be held in the capital of the Daqian Dynasty, prompting him to set off immediately. At Bailu Xianzong, on Ling Shi Peak, Li Xian, seated on a stone chair, addressed Chu Zhaojun, who was busily preparing food for him in the distance. Miss Chu, there's no need for you to exert yourself trying to probe further. Su Xiao may be considered as I am, but I am certainly not Su Xiao. The food laid before him was all of Su Xiao's favorites. Though Li Xian too enjoyed these dishes, he was not Su Xiao. Su Xiao's conscious self had emerged atop his own, inevitably sharing many likes and habits with Li Xian. Noticing that Chu Zhaojun remained unfazed, engrossed in her tasks, Li Xian continued, Miss Chu, I have spent some time at Bailu Xianzong. It is time for me to take my leave. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhaojun's body trembled slightly, and her hands ceased their movement. 2 tears slipped from her eyes, betraying her emotions. Through their time together, she had come to understand that despite the many similarities between Li Xian and Su Xiao, Li Xian was ultimately not her junior brother. Li Xian, unsure of how to offer comfort, could only shake his head in resignation. Alas, I hope the other 2 puppets do not cause me any trouble. After regaining her composure, Chu Zhaojun straightened up and looked at Li Xian, asking, Mr. Li, is it truly impossible for my junior brother to return? Seeing her pitiful demeanor stirred a flicker of sympathy within Li Xian. No, I should not be feeling this way, Li Xian suddenly realized, recognizing that, by his nature, he would not harbor such emotions for someone he only knew casually. On that day, when Chu Zhaojun removed her veil, revealing her countenance, he found himself momentarily captivated by her beauty. At that moment, he believed her appearance surpassed that of Gu Shi and others, which elicited such a reaction from him. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Chu Zhaojun's beauty did not outshine that of Gu Shi and her companions. Thus, The only explanation for his response was that he was under the influence of some emotion. Could it be that the puppet technique had unforeseen side effects unknown to him? A terrifying thought took root in Li Xian's mind. If this notion were true, he would be compelled to confront the independent consciousness birthed by the three puppets. Would he still remain himself? Damn that puppet master. If this puppet technique bears such significant side effects, why was there no explicit warning left in the inheritance? Li Xian cursed inwardly. Chapter 32. Joining the caravan, perhaps. Li Xian cast a glance at Chu Zhaojun, offering an ambiguous reply before continuing. Miss Chu, I must take my leave now. Please take care. He then turned and departed. His answer kindled a flicker of hope within Chu Zhaojun. Perhaps indeed, she murmured, her gaze lingering on Li Xian's retreating figure. Li Xian, could you truly not be my junior brother? What, then, is the nature of your relationship with him? Or is it possible that you are my junior brother, merely bereft of certain memories? With this thought, a glimmer of realization sparked in her eyes, prompting her to chase after Li Xian's silhouette. Mr. Li, might I accompany you for a while? Chu Zhaojun quickened her pace to walk alongside him, softly inquiring. I am accustomed to solitude and prefer not to have anyone trailing me. Li Xian responded with a neutral tone, simultaneously quickening his stride. Mr. Li, do you seem a bit apprehensive about being in my company? Chu Zhaojun swiftly stepped in front of him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Her previously disheartened demeanor appeared to have vanished, replaced by a teasing tone. Perhaps it is the autonomous consciousness of Su Xiao at play. Li Xian met Chu Zhaojun's fervent gaze, his own eyes momentarily evasive. Witnessing this, a faint smile graced Chu Zhaojun's lips. This was not the reaction one would expect from a formidable being of the celestial realm. Why? Is Mr. Li reluctant to answer this question? Tu sao yun placed full. You are overthinking it. I simply prefer solitude, Li Xian replied calmly before rising effortlessly into the air, soaring away into the distance. Observing this, Chu Zhaojun summoned her spirit sword and took to the skies in pursuit. However, Li Xian's speed was overwhelming, and she soon found herself unable to trace his presence any longer. Junior brother, even if I must traverse the ends of the earth, I shall find you, she vowed silently. At this moment, she was resolute that Li Xian was indeed Su Xiao, albeit having lost fragments of his memory for some unknown reason. After all, a being of the celestial realm should not exhibit such unreasonable reactions in her presence. Esteemed guests, I beg your pardon. At midday in Liangzhou, Li Xian approached a caravan resting by the roadside. The guards of the caravan, upon noticing his approach, instinctively grasped their weapons, eyes filled with caution. There's no need for alarm. An elder among them raised a hand in a gesture of reassurance, then rose slowly to approach Li Xian. Young man, is there something you require? The elder inquired with a gentle tone. Upon hearing the term young man, Li Xian momentarily paused, caught off guard. After a brief moment of contemplation, he promptly replied, Elder, I wish to inquire about the route to Yuanjing. Yuanjing. The elder scrutinized Li Xian with a discerning gaze before responding with certainty. Young man, you wish to attend the Taiyuan martial festival, do you not? Indeed, Li Xian sincerely replied to the elder. However, I am uncertain about the way to Yuanjing. I would greatly appreciate your guidance. In his past travels, he had wandered without a fixed destination, but now that he had a goal, he found himself at a loss. The journey from Liangzhou to Yuanjing is not short. Even if I were to describe it, you, young man, may still struggle to find your way, the elder kindly remarked. Coincidentally, we too are headed to Yuanjing. Please wait here for a moment while I inquire with our master if we can offer you a ride. With that, he turned towards a nearby carriage. Miss, the elder respectfully called out to someone inside the carriage. What is it? A melodious voice responded from within. There is a youth over there who wishes to attend the Taiyuan martial festival in Yuanjing, but he is unsure of the route. I would like to ask if we could take him along, the elder said with utmost respect. Li Bo, it seems rather inappropriate to allow a stranger to join our party, the cautious voice of the young woman replied from the carriage. Miss, I find that the young man has a friendly demeanor and does not appear to be ill-intentioned. Moreover, a lad of 17 or 18 should not pose a significant risk. The elder insisted, hoping to advocate for Li Xian. Very well, since you have vouched for him, Let us take him along. The woman finally consented after a moment's consideration. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Li Bo promptly relayed the good news to Li Xian. Young man, our esteemed young lady has agreed to take you with us. In response, Li Xian cupped his hands and said, I'm grateful for your kindness. It is no trouble at all. When one is away from home, we all encounter difficulties. If I can assist, I shall, Li Bo replied gently. By the way, what is your name? We are destined to share some time together, and I cannot continually refer to you as young man. My name is Li Xian, he replied without hesitation. Li Xian, what a coincidence. For I too share the surname Li, the elder remarked, his eyes brightening as he regarded Li Xian with newfound warmth, as if bridging the gap between them. However, your name seems somewhat familiar. Ah, it strikes me that our esteemed national master De Yuan is also named Li Xian. Li Bo furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before realization dawned upon him. If we speak of the most renowned figure in De Yuan lately, it would undoubtedly be that newly appointed national master, Li Xian. As he spoke, he could not help but scrutinize Li Xian with renewed interest. It is merely a case of sharing the same name. Li Xian replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor relaxed and unpretentious. Of course, I am aware it is merely a coincidence. If you were the national master, I would be the chancellor of Ding. Li Bo chuckled heartily, playfully patting Li Xian's shoulder with his broad, calloused hand. Then I shall wish you the day when you become a chancellor, as it would allow me to indulge in the pleasures of being a national master, Li Xian replied, laughing in agreement and continuing the light-hearted banter. You, my young friend, possess quite the gift of eloquence. If that day truly comes, we shall all bask in glory. Li Bo chuckled heartily, patting Li Xian on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration and joy. The surrounding guards, overhearing the exchange between Li Bo and Li Xian, could not suppress their disdain. They inwardly mused, an old man and a mere youth. If they were to rise to the positions of chancellor and state master, then surely we could become great generals. Casting a dismissive glance at the duo, the guards resumed their rest, tilting their heads back. After half an hour, the caravan was ready once more and set forth towards the capital of Yuanjing. Chapter 33. Encountering calamity on the vast sea plain 7 days later. Li Xian's caravan traversed an expansive plain. The surroundings were wide open, and as far as the eye could see, a flat expanse of land stretched endlessly into the horizon. Occasionally, a few solitary trees swayed gently in the wind. Suddenly, a cacophony of hooves approached, shattering the tranquility. Dozens of riders on tall steeds surged towards the caravan like a black torrent, clad in dark attire and masked. Only their fierce eyes were visible. Trouble! Bandits! The captain of the caravan's guards turned pale and shouted loudly. The guards immediately tensed, drawing their weapons and standing protectively around the wagons, their expressions alert. Inside the wagon, a young woman lifted the curtain upon hearing the commotion and peered outside. Miss, it's bandits. What should we do? The young maid beside her, upon seeing the bandits, was instantly struck with panic and turned to the young woman for guidance. Do not worry. With Yi Chun and the others here, these bandits are not to be feared. The young woman replied with a calm demeanor. Indeed, young Master Yi Chun is a master of extraordinary prowess. He will surely repel these bandits, reassured the maid, her anxiety dissipating considerably. Kill! As the bandits reached the caravan, their masked leader issued a ruthless command without hesitation. With a powerful leap from his horse, he brandished a gleaming blade, charging towards the wagon. The other masked bandits attacked the guards surrounding the wagon. Just as the leader's blade was about to cleave through the wagon's side, a handsome young man, wielding a long sword, leaped onto the wagon and intercepted the attack. With a swift stroke, Yi Chun forced the leader back. Observing the retreating figure of the bandit, Yi Chun pressed forward, sword in hand. Meanwhile, Li Xian stood to the side, showing no inclination to intervene. Shao Li, aren't you going to help? Li Bo, witnessing the unfolding chaos, remained remarkably calm and turned to Li Xian. Given that Yi Chun and the guards are evidently stronger than these bandits, assistance appears unnecessary. Li Xian responded in a composed tone, lacking any intent to engage. Despite having spent 7 days with the caravan, he was still unaware of their identities and intentions. Having crossed paths by chance, He felt no obligation to intervene aside from Li Bo. Aside from Yi Chun, the middle-aged captain of the guards was also of extraordinary caliber, while only the leader among the bandits possessed such strength. After a fierce battle, Yi Chun dispatched the leader of the black-clad bandits. Without pausing, he swiftly turned and, in concert with the remaining guards, charged at the other bandits. In mere moments, they eradicated the remaining foes. Young Master Yi Chun is truly formidable. The little maid gazed at the gallant Yi Chun, her eyes brimming with admiration. While extolling his virtues, she seemed to suddenly recall something, a slight smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, as she couldn't resist taking a jab at Li Xian. Unlike certain individuals who, upon encountering bandits, were paralyzed by fear and too timid to move, how could such a coward dare to aspire to participate in the Taiyuan martial sacrifice? What a foolish dream! As she spoke, she cast a scornful glance at Li Xian from the corner of her eye. Confronted by the maid's disdainful gaze, Li Xian felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. What had he done to deserve this? Old Li, is she referring to me? Li Xuan Leslie. Turning to the side to seek clarification from Uncle Li, his voice laced with curiosity. Surely, she couldn't be speaking of this old body of mine. Uncle Li chuckled lightly in response, giving Li Xian a knowing look that urged him to discern the truth for himself. There was no need for further deliberation. Chui'er was indeed speaking of you. With hands on her hips, the little maid fixed her gaze upon Li Xian, delivering her verdict with unwavering certainty. Little girl, I don't recall having offended you along this journey. What provoked your remarks? Li Xian retorted, looking at her with a mixture of confusion and indignation. A grown man who, when faced with difficulties, only knows how to shrink back like a turtle. Chui'er has always despised such men, the little maid said disdainfully. I once offered you good things to eat, but had I known you were of this character, I would have rather fed them to the dogs. A flicker of resentment passed through her eyes as she made this statement. However, this animosity did not seem directed at Li Xian. Rather, it appeared to be aimed at someone from her past. What a girl with a story, Li Xian mused, choosing not to engage in further argument with the maid. After all, others had indeed shared food with him previously. Initially, he had intended to send those horse bandits to test the extent of the old prime minister's restored prowess. Little did he expect that they would all fall before a young man. A gray-robed elder stood atop a distant hill, surveying the aftermath of the battle that had just concluded, letting out a deep sigh. His brow furrowed slightly, and a glimmer of calculation flickered in his eyes. Beside the gray-robed elder stood a middle-aged man clad in black, who remained silent, his countenance as stern as iron, exuding an air of cold severity. Upon hearing the elder's words, he spoke in a low voice, "Since they are all dead, it is time for us to make our entrance." Subsequently, the two men soared into the air like black eagles, hastening toward the convoy. In the blink of an eye, they landed firmly before the caravan, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, the guards, who had just begun to relax their vigilance after the extermination of the bandits, instantly tensed up, as if facing a formidable foe. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our convoy?" The captain of the guard stepped forward, gripping his weapon tightly as he addressed the two men. "Who we are is beyond your privilege to know," the gray-robed elder replied, casting a dismissive glance at the captain with a cold snort. He slightly tilted his head back, his expression brimming with disdain, before gradually shifting his gaze towards Uncle Li, who was situated behind the carriage. "Ah, venerable Chancellor, it is a pleasure to see you in good health." The elderly man in the gray robe greeted Li Bo with a tone of familiarity, as if encountering a long-lost friend. Fan Iwa, have the honor of paying my respects to the esteemed Chancellor." The middle-aged man in black also inclined his body in a courteous gesture towards Li Bo. Upon hearing their words, Yi Chun and the surrounding guards exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting confusion. Who is the Chancellor? They pondered silently. At that moment, Li Bo emerged slowly from behind the carriage, his steps measured and his demeanor serene. "Qi Liang, Fan Yu, I wonder what brings you both here today?" He inquired with a calm gaze directed at the gray-robed Qi Liang and the black-clad Fan Yu, his tone unhurried. In that moment, he exuded an undeniable air of authority, a natural gravitas befitting one of high standing. "Oh, Chancellor, you are a man of wisdom. Why feign ignorance? Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of sharpness flashing within them as he addressed Li Bo. Though his tone seemed casual, it concealed layers of deeper meaning. Chapter 34. The Elder Prime Minister Li Bo. What? Li Bo is the Elder Prime Minister they speak of? The guards widened their eyes, witnessing the somewhat dramatic scene before them, their faces displaying expressions of astonishment and shock. Hey, if Li Bo is the Elder Prime Minister, could it be that you are indeed the National Master? One of the guards beside Li Xian teasingly turned to him. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Li Xian replied with a playful tone. The young maid, Cui Er, upon hearing his words, wrinkled her nose and displayed a look of disdain, sarcastically retorting, "If he were the National Master, then I would be the princess. The Elder Prime Minister, your powers have waned. If you surrender the person in the carriage, perhaps you may still enjoy a long life. Otherwise, you shall find your grave here," Qi continued, gazing at Li Bo, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. In response, Li Bo, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Wherever this old body is buried, it matters little to me." He seemed to have long since relinquished any fear of life or death. Moreover, I may yet walk out of this Songhai plain unscathed today. He straightened his posture slightly, his tone imbued with a quiet confidence. Since the Elder Prime Minister has spoken thus, Fan Yu, why not accompany him to stretch his limbs? Qi said with a calm smile, casting a glance at the nearby Fan Yu, his words also reflecting a sense of assurance. "My apologies, Elder Prime Minister," Fan Yu said solemnly, bowing slightly towards Li Bo as a sign of respect. In the next moment, a formidable aura erupted from him, revealing his strength at the third level of the divine concealment realm. Feeling this overwhelming presence, Yi Chen gasped and retreated in alarm. "This is bad. It's the divine concealment realm. Retreat quickly." The captain of the guards, equally tense, wasted no time in leading the guards back, creating a distance of several dozen paces between them and Fan Yu and Li Bo. Though their movements were frantic, they were executed with remarkable swiftness. Seeing this, Li Bo's expression hardened, firmly anchoring himself in place. He too unleashed his power at the third level of the divine concealment realm, countering Fan Yu's formidable aura. Third level of the divine concealment realm. It seems the Elder Prime Minister's abilities have yet to be fully restored, Qi observed Li Bo, a triumphant smile creeping onto his face. "Even if my strength is not completely regained, dealing with the two of you is still more than sufficient." Li Bo's aged voice resonated with an air of confidence. "Fan Yu, since the Elder Prime Minister has said this, what are you waiting for? Do not allow him to underestimate us." A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Qi eyes as he spoke sternly to Fan Yu. Immediately, Fan Yu charged at Li Bo like a tiger descending a mountain. His figure was lithe, his speed akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Li Bo simultaneously. He drew his battle blade from his back. Its blade shimmered with a chilling gleam. With a fierce shout, he struck at Li Bo with a force that seemed capable of cleaving everything in two. Li Bo's expression remained composed, his gaze intensely focused on every movement of Fan Yu. In the moment just before the long blade descended, he deftly sidestepped, evading the fierce strike with a ghostly grace. Simultaneously, he swiftly raised his left hand, transforming his palm into a claw, precisely grasping the wrist of Fan Yu, who wielded the knife. His movements were rapid and decisive, successfully neutralizing Fan Yu's assault. Undeterred by the missed blow, Fan Yu, drawing upon years of combat experience, immediately twisted his wrist, redirecting the blade from a downward slash to a horizontal cut, aiming directly at Li Bo's waist. This sudden change in tactics was swift and ruthless, leaving little room for defense. Li Bo, sensing Fan Yu's maneuver, stomped his feet hard against the ground and leapt back several paces, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Upon landing, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself forward like a spring towards Fan Yu. His hands danced like phantoms, unleashing a vigorous series of punches, with the wind from his strikes whistling as they targeted Fan Yu's vital points. The intensity of their exchange escalated, the surrounding air resonating with explosive sounds as their formidable powers clashed. The ground beneath them was battered and uneven, clouds of dust swirling around them. Each movement exuded the force capable of shattering stone. Was this the prowess of a transcendent warrior? From a distance, Yichen observed the fierce clash between Li Bo and Fan Yu, his eyes widening in astonishment as he murmured to himself. Beyond shock, there was a profound yearning within him. Was this truly the might of a transcendent warrior? It was terrifying. The residual force of their battle could likely claim our lives. A guard voice trembled as he spoke, revealing deep-seated fear. In response, the other guards silently nodded, their eyes brimming with trepidation. At that moment, they acquired a new and profound understanding of the strength possessed by transcendent warriors. The sensation of awe surged within them like relentless waves, crashing over their hearts. The young maid, Chui, was equally terrified, her once rosy cheeks now pale as paper. Clutching the corner of Li Xian's garment tightly, her body trembled slightly, her gaze filled with fear and reverence. "Why are you pulling my clothes?" Li Xian, engrossed in the battle between Fan Yu and Li Bo, suddenly felt a tug at his garment and turned his head, looking at the young maid with mild confusion. "I am scared." Chui looked up at Li Xian, her eyes reflecting her terror as she replied, her voice quivering. Noticing Li Xian's calm demeanor, devoid of fear, she curiously asked, "Aren't you afraid?" "Not all." Li Xian glanced at Chui and teasingly remarked, "If a timid person like me isn't afraid, then it seems you are even more timid than I." He shook his head slightly, an expression of mock pity on his face. His words ignited a spark of competitiveness within the young maid. Chui's eyes widened, as if stimulated by a great challenge. She promptly released her grip on Li Xian's garment and forcefully shook her hand, attempting to dispel her inner fear. Then, feigning composure, she declared, "Who says I'm afraid? I'm not scared at all." She lifted her chin, striving to present an image of bravery and fearlessness. Yet the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her. "As long as you're not afraid." Li Xian could not help but smile, nodding gently. Just then, the gray-robed elder Qi Liang, who had been standing by as an observer, suddenly leaped into the air, hurtling towards the carriage with an imposing force. His target clearly the carriage itself. "Qi Liang, after all these years, you remain as treacherous as ever." Witnessing this, Li Bo, who was fiercely engaged in battle with Fan Yu, swiftly executed a formidable move to repel Fan Yu, then soared towards Qi Liang, positioning himself directly in his path. "Old Chancellor, if you seek death, do not blame me." A flicker of ruthless intensity flashed in Qi Liang's seemingly tranquil eyes, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Charged with immense energy, aimed squarely at Li Bo simultaneously, Li Bo summoned all his inner strength, channeling it into his palms to counter Qi Liang's formidable blow. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, as if the very heavens trembled in response. A tempest of elemental energy surged outward from the two combatants, wreaking havoc in all directions. The overwhelming force of the energy storm sent Li Bo's body careening through the air. He arced like a cannonball, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Cough! A mouthful of blood spewed forth from him, and his aged visage grew even paler. "Is this how it ends?" Yi Chun gazed at the scene, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. "What shall we do? With Li Bo defeated, are we all doomed?" The guards, witnessing this turn of events, were likewise gripped by terror. Chapter 35. The National Master Li Xian Yi Chun. "Wait a moment. I shall fight to the death against those two, and thereafter you shall escort the young lady and the others," proclaimed Li Buqiang, struggling to rise from his grievous injuries. "Old Chancellor, in your current state, you still dare to dream of slaying me and Fan Yu? Do you not realize the absurdity of your delusions?" Liang sneered, contempt evident in his gaze. "Whether I can slay you or not will soon be revealed," Li Bo replied with a smile that carried an undertone of defiance against death. He then bit his finger, using his blood as a catalyst, and recited loudly, "Burning longevity, illuminating the meridians, forging the foundation of the path, defying the heavens, seizing the vast energy." With each word he uttered, a mysterious and overwhelming force seemed to awaken, his aura swelling like a surging tide. This was a secret method he had obtained from an ancient Confucian text, allowing him to temporarily gain immense power at the cost of his own life. Not good. Fan Yu, This old fool is truly willing to risk everything. We must stop him. Qiliang's earlier confidence dissipated, replaced by a grave concern as he witnessed the unfolding scene. Upon hearing this, Fan Yu immediately leaped into action, joining Qiliang in their assault on Li Bo. Just as their attacks were about to strike, Li Xian appeared before them in a flash. His garments billowed, and a formidable surge of primal energy erupted from him, intercepting their strikes and sending them both flying. Simultaneously, Li Xian placed a hand on Li Bo's shoulder, channeling a powerful force into him, suppressing the rising strength within. In disbelief, Li Bo turned to Li Xian. Astonishment etched on his face. Little Li Xian responded with a serene smile. Old Li, how much is your monthly salary? Is it worth risking your life like this? Who are you? Why do you interfere in this matter? Qiliang, regaining his footing, questioned Li Xian, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. I am Li Xian, he replied, his tone calm and unperturbed. The national master? Upon hearing this, Qiliang trembled, an overwhelming dread surging within him. No, the national master cannot possibly be here. However, he quickly composed himself, shouting at Li Xian, how dare you impersonate the national master's name? You truly know not the peril you invite. Think carefully before you speak, Li Xian warned, his voice carrying an undercurrent of menace. Though you possess great strength, you cannot possibly be the national master, Qiliang asserted with conviction, then leaped forward, launching a full-force attack at Li Xian. In response, Li Xian merely waved his sleeve lightly, and Qiliang was sent hurtling backward once more. Is this how your esteemed Qingxian Taoist teaches you? To disregard the national master's presence and resort to violence? Li Xian remarked, amusement lacing his tone. Impersonating the national master and daring to address his majesty by name, how audacious. Old Chancellor, let us jointly apprehend this treasonous individual. Qiliang, aware that he was no match for Li Xian, rose from the ground and audaciously incited Li Bo to join him in confronting Li Xian. Upon hearing this, Li Bo turned to Li Xian and earnestly inquired, are you truly the national master? What do you think? Li Xian retorted without answering the question. At this moment, Yi Chun and the entourage of guards gazed at Li Xian's figure, their faces reflecting not only shock but also profound bewilderment. His strength is indeed formidable. Could he genuinely be the national master? Li Xian, who would have thought that an unassuming young lad was in fact a powerful practitioner of the divine concealed realm? Meanwhile, a young woman inside the carriage leaned out, her eyes filled with curiosity as she regarded Li Xian's silhouette. Despite Li Xian's impressive display of power, she remained skeptical that he was the renowned national master. May the heavens protect us. He cannot possibly be the national master, or else Chui'er is doomed. The little maid Chui'er clasped her hands in prayer, her face pale with fear as she beheld Li Xian. Kuya, even if Li Xian is not the national master, he is still a master of the divine concealed realm. If even that powerful individual cannot contend with him, do you believe anyone could ensure your safety? Remarked a guard, shattering Chui'er's last shred of hope. Trembling, her complexion ashen, she turned to the young woman inside the carriage and asked, Miss, is Chui'er doomed? Fear not. He is a master of the divine concealed realm. If he intended to take your life, he would not have waited until now, the young woman replied, casting a glance at the terrified maid. Fan Yu, old chancellor, what are you still doing? Come, let us swiftly apprehend this rebellious wretch. Qiliang commanded sternly to Fan Yu and Li Bo, foolishly intent on capturing Li Xian. Just as he prepared to strike again, a graceful figure swooped in from afar, landing before him and delivering a resounding slap. Impudent! Qiliang, how dare you attack the national master? Do you not recognize rank or respect? After delivering the slap, the newcomer berated Qiliang loudly. Following the blow, upon recognizing the identity of the visitor, a flicker of terror flashed in Qiliang's eyes. His previously arrogant demeanor dissipated instantly, leaving him weak-kneed, as if his very backbone had been removed, nearly collapsing to the ground. The ninth prince, he stammered, his lips quivering as he addressed the newcomer. Indeed, the figure was none other than the ninth prince, Qing Jiyuan of Liang. After striking Qiliang, Qing Jiyuan turned to Li Xian and respectfully bowed, saying, Qing Jiyuan pays his respects to the national master. He then greeted Li Bo, Old Chancellor, I trust you are well. Although he did not bow in this instance. A hint of respect colored his tone. Ninth Prince, Li Bo responded, before turning to Li Xian in disbelief, exclaiming, Li Xian, you truly are the national master. You have become the Chancellor. Surely it would not be amiss for me to assume the role of the national master. Li Xian replied dismissively. At that moment, Li Bo recalled their initial conversation and could not help but chuckle. Indeed, there is no issue whatsoever. Just then, two young women approached, Qing Xian and Mu Siyai. After appraising Li Xian, Qing Xian bowed gracefully and said, Qing Xian pays her respects to the national master. She then turned to Li Bo and addressed him, Old Chancellor. The third princess, he truly is the national master. How could I have disrespected him, even contemplating his capture? Upon catching sight of Qing Xian, the dread of death enveloped Qi Liang completely, causing him to weaken and collapse onto the ground. Besides Qi Liang, the one most stricken with fear was the young maid. Kui, it's over. It's over. He is indeed the national master, she lamented. Having previously called the national master a coward and a turtle, Cui now felt her fate was sealed. As she gazed upon Li Xian, terror etched across her face. She too succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 36. Curiosity about the national master. The national master. This audacious individual. How do you intend to handle him? Qing Jian cast a piercing glance at the crumpled and disheveled Qi Liang sprawled on the ground, then inquired of Li Xian. At this moment, Qing Xian's enchanting eyes sparkled with curiosity as she regarded Li Xian, seemingly eager to discern how this enigmatic national master would deal with Qi Liang. National master, spare my life. I truly did not know you were the national master. Otherwise, I would not have dared to offend you. Even if I had the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Qi Liang, lying on the ground, was etched with terror and despair. Recognizing that the moment determining his fate had arrived, he seized the sole thread of hope and immediately bowed his head in supplication to Li Xian. My intervention was merely to return a favor to old Li. Now that the favor has been repaid, how he chooses to deal with this matter is no longer within my purview. Li Xian spoke calmly, his demeanor unruffled. He cast a nonchalant glance over the crowd, his eyes devoid of any tumult. He never intended to take Qi Liang's life. Upon hearing this, Qi Liang's anxious heart felt considerably lighter. Among those present, aside from a national master, a formidable being of transcendent realm, others who might wish to act against him were compelled to consider the power of his backing. Thus, his life seemed to be spared. At this moment, Qing Xian silently mused. Indeed, this national master does not relish taking lives. His approach is enigmatic yet subtly exudes a unique grandeur and magnanimity. National master, my initial desire to escort you is merely a fleeting whim. I never intended to impose any obligation upon you. Li Bo remarked sincerely to Li Xian. That is inconsequential. Li Xian gently shook his head, speaking in a placid tone. What matters is that I have repaid this favor. He was a person who acted solely based on his conscience. Is he truly the national master? A young woman inside the carriage lifted the curtain, gazing at Li Xian's silhouette and the unfolding scene with disbelief and intrigue. A distinguished figure of transcendent realm, disguising himself as an ordinary youth. What could this signify? Was it a humble descent, mingling with the people? Contemplating this, she lowered the curtain and, accompanied by a young boy, descended from the carriage. The boy's gaze was vacant, his expression dazed, as though devoid of spirit. Once they disembarked, the young woman made no delay and approached Li Xian. Qing Yi and her younger brother Qing Yang pay their respects to the national master. The young woman arrived before Li Xian, bowing respectfully with the boy beside her. Li Xian nodded slightly, as if recalling something, and questioned with a hint of skepticism, Qing Xian, Qing Yang. Are you also of royal lineage? At this juncture, Qing Jiyuan and Qing Xian concurrently shifted their attention to Qing Yi and Qing Yang, scrutinizing them closely. They silently pondered. Could these be the illegitimate children left by the emperor? One might say so. Qing Yi nodded gently, a flicker of melancholy passing through her eyes. After all, their lineage was not one to be spoken of lightly. In the imperial household, schemes abound. Li Xian sighed, then dismissed the crowd and proceeded towards the carriage. The danger has been averted, and the tension that had gripped the captain of the guard instantly dissipated. In a moment of levity, he jested with the other guards. Who was it that claimed those two esteemed individuals were the Chancellor and the National Master? Come forth, and let us behold you. In response, one guard, with a hint of self-mockery, quipped, Captain, with your underlings, you might as well wish for a general of your own. The remark elicited hearty laughter from the others, filling the air with mirth. However, amidst the joyous uproar, the young maid, Chuyer, remained paralyzed on the ground, consumed by fear. I'm done for. I'm absolutely finished, she thought in despair. Upon seeing Li Xian approach, the jovial expressions on the guards' faces vanished, replaced by a solemn, intense demeanor. We pay our respects to the National Master. Under the captain's lead, the guards immediately bowed deeply to Li Xian, their faces reflecting deep reverence. No need for such formalities, Li Xian replied with a slight wave of his hand, before kneeling before the trembling maid. National Master, are you here to kill me? Kuya, sitting on the ground like a frightened fawn, trembled uncontrollably. Slowly lifting her gaze to meet Li Xian's, her face ashen, she asked in a quavering voice. Li Chuan, taken aback by her assumption, pondered, what makes this young girl so certain of my intentions? Indeed, I wonder how you wish to meet your end? He teased, adopting a serious demeanor to lighten the mood. National Master, could you spare me the torment and grant me a peaceful demise? Chuyer, upon hearing this, turned even paler, her lips quivering as she stammered, a flicker of pleading in her eyes. Upon hearing her words, Li Xian felt a pang of guilt for his playful torment of the young girl. After all, it seems somewhat excessive for a man nearing 60 to frighten a mere child. Never mind, little one, I shall not jest with you any longer. In light of your previous kindness in providing me sustenance, not only will I spare your life, but I shall also grant you a request. His gaze softened. He spoke gently, attempting to soothe her frayed nerves. Really? Chuyer, seemingly in disbelief, gradually raised her head, her eyes still shadowed by fear as she looked at Li Xian. Of course, I'm the National Master. Such a significant figure surely keeps his word, he replied, a warm smile gracing his face, his tone sincere. That makes sense. So I need not face death after all. Chuyer finally comprehended, her eyes lighting up with joy, and her formerly pale visage began to regain some color. A smile broke upon her lips, radiant and bright. Meanwhile, the guards could not help but express their envy. Chuyer was indeed fortunate to have caught the favor of a National Master. Who was that young lady? Not far away, Qing Xian cast a glance at Qing Yi and, filled with curiosity, inquired. Qing Yi, taken aback by Qing Xian's initiative to engage in conversation, initially exhibited surprise, but swiftly regained her composure and replied in a calm tone. She is my maid, Chuyer. A maid? Upon hearing Qing Yi's response, Qing Xian widened her eyes in disbelief, and then remarked, what a fortunate maid she is. Beside her, Mu Xi also gazed curiously at the figure of Li Xian. This National Master is indeed intriguing, seemingly quite ordinary. Chapter 37. All thoughts on Li Xian, little girl. Have you thought about what request you wish to make? Li Xian inquired gently, rising to his feet and gazing at Chuyer. At this moment, Qing Xian, along with Qing Yi and the others, also looked at Chuyer with great curiosity, eager to discern the nature of her request. What do you think that little maid will ask for? Qing Xian cast a glance at those beside her and posed a question. A naive maid can hardly ask for anything beyond mere gold, silver, and jewels, Qing Xian remarked with a tone of disdain. Qing Yi, she is your maid. What do you think? Qing Xian turned her attention specifically to Qing Yi, her tone warm and inviting. It seemed that he bore no disdain toward Qing Yi, the royal illegitimate daughter. Perhaps she might request the National Master to teach her some skills. Qing Yi reflected on Chueyer's character and responded after a moment of contemplation. At this juncture, Chuyer looked at Li Xian with a confirming gaze and asked, National Master, may I propose any request I desire? As she spoke, she brushed off the dust from her garment, attempting to rise. Li Xian extended his hand to assist her. Of course, but let it be known beforehand that if it is something I cannot fulfill, your words will be of no consequence, Li Xian replied with a slight nod. Yet, Chuyer hesitated to voice a request, instead cautiously inquired, National Master, can you assure me that no matter what I ask, I will not be blamed? Noticing a glimmer of cunning in Shui's cautious gaze, Li Xian felt a premonition that the little girl was about to propose something audacious. I am quite eager to see what peculiar request you will present. I assure you, regardless of what you ask, I will not hold it against you. He initially nodded, then urged, if you do not speak soon, this request shall be rendered void. Upon hearing this, an urgent look flashed in Shui's eyes as she exclaimed, National Master. May I become the National Master's wife? At this declaration, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. I knew this little girl would concoct something extraordinary. Qing Xian and Qing Jiuan, along with the others, widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Qingyi, who was familiar with Shui, did not anticipate such a bold and eccentric request. Seeing Li Xian lost in thought, Shui, assuming he already had a wife, quickly amended, if I cannot be the wife, then may I be a concubine? At this, Qing Xian could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. What an ambitious little maid. No request is more straightforward than this. If realized, she would soar to great heights. However, they were all aware that such a thing was impossible. Now, they awaited to see how this enigmatic national master would handle the situation. Mu Xi was particularly intrigued, curious about how Li Xian would respond. Although their hearts were filled with anticipation, they had already anticipated that his answer would merely prompt the little maid to awkwardly propose an alternative request. As for the awkwardness of the little maid, it was a predicament of her own making, for who could blame her for harboring such unfitting thoughts? However, what followed next was an unexpected response from Li Xian. Little girl, once we arrive in Yuanjing, I shall find you a sect for cultivation. If one day your prowess surpasses mine, then not only could you be my consort, but even the lady of the state would not be out of reach. Regaining his composure, Li Xian spoke calmly as he regarded the girl before him. Shui, Master, if I were to exceed your cultivation, what need would there be for me to become the lady of the state? Kuya looked at Li Son, somewhat speechless. Master, might I propose a different request? Everyone anticipated that Li Xian's refusal would leave the little maid in an awkward position, hence his gentle manner of responding. Yet, to their surprise, she seemed utterly unconcerned. No, Li Xian replied curtly, once a request is made, it cannot be altered at whim. He was resolute in not allowing this little girl to amend her request. Otherwise, with her character, if she were to make a more extravagant demand, it would lead to further complications. Sending her to a reputable sect for training would also serve as a repayment for the kindness she had received. With that, he turned to leave, wishing to avoid further entanglement with the girl. Unexpectedly, Shui called out to his retreating figure, Master, this doesn't mean I'm bound to you, does it? If I happen to meet someone I fancy in the future, may I still marry? Hearing this, Qing Xian and Qingyi exchanged glances, their expressions darkened. This little maid was astute when it mattered and bold when necessary. Whatever you wish, it's entirely up to you, Li Xian said with a smile. Finding amusement in her antics, Shui felt as though a heavy stone had been lifted from her chest, murmuring in relief, That's a relief. Observing her demeanor, the guards could hardly contain their frustration, wishing they could give her a good thrashing right then and there. In Yuanjing, within the depths of the royal palace, stood an opulent yet serene hall. Inside, a captivating woman languidly reclined on a soft bed, draped in a sheer, translucent garment. Beneath it, hints of purple undergarments peeked through, adding an alluring charm to her presence. She squinted slightly, her gaze imbued with a sense of languor and distraction, idly toying with a strand of her hair. At that moment, the door to the palace creaked open quietly, and a maid entered with delicate steps. "Your Highness, the mission has failed," the maid reported respectfully, bowing her head as she stood before the bed, separated by a veil. Upon hearing this, the previously languid expression of the stunning woman shifted to one of sharp intensity. Her eyes glinting with a cold, piercing light, she sat up slowly, fixing her gaze intently on the maid, and coldly inquired, "What transpired? Has that old fool Li Hanzhong regained all his strength?" Li Hanzhong was the name of Li Bo. Beyond this, she could not conceive of any other reason that could have led to the failure of the assignment. "Your Majesty, it is indeed the Grand Master who has taken action." The palace maid reported respectfully. The Grand Master, a formidable presence in the realm of transcendence? A flicker of astonishment danced in the exquisite eyes of the beautiful woman. How could the Grand Master intervene? Could it be that that old fox, Qin Xian, orchestrated this in secret? Her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure and perplexity crossing her delicate features. After pondering for a moment, the stunning woman reclined once more upon the bed, her gaze regaining a semblance of languor. She gently brushed back a strand of hair from her temples, her eyes drifting toward the palace maid beyond the gauzy curtain. And she spoke softly. "I have heard that the Grand Master is a strikingly handsome youth. Is this true?" Her voice was melodious and flowing, imbued with a subtle curiosity that was almost imperceptible. Indeed, the palace maid dared not conceal the truth, responding candidly. "What if I were to cultivate alongside the Grand Master? Would my prowess not transcend the pinnacle of Qi transformation?" The beautiful woman remarked, her lips curving into an enticing smile. A glimmer of longing and allure sparkled in her eyes, as if she had already begun to envision the enchanting scenes that would unfold from their shared cultivation. Chapter 38. The Ordinary arrives in Yuanqing 7 days later in Yuanqing. Esteemed National Master, I pay my respects. As Li Xian traversed the imperial city, a young eunuch approached him with hurried, delicate steps, slightly bowing, his face adorned with an obsequious smile. "Is there something amiss?" Li Xian turned to regard the eunuch, a flicker of curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "The National Master, the Lady of the Mist, wishes to invite you to the Misty Orchid Palace for a discussion. She claims there are matters of great importance to deliberate," the eunuch replied with utmost respect. As he spoke, he cast furtive glances at Li Xian, secretly speculating whether this mysterious and powerful figure would acquiesce. The Lady of the Mist? Li Xuan's confusion dapanat, his brows knitting together as he endeavored to unearth memories of this figure. Since his arrival in Yuanqing 3 days prior, he had sequestered himself within the Qingtian Pavilion, engrossed in ancient tomes, largely oblivious to the happenings beyond its walls. His knowledge of the Lady of the Mist was limited to mere hearsay, leaving him puzzled as to why someone with whom he had no prior acquaintance would seek his counsel. "I apologize, but please convey to the Lady of the Mist that I am otherwise occupied. I shall visit her when time permits." Li Xian responded with a tranquil demeanor, his tone measured and unhurried. At that moment, his thoughts lingered on the ancient texts awaiting him in the Qingtian Pavilion. With that, he turned and made his way back to the pavilion. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely, casting its ardent rays upon the bustling metropolis of Yuanqing. At the eastern city gate, throngs of people surged in a vibrant tapestry of life. The clamor of vendors hawking their wares intertwined with the laughter of passers-by and the rhythmic clattering of horse-drawn carriages. It was a vivid tableau that befit the capital of a nation, with its imposing city walls standing as a testament to its grandeur. A weary young man stood at the lively city entrance, gazing up in awe at the towering walls that seemed to pierce the heavens. This lad was none other than the ordinary individual named Ping Fan, who had come in search of Tao Zhijin. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Ping Fan finally regained his senses and stepped forward into the city. "Halt! What is your name?" A soldier clad in heavy armor, brandishing a long spear, approached with a grave expression. Noticing the unfamiliar visage of Ping Fan, he stepped forward to block his path, inquiring sternly. "I haven't a name yet," Ping Fan, bewildered, instinctively replied, his mind racing. "When did I ever name myself? I am asking for your name." The soldier retorted, exasperation evident upon his face. "What a fool I have encountered." "Oh, my apologies, I'm called Ping Fan." He managed a sheepish smile, nodding in acknowledgement. "What business do you have in the city?" The soldier continued to interrogate. "I seek someone." "Whom do you seek?" "My uncle," Ping Fan replied. "You may enter." After a series of inquiries, the soldier finally permitted Ping Fan to pass through the city gates. Not long after entering, 4 majestic steeds galloped swiftly past Ping Fan, with 4 young maidens seated upon them. Each girl donned resplendent attire, their waists adorned with elegant swords, unmistakably signifying their noble status. "Make way!" A girl dressed in a yellow dress, riding a gallant steed, suddenly exclaimed with a bright, ringing voice that echoed like silver bells, yet bore an unmistakable air of arrogance. She glared disdainfully at the ordinary figure before her, her delicate hand raised high. With a swift motion, she cracked her whip, which lashed out like a streak of black lightning towards the unremarkable individual, perhaps merely because they obstructed her path, or perhaps because their humble attire offended her sensibilities. Without mercy, the whip struck out. Noticing this, the ordinary figure furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to teach her a lesson. However, considering his solitary status in South Divine Continent, devoid of any support, he opted for restraint. Pretending to stumble, he deftly evaded the whip strike. The girl in yellow, witnessing her attack miss its mark, displayed her dissatisfaction with a scowl before departing in a huff. On another horse, a girl clad in blue seemed to find her companion's actions excessive. She retrieved a couple of silver coins from her pocket and tossed them nonchalantly before the ordinary figure. "If Master Xian were here, I would teach you rascals a lesson," he muttered angrily, observing the retreating figures with indignation. He then bent down to collect the silver coins, thinking it fortunate to acquire a little wealth in such times. Placing the coins in his pocket, his mood brightened considerably, and with a sigh of contentment, he continued his journey into the city. A distant call of cold jelly caught his attention. After walking for a while, he spotted a stall selling cold jelly by the roadside. His eyes lit up with delight as he hurried over. "Sir, one bowl of cold jelly, please," he called out to the vendor, taking a seat at a low table that, though slightly worn, was impeccably clean. "Here is your cold jelly. Enjoy." The vendor, efficient in his movements, soon placed a bowl before him. The jelly was adorned with vibrant red chili oil and sprinkled with fresh green onions and cilantro, making it an irresistible sight. Eagerly, he grabbed the bowl, stirred it with his chopsticks, and took a sizable bite. The jelly was smooth and refreshing, with a spicy flavor that burst on his palate. "Delicious." He nodded in satisfaction after swallowing. Just as he indulged in the delightful food, a familiar voice called out to him. It was a girl's voice, brimming with excitement and joy. "Muqi." The ordinary figure's expression shifted instantly, surprise flickering in his eyes. He reflexively turned around, his gaze eagerly seeking the source of the voice. Not far behind him stood a girl of graceful demeanor, radiating an aura akin to orchids. The maiden before them was none other than Muqi. Of course, she was not alone. By her side stood Qing Xian and Qing Yuan. "Muqi, is it truly you?" Ping Fan exclaimed, rising with exuberance as he hurried towards her. "What brings you to Yuanjing?" "I have been wandering and heard that the Taiyuan martial sacrifice is soon to be held in Yuanjing, so I thought I would come and see," Muqi replied, a radiant smile gracing her delicate features. "Ping Fan, were you not in search of your senior sister? Have you found her?" she inquired softly, her tone laced with genuine concern. Qing Yuan, having spent considerable time in Muqi's company, had never witnessed her exhibit such warmth and tenderness towards anyone, and an unexpected pang of jealousy stirred within him. Chapter 39. The Tea Party and Tianyuan Ping Fan slightly shook his head, expressing, "Sister Zijin has always enjoyed lively gatherings. Upon hearing that Yuanjing is to host the Taiyuan Martial Festival, I thought I would come and take a look." Although a placid smile adorned his face, a flicker of concern glimmered in his eyes. "Sister Zijin, where on earth are you?" "You need not worry too much, Ping Fan. I believe you shall find your senior sister soon." Muqi comforted gently, her gaze warm and reassuring. At that moment, Qing Yuan's jealousy intensified. What is it about this fellow that draws such attention? He pondered silently, scrutinizing Ping Fan from head to toe. Dressed modestly, Ping Fan appeared rather unremarkable in both demeanor and attire, rendering him quite ordinary in the eyes of Qing Yuan. He simply could not fathom why Muqi would hold such affection for this youth. "Muqi, could you perhaps introduce us to your friend?" Qing Xian inquired with a subtle smile, her gaze directed at Muqi. It was evident that Muqi held a special interest in this young man. She too was curious about what charm he possessed that could captivate Muqi's heart. "Qing Xianjia, this is Ping Fan, a good friend I met in Tianzhou." At her words, Muqi seemed to awaken from a daze, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she introduced him to Qing Xian, her eyes shimmering with a hint of affection. "Ping Fan, what a rather unfortunate name. It truly suits him." Qing Jiyuan scoffed, a smirk of unabashed disdain curling upon his lips. Upon hearing this, Musi's expression shifted instantaneously, her brows knitting together as displeasure flickered in her eyes. Qing Jiyuan's assessment of her friend was utterly unacceptable to her. However, due to his status as the ninth prince, she felt constrained to voice her thoughts. In this realm where power reigned supreme, a single misstep could not only land her in trouble, but potentially jeopardize Ping Fan as well. Ninth prince. Noticing the tension, Qing Xian's brow also furrowed. She chided softly, casting a sharp glare at Qing Jiyuan, her eyes laden with reproach. My dear ninth brother, you truly lack understanding of a woman's sentiments. Quickly regaining her composure, she turned to Ping Fan, her expression softening into a warm smile. Greetings, young Master Ping Fan. I am Qing Xian, also a close friend of Musi. Her voice was melodious and gentle, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. This is my brother, Qing Jiyuan. She continued with her introduction. He is rather spoiled and often lacks the proper words, so I hope you will forgive him. I just heard you were searching for your senior sister. Tomorrow at Tianyi Tower, there will be a tea party, and all the young talents attending the Taiyuan Martial Festival are expected to participate. Perhaps your senior sister will be there as well. Qing Xian's tone shifted, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. If you do not mind, young Master Ping Fan, you are welcome to join us. Before each Taiyuan Martial Festival, the young talents who come to participate spontaneously organize a tea party aimed at fostering communication, sharing insights about their competitors, and building connections. This gathering is no exception. The organizer of this tea party is none other than Prince Qinghong, the third prince of the Qingyuan dynasty. I must express my gratitude to Princess Qin Xian, said Ping Fan with a slight bow. Although he harbored a suspicion that her intentions were not entirely pure, he nonetheless acquiesced, for his foremost concern was to locate Sister Zijin. How did you know I am a princess? Princess Qin Xian inquired, her smile radiant, though a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. The name of Prince Qing Jiyuan is indeed renowned. It is said that few in the realm are unaware of his reputation. Ping Fan cast a glance at Qing Jiyuan and replied with a tone of indifference. So that is the case. A faint smile graced Qin Xuan's lips as she casually remarked. Yet inwardly she pondered. What has come over me? Why have I begun to look down on others? As night fell over the imperial city, within the Qingtian pavilion, a middle-aged man clad in a dark dragon robe, exuding an air of authority, approached. The guard stationed at the pavilion immediately bowed in respect. No need for courtesy, the Emperor Yuandi replied, slightly turning his head, his gaze piercing as he inquired, Is the National Master present? Thank you, Your Majesty. The guard maintained a respectful posture, inclining his body slightly as he replied cautiously, The National Master is on the 7th floor. Upon hearing this, the Emperor proceeded with measured steps toward the 7th floor of the pavilion. Upon arrival, he found Li Xian engrossed in an ancient tome. This text, titled Tianyuan, contained revelations that addressed the lingering questions Li Xian had harbored since his arrival in the southern divine continent. It stated that those at the martial Dao's heavenly passage realm possess a lifespan nearing 600 years, while their counterparts in the immortal Dao's spirit refinement realm can live for nearly 1,000, given that the southern divine continent permits the existence of both realms. Why then are there only 5 such formidable beings in the entire region? After all, countless practitioners have achieved great perfection in the divine concealment and Qi refinement realms over the past millennium. The answer lay in the existence of a rare entity known as Tianyuan. This divine object aids practitioners in comprehending the rules necessary to transcend the heavenly passage or spirit refinement realms. However, Tianyuan is exceedingly scarce, often encountered only by chance, with a single piece potentially eluding discovery for a millennium. National Master, the Emperor's voice, tinged with authority, roused Li Xian from his reverie. Daoist Qinshuan, Li Xuan responda. Momentarily startled, but soon a gentle smile adorned his face. He gradually set aside the tome he had been perusing and nodded in acknowledgement. Is there a matter for which you seek my counsel? I have indeed come with a few matters to discuss with the National Master, the Emperor stated directly, without preamble. Please, do tell, Your Majesty, Li Xian replied with a composed demeanor. He had found considerable benefit during his time in the Qingtian Pavilion, and it would indeed be remiss of him not to contribute in some way. Recently, I find myself in need of seclusion for a period of time. However, with the imminent Wu sacrifice in Taiyuan, the capital of Yuanjing is currently a melting pot of various factions, rife with both fish and dragons. Thus, I sincerely hope that the national master can oversee matters during my retreat. The Yuan emperor gazed towards Li Xian and spoke. My dear friend Qin Xian, while I am capable of engaging in physical confrontations, I must admit that I am rather inept at navigating the intricate web of human relationships, Li Xian replied, his face adorned with awkwardness, a wry smile betraying his sense of helplessness, as if mocking himself for having hastily agreed. The national master need not worry. Such trivial matters will naturally be managed by the civil and military officials. You merely need to assert your presence at critical junctures to intimidate the various factions. The Yuan emperor responded. In that case, I have no concerns. Li Xian nodded in reassurance. Chapter 40. The abduction of Li Xian after reaching an agreement. The Abyss Emperor greeted Li Xian before turning to depart. In the deep of night, the moonlight flowed like water, enveloping the entire imperial city in a silvery glow. Li Xian also left the tranquil Qingtian Pavilion, strolling leisurely within the imperial city under the gentle moonlight. The expansive and quiet surroundings of the imperial city were accentuated by the cool sheen of the palace walls under the moon's luminous gaze. He ambled towards the palace where he was temporarily residing, his mind still immersed in the ancient text he had just finished reading. Stop right there, little eunuch! A sharp and icy voice suddenly pierced the tranquility of the night. In an instant, a gleaming sword was pressed against Li Xian's throat. With the radiant moonlight illuminating the scene, he slightly turned his head to catch a glimpse of the person behind him, a young maiden. She was petite, clad in a fitted black outfit that accentuated her graceful figure, with delicate silver embroidery at the hems and cuffs that shimmered subtly in the moonlight. Although her exquisite features appeared calm, Li Xian keenly sensed a flicker of confusion in her eyes, as well as an undeniable tremor of fear within her. What are you staring at? The maiden, keenly aware of Li Xian's gaze, shot him a piercing look, as if offended, and coldly demanded, Where is the Yulan Palace? Take me there at once. Upon hearing this, Li Xian pondered silently. Yulan Palace? Isn't that where the Yofei resides? What business does this young girl have there? Little lady, I am not a eunuch, nor do I know the way to Yulan Palace. Li Xian replied with a composed expression and a nonchalant tone, as if the imminent threat posed by the sword against his neck was of little consequence. At his words, the maiden's expression shifted dramatically, her delicate brows furrowed, and her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief as she snapped, Nonsense. How dare you deceive me? In this royal palace, a pretty boy like you can only be a little eunuch. Pretty boy. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback by this appellation. Having cultivated for many years, he was accustomed to being revered, often addressed as Li Xian the Immortal or by respectful titles from his seniors. Hearing such a colloquial term was indeed a novel experience for him, leaving him both amused and bewildered. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, take me to Yulan Palace now. The maiden's brow knitted in concern, her eyes flashing with urgency as she commanded once more. Very well, but you must follow closely. Li Xian nodded slightly in acquiescence. Despite the chill in her tone and the veiled threats in her words, Li Xian sensed no genuine malice from her. Otherwise, he would have swiftly dispatched her without a second thought. Having never visited Yulan Palace, he was unaware of its location, so he led the maiden to his own residence. The Qitian Hall. Look, isn't that the national master? It appears he has been abducted. A few patrolling inner guards noticed the figures of Li Xian and the maiden in the moonlight. One tall guard spoke first, his voice filled with astonishment and concern. Without a moment's hesitation, he made to rush forward to rescue Li Xian. At this critical moment, another short inner guard, quick-witted and agile, seized the tall inner guard. Have you lost your mind? The national master is a formidable figure, transcending the realm of mortals. Who possesses the audacity to abduct him? The expression on the short guard's face was one of disbelief as he regarded his taller counterpart, akin to a mentor scolding an impetuous youth. His piercing gaze seemed to challenge the tall guard's sanity. But what could be the reason? The tall guard, observing the young woman brandishing a long sword. Gleaming menacingly at Li Xian's throat, persisted in his inquiry. He found it unfathomable, if it were not an abduction. Why would the national master comply so readily with the young woman's actions? Have you not heard the rumors surrounding the national master? The short guard, sensing the tall guard's confusion, slightly furrowed his brow and retorted. What rumors? Curiosity mingled with confusion in the tall guard's eyes as he tilted his head closer to the short guard. It is said that the national master wishes to take a young maid as a concubine, yet finds her cultivation lacking. Hence, he specifically sent this maid to the Julu Academy for training. The short guard whispered conspiratorially. Surely you have heard this rumor? I have. But what does it have to do with the national master being abducted? The tall guard questioned, scratching his head in bewilderment, unable to fathom the connection between the two matters. Are you really that dense? The situation with the maid suggests that the national master has peculiar tastes. The short guard rolled his eyes, exasperated by the tall guard's lack of insight. He continued, this abduction for a nighttime escapade in the imperial city might very well be one of the national master's eccentricities. If you rashly intervene, how many heads do you think could be severed? The short guard's demeanor turned serious, as if he truly envisioned the tall guard's head rolling after a reckless charge, his warning laden with gravity. Oh, indeed. Thank you for the reminder. Huyin, you're truly a good brother. Upon hearing this, the tall guard was instantly drenched in cold sweat, feeling a twinge of fear, and promptly expressed his gratitude for the short guard's counsel. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xian was oblivious to the short guard's fabrications about him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have inquired, how many heads do you possess that could be severed? Soon, Li Xian, accompanied by the young woman, traversed the winding palace paths, maneuvering through numerous palace walls, arriving at the entrance of the Qian Hall. The moonlight cascaded like water, quietly illuminating the solemn and majestic palace, accentuating its contours with clarity. He ascended the steps leading to the grand doors. Just as he was about to push open the heavy double doors of the Qian Hall, a frown crossed his brow, and a flicker of surprise flitted across his previously tranquil visage. Then he slowly lowered his hands, pondering internally. How peculiar. Why would there be someone inside the Qian Hall? What are you dawdling for? Open the door. The young woman behind Li Xian, in her urgency, unconsciously raised her voice, hastily urging him onward. Perhaps it was due to her inner urgency and anxiety that she did not glance up to behold the plaque inscribed with the 3 characters Qian Hall above. Sister, I have arrived, the young girl exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement, as her mind was solely focused on entering the hall without a moment's thought for anything else. Very well, I shall open it now. Li Xian nodded slightly, then reached out to push the door open. The creaking sound of the door resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. Upon entering Qian Hall, they beheld a breathtaking beauty clad in a purple undergarment, draped with a layer of sheer white gauze, languidly reclining upon the bed within the hall. Sister, upon seeing the enchanting figure, the girl behind Li Xian immediately cast aside her long sword and dashed into the embrace of the stunning beauty. Chapter 41. The melancholic, ghostly concubine Xiao Yu. What brings you here? Upon catching sight of the young girl, the stunning woman instantly shed her previously languid demeanor, her beautiful eyes now brimming with astonishment. She swiftly extended her arms, tenderly yet urgently enveloping the girl in her embrace, as though seeking reassurance of her safety through this heartfelt gesture. Who brought you in? A shadow of deep concern crossed her alluring and enchanting features. Well, it was that little eunuch who led me here. The girl, feeling a sense of security in the presence of the captivating woman, lifted her head from the warmth of her embrace and pointed towards Li Xian with a chirpy voice. Her demeanor both innocent and slightly triumphant. Bathed in the silvery luminescence of the moonlight, the stunning woman had already discerned Li Xian's visage. Initially perplexed by her junior sister's association with this national master, she now found herself even more bewildered. Since when did the national master become a little eunuch? With a slight tilt of her head, her crimson lips parted as she inquired of Li Xian, her voice imbued with a teasing undertone, as if questioning why he would deceive a naive girl. That is a matter for her to address. I have clarified that I am not a eunuch. Yet she remains unconvinced. Li Xian replied with an air of composure, sauntering leisurely towards an oil lamp. As he lit it, He continued unhurriedly, "The warm, golden glow of the flame will soon brighten this room. Xiaoyu, what exactly is the situation? Please, tell your sister in detail," the enchanting woman urged, her beautifully arched brows knitting together in concern as she gazed down at the girl nestled within her embrace. In response, the girl did not hold back, recounting the incident of how she had attempted to abduct Li Xian with the candidness of a bamboo tube spilling beans. "Since my junior sister intends to visit the Yuan Palace, I wonder why the National Master has brought her to this Qitian Hall." The captivating woman's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze upon Li Xian, suspicion lingering within her gaze. With a slight tilt of her head, her eyes sparkled with scrutiny, as if seeking to unearth the ulterior motives behind Li Xian's actions. "I am unaware of how to reach the Yuan Palace. What should I do then?" Li Xian replied calmly, his tone indifferent. "Should I strike her down, or instruct the inner guards to apprehend her as an assassin?" The stunning woman quickly grasped the implications of his words. After considering the matter thoughtfully, she recognized that Li Xian's actions this evening indeed represented the best course of action for her junior sister. Consequently, a radiant smile blossomed on her face as she lazily rose to her feet, her steps graceful as she approached Li Xian. Her translucent white gauze attire fluttered gently with each movement, while her purple undergarments occasionally peeked through. "It seems I have misjudged the National Master's goodwill. I hope you will not take offense," she said, her enchanting smile gracing her features as she came to stand before Li Xian, slightly bowing in a gesture of respect. As she bent, the snow-white expanse of her bosom was tantalizingly revealed. The Grand Master is to be regarded as a mere eunuch by the enchanting Xiaoyu, though one cannot entirely blame her, for the Grand Master possesses an exceptionally youthful and handsome visage. She then chuckled softly, her voice delicate and melodious, akin to the sweet song of a nightingale, enchanting yet tinged with a playful teasing. As she spoke, her gaze held a hint of allure, and she slowly raised a pair of delicate hands, as ethereal as if devoid of bones. Her slender fingers, reminiscent of tender green shoots, were fair and elongated, gently reaching towards Li Xian's shoulder with a soft, ambiguous exploration. Observing this, Li Xian promptly stepped back with agile grace, causing the outstretched hands of the stunning woman to fall empty. A moment of surprise and embarrassment flickered across her features. Subsequently, Li Xian waved his robe sleeve towards the enchanting beauty, and in an instant, a gentle yet irresistible force emerged from thin air. This force enveloped the stunning woman, akin to an invisible hand, securely returning her to the bed. She trembled slightly, landing gracefully upon the bed, her eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and reluctance. To alleviate the awkwardness, the captivating woman turned to Li Xian and playfully remarked, "So the Grand Master enjoys this kind of jest. You should have mentioned it sooner. Enough with the pleasantries. I have answered your inquiries. Now it is your turn to respond to mine." Li Xian approached a grand armchair, seated himself, and regarded the alluring woman on the bed with a grave demeanor, stating, "Might I inquire as to your identity? What brings you to my Qitian palace at such a late hour?" His gaze bore a hint of scrutiny. "Miss," the stunning woman paused momentarily, then broke into a radiant smile, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring. "It appears the Grand Master is yet unaware of my identity." She had lost track of how long it had been since anyone addressed her as Miss. Within the depths of the palace, everyone referred to her as Your Highness, and this single address stirred an unusual ripple within her heart. "Pray, do reveal your identity," Li Xian urged, his expression tranquil, brow raised in inquiry. "I am Yun Miao Miao, formerly the Saintess of the Taiying Palace, and now a consort of the Abyss Emperor." The stunning woman spoke slowly, her gentle tone imbued with a hint of melancholy. "The Abyss Emperor's consort?" Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Li Xian's eyes. "As the consort of the Abyss Emperor, why do you not remain in the inner palace and instead venture to my Qitian palace? I once sent someone to invite the Grand Master for a discussion, but you declined," Yin Miao Miao replied, her voice carrying a note of reproach and a trace of helplessness. "Since you were unwilling to visit my palace, I had no choice but to seek you out." She slightly turned, languidly reclining against the soft pillow of the bed, her eyes conveying a sense of sorrow. The translucent white gauze of her attire fluttered gently with her movement, adding an enchanting grace to her presence. "Are you the renowned Yu Fei?" Li Xian narrowed his eyes, the confusion within transforming into realization. "I had not previously crossed paths with Yu Fei. May I inquire what matter prompts your visit at such an hour?" He continued, curious as to what could warrant her late-night visit. "Although the esteemed master has never crossed paths with this humble court, I have come to collect a debt owed to me by the master," the Lady of Shadows remarked with a feigned air of sorrow as she gazed at Li Xian. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of playful reproach, as if she had truly been wronged and sought an explanation. "Have I ever owed debts to the Lady of Shadows?" Li Xian furrowed his brow slightly and let out a soft scoff. "I do not recall such an occurrence." "Ah, the master is indeed a person of high standing, prone to forgetfulness." The Lady of Shadows chuckled lightly. "Do you still remember the sisters Qingyi and Qingyang?" "I do," Li Xian nodded slightly. "But what does that have to do with my alleged debt?" Chapter 42. The Enchantment of the Ghostly Concubine, the Imperial Master. Are you aware that although the Prince of Qingyang has suffered damage to his soul, he possesses the Xianyang body, an excellent vessel for dual cultivation? The ghostly concubine leaned languidly, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she gazed at Li Xian, her voice sultry yet tinged with seduction. "If I were to engage in dual cultivation with him, I would undoubtedly transcend to the perfected realm of qi refinement and spirit transformation. However, this endeavor has been thwarted by you, Imperial Master. Tell me, do you not owe me compensation?" As she spoke playfully, she delicately twisted a strand of inky hair around her fingers, her posture both languorous and captivating. "Ah, now I understand." Li Xian nodded slightly, realizing why the ghostly concubine had set her sights on him. His mere presence had disrupted her plans. He had also heard whispers regarding the backgrounds of the siblings Qingyi and Qingyang, but such matters were internal to the Qingyuan royal family, and he had no intention of intervening. "Ghostly concubine, I can only express my apologies for what you have mentioned," Li Xian replied, gazing at her. "However, if I were to compensate you in this manner, I fear I would be on the verge of losing my entire fortune." A playful smile curled at the corners of his lips as he spoke. "Imperial Master, as a formidable being of the celestial realm, should you not bind me and teach me a lesson for my provocation, rather than uttering apologies?" The ghostly concubine looked at Li Xian, her expression a delightful mix of surprise and allure. In that moment, she playfully brushed her delicate fingers against the fabric of her silken garment, secretly contemplating. This Imperial Master possesses an unexpectedly gentle temperament. This is the first time she has heard the word apology from a being of the celestial realm. "I have no such proclivities." Li Xian shook his head slightly, showing little interest in the ghostly concubine's flirtation. "The night is deep. You should retire early, ghostly concubine." With that, he raised his hand to signal her departure. Hearing this, the ghostly concubine gracefully rose, her steps light as she approached Li Xian, removing her gauzy garment. She extended her slender fingers, reminiscent of green shoots, lightly resting them on the armrest of Li Xian's chair. Leaning slightly closer, she brought her enchanting visage near to him and breathed softly, "Imperial Master, am I not beautiful? Do you not desire me at all?" Her eyes brimmed with seduction, sparkling like a pond reflecting the light, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Just then, the clear voice of the young lady, Nangong Yu, chimed in, like the sound of silver bells. "Imperial Master, if you are willing to engage in dual cultivation with my senior sister, I can accompany you as well. Since my senior sister wishes to cultivate with you, I must assist her." Her resolute gaze and tightly clenched fists betrayed her determination, silently vowing to help. However, her innocent voice shattered the enchanting atmosphere the ghostly concubine had meticulously crafted. The allure in the ghostly concubine's eyes instantly froze, replaced by a hint of embarrassment and displeasure. She straightened up and turned to Nangong Yu, her expression tinged with reproach. "Do you have a problem with your mind?" With that, she picked up the sheer garment from the ground and draped it back over herself. "Since the National Master shows no interest in me, I shall refrain from disturbing him. However, should he ever wish to seek my company, he is free to do so at any time." After teasingly greeting Li Xian, Yu Fei departed the Qitian Palace with Nangongyu. Through her earlier probing, she realized that it was unlikely for her to win over Li Xian at this moment. Although the two of them had left, their conversation could still be heard under the night sky. Senior sister, was that young man truly the national master and not merely a young eunuch? Of course. Otherwise, why would I be so eager to cultivate with him? Is he really a formidable being of the heavenly realm? Why does Yuer sense his weakness? Even I could abduct him. That is because he possesses a good temperament and does not stoop to your childish level. Had it been someone else, it's uncertain whether your head would still be on your shoulders tonight. By the way, senior sister, I heard that His Majesty is also a master of the heavenly realm. Why do you not wish to cultivate with him? I simply do not fancy older men. Is that so wrong? In truth, within the imperial harem, numerous concubines were hostages sent from various sects of the Qingyuan dynasty. It was not merely impossible for her to engage with Emperor Yuan, but even to meet him face to face was a challenge. Due to his internal injuries, Emperor Yuan was either in seclusion or on the path to it. The following morning, sunlight bathed the bustling capital of Yuanjing. On the third floor of Tianyi Building, an attendant respectfully ushered a young man into a beautifully adorned private room. This young man was none other than Li Xian. A few days prior, he had ordered several extremely precious materials at Tianyi Building. Today, he had come specifically to collect them. These materials were not ordinary. They were crucial for setting up a teleportation array. Previously, he had exhausted nearly all his array-laying materials while establishing one end of the teleportation array in Yulin Town, East Divine Continent. Now, he needed to set up the other end in South Divine Continent and connect both ends to realize the true teleportation. Sir, please hold on. Your order materials will arrive shortly, the assistant said respectfully, bringing a cup of tea prepared by a maid to Li Xian. Initially unaware of the identity of this esteemed gentleman, they now understood his significance. There were only 6 individuals of such high stature throughout South Divine Continent. A slight misstep could invite calamity upon their clan. That is of no concern. I am not in a hurry, Li Xian replied calmly, his expression unperturbed. What is happening down there? He inquired, inadvertently catching a glimpse through the window of the bustling crowd in the expansive plaza on the first floor, which was teeming with activity. His curiosity piqued, he asked further questions. Tianyi Building was meticulously constructed in the shape of the Tai Chi Bagua, comprising 8 floors, each serving a distinct purpose. The entrances to each floor were located in 8 different directions, and indeed, there were internal passages connecting each level. The third floor served as a venue for the sale of cultivation resources, while the first floor was an entertainment hub featuring a vast plaza encircled by buildings. Your Excellency, the gathering is a tea party hosted by the promising youths participating in the Taiyuan Martial Festival, the deputy steward replied respectfully, casting a glance at the plaza on the first floor. Please elaborate, Li Xian said as he moved to the window, gazing downwards. In response, the deputy steward promptly approached him, ready to explain further. For individuals of their standing, such an event was undoubtedly significant. However, for the man before them, it was merely a trivial matter, and his unfamiliarity with it was entirely understandable. The 2 beautiful maidens in the room, observing the deputy steward's demeanor, could not help but speculate about Li Xian's identity. It was worth noting that even the deputy steward, who held a respectable position, had never exhibited such humility, even while serving the esteemed officials of the court. Indeed, the ordinary truly lived up to its name. How could a nameless individual, devoid of any background, dare to harbor thoughts of our esteemed Miss Mu? As the deputy steward continued to elucidate the tea party to Li Xian, he suddenly heard a voice dripping with derision. Among the taunts, a name he recognized caught his ear, prompting him to shift his gaze towards the source of the sound emanating from the first floor. Chapter 43. The humiliation of the ordinary. It truly is that ordinary fellow. How did he find himself in the southern divine continent? As Li Xian beheld the unpretentious figure of Ping Fan, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. It seems this lad has encountered some extraordinary fortune. Li Xian mused to himself. He then approached the table, seized a chair, and positioned it beside the window, sitting astride it leisurely, his hands draped comfortably over the backrest, his gaze curiously fixed on the scene below. My lord, Might you have an interest in the tea gathering? We have a specially designated observation room, which not only offers a panoramic view, but also provides comprehensive services. Shall I arrange one for you? The deputy steward, observing the situation, hurriedly stepped forward with a face adorned with a respectful smile, cautiously inquiring. No need, Li Xian replied with a slight wave of his hand. This is quite satisfactory. I shall remain here to observe. Very well, my lord, the deputy steward promptly acknowledged with utmost reverence. Muqi, I am at a loss as to your thoughts. Leaving home without permission is one thing, but associating with such a humble companion is quite another. Does this not tarnish the reputation of the Mu family? On the first floor in the square, a girl in a yellow dress mocked Ping Fan before turning her criticism towards Mu Xi. Who I choose to befriend is of no concern to the Mu family, and it is certainly not your place to comment, Mu Xi retorted, her brows knitted in displeasure, a flicker of indignation flashing in her eyes. At that moment, another girl in green emerged from the crowd, regarding Ping Fan with a gentle expression. Esteemed sir, I do not intend to belittle you. However, the ways of the world dictate that your standing does not permit a relationship with Mu Xi. Her demeanor was warm, her voice soft, lacking the arrogance of the girl in yellow, yet it bore an air of undeniable authority. The Mu family held a prestigious position within the Great Yuan Dynasty, and as the eldest daughter, every action and word of Mu Xi reflected upon her family's honor, whether for your own good or for Mu Xi's. I hope you refrain from harboring any unworthy intentions towards her, the girl in green continued, though her gaze suggested concern for both Ping Fan and Mu Xi. An undercurrent of superiority subtly emanated from her eyes. Sister Mu Shui, how can you say such a thing? Muqi hesitated, unable to meet the gaze of the girl in green. Mu Xi, you must understand Sister Mu Shui. She speaks thus for your benefit. Two other girls gradually emerged from the crowd, offering their counsel to Mu Xi, each adopting a stance of concern for her well-being. What a narrow path for adversaries. Ping Fan, observing the four young women, was incensed to the point of nearly grinding his teeth to dust. When he first arrived in Yuanjing City, these four had ridden their high steeds, nearly colliding with him, and had attempted to whip him. Now, they were mocking him once more. He could not help but ponder if he had somehow wronged these four women in a past life. Meanwhile, as Ping Fan seethed with rage, Qing Jiyuan secretly reveled in his triumph. This lad cannot even pass the scrutiny of the Mu family. Thus, there shall be no competition for the affections of Miss Mu Xi. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the young talents around, who were observing the spectacle, seized the opportunity to engage in idle chatter. The lad, dressed in such ragged attire, one could only wonder how he had managed to infiltrate this gathering, daring to aspire to the company of the young lady of the Mu family. It was no surprise he became the subject of ridicule. A dapper young man, holding a jade flute, shook his head and clicked his tongue in disbelief, his gaze filled with disdain for the unassuming aspirant. The Mu family is among the most prestigious clans in our Great Yuan Dynasty. Such ambition from a mere commoner is utterly misplaced. A swordsman beside him nodded in agreement. However, it appeared the young lady of the Mu family harbored a certain fondness for the impoverished youth. One could only speculate how far their relationship had progressed. A woman clad in crimson displayed a knowing smile, teasingly remarking, regardless of their developments, the disparity in their social standings forebodes an unfavorable outcome. A young gentleman, fanning himself lazily, spoke with an air of innate superiority woven into his tone. One should not be so quick to judge. Perhaps this lad possesses some remarkable qualities that have captured the attention of the young lady. The woman in red, with a playful glint in her eye, retorted, "Oh, the poor fellow. Is it a crime to be enamored with a girl, to incite such collective disdain?" From the window of the elegant room on the third floor, Li Xian gazed down at the unfolding scene below, involuntarily murmuring to himself. At that moment, a subtle smile danced upon his lips, imbued with a hint of amusement, as though he were merely an observer of a theatrical performance. The audacity of an unassuming pauper attempting to ascend the social ladder through a woman would undoubtedly stir discontent among many. The assistant manager, with keen ears, mistook Li Xian's musings for a direct address and hastily responded with a grin. Little did he anticipate that Li Xian's subsequent casual remark would nearly petrify him. "That lad is my nephew." Instinctively, Li Xian replied upon hearing the assistant manager's words. His demeanor remained composed, as if he were merely stating an ordinary fact. Yet, to the assistant manager, this declaration struck like a bolt from the blue. What? That lad is the nephew of the esteemed national master? How can this be? He widened his eyes in shock, his smile freezing in place, as if he had been ensnared by a spell. "My lord, I truly had no inkling that the young man was your nephew. Otherwise, I would never have dared to speak so thoughtlessly." Regaining his composure, the assistant manager bowed toward Li Xian, his expression fraught with trepidation. At that moment, he lamented his own imprudence, reflecting on why he had so carelessly chimed in. Li Xian turned to regard the assistant manager with mild curiosity. Upon witnessing the fear etched on his face, he instantly grasped the reason for his disquiet. It was merely the apprehension that Li Xian might direct his ire toward him for the prior disparagement of the ordinary. "No matter," he replied in a tranquil tone before turning back to gaze out the window. "Thank you, my lord." Upon hearing this, the deputy steward immediately bowed in gratitude. This esteemed national master truly embodied the reputation that preceded him, possessing a remarkably affable temperament, and he silently rejoiced within. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards the unremarkable scenery outside. Indeed, one should not judge a person by their appearance, nor the vastness of the ocean by a mere measure. It was astonishing to discover that this seemingly ordinary youth was, in fact, the nephew of the national master. If the young lady of the Mu family were to unite with him, it would indeed signify an elevation for the Mu family. However, one could only ponder how the higher echelons of the Mu family would react upon learning that their young scion had so brazenly humiliated the nephew of the national master. Chapter 44. The age of 18 in a lavish room on the second floor, a dozen individuals, each appearing to be in their 30s, sat in attendance. Each of them exuded a subtle yet distinct aura, suggesting their exceptional nature. They were practitioners of the divine concealment realm or the Qi transformation realm, all under the age of 50. Among the young elite participating in the Taiyuan martial festival, aside from the 5 foremost prodigies, including Qin Jiyuan, they represented the most formidable contingent. Third Prince, perhaps it's time for you to intervene. Otherwise, this Taiyuan tea gathering will devolve into a marketplace of bickering. Becoming a source of ridicule, remarked a one-armed youth, directing his gaze at the third prince, Qin Hong, who occupied the central seat. Clad in a sleek black outfit, the absence of his right arm did not diminish his striking presence. Having risen from humble beginnings, he felt a twinge of displeasure at the derision aimed at the ordinary. The third prince, Qin Hong, possessed a handsome visage, his gaze deep and composed, and his resplendent brocade robe accentuated his noble stature. "Bratur yang speaks truly." "This is indeed somewhat inappropriate," he replied, inclining his head slightly. "Let us have that young man commence the proceedings of this Taiyuan tea gathering." With that, he turned slightly and whispered a few words to an attendant beside him. The attendant promptly took his leave, making his way to the elevated platform on the first floor. "Ladies and gentlemen," he addressed the assembly, "the third prince has declared that this is the Taiyuan tea gathering, a place to forge friendships through martial prowess, not a venue for verbal sparring. Should there be any disputes, feel free to resolve them on the arena." After delivering these remarks, the attendant glanced pointedly at a youth named Ping Fan, stating, "If you wish to prove your capabilities, young sir, you may ascend and silence those who look down upon you through your prowess." Ping Fan had come to the Taiyuan tea gathering with the intent of seeking Tao Zijing and had no desire to engage in conflict. Just as he was about to decline, a young lady in a yellow dress interjected disdainfully, "Humph, what a toad aspiring to eat a swan's flesh. Even if he were to go up, it would only be a humiliation for himself." Being but a youth, Ping Fan's temper flared upon hearing her words. "You vile woman, I have tolerated you for long enough. If you possess the courage, come up and face me in battle," he retorted, his expression aflame with indignation. "With you? Am I to stoop so low?" The young lady scoffed, looking down upon him. To her, engaging in combat with someone so lowly was an affront to her sword. Ping Fan snorted derisively, countering, "Are you afraid?" Perhaps you should silence your foul mouth from now on. Just as the young lady prepared to retort, a voice from the crowd interjected. The third prince has declared that the Taiyuan Tea Gathering is a place for martial camaraderie. If one possesses true skill, one should ascend to the arena. What good is mere banter? This remark was clearly a veiled jab at the young lady. Unable to endure such humiliation, she adopted an arrogant posture and addressed Ping Fan. Since you wish for your own disgrace, I shall indulge you. Perhaps this will help you, a deluded pauper, grasp the reality of your situation. With that, she strode towards the arena. With a hint of exasperation, the elder remarked on the dense atmosphere surrounding the arena as he observed the young girl in the yellow dress making her way towards the stage. Ordinary, feeling a surge of disdain, followed suit. Before you engage in combat, as per the regulations of the Taiyuan Tea Gathering, you must first measure your bone age. I wonder who will go first. The official addressed both Ordinary and the girl in the yellow dress before proceeding to the side where the bone age testing pillar stood. This pillar had been specially commissioned by the third prince from Tianyi Tower for this Taiyuan Tea Gathering. I shall go first. The girl, casting a haughty glance at Ordinary, strode confidently towards the testing pillar and pressed her palm against it. Instantly, the pillar illuminated the number 22. What? You're already 22, and yet you pretend to be so youthful? Ordinary thought in disbelief as he observed the number 19 displayed on the pillar, feeling a sense of incredulity. Judging by her appearance and attire, he had assumed she was merely 16 or 17. Could Mu Si also be in her 20s? The thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance furtively at Mu Si beneath the arena. Noticing his gaze, she offered him an encouraging smile, causing him to quickly avert his eyes. This young hero, it is now your turn. The official, noticing that Ordinary seemed lost in thought, gently nudged him back to reality. All right. Regaining his composure, Ordinary approached the bone age testing pillar and pressed his hand against it. The pillar then displayed the number 18. What? He is merely 18? The onlookers erupted into chatter, the atmosphere shifting as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a wave of astonishment and disbelief. This duel lacks any intrigue, remarked a young man leisurely fanning himself. At 18, even if he is from a powerful lineage and has been training since birth, he is likely only at the cleansing marrow stage. A sword-bearing youth chimed in, his tone dripping with disdain. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a shared skepticism. In their eyes, reaching the cleansing marrow stage by the age of 18 was the pinnacle of an ordinary person's potential. Those at the cleansing marrow stage lacked the qualifications to participate in the Taiyuan martial sacrifice. I wonder how such a person managed to infiltrate the Taiyuan Tea Gathering. A sharp-faced youth scoffed, his words igniting a frenzy of speculation among the crowd. The expressions directed at Ordinary grew increasingly complex, mingled with doubt, disdain, and a hint of schadenfreude. In a lavish private room on the second floor, the third prince's brows furrowed deeply, his countenance darkening ominously, reminiscent of the oppressive skies before an approaching storm. This Taiyuan Tea Gathering was his orchestrated event. For him, it was not merely a casual gathering, but a stage to showcase his prowess and prestige, pivotal to his standing within the royal family. He had hoped to use Ordinary's presence to set a positive tone for the gathering, yet appeared to have devolved into a source of ridicule. How could he not be incensed? Who permitted him to enter? He cast a sidelong glance at another official beside him, suppressing his fury as he questioned in a low voice. Observing his demeanor, the official immediately responded with trepidation. Reporting to the third prince, it appears that the ninth prince and the third princess brought him in. His voice quivered slightly with fear. The ninth and the third. Upon hearing this, the third prince pondered silently. Why would those two bring such a shabby fellow to the Taiyuan Tea Gathering? Could it be that this young man possesses some special identity? Or are they deliberately conspiring against me? In that moment, the intricacies of the situation eluded him. Chapter 45. The apex talents speak up and instruct them to cease this contest, the third prince commanded, turning to his aide after a moment's contemplation. Regardless of the intentions of his younger brother and sister, he wished to see no further of this farcical duel. Yes, just as the aide prepared to depart, a one-armed youth interjected, "What of being 18? Youth does not equate to inferiority in cultivation." Are not those 5 exceptional talents who entered the transcendent realm at the tender age of 18? His words promptly drew the scorn of a young man clad in brocade. Brother Yang, you err grievously. To compare a penniless wretch to those 5 paragons is utterly ludicrous. The brocade youth smirked disdainfully, his eyes brimming with contempt. The majority present in the elegant chamber concurred with his sentiment. If they themselves could not aspire to the heights of those 5 illustrious figures, how could an obscure youth ever hope to do so? While Brother Yang's statement may be flawed, we need not halt this duel. It might be worthwhile to grant that lad an opportunity to prove himself, remarked another young man in white, his demeanor calm and unhurried. Clad in a pristine white robe, tied with a silken sash, and brandishing a long white sword, the youth named Mu Bai was also a scion of the Mu family. The intent behind his words was clear to all, a desire to witness the humiliation of the ordinary youth, perhaps to vindicate the women of the Mu clan. As discussions swirled among the guests, on the stage, the girl in the yellow dress, Mu Qian, resumed her taunts directed at the ordinary youth. You destitute fool! If you concede now, bow thrice before me, and declare yourself a toad wishing to cling to the affluent, I might just consider sparing you. With her chin held high, her gaze was one of utter disdain and arrogance, as if she were bestowing an immense favor upon him. Such drivel! If you wish to fight, then let us fight. I cannot discern whether you are a princess of the Mu family or merely a jester, the ordinary youth retorted, irritation etched upon his face. He exuded a nonchalant defiance, as though inherently unbound by societal conventions. Seek your doom. At his retort, Mu Qian's countenance darkened, her eyes flashing with a vicious glint. With a sharp exhale, she drew forth her delicate sword and lunged at him. Judging by her aura, her cultivation was at the pinnacle of the blood exchange realm. At the age of 22, such prowess may not qualify her as a prodigy. Yet in comparison to the average practitioner, she could certainly be deemed a genius. In the southern divine continent, those who attain the transcendent realm by the age of 20 are hailed as talents, while those who achieve it before 18 are considered apex talents. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the aforementioned one-armed youth within the elegant chamber. Although he entered the extraordinary realm after turning 20, it was only at the age of 30 that he ascended to the divine abode, thus earning his place among the elite. When faced with Mu Qian's swift sword strike, his seemingly ordinary figure flickered like a specter, moving with a speed that left onlookers momentarily blinded by a shadow. In the next instant, he effortlessly evaded the lethal blow. Immediately thereafter, his form glided past Mu Qian like a gentle breeze, positioning himself behind her. Unbeknownst to anyone, a shoe had mysteriously appeared in his hand. In that moment, before anyone could react, the shoe was audaciously imprinted upon Mu Qian's shapely dairy. The sharp crack echoed clearly in the ears of all present beneath the stage. This sound was startlingly abrupt, sending a tremor through each spectator's heart. Initially stunned, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. "Damn, this kid is fierce, truly a paragon for our kind," exclaimed a somewhat disheveled young man in awe. How dare you humiliate me like this? I shall end you." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mu Qian could no longer maintain her usual poise and arrogance, instantly descending into madness as she brandished her exquisite sword and charged recklessly at the young man. However, in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished once more, only to reappear with the shoe once again landing on Mu Qian's behind. This time, the arena below erupted in uproar. "Well done, lad. Show these signs of noble families that us common folk are not to be trifled with." Some cheered for him, while others condemned his shameless actions. "This boy is utterly despicable. Even if Mu Qian spoke out of turn, he should not resort to such degrading means to humiliate an innocent woman. Scoundrel!" Mu Shue's face darkened as she coldly admonished, then turned to Mu Ci, demanding, "Mu Ci, is this the kind of friend you associate with? How could he humiliate Mu Qian in such a manner?" Her tone dripped with reproach, as if the very occurrence was a direct consequence of Mu Ci's choice in companions. "Dear sister Mu Shue, I never expected him to act in such a way," Mu Ci replied, a hint of guilt shadowing her countenance as she lowered her gaze. unable to meet Mu Shui's piercing stare. But we cannot lay all the blame on him. Had you not repeatedly insulted him, provoking his ire, he would not have resorted to such extremes. While she acknowledged that his actions were indeed a bit excessive, the previous humiliations inflicted upon him by Mu Qian and her associates made her sympathize with his plight. How dare you, Mu Xi? So, it seems the fault lies with us? Mu Shui retorted, her complexion turning a shade of fury. I'm beginning to wonder whether you are truly a member of the Mu family or merely an ally of that scoundrel. She added with a sarcastic tone. Her words provoked the typically good-natured Mu Xi. Mu Shui, your remarks are somewhat excessive. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, instantly silencing everyone present. Hey, may I inquire why your attention is solely fixated on this matter? Has no one noticed that the young man possesses an extraordinary cultivation level? An 18-year-old of the transcendent realm. What does that signify? Only the most elite prodigies attain such heights, correct? Upon hearing this, the plaza on the first floor was enveloped in an eerie silence, as astonishment and disbelief washed over the faces of the crowd. A top-tier prodigy, good heavens. This young man is indeed a remarkable talent. Chapter 46. The Sword of the National Master. How is this possible? How could a mere impoverished youth be a top-tier prodigy? Mu Shui's expression shifted dramatically as she widened her eyes, gazing incredulously at the unremarkable figure on the stage, her lips repeatedly whispering in disbelief. If he truly is a top-tier prodigy, what do their previous mockeries of him amount to? A mere joke? At 18, he has reached the extraordinary realm, and he is also the 9th royal brother. How could this ordinary individual also be a top-tier prodigy? Qing Xian observed the carefree and nonchalant figure on the platform, her eyes reflecting astonishment. What being a top-tier prodigy? Without a powerful background, whether he can flourish remains an enigma. Qing Jiuyuan remarked with an air of sarcasm. His gaze, fixed on the figure of the youth, brimmed with jealousy. Yet, his envy did not stem from the youth's cultivation talent, but rather from the fact that he had won Mu Xi's favor. Indeed, the top-tier prodigy, the young Master Ping Fan, truly lives up to being your disciple, esteemed sir. In the elegant chamber on the 3rd floor, the chief steward gazed at the first-floor arena, his heart aflame with astonishment, prompting him to flatter Li Xian. That lad's talent is indeed remarkable. Li Xian's eyes twinkled with admiration as he replied nonchalantly. It appears this young man possesses significant opportunities, having swiftly broken through to the extraordinary realm. However, given his treatment of women, he might find it difficult to win a wife in the future. As an old bachelor, he unexpectedly found himself concerned about Ping Fan's lifelong matters. Meanwhile, in the luxurious chamber on the 2nd floor, the earlier debates had long since dissipated. All present bore expressions of shock and incredulity. That lad is indeed a top-tier prodigy. Some among them found it hard to believe their own eyes. And after scrutinizing the unremarkable figure on the stage multiple times, they ultimately had to concede this truth. Brother Yang, your discerning eye is unmatched, the 3rd prince remarked to the one-armed youth, a subtle smile gracing his face. At this moment, the clouds of gloom in his heart had been thoroughly dispelled. Having a top-tier prodigy inaugurate this Taiyuan tea gathering is an unparalleled stroke of fortune. He believed that following this day, the gathering he hosted would surely become a celebrated tale within the cultivation community. Meanwhile, he contemplated how to recruit this background-less top-tier prodigy into his ranks. Beside him, Mu Bai gazed at the figure of Ping Fan on the stage, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Given the humiliation inflicted upon him by Mu Shui and the others, he must surely harbor resentment towards the Mu family. This youth cannot be allowed to remain. How dare this wretch humiliate a woman from the Mu family? If we do not teach him a lesson, what face will the Mu family have left? With a righteous tone, he coldly admonished before leaping from the vast terrace in front of the room, intent on descending. Shameless. Witnessing this, the one-armed youth's expression darkened, his brows knitting together as he abruptly stood from his seat, poised to intercept Mu Bai. However, at that moment, a young man wielding a white jade fan suddenly appeared, standing in front of the one-armed youth. Brother Yang, that lad's behavior in humiliating an unmarried woman is indeed quite disgraceful. Mu Bai merely wishes to teach him a lesson. Why must you meddle? With a demeanor of earnest counsel, he gazed at the one-armed youth and spoke with grave sincerity. Baiyi, do you not find it rather ironic that such words emerge from your lips? The one-armed youth let out a cold snort. Who is Baiyi, after all? A notorious dandy. He has, relying on his lineage and personal attributes, toyed with countless women. The utterance of such sentiments from him is indeed laughable. Furthermore, the intentions of Bai are all too apparent to those present. After delivering this retort, the one-armed youth waved his sleeve and returned to his seat. Faced with two adversaries of equal strength, further engagement would serve no purpose. Moreover, to offend two prominent scions for the sake of an unfamiliar youth would be unwise. Third Prince, as the host of this tea gathering, will you not intervene? A woman clad in red remarked, observing the indifferent third prince with a playful smile. That smile was tinged with a hint of mockery, as if deliberately provoking the prince's emotions. Miss Luo, this matter concerns a personal vendetta between Mu and that prodigy. It would be inappropriate for me to intervene. The third prince feigned a sigh of helplessness. He truly wished to recruit the remarkable Ping Fan. Yet to offend Bai and the Mu family for the sake of an underdeveloped talent seemed hardly worthwhile. In the midst of their conversation, Bai's figure leapt from the terrace, infused with a murderous intent, charging toward Ping Fan on the arena. Just as he approached the edge of the platform, suddenly, a peachwood sword shot through the air like a celestial meteor, enveloped in a faint azure flame, slicing through the sky. In the next moment, the sword landed gracefully at the edge of the arena, embedding itself lightly into the surface, its descent so gentle that it barely caused a tremor. However, almost immediately, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the sword, akin to a deluge breaking its dam. The air shimmered with the ripples of this potent energy. It seemed to possess a guiding force, barreling toward the airborne Bai. Before he could react, he was struck by this torrent of energy, and his form, like a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably flew backward. His body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground several yards away. With a dull thud, the earth erupted in a cloud of dust. Lying on the ground, Bai felt as though his very organs were being violently stirred by this formidable force, the pain unbearable. Finally, he could no longer contain himself and vomited a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he cast a shocked and unwilling gaze toward the peach with sword firmly embedded in the arena. Concurrently, a gentle yet oppressive voice resonated through the air. Dare to cross this sword, and you shall perish. This voice seemed to emanate from all directions, yet also felt as if it were right beside him, eluding comprehension of its source. On the second floor, the group of prodigies from the divine concealment realm were instantly startled by this unexpected commotion. They rose in curiosity, flocking towards the terrace at the front of the room. What was transpiring? Upon witnessing Bai sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. What a formidable opponent, who could vanquish Bai with merely a peachwood sword. They gazed at the sword on the arena, a flicker of fear igniting within their eyes. To defeat Bai with just a piece of peachwood was a feat no one among them could achieve, not even the 5 illustrious prodigies. The official beside the third prince regarded the peachwood sword on the platform, and an unsettling sense of familiarity washed over him. He then exclaimed, "That resembles the peachwood sword of the national master." His words sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd, prompting everyone to turn and look at him. Chapter 47. Seeking the national master, are you certain? The third prince abruptly turned his head, his expression grave as he addressed the official, his voice tinged with urgency. The gazes of those present converged upon the official, each awaiting his response. The intensity of the moment left the official feeling flustered. He cautiously replied, "I caught a distant glimpse of the national master once. He carried a peachwood sword upon his back." "So the national master has truly arrived," the third prince murmured, disbelief mingling with a hint of excitement in his tone. "If it is indeed that renowned national master, why would he choose this moment to intervene and assist that boy named Ping Fan?" The woman in red, her beautiful eyes glimmering, directed an insinuating question towards the peachwood sword on the arena. "Perhaps he disapproves of Bai's bullying of the weak," the one-armed youth replied casually, his tone laced with disdain for Bai's actions. Could it be that the national master has recognized Ping Fan's talent for cultivation and wishes to take him as a disciple? Or perhaps Ping Fan is already a disciple of the national master? The corners of the red-clad woman's lips curled slightly, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. The crowd found her speculation to be quite plausible. If that were the case, not only would Mu Bai be in trouble, but the entire Mu family might face dire consequences, the one-armed youth lamented. At this, Feng Baiyi, standing nearby, felt a twinge of anxiety. For his earlier actions had inadvertently aided Mu Bai in confronting Ping Fan. "Your Highness, that sword belongs to the national master, doesn't it?" In the crowd on the first floor, Qing Xian gazed at the peachwood sword plunged into the arena, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Qing Jiuyuan nodded slightly. The sword upon the national master's back is identical to the one on the arena. At that moment, a frown creased his brow as he pondered. Why would the national master choose to assist Ping Fan? Did a connection exist between them? "Uncle Xian," Ping Fan exclaimed, his eyes reflecting disbelief and shock as he stared at the peachwood sword. At that moment, he found no desire to tease Mu Qian any longer. Instead, he repelled Mu Qian, who was attacking him with a sword, with a single palm strike. He then tilted his head back and shouted loudly, "Uncle Xian, is that you? If it is you, please respond. I have something important to discuss with you." The important matter he referred to was, of course, the disappearance of Tao Zijing. Hearing Ping Fan's words, Li Xian, who had been observing from the window of the private room on the third floor, gracefully descended and landed firmly on the arena. Clad in a light blue long robe, his garments billowed with the wind, exuding an ethereal charm, as if he were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Who is this youth? The crowd beneath the arena was captivated by Li Xian, their expressions filled with curiosity. It truly is the national master. Both Qing Xian and Qing Jiuyuan exclaimed simultaneously upon seeing Li Xian's figure. They then made their way towards him. Ping Fan looked at Li Xian with excitement in his eyes, his eyelids slightly reddening, and called out, his voice trembling, "Uncle Xian." "Ah, Ping Fan, I shall end your life." Just as Li Xian was about to respond to Ping Fan, Mu Qian, who had been knocked back, once again furiously brandished her sword towards Ping Fan. Mu Qian stopped. Mu Ci, witnessing this scene from below the arena, exclaimed loudly. However, it was already too late. At this moment, Mu Shui, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "What is wrong? Are you so concerned? Afraid Mu Qian will harm your beloved? What do you know?" Even the usually gentle Mu Ci could not help but shout, "That person is the Grand Master of Daqian, a powerful figure of the Tongtian realm. What do you think will happen if Mu Qian attacks him?" "I'll absurd." In response, Mu Shui not only dismissed the notion, but also derided. "Mu Ci, to defend that poor boy, you truly go to great lengths, fabricating such a colossal lie. The Grand Master of Daqian, a being of the Tongtian realm. How could he possibly appear as a mere youth? If he were the Grand Master, then I, Mu Shui, would be a princess." As she spoke, a contemptuous smile curled at the corners of her mouth. "Fool! Otherwise, do you think Brother Mu Bai, a formidable figure of the divine Song 4th level, could have been injured by a peachwood sword just now?" Mu Ci retorted, unable to contain her anger. This statement left Mu Shui momentarily speechless, her gaze fixed in disbelief upon Li Xian on the stage, murmuring, could he really be the Grand Master? In the midst of their argument, Mu Qian's elegant sword was already within mere inches of Ping Fan. Observing the imminent strike, Li Xian gently raised his right hand and pinched the blade between his fingers. With a slight exertion of force, the sword shattered into countless fragments. Subsequently, with a graceful wave of his sleeve, an energy enveloped Mu Qian, sending her back to the ground beneath the arena. "Qing Xian, Qing Jiuyuan, we pay our respects to the Grand Master at this moment." Qing Xian and Qing Jiuyuan approached the edge of the arena, bowing to Li Xian in reverence. Indeed, he is the Grand Master. The third prince, watching from the second-floor terrace, immediately descended, landing on the arena, and greeted Li Xian with a bow, saying, "Qing Hong pays his respects to the Grand Master." Following the third prince, a dozen or so powerful figures from the Divine Song realm also flew down, landing on the arena, and in unison they bowed to Li Xian, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Grand Master of Daqian." This scene was truly awe-inspiring. What? That youth is actually the Grand Master of Daiyuan, a being of the Tongtian realm? The martial artists below the arena were overcome with shock and disbelief. Soon after, they became immensely excited. The Grand Master of Daiyuan, a being of the Tongtian realm. Who would have thought that one day we could witness such a powerful figure up close? Many could hardly conceal their exhilaration. He truly is the Grand Master of Daiyuan. Witnessing this startling revelation, Mu Shue's eyes widened in terror, her disbelief manifesting in a whisper. Soon, they too reacted, hastily bowing towards Li Xian on the arena, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Grand Master of Daiyuan." The synchronized voices of hundreds resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the square, surrounded by buildings. No need for such formalities. Li Xian gently raised his hand. Upon hearing these words, led by the third prince and his companions, the crowd collectively withdrew their previous decorum. "Speak, what transpired?" At this moment, Li Xian slowly addressed Ping Fan. Before his words could fully settle, Ping Fan suddenly knelt before him with a resounding thud, a look of deep remorse etched on his face as he lamented, "Master Xianshu, I have lost Sister Jijin." Witnessing this scene, astonishment once again flickered in the eyes of all present. What? This youth is actually the disciple of the national master. They gasped. Not only is he an exceptional prodigy in his own right, but he also possesses the backing of a transcendent realm. How foolish we were to mock him as a mere toad. Thoughts swirled through their minds, laced with bitter amusement. As they turned their gazes toward the members of the Mu family, their expressions reflected both derision and sympathy. A disciple of a transcendent realm master, endowed with unparalleled martial talent. How could such a youth be deemed unworthy of a woman from the Mu family, only to be ridiculed for aspiring to associate with noble clans? Truly, the standards of the Mu family are exceedingly high. Amidst the crowd, one individual mockingly remarked, Chapter 48, a chaotic matchmaking, who could deny it? Those unaware would assume that the women of the Mu family were adorned with gems. Someone in the crowd echoed this sentiment, the sarcasm in their words becoming more pronounced. They intentionally emphasized the phrase adorned with gems, provoking a wave of laughter from those around. Under such ridicule, had it been any other time, Mu Shui and her companions would have retorted fiercely and perhaps even drawn their swords. However, with Li Xian, the esteemed national master of the Yuan, present, Mu Shui and her companions could only suppress their fury, refraining from any outburst. At that moment, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. The recent humiliation of the master's nephew by the women of the Mu family might provoke the national master's ire, and the Mu family could find themselves in dire straits. A short young man spoke cautiously, glancing around anxiously, wary of being overheard by the Mu family members. Not necessarily. The national master's nephew seems to share a mutual affection with Miss Mu Si. Perhaps the Mu family could seize this opportunity to forge a familial bond with the national master. A woman in red interjected, smiling knowingly. The crowd engaged in lively chatter, their glances frequently drifting toward Mu Shui and Li Xian, as if they were spectators at a grand performance. Amidst their discussions, the injured Mu Bai quietly navigated through the throng, making his way toward Mu Si. Mu Si, why did you not disclose that Ping Fan is the national master's disciple? Do you wish to see our entire Mu family perish? Mu Bai approached Mu Qi. His expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice, filled with anger. Brother Mu Bai, you must not wrong me. I only just learned of the connection between Ping Fan and the national master, Mu Si explained, her tone tinged with grievance. Her bond with Ping Fan was genuine. Before this Tai Yuan tea gathering, she was unaware of Ping Fan's relationship with the national master, nor did he know she was the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Thus, even in the current predicament, she bore no resentment towards Ping Fan for concealing his identity. Surely, your relationship with that lad is extraordinary. Would he not reveal his identity to you? Who would believe such a tale? Scoffed Mu Shui, her brows furrowing in skepticism. Her gaze was laden with disdain and doubt, convinced that Mu Si was fabricating her story. Mu Si, I trust you would not deceive me. Mu Bai's expression softened slightly, and his tone became more amiable. Though he found Mu Si's disposition somewhat disagreeable, he held faith in her character. While Mu Shui and others might deceive him regarding matters that could affect their family's fate, he was certain Mu Xi would be honest. You have befriended that Ping Fan. You must know his nature. He is not one to forgive easily, Mu Bai continued, his voice cautious and deliberate. After all, this concern was pivotal to the survival of the Mu family. Should Ping Fan truly harbor a vengeful spirit, their family could be on the brink of disaster. Brother Mu Bai, worry not. Ping Fan is not the petty sort, Mu Xi assured him with a reassuring glance. Subsequently, she discreetly cast a glance at the irate Mu Qian beside her and continued. Moreover, he has already vented his frustrations during the altercation with Mu Qian. She endeavored to comfort Mu Bai with this rationale, hoping to instill in him the belief that the Mu family would not face utter catastrophe due to today's events. Mu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Mu Qian's delicate face flushed crimson, her expression brimming with indignation as she glared at Mu Xi. Having already endured public humiliation at the hands of Ping Fan, she felt a profound sense of injustice. It was utterly unexpected for Mu Xi to mock her regarding this matter now. Mu Qian, silence yourself. Just as she was poised to unleash her pent-up fury upon Mu Xi, Mu Bai's countenance darkened as he shot her a fierce glare. The sudden reprimand startled Mu Qian, causing her to shudder as the anger that had been surging within her instantly receded. At the same time, a wave of deep grievance surged within her heart. Her eyes began to redden, yet she dared not voice her thoughts. Imperial brother, what do you think the National Master and Ping Fan are discussing? Qing Xian inquired curiously, her gaze fixed upon the figures of Li Xian and Ping Fan on the arena. Since Ping Fan wished to keep their conversation private, he had requested Li Xian to casually set up a simple barrier, isolating their voices from the outside world. I believe that Ping Fan is certainly complaining to the National Master about how the Mu family has bullied him, urging the National Master to annihilate the entire Mu clan to avenge him. Qing Zhu Yuan remarked with raised brows, adopting a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian turned to Qing Zhu Yuan with an expression of disbelief, her eyes reflecting the sentiment of regarding him as a fool. With an exasperated tone, she retorted, "Why did I even bother asking you?" This ninth imperial brother of hers, despite his formidable talent and cultivation, left much to be desired in other aspects. Not only the two of them, but also the third prince and other prodigies from the divine concealment realm were equally intrigued, their eyes fixed upon the barrier, eager to discern the conversation between Ping Fan and Li Xian. Meanwhile, on the arena, Ping Fan recounted to Li Xian the circumstances that had led him to the southern divine continent. He had been troubled by the disappearance of Tao Zijin, feeling that he had failed to take proper care of her. Master Xian, I did not protect Sister Zijin well. Please punish me. Ping Fan's expression was laden with self-reproach and guilt, his demeanor despondent, eyes filled with regret as he spoke softly. Ping Fan, the fault does not lie with you. There is no need for excessive guilt, Li Xian said gently, his gaze warm as he sought to console him. Moreover, the fact that you were able to traverse to the southern divine continent through that relic suggests that Tao Zijin may not be devoid of a similar fate. He paused before continuing. However, I have inquired along the way and have not heard any news regarding Sister Zijin. With a furrowed brow, Ping Fan slowly replied, furthermore, Sister Zijin has always enjoyed revelry. She would certainly not miss such a lively event as the Tai Yuan martial sacrifice. As he spoke, a look of confusion and concern crept upon his face. It is also possible that she has not arrived in the southern divine continent, but remains in the eastern divine continent. Perhaps she is anxiously searching for you as well. Upon witnessing Ping Fan's anxious demeanor, Li Xian could not help but shake his head in resignation. He appeared unconcerned about the safety of Tao Zijing. After years of cultivation, Li Xian had come to understand a profound truth, that each individual has their own destiny. The same applies to everyone within the Cangsheng Mountain. Within his capacity, he would extend care to every person on Cangsheng Mountain and attend to matters within his ability. However, if they were to perish during their journey of cultivation, it could only be deemed their fate. Master Xian, is what you say true? Upon hearing this, Ping Fan's eyes instantly reflected excitement and anticipation. Yet to his surprise, Li Xian shook his head slightly, offering a negative reply. I do not know. This response left Ping Fan bewildered, internally questioning. Is it possible, Master Xian, that as a powerful being of the Tongtian realm, your words lack certainty? Afterward, Li Xian offered further reassurance to Ping Fan. Rest assured, Tao Zijing's fortune is no less than yours. If you are safe and sound, she will surely be well. He continued, now, let us discuss the matter at hand. You have spanked that girl. Shouldn't you take responsibility? Upon hearing this, Ping Fan was taken aback, his eyes widening and his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. Is it true that one must take responsibility for a mere spank? Chapter 49. Chu Zhao Jun and Peril Master Xian. Please refrain from making such baseless assertions. I have no interest in that Mu Qian, Ping Fan replied, his expression one of distress as he waved his hands dismissively. Master Xian, with his penchant for matchmaking, could potentially spawn countless lovesick souls if he were to assume the role of the god of marriage. One wonders what thoughts occupy Master Xian's mind throughout the day. What about Mu Ci? I find that young lady quite admirable. Do you harbor any feelings for her? Li Xian inquired with a smile dancing on his face. As he spoke, he subtly moved his fingers behind his back, causing the soundproof barrier he had erected to dissipate quietly. However, Ping Fan remained oblivious to this change, his attention wholly captured by Li Xian's unexpected query, leaving him momentarily flustered. After a brief hesitation, he sheepishly scratched his head and replied in a bashful tone. Miss Mu Ci possesses a refined disposition and a gentle nature, and I must admit, I hold her in high regard. Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The crowd surrounding the arena was instantly drawn to Ping Fan's words, their gazes converging upon him. Expressions varied among the onlookers. Some were astonished, others envious, while a few wore amused smirks, and some simply appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Upon hearing his words, Mu Ci blushed, her cheeks blooming like a radiant peach blossom, while Mu Qian, standing nearby, felt an unfamiliar sensation stir within her. Casting a glance at Ping Fan, then at Mu Ci, a flicker of resentment and jealousy crossed her eyes. Since you have an interest in Miss Mu Ci, why not pursue her boldly? Li Xian remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he patted Ping Fan's shoulder in encouragement. He then raised his hand, deftly lifting the peachwood sword embedded in the arena, which soared gracefully through the air before landing precisely in its scabbard behind him. As Li Xian prepared to take his leave, Qing Jiyuan called out loudly, National Master, I too hold affection for Miss Mu Ci. Is it not rather inappropriate for you to force such pairings? Recently, the National Master had already claimed his Chu Zhao Jun, and now he was permitting his apprentice to vie for Mu Ci's affections. Such behavior was hardly fair. As Qing Jiyuan's words echoed, Li Xian's retreating figure responded, if you truly like her, pursue her through honorable means. I have not placed a sword at Mu Ci's throat, coercing her affections. If you wish to pursue her, do so. Ultimately, her choice is her own, beyond my jurisdiction or concern. His voice flowed steadily, reaching the ears of every onlooker as if narrating an utterly commonplace event. The magnanimity he displayed elicited admiration from many, and such a transcendent demeanor was indeed befitting a revered elder of the celestial realm. The one-armed youth gazed at Li Xian's vanishing silhouette, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed, I had initially presumed that the esteemed master of the Great Abyss would direct his ire towards the entire Mu family. However, to my astonishment, he did not even mention the matter. A woman clad in red, possessing the prowess of the divine concealment realm, gazed in the direction of Li Xian's vanishing figure, her eyes shimmering with admiration. To wield immense power without succumbing to its abuse is a rare feat indeed. Has he truly departed? Mu Bai regarded the direction in which Li Xian had disappeared with disbelief, as he had anticipated that both he and the entire Mu clan would face dire repercussions. Who would have thought that the illustrious master of the Great Abyss would not even broach the subject? Brother Mu Bai, the master's temperament is inherently detached. Many things that we common folk deem significant may merely be fleeting moments to him. Mu Ci remarked, her gaze lifted towards the direction of Li Xian's departure, filled with reverence as she spoke softly to her companion. Esteemed guests, although the master has taken his leave, our Taiyuan gathering must continue. Though his stay was brief, the presence of the master at this gathering will surely be remembered as a remarkable tale. Therefore, I hope that all of you will strive to contribute splendidly to this occasion, proclaimed the third prince from the arena, his voice resonating with fervor, instantly stirring the emotions of many. As Li Xian floated away after procuring the array materials he had ordered, he departed from the Tianyi building. After walking a short distance along the street, he encountered a familiar face, none other than the elusive Chu Zhaojun. She appeared to be cornered by a middle-aged man in an alleyway. Upon catching a glimpse, Li Xian hastily quickened his pace, seemingly anxious to avoid her gaze and any potential entanglement. "My dear, where might you be headed? You have fallen victim to my specially concocted soft tendon powder. There is no escape for you," the middle-aged man leered, casting a lecherous glance over Chu Zhaojun's form, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. This man was no ordinary individual. He not only possessed the cultivation of the Qi transformation realm, but was also a formidable alchemist, notorious for his nefarious deeds. His alchemical skills were not employed for noble pursuits, but rather for his depraved schemes. The soft tendon powder that had ensnared Chu Zhaojun was a meticulously crafted creation, designed specifically for his illicit activities. This malevolent concoction was exceedingly potent. Even a typical expert of the divine concealment realm could find themselves utterly drained and powerless upon succumbing to its effects. "What do you intend to do? Get away from me." Chu Zhaojun felt her strength waning, her body weakening as if all vitality had been siphoned away. Her legs felt as heavy as lead, making it arduous to maintain her stance. Fear and fury filled her gaze as she glared at the middle-aged man, her voice rising in defiance. "Go ahead, scream. Soon, I shall make you scream even louder," the middle-aged man taunted, reveling in the terror etched upon Chu Zhaojun's face. Chapter 50. The Captain Mopian ran get away. Chu Zhaojun pressed her left hand against the wall, straining her feeble body, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes as she scolded the man before her. "Do you know who I am? I am a person of the National Master Li Xian. If you dare to harm me, you will meet a fate worse than death." She attempted to intimidate him, hoping to instill a sense of caution. However, the middle-aged man displayed no hint of fear upon hearing her threat. "Regardless of whether your words are true or a mere deception, even if you truly are the woman of the Great Yuan's national master, what of it? Once I am done with you, I shall find a place to bury you, and who would know it was I who did it?" He sneered, his laughter laced with lewdness and cruelty. "Moreover, I've yet to indulge in a woman of the celestial realm. I anticipate a rather unique experience." He pinched his lower lip with 2 fingers, his eyes gleaming with excitement and expectation, as though envisioning the imminent fulfillment of his desires. He then lunged towards Chu Zhaojun with a lascivious grin. "Who goes there? Turn around." Just as his hands were about to make contact with Chu Zhaojun, a sharp voice rang out from behind. Turning towards the source of the commanding voice, they beheld a woman clad in silver-white soft armor, standing at the alley's entrance. The woman, tall and striking, sported a high ponytail that complemented her silver armor and the battle knife hanging at her waist, exuding an undeniable air of valor. Her name was Mopian Ran, a captain in the Yuanjing Patrol Corps, primarily tasked with maintaining security in the area during the bustling period of the Taiyuan Martial Festival. At this moment, she regarded the interior of the alley with a serious expression, her eyes searching. "Help me." The weak and helpless Chu Zhaojun, upon spotting Mopian Ran at the alley's entrance, felt a flicker of hope pierce through her despair, akin to a glimmer of dawn in the darkness, and she immediately called out for assistance. Though her voice was weak, Mopian Ran discerned her meaning through her lips. "I am Captain Mopian Ran of the Patrol Corps. Listen well, I command you to turn around immediately." Upon hearing Chu Zhaojun's plea, Mopian Ran's expression hardened as she shouted into the alley. Without hesitation, she drew her battle knife from her waist, holding it firmly as she cautiously yet authoritatively approached the alley. Her 4 soldiers swiftly unsheathed their own weapons, moving in unison to block the alley's entrance and form a defensive line. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man within the alley had long ceased his actions, standing there like a wooden figure, alert and motionless. As he heard the sound of Mopian Ran's footsteps approaching, every nerve in his body tensed, his eyes betraying an unusual wariness. When Mopian Ran was but a step away from him, he swiftly turned, his right sleeve sweeping rapidly before her in a motion as swift as the wind, leaving no time for reaction. Meanwhile, a plume of white smoke suddenly billowed from within the cuff, surging towards Imo Qianran's face under the control of the middle-aged man's aura. Alert as ever, Imo Qianran promptly raised her left hand to cover her mouth and nose, while her right hand, firmly gripping her battle blade, struck decisively at the middle-aged man. This strike was imbued with immense force. The middle-aged man swiftly drew a short blade with his left hand to parry the blow. Although he managed to block Imo Qianran's full-force swing, he was still forced back several steps, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground, his body swaying perilously close to falling. As an alchemist, despite possessing a modest mastery of energy transformation, his combat prowess was lacking. Furthermore, as a notorious thief, he rarely engaged in direct combat, having practiced primarily agility techniques. Thus, his fighting capabilities paled in comparison to other warriors of the same realm. This was precisely why he had opted for a sneak attack with the soft muscle powder. After forcing the middle-aged man back with her strike, Imo Qianran surged forward once more, swinging her blade at him again. The middle-aged man, employing agility to evade, continuously parried her blows with his short blade. He was stalling for time, confident in the efficacy of his soft muscle powder. Even though Imo Qianran had managed to cover her mouth and nose just in time, she could not completely shield herself from the powder released into the air. Indeed, after several exchanges, Imo Qianran began to feel a twinge of fatigue. The middle-aged man could clearly sense her diminishing strength. "You foolish woman, you've fallen victim to my soft muscle powder. Soon you'll be utterly drained. If you wish to preserve your life, you ought to leave now and not interfere with my affairs," he taunted, a smug grin creeping across his face, his gaze turning cold and sinister. "Dream on. I, Imo Qianran, shall never yield to a despicable scoundrel like you," she retorted with a cold snort, then called out loudly to the 4 soldiers at the alley's entrance, "You lot, hurry and assist me." "Yes, my lord," the soldiers responded, immediately charging into the alley with their blades drawn. "You insolent wench, since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness," the middle-aged man sneered, his eyes growing more vicious at her defiance. Following this, Imo Qianran and the 4 soldiers launched an assault on him. However, under the influence of the soft muscle powder, Imo Qianran's combat strength waned further. The soldiers, merely warriors of the blood exchange realm, stood little chance against a practitioner of energy transformation. Just as the middle-aged man was poised to eliminate Imo Qianran and the soldiers, a gleaming waist blade shot into the alley like a bolt from a crossbow, aimed at his back. Just as the short blade in the man's hand was about to make contact with Imo Qianran, the brilliant waist blade pierced through his body with a sharp gasp. The middle-aged man, with a face contorted in agony, slightly lowered his head to gaze at the sharp blade protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. Ultimately, he could not suppress a cough, spewing a mouthful of blood before collapsing forward. Witnessing this, Imo Qianran hastily steadied her weakening body and retreated to the side, narrowly avoiding the fallen man. "Su Xiao, oh Su Xiao, I have returned specifically for you. I have done my part. Please refrain from causing further trouble in the future." On the street, Li Xian cast a glance at Imo Qianran and Chu Zhaojun, who were in the alley, before turning to depart. At that moment, Imo Qianran and Chu Zhaojun, supported by the 4 soldiers, also emerged from the alley. They scanned their surroundings, hoping to find the one who had rescued them. However, instead of spotting Li Xian, they noticed a martial artist holding an empty sword sheath, looking around as if in search of something. Without hesitation, they approached the individual. "Esteemed senior, were you the one who saved us?" Imo Qianran inquired, her gaze fixed on the martial artist. The warrior, somewhat bewildered, looked at Imo Qianran and the others, perplexed by their words. "Me? As a mere martial artist at the blood exchange stage, when did I become a senior?" Chapter 51. To assassinate the Emperor of the Abyss after departing from the alley, Li Xian wandered aimlessly outside the city of Abyss, albeit with a purpose to seek a suitable location for setting up a teleportation array. However, despite searching for the better part of the day, he found no viable options. As dusk approached and he was about to return to the city, a curious scene caught his eye on the official road, prompting him to pause and watch with great interest. Before him was a green bull trotting along the yellow dirt path from west to east, moving slowly and steadily, perhaps burdened by its rider. The rider was a young man with hair as white as snow, clad in simple cloth attire. He was referred to by various titles. Some called him master, some old man, others gentleman, and a few even addressed him as hey. At that moment, he lay on the bull's back in an unusual position, eyes shut tight, cheeks slightly flushed, and snoring thunderously. A gourd of wine hung from his waist, indicating that he was quite inebriated. If a stranger were to inquire about the young man's name, he would simply request to be called Nameless. The bull was leisurely, and so was Nameless. His visit to the city was primarily motivated by a desire to assassinate the Emperor of the Abyss. Achoo! After some time had passed, Nameless sneezed, the itch at the tip of his nose prompting him to rub it with his fingertip, albeit to no avail. Oh dear, Nameless groggily opened his eyes, only to be startled by the sight of a charming, delicate round face, nearly toppling off the bull. A young girl in a purple dress sat atop a majestic white horse, casually swaying a strand of dogtail grass in her hand. At that moment, Nameless realized the source of his nose's irritation was this little child. "Do I know you, child?" he asked, still bleary-eyed. "No," the girl replied, her smile radiant. Nameless addressed her as a child, and she showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, she found it endearing. "Unfamiliar as you are, how dare you tease me? Aren't you afraid I might sell you for wine money?" Nameless feigned a fierce demeanor, attempting to intimidate her. Water has its source, trees have their roots. He found it hard to believe that this little brat would provoke him without reason. Yet, as he rifled through his memories, he found no recollection of her. "Go ahead and sell me," the girl replied nonchalantly, clearly unconvinced that he would actually do so. Her audacity only strengthened Nameless' belief that the child must know him. Since the girl was unwilling to speak the truth, Nameless chose not to press further. Having lived for over 5 centuries, it was rare for anything to pique his curiosity. "Child, I shall overlook your earlier antics. If you have nothing else, I suggest you leave," he said, then reclined once more on the bull's back, tilting his head back to sleep. "Oomph. After finally encountering you, you wish to send me away? Not a chance," the girl pouted, thinking to herself. With that, she unfastened the leather wine pouch at her waist, popped the cork with a bang, and waved it back and forth in front of Nameless' nose. A rich aroma of wine wafted into the nostrils of the unnamed protagonist, instantly awakening the dormant desire within him. How could he possibly resist such an enticing fragrance? Sitting up abruptly, he reached for the wine pouch held by the young girl. "What? A person of your stature trying to snatch wine from a child?" the girl exclaimed, playfully withdrawing the pouch and pouting. "Then don't give it," he retorted, rolling his eyes and preparing to recline once more. The little imp certainly knew how to toy with him. Noticing his intention to lie down, the girl quickly extended the wine pouch toward him again. "If it's for you, it's not out of the question." Feigning indifference, he maintained his composure, though the desire within him was undeniable. Seeing through his facade, the girl couldn't help but giggle, her laughter akin to a blooming peach blossom. "Humph, I refuse to believe you don't want this. If you don't want it, I shall take my leave," she said, pretending to be casual. With that, she playfully urged her horse onward. "Wait, come back," he shouted, hastily rising. He thought, such a delightful wine. If I don't savor it today, my mouth may protest for the entire day. The girl burst into laughter, directing her horse back to his side, and presented the wine pouch before him. "You may have it, but you must agree to 3 conditions." Taking the leather pouch, he brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply. So fragrant. "Now, what are your 3 requests?" He did not drink just yet. Instead, he gestured for her to state her conditions. If they were unreasonable, he would surely refuse. The girl smiled and declared, "My first request is to allow me to accompany you." Having finally encountered her esteemed master, she wished to stay by his side for a while. "Very well. If you wish to accompany me, then so be it," he replied casually. His life was rather mundane, and he suspected that before long, this little girl would tire of him and depart. "Now, please reveal your second request," he prompted. "My second request is that I shall call you Big Brother from now on," she proclaimed. The thought of addressing her master as Big Brother thrilled her, though she wondered how he would react upon discovering this. Do you even know my age? You want to call me Big Brother? He chuckled lightly. At over 500 years old, it felt rather odd to be referred to as such by a mere child. Just tell me whether you agree or not. She insisted, reaching for the wine pouch in his hand. If you refuse, I shall take it back. Fine, call me whatever you wish. He conceded with resignation. Now, quickly tell me your third request. His mind was still fixated on the wine in his grasp. As for the title, it was merely a label. He cared little for how others chose to address him. He did wonder, however, whether he would feel awkward upon realizing that the girl was, in fact, his disciple. Big Brother, I have yet to ponder the third request. The young girl laughed heartily. May I present it at a later time? I assure you, this request shall not contravene your principles. She raised her right hand, extending 4 fingers as a sign of her promise. Still immersed in the joy of being able to call her master Big Brother, she had not yet formulated her third request. Little did she realize that the more she reveled now, the more profound the consequences would be later. Given her words, the Nameless One decided not to indulge in any further pretensions. Very well. He lifted the wine pouch and took several hearty gulps. Wiping his mouth with a look of sheer enjoyment, he exclaimed, "Delightful! This fine wine shall be mine alone." After indulging in a couple more swigs, he corked the pouch and hung it at his waist. Such exquisite liquor deserved to be savored. "Little girl, my steed moves slowly. Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" he inquired, now intent on persuading the young child to part ways. "Big Brother, you're not thinking of drinking and then shirking responsibility, are you?" The girl shot him a piercing look with her round, sparkling eyes. "My master is shameless enough, but I never expected you, my Grand Master, to be even more so." The young child continued, "You truly have no qualms about what you say. Is this the appropriate context for such a claim?" The Nameless One felt utterly speechless, pondering which individual had raised such a child. "I've often heard girls chastising men for being untrustworthy. They always say something akin to that," she replied with unwavering confidence. To her, the Nameless One's actions epitomized the very essence of someone shirking accountability after indulging. If only her teacher were present, she would surely report this behavior. "I can't be bothered to argue further. The more I speak, the more I risk entangling myself. If you don't mind the trouble, feel free to follow." He waved dismissively. He then reclined on the back of the ox, drowsily succumbing to sleep. Observing him about to drift off again, the girl leaned over the horse's back, her eyes wide with scrutiny, as if appraising a rare treasure. "My master was indeed correct. My Grand Master is solely devoted to eating and sleeping. Big Brother, what brings you to Xuanhuan?" she inquired. "To kill," he replied nonchalantly. "Kill?" The girl's eyes widened in curiosity as she asked, "Who do you intend to kill?" "The Emperor of the Abyss." Upon hearing his response, her mouth fell agape, her eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. Her little heart raced fervently. To kill a being of such stature was exhilarating. It seemed that associating with her Grand Master was indeed a different experience. At this moment, she was filled with anticipation for the thrilling life that lay ahead. Chapter 52. Before the cold noodle stall, killing the Abyssal Emperor. Does this person bear animosity towards the Abyssal Emperor? Upon overhearing the conversation between the Nameless One and the maiden in a purple dress, Li Xian's eyes betrayed a hint of contemplation. Is this a matter of personal vendetta or national grievance? If it pertains to national enmity, according to the prior agreement with the Abyssal Emperor, he would indeed need to lend a hand. Observing the pair enter the city, he too took a step forward, making his way into the bustling streets. Swish, swish, was that delightful aroma. The Nameless One detected a luscious scent wafting through the air, his lips curling upwards as he instantly opened his eyes, pivoting his body to leap down from the ox's back. "Boss, 1 bowl of cold noodles, please." The Nameless One exclaimed brightly upon spotting the cold noodle stall by the roadside. He then sauntered over to a low table and plopped down. "Alas, my esteemed master truly is a glutton." The maiden in the purple dress sighed in resignation at this sight before gracefully dismounting and joining the Nameless One at his side. Big Brother, is it safe to eat from this roadside stall?" she remarked, her gaze lingering on the dark. gleaming surface of the low table with a hint of disdain. Before her words could fully dissipate, a voice called out, "Boss, I'll have a bowl of cold noodles as well." Turning slightly, the maiden lifted her gaze to see a youth standing at the stall, none other than Li Xian himself. "Oof." The maiden wrinkled her delicate nose, casting a reproachful glare at Li Xian, seemingly admonishing him for his ill-timed remark. Li Xian merely responded with a gentle smile. "My friend, may I join you here?" he inquired as he approached the table across from the nameless one. "Oof. You dare to call me friend while you should be addressing me as senior," the maiden huffed, expressing her discontent. "Suit yourself," the nameless one replied, glancing at Li Xian with a nonchalant tone. Seeing this, the maiden couldn't help but think, "My esteemed master truly lacks any semblance of an expert's demeanor. May I inquire your name, friend?" Li Xian asked casually as he settled into his seat across from the nameless one. "Time has slipped away, and I have long forgotten my name. You may call me Nameless," the nameless one replied offhandedly. "2 bowls of cold noodles for you gentlemen." The stall owner chimed in with a smile, placing the bowls before the nameless one and Li Xian. "Thank you, boss." Both Li Xian and the nameless one chorused in unison, then picked up their chopsticks to sample the cold noodles. The flavor was delightful. Both nodded in satisfaction, murmuring approval before taking another bite. Witnessing their enjoyment, the maiden in the purple dress swallowed hard. "Is it truly that delicious?" she questioned, skepticism evident in her eyes. "Poverty, where are you going?" On the street, after attending the Taiyuan tea gathering, Ping Fan and Mu Ci were leisurely strolling. Noticing Ping Fan wandering off alone, Muchi Heredi inquired, "There's a cold noodle stall over there with a rather enticing aroma. I'm going to give it a try." Ping Fan replied with a smile as he turned around, making his way towards the nearby cold noodle stall. "Sister Qing Xian, I will go and take a look." After Mu Ci greeted Qing Xian beside her, she followed the ordinary figure ahead. "Third sister, I too shall go and take a look." Qing Jiyuan, gazing at the departing figures, immediately followed suit. He would not allow the two to have a moment of solitude. "Boss, 1 bowl of cold noodles, please." The ordinary person had not yet arrived, but his voice had already made its presence known. Is this delicacy truly that delectable? The girl in the purple dress turned her head upon hearing the ordinary voice. When she beheld the figure of the ordinary person, her face revealed an unmistakable joy and excitement. She promptly stood up from her small stool and rushed towards him, wrapping her arms around his, exclaiming, "Ordinary, I have seen you again." Her voice was filled with the joy of reunion, tinged with a hint of grievance from their long separation. "Yuan Zi?" The ordinary person turned his head, looking at the girl in the purple dress with some surprise. "What a coincidence to see you here." Yuan Zi, the girl in the purple dress, had crossed paths with him since his arrival in the southern divine continent. Mu Ci, following closely behind him, halted at this scene, a flicker of subtle disappointment crossing her eyes. Meanwhile, a glimmer of delight and mischief flashed in Qing Jiyuan's gaze. He approached Mu Ci and, with an offhand tone, inquired, "Mu Ci, who is that girl? It seems she shares a rather close relationship with the ordinary one." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Mu Ci, eager to observe her reaction. "How would I know?" Mu Ci replied coolly, her voice seemingly encased in a thin veneer of ice. Her tone unmistakably carried a hint of displeasure. Subsequently, she walked towards the pair of Ordinary and Yuan Zi. "Ordinary, who is this young lady?" Mu Ci softly asked, striving to make her tone sound gentle. "I am an old friend of Ordinary's. Who might you be?" Before Ordinary could respond, Yuan Zi, like a protective little creature, interjected. As she spoke, she deliberately tightened her embrace around Ordinary's arm, her gaze directed provocatively at Mu Ci. Noticing this, Ordinary's expression tightened, and a sense of panic welled within him as he swiftly withdrew his arm from Yuan Zi's grasp. "Mu Ci, this is Yuan Zi, a casual friend I met on the way," he hurriedly explained to Mu Ci. Upon hearing his clarification, Mu Ci's inner disappointment eased significantly. "Greetings, Miss Yuan. I am Mu Ci, a good friend of Ordinary," Mu Ci said with a gentle smile directed at Yuan Zi, whether intentional or not. The phrase "good friend" seemed to carry a particular weight in the ears of those present. Yuan Zi, undeterred, introduced herself in kind. "Hello, I am Yuan Zi, Also a good friend of Ordinary. At that moment, Li Xian and the Nameless One had finished their cold noodles. After setting down their chopsticks, the Nameless One looked up at Li Xian with a smile, saying, "Master, if you have something to say, you better ask now. Otherwise, I shall take my leave." Indeed, it seemed he had been overly concerned. Upon hearing this, Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle lightly, then continued, "May I inquire what grievances exist between you, the Nameless Friend, and the Abyss Emperor?" Is a national master posing this question in hopes of resolving this entangled fate? The Nameless One, with an implied meaning, casually asked. "Mediating for others is not a pursuit I particularly enjoy," Li Xian teased with a smile. "Then what is the intent behind the national master's inquiry?" The Nameless One asked casually, curiosity evident in his tone. "I merely wish to discern whether the matter between you and the Abyss Emperor is rooted in national animosity or personal vendetta," Li Xian replied nonchalantly. Chapter 53. Personal Vendetta. Not national grievance. What of national grievances? And what of personal enmities? Nameless inquired with a hint of curiosity. Regarding national grievances, Li Xian began slowly. "As I currently occupy the position of the Grandmaster of Daqian, I am compelled to intervene in any conflict between you and the Emperor of Yuan, as per my agreement with him. However, if it pertains to personal enmity," he paused momentarily, a faint smile gracing his lips, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. "The nature of the matter changes entirely. It would merely be a personal feud between you two, unrelated to state affairs, thus allowing me to comfortably observe the spectacle from the sidelines." His words are delivered with an air of nonchalance, devoid of any remorse. The Grand Master truly possessed a fascinating character. Upon hearing this, Nameless was momentarily taken aback, but then erupted into a hearty laugh. He found Li Xian's distinctive approach both novel and intriguing. Having lived for over 5 centuries, he had never encountered someone quite like Li Xian before. His boisterous laughter immediately drew the attention of Ping Fan and Mu Siyai. "Grandmaster," Ping Fan called out, turning towards the familiar silhouette of Li Xian standing before Nameless. "Ping Fan, is he your Grandmaster?" Yuan Zi rushed over, casting an incredulous glance at Li Xian before inquiring of Ping Fan. "Indeed, he is my Grandmaster." The Grandmaster of Daqian, a formidable presence in the realm of Tongtian, Ping Fan replied, pride illuminating his eyes. "I have one too," Yuan Zi remarked, her jealousy flaring as she observed Ping Fan's prideful demeanor. She pouted slightly, unwilling to be outdone. Subsequently, she casually approached Nameless and nonchalantly patted him on the shoulder. Nameless turned to her, bewildered, pondering, "Are we that familiar? Why is there no sense of boundaries?" Then he heard Yuan Zi's melodious voice. "Ping Fan, allow me to introduce you. This is my Grandmaster, a master of the returning to Void Realm." Her tone carried an air of boastfulness. At this, Nameless could no longer contain his confusion and queried, "Little girl, when did I become your Grandmaster?" Internally, he mused, "Could this young lady be a disciple of one of my students?" "My Grandmaster is Shun Bai," Yuan Zi replied, looking up at Nameless with a sweet smile, exuding innocence. "Ah, so you are Shun Bai's disciple. No wonder you are so capricious," Nameless mused, realization dawning upon him. He shot a disdainful glance at Yuan Zi, yet his eyes revealed a hint of fondness. After all, Shun Bai was one of his most cherished disciples, leading him to harbor a unique affection for Yuan Zi. "Hee. That is of little consequence," Yuan Zi chuckled awkwardly, a sly glint in her eyes. She then turned to Ping Fan, her face brimming with delight, and proclaimed, "Ping Fan, you have a Tongtian Realm Grand Uncle, while I have a returning to Void Realm Grandmaster. Don't you think we are quite the perfect match?" Seeing that Ping Fan did not respond to her, she displayed a flattering smile towards Li Xian and said, "Master Xuanji, do you not agree?" Upon hearing this, Li Xian's expression momentarily faltered. "Is this any of my concern?" Observing Yuan Zi's ingratiating smile, he cast a stern glance at Ping Fan and said in a low voice, "Ping Fan, handle your own matters." "Oh," Ping Fan replied, somewhat aggrieved, then turned to Yuan Zi and suggested, "Miss Yuan, shall we step aside to converse? Let us not interrupt Master Xuanji and your Grandmaster." "Of course," Yuan Zi readily agreed, clearly pleased. After the two departed, Wu Ming turned to Li Xian and continued, I believe these two youngsters are quite suited for each other. After all, Yuan Zi is his disciple, and since she is fond of Ping Fan, he naturally wishes to facilitate their union. Li Xian chuckled. Such matters should ultimately depend on their own development. It seems that Ping Fan possesses quite the romantic fortune. Whom he chooses will be entirely up to him. Indeed. Wu Ming nodded slightly and then rose to his feet. Your Majesty, my dispute with the Emperor of the Abyss is personal. You may simply observe from the sidelines. With those words, Wu Ming mounted his old green cow and leisurely departed. His demeanor was nonchalant and carefree, embodying the essence of a reclusive sage. However, this relaxed demeanor was soon interrupted as the owner of the cold noodle stall caught up to him. Sir, you have yet to pay. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming's face darkened, and he felt an urge to vanish into the ground. He hastily retrieved money from his pocket and handed it to the owner. Thank you, sir. Please wait while I provide your change, the owner said with a respectful smile as he accepted the payment. No need for change, Wu Ming waved his hand, hastily urging his old green cow to accelerate away from the scene. How embarrassing. Today, I have truly lost face, he lamented as he departed. After Wu Ming left, Li Xian returned to the imperial city's Qitian Hall. In the depths of the imperial city, within an impregnable secret chamber, two individuals were present. One sat cross-legged on a mat, enveloped in a dense aura of vitality, exuding an innate air of authority. The other stood with a slight bow, leaning forward, displaying a look of respect. These two were none other than the Emperor of the Abyss, Qing Xian, and the old Chancellor, Li Hanzhong. Hanzhong, is the Xinyang body prepared? The Emperor inquired slowly, directing his gaze towards Li Hanzhong, his voice deep and resonant. This time, I cannot afford to fail. His tone carried the weight of imperial authority. Your Majesty, the Xinyang body has been successfully cultivated, and the spirit has been weakened to its utmost limit. Your Majesty may execute the soul-seizing technique at any time. Li Hanzhong replied respectfully, leaning slightly forward. The Xinyang body mentioned by the two referred to the Emperor's illegitimate son, Qingyang. The birth of Qingyang was the result of a meticulously orchestrated scheme between the Emperor and Li Hanzhong, intended solely to cultivate a vessel for the Emperor to seize control. 25 years ago, the Emperor Yuan was merely a leisurely prince, not yet a formidable figure in the realm of transcendent power, possessing only the cultivation of the divine concealment's great perfection. At that time, neither the throne of De Yuan nor the status of a transcendent being was within his grasp as a mere idle prince. Yet, he was unwilling to resign himself to such fate. Coincidentally, a transcendent expert from Yin was approaching the end of his lifespan, and he possessed a coveted heavenly source, with an heir already chosen for it. Consequently, the Emperor Yuan conceived a desire to seize this heavenly source. After a series of clandestine machinations, he and Li Hanzhong orchestrated the demise of the imminent transcendent, along with the chosen heir of the heavenly source, thereby claiming the coveted treasure for themselves. However, this victory came at a grievous cost, as both their cultivations were nearly obliterated. Just when they believed their scheme had culminated in farce, they encountered a woman, a beautiful and kind-hearted woman. Chapter 54. The Nameless One and the Enigmatic Concubine. This beautiful and benevolent woman rescued both the Emperor of Abyss and Li Hanzhong, offering them refuge. As time passed, she found herself enamored with the Emperor, willingly sacrificing her own cultivation to aid him in restoring his powers. During this period, they welcomed their first child, a daughter named Qingyi. With the aid of the celestial source, the restored Emperor broke through to the celestial realm. However, he soon realized that the battle had inflicted irreversible damage upon his body, leaving behind profound hidden injuries. After much deliberation, a scheme for soul transference was conceived by him and Li Hanzhong, leading to the birth of Qingyang, a child deemed suitable for this harrowing plan. Unbeknownst to the beautiful and kind-hearted woman, she became the first unsuspecting victim of this scheme. The life she sacrificed to bring forth her child was now at risk of following in her tragic footsteps. Your Majesty, Li Hanzhong said, bowing slightly while observing the Emperor with a flicker of concern in his eyes. The technique of soul transference is particularly susceptible to interruption. Should such an event occur, the repercussions could be dire. rendering our previous efforts futile or, at worst, resulting in death. With the recent turmoil in Abyss City, have you considered postponing this endeavor? After speaking, he discreetly assessed the emperor's expression, quietly awaiting his response. Absolutely not. I have awaited this day for far too long and can no longer afford a delay. Nor does my body permit it, the emperor declared with a grave countenance, his words resolute. As for your concerns, rest assured. I have already instructed the national master that should any disturbances arise in Abyss City, he will take action. Your Majesty, I have spent several days in the company of the national master and have come to understand his character. If he were to discover your intentions, he may not offer his assistance. Li Hanzhong replied cautiously after a moment of contemplation. Then let him remain ignorant, the emperor retorted, his expression darkening as he fixed his piercing gaze upon Li Hanzhong, his tone serious. It was unwise of me to speak, Li Hanzhong thought, bowing his head quickly, unable to meet the emperor's intense gaze. Beneath the cloak of night, a figure with white hair moved freely within the imperial city. This individual was none other than the Nameless One. Who are you to dare intrude upon the Orchid Palace? A cold voice rang out from behind him. Turning to face the source of the voice, the Nameless One beheld a stunning woman clad in a semi-transparent garment, raising her exquisite hand, resembling jade, poised to launch a swift attack. Her fierce palm strike, accompanied by a rushing wind, aimed directly at his chest. This enchanting beauty was none other than the enigmatic concubine, Yin Miao Miao. In the face of her formidable assault, the Nameless One remained composed and unruffled. His robes fluttered as a gentle aura emanated from within him. This ethereal energy enveloped him, forming a faint protective shield. In an instant, the concubine's powerful strike met the barrier of spiritual energy. Subsequently, she was violently thrown back by a forceful recoil, staggering several steps before finally regaining her composure. Her garments danced recklessly in the wind, and her cheeks flushed slightly from the surge of blood, her chest rising and falling with fervor. Thief, receive my blade. Once steadied, the enigmatic Yu Fei regarded the nameless figure with a sharp gaze, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. With a flick of her jade hand, a gleaming long sword materialized in her grasp. She lightly tapped the ground with her toes, leaping into the air, her sword slicing through the air, aimed directly at the throat of the Nameless One. In response, he merely waved his right hand, conjuring a spiritual energy cage that ensnared Yu Fei in place. No matter how fiercely she struggled, she could not break free from the confines of that ethereal prison. At that moment, she realized the vast chasm separating their powers. The disparity between them was as profound as that between heaven and earth, and she was, quite simply, no match for him. Who on earth are you? Yu Fei's brows shot up in disbelief, her once enchanting visage now etched with profound confusion. When did such a formidable expert emerge within the imperial city? Why should I divulge that to you? The Nameless One wore a sardonic smile, gazing at Yu Fei with a teasing demeanor, as though deliberately provoking her. You. His words immediately ignited a furious blush upon Yu Fei's delicate features. She bit down hard on her lower lip, striving to suppress the wrath that threatened to erupt within her. Little girl, who are you? Why did you ambush me? He feigned curiosity, regarding her with keen interest. Old man, how old are you to dare call yourself that? Yu Fei retorted sharply, her irritation palpable. Despite his head of white hair, the Nameless One still bore the appearance of youth. Not much, merely 500 years, he declared, extending 5 fingers with a grin. 500, you say? In the realm of chi refinement and spirit transformation, one can live at most 600 years. If you were truly 500, you would be far beyond your prime. Yu Fei shot him an incredulous look, her tone laced with sarcasm, convinced that he was mocking her. It appears our conversation has strayed, he mused, shaking his head slightly, the faintest smile still playing on his lips. You have yet to reveal your identity or the reason for your ambush. This is my abode. You have intruded upon my residence and dare question me about your ambush. Do you believe your words hold any merit? Yu Fei's countenance hardened, her almond-shaped eyes widening as she glared at him, her irritation palpable. At that moment, her anger was nearly overwhelming, fueled by his audacity. I must inform you that within this imperial city resides not only the formidable Yuan Emperor, but also the national master, a powerful figure in his own right. You would do well to release me and depart swiftly, she threatened, her chest heaving as she attempted to calm herself. I have met National Master Li Xian. He is quite an intriguing individual, the nameless one replied, his tone unperturbed. As for the Yuan Emperor, I have yet to make his acquaintance. Might you escort me to meet him? He had come to the imperial city that night, specifically in search of the Yuan Emperor. Yet he had found no trace of him despite his extensive search. Who do you think you are? Is the Abyss Emperor someone you can meet at will? Upon hearing this, the beautiful Yue Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at the nameless one as though he were a madman oblivious to the gravity of his words. Her tone laced with disdain and mockery. If you refuse to take me, I shall not hold back. The nameless one maintained smile. Yet his piercing gaze sent a tremor through Yue Fei's heart. What do you intend to do? Yue Fei's delicate face paled instantly, a flicker of panic crossing her features. You mentioned that the national master resides within the imperial city. Should you fail to escort me to meet the Abyss Emperor, I shall strip you bare and cast you upon the national master's bed, the nameless one threatened. Is that so? At these words, Yue Fei's momentary fear vanished, replaced by an uncontrollable joy, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Witnessing her reaction, the nameless one was left utterly bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Has she lost her senses? Chapter 55. The doubts of the spectral concubine. I surmise you are the beloved of the Abyssal Emperor. Are you not fearful that he might discover the verdant shade you have cast upon him, and in his fury, take your life? The enigmatic figure regarded the spectral concubine with keen interest, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. Not in the least, the spectral concubine replied, her head slightly shaking as she smiled nonchalantly. Even if the Abyssal Emperor were to care about such trifles, what difference would it make? The national master extends his care to a mere maid. If I were to become his woman, would he not treat me with even greater favor? By the way, were you not intending to strip me bare and cast me upon the national master's bed? Do proceed. Her smile blossomed radiantly, her anticipation of becoming Li Xian's woman palpable. Should she engage in dual cultivation with Li Xian, not only would her prowess be enhanced, but she would also gain a formidable ally. Whatever is the matter with me? The enigmatic figure, now adorned with a frown, pondered. Why do I continually encounter such absurd individuals? He found it bewildering to meet yet another person whose actions defied logic. First it was Yuan Zi, and now this one, leaving him both amused and exasperated. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he released the binding spiritual energy that encased the spectral concubine. Subsequently, he turned it apart. To the south of the palace lies the Forbidden Palace, the Qingyuan Hall. Should you truly wish to seek the Abyssal Emperor, you might look there. As the figure of the enigmatic man began to fade into the night, the spectral concubine hastened toward the Qitian Hall, where Li Xian resided. Inside the Qitian Hall, Li Xian glanced up slightly, a hint of curiosity sparkling in his eyes as he regarded the spectral concubine. What brings you here again? I encountered a nameless powerhouse at the Yulan Palace. He seems to be after the Abyssal Emperor, she replied, gliding gracefully closer, her enchanting visage tinged with confusion. Is he a youth with flowing white hair? Li Xian asked, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features. It was as if he had suddenly recalled something significant. How do you know? The spectral concubine's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at him. Do you two truly know each other? The man had claimed to be acquainted with Li Xian, and she had thought it a mere boast. Now, it appeared to be true. Having crossed paths once, I suppose that qualifies as knowing him, Li Xian replied, nodding gently, his demeanor calm. Since you are acquainted, why did he not ask you to guide him to the Abyssal Emperor? The spectral concubine inquired, her eyes blinking in confusion. He intends to slay the Abyssal Emperor, and as the national master of Den, it would not be appropriate for me to lead him, Li Xian answered casually, his tone devoid of gravity, as if he were discussing an inconsequential matter. Yet, those simple words struck the spectral concubine like a thunderclap, stirring tumultuous waves within her heart. National Master, are you aware of what you are saying? The ethereal Yue Fei delicately placed her slender hands upon the desk before Li Xian. Her wide eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief as she gazed at him, her enchanting face reflecting shock. "There is no need for alarm. You have not misheard." Li Xian responded with a calm demeanor. "The person in question is known as Wu Ming, and he seeks to assassinate the Emperor of the Abyss." As the gravity of his words settled in, a dreadful realization dawned upon Yu Fei. From a moment Li Xian ascended to the position of the Grand Master of the Abyss, everything had been meticulously orchestrated by him and this Wu Ming, with the singular aim of slaying the Emperor. The thought rendered her once vibrant visage pale as a ghost. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the southern direction of the palace, akin to a bolt from the blue, startling all within the royal city. The inner guards, alarmed, rushed toward the source of the commotion, their expressions tense. "Who dares to launch a nocturnal assault upon the imperial palace and threaten me?" bellowed the emperor, his voice resonating with boundless authority and fury, reminiscent of an enraged lion. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I have come to end your life," Wu Ming replied, his countenance unfazed in the face of the emperor's wrath. His eyes emanated a serene detachment, as if he were entirely indifferent to the emperor's fury. "To kill me? We shall see if you possess the capability," the emperor retorted, his eyes widening in anger. "Do not presume that merely breaking through to the realm of divine refinement makes you invincible." Having never encountered a formidable being named Wu Ming in the realm of divine refinement, the emperor mistakenly believed him to be a recent ascendant. Even with his hidden injuries, the emperor dismissed Wu Ming's words. With a sudden shift in demeanor, the emperor's aura surged, his robes billowing dramatically. In a mere flick of his wrist, a grand, ancient halberd materialized in his grasp. He swung the weapon towards Wu Ming, unleashing a torrent of violent energy imbued with lethal intent. Simultaneously, Wu Ming produced a long sword, gracefully brandishing it. A powerful wave of sword energy erupted from its tip, resembling a colossal dragon soaring skyward, resolutely advancing to meet the oncoming maelstrom of energy. The air around them became tumultuous in the wake of the sword's path. With a deafening crash, the two formidable forces collided, akin to the very heavens cracking asunder, shaking the entire palace to its core. The powerful shockwaves radiated outward from the point of impact, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding structures, causing cracks and collapses. Had they truly engaged in battle? Yu Fei, alarmed by the tumult, turned to Li Xian with concern. "Indeed, it seems so," Li Xian replied, his expression tranquil, as though he were entirely unconcerned by the unfolding chaos. Upon witnessing this, Yu Fei slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her heart brimming with confusion. She turned her gaze towards Li Xian and could not help but inquire once more, "Are you not going to assist?" "Assist whom?" Li Xuan casually inquired. "Of course, assist that nameless one. Are you not allies?" Yu Fei's charming visage bore an expression of inherent certainty. At that moment, she still believed that Li Xian and that nameless individual were in cahoots, their sole aim being the assassination of Emperor Yuan. However, to her surprise, Li Xian gently shook his head and replied, "As the Grand Master of the Great Yuan, it would be quite inappropriate for me to aid another in slaying Emperor Yuan." Upon hearing these words, Yu Fei found herself somewhat bewildered. Chapter 56. The Power of a Nameless. Are you not allied with the Nameless? Yu Fei gazed at Li Xian, her eyes reflecting a flicker of doubt. "Who told you that?" Li Xian replied, momentarily taken aback. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Yu Fei, perplexed by her line of thought. "Could it be that you are not in league with the Nameless?" Yu Fei arched her brows, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief as she questioned him further. "Not at all." Li Xian gently shook his head, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. "Since you are not allied with the Nameless, should you not, as the Grand Master of the Great Abyss, assist the Abyss Emperor?" Yu Fei continued, still harboring doubts regarding Li Xian's statements. "As the Grand Master, I shall certainly intervene in matters of state, but the animosity between the Nameless and the Abyss Emperor is a personal vendetta. It is not my place to interfere," Li Xian replied leisurely. Boom! To the south of the Imperial City, above the Qingyuan Hall, the Nameless hovered midair, with a graceful flick of his long sword. A formidable sword energy erupted from the blade, hurtling toward the Abyss Emperor. The Abyss Emperor's expression turned grave as he swung the great halberd in his grasp to parry the blow. Although he managed to deflect the strike, the overwhelming force propelled him back several yards. Without hesitation, the Nameless raised his sword once more, twisting his wrist to unleash a second strike. This sword seemed to harness the very essence of the heavens and the earth, its blade radiating with a brilliant light. A more majestic sword energy whistled forth, aimed directly at the Abyss Emperor. As the Abyss Emperor regained his footing, he hastily raised his halberd to defend himself. The powerful sword energy collided with the halberd, producing a sharp cracking sound as it cleaved through the weapon, reducing it to two shattered halves. Are you truly at the pinnacle of the refinement of spirit? The Abyss Emperor stared incredulously at the broken halberd, which had lost its former luster. He lifted his gaze, fixating on the Nameless, as if seeking answers etched upon his visage. With only a minor achievement in the celestial realm, he found himself utterly incapable of triumphing over an opponent of such exalted cultivation. Having exchanged 3 strikes with you, you may consider yourself fortunate to have met your end. The Nameless said, his garments billowing, his expression serene as a placid lake, his tone indifferent. He then gathered his strength for another formidable strike, directing it toward the Abyss Emperor. Flee! Faced with this overwhelming attack, the Abyss Emperor's pupils constricted sharply, his instinctive response being to escape. Seeking to flee, the Nameless observed the Abyss Emperor's frantic and desperate attempt to evade, a slight smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Just as the Abyss Emperor was about to vanish from sight, a multitude of sword phantoms materialized around him. These swords formed a formidable array, ensnaring the Abyss Emperor within an invisible prison, leaving him nowhere to elude. A cultivator of the celestial realm, having comprehended the power of rules, could achieve spatial teleportation within their own domain. Yet, ensnared by these sword phantoms, he found himself stripped of this ability. Who are you truly? Why do you seek my death? Can you not grant me clarity in my demise? Within the ethereal sword formation, the Abyssal Emperor glared fiercely, directing his gaze towards the Nameless one. A hint of confusion mingled with a trace of panic flickered in his eyes. Do you still remember Xueli? The Nameless one spoke slowly, his voice imbued with an icy chill. What is your connection with her? Upon hearing the name Xueli, the Abyssal Emperor's countenance shifted dramatically. His expression betrayed a reluctance to hear that name. She is a junior of mine, he replied coldly. Now you should comprehend the justice of your impending demise. I see. The Abyssal Emperor's expression hardened, his profound gaze concealing a glimmer of malice. However, I shall not perish so easily. Within this imperial city, he possessed a formidable trump card, the Qingpeng Great Formation. This formation served as both a guardian and a weapon for the imperial city. With a swift gesture, the Abyssal Emperor formed seals with his hands, summoning a magnificent azure phoenix apparition that shimmered with radiant light above the city. Accompanied by a thunderous cry that resonated through the heavens, the colossal phoenix seemed to come alive, launching itself towards the Nameless one. The Qingpeng Great Formation, is it? In the face of this imposing phoenix apparition, a hint of seriousness finally graced the previously impassive countenance of the Nameless one. Legend has it that the Qingpeng Great Formation is capable of contending with practitioners at the pinnacle of the divine return to Void Realm. The immense commotion caused by the activation of the formation instantly caught the attention of Li Xian within the Qitian Hall. Curiosity piqued, he rose and stepped outside, gazing up at the magnificent azure phoenix above, and mused, is this truly the Qingpeng Great Formation? He had encountered records of this formation in the text within the Tianqing Pavilion. Trailing closely behind Li Xian, Yu Fei's eyes were filled with profound astonishment. What level of cultivation does this Nameless one possess to compel the Abyssal Emperor to unleash the Qingpeng Great Formation in such a brief span? Although she was unaware of the formation's full capabilities, she had heard whispers of it being the ultimate safeguard for the Great Abyss Imperial City. The fact that the Abyssal Emperor resorted to such a significant trump card implied that the Nameless one had indeed driven him to a desperate situation. At that moment, a rather disheveled figure hurriedly approached Li Xian. It was none other than the old chancellor, Li Hanzhong. His hair was in disarray, and his tattered garments were caked with dust. "National Master, I implore you to intervene and rescue His Majesty," Li Hanzhong beseeched, bowing deeply before Li Xian, his eyes brimming with hope and desperation. In response to Li Hanzhong, Li Xian altered his previous stance. "The Qingpong Great Formation is sufficient to contend with practitioners at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Since the formation has been activated, my friend Qing Xian shall remain unharmed. If even the Qingpong Great Formation cannot neutralize the intruding adversary, then my own cultivation at the great perfection of the celestial realm would be of little consequence. Even should I intervene." Li Xian regarded the bowed figure of Li Hanzhong, gently shaking his head. The veracity of his words remained uncertain. "Master of the nation, should you lend your hand in aid and unite with His Majesty against the foe, even if the invaders possess unmatched strength, the odds of victory for His Majesty would significantly increase." Li Hanzhong bent lower, his tone imbued with sincerity. "Old Li, you only consider the well-being of your esteemed friend Qing Xian, without a thought for my own situation," Li Xian remarked, placing his palm heavily upon Li Hanzhong's shoulder. Though he held the cards to confront a peak celestial being, he refrained from deploying them at this juncture. "As I have reiterated, since the conflict between Wu Ming and the Abyssal Emperor is a personal vendetta, he harbors no inclination to intervene. Master of the nation, as the Grand Master of the Great Abyss, it is your duty to extend your assistance in His Majesty's time of peril," Li Hanzhong implored once more, his tone bearing the weight of a resolute counsel that could cost him his life. Chapter 57. The Death of the Abyss Emperor. "Let me take another look," Li Xian murmured as he lowered his head slightly, casting a fleeting glance over Li Hanzhong, providing an ambiguous response. He was no fool. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, he felt a sense of being ensnared by both the Abyss Emperor and Li Hanzhong. Who would have thought that Li Hanzhong would be so resolute, vowing not to relent until he achieved his goals? Seeing Li Xian's indecisiveness, he gritted his teeth and, with a thud, knelt directly before Li Xian, imploring, "I beseech the National Master to lend your assistance to His Majesty." Upon witnessing this, the ethereal Yu Fei's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she regarded Li Xian, eager to discern his next course of action. "Old Li, please do not force my hand." Li Xian feigned helplessness. Otherwise, the Qingpong array might have had a chance to triumph over the approaching enemy. Once I intervene, it remains uncertain whether the Qingpong array can still withstand the assault. Hearing this, not only was Li Hanzhong, who knelt, taken aback, but even Yu Fei appeared utterly bewildered. "So, what you imply is that unless you are compelled to act, you would assist the enemy in combating the Abyss Emperor. Is that correct?" Li Xian, observing the perplexity on Li Hanzhong's face, replied calmly, "Old Li, do you still wish for me to take action?" In response, Li Hanzhong's expression darkened, and with a tone tinged with accusation, he retorted, as the National Master of the Great Abyss, "How can you choose to stand idly by in the face of our nation's peril? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" He never imagined Li Xian could be so shameless. "Your words are overly harsh. The conflict between the Nameless One and the Abyss Emperor is merely a personal vendetta. His sole intention is to slay the Abyss Emperor, not to annihilate the Great Abyss Dynasty. How can one speak of our nation being in peril?" Li Xian gently shook his head, his demeanor composed as he explained, "His Majesty is the Emperor of the Great Abyss. His life and death pertain to the survival of the entire nation," Li Hanzhong retorted, unwavering and righteous. "Before the Abyss Emperor ascended as Emperor, the Great Abyss still thrived. Did it not? If the Abyss Emperor were to perish, there are numerous members of the royal family. Another could simply take the throne," Li Xian replied dismissively. His tone carried a hint of nonchalance, as if in his eyes, the life and death of the Abyss Emperor were not as significant as Li Hanzhong perceived. "But your Majesty is the only transcendent being of the Great Abyss. Should he die, our nation will plummet from the ranks of the 5 pinnacle powers, gradually being consumed by the other factions," Li Hanzhong insisted, unconvinced. Old Li, what position does that put me in?" Li Xuan sighed in resignation. "If it truly comes to that, I will naturally intervene. After all, that would be a national grievance, not a personal grudge." Li Hanzhong was left utterly speechless upon hearing this. Just then, A mournful cry from the Qingpeng suddenly echoed through the skies above the imperial city. The sound sliced through the air like a sharp blade, piercing the eardrums of those present and causing their hearts to tremble. Li Xian and the others instinctively looked up, only to behold the once mighty Qingpeng now reduced to a pitiful state by the Nameless One. Its once resplendent azure glow had dimmed, and its massive form no longer exuded the same vigor, swaying precariously in the air. The final strike shall escort you, wretched beast, on your journey. With a sudden intensity, the Nameless One raised his long sword and unleashed his most formidable sword strike towards the colossal figure of Qingpeng. This strike, imbued with the ferocity of thunder, cleaved the air, creating a pristine vacuum channel in its wake. In an instant, Qingpeng's immense form was struck by this devastating sword energy, and the spectral image beside him dissipated into the void. At that moment, the Nameless One lowered his sword, gliding through the air to stand before the trapped Emperor of the Abyss. This cannot be. The Emperor gazed at the vanishing spectral form of Qingpeng, his eyes reflecting disbelief, astonishment, and a burgeoning dread. The Qingpeng formation was formidable enough to rival the peak of the celestial realm, yet had been shattered with such ease. Emperor of the Abyss, if you possess any remaining trump cards, now is the time to unveil them. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to send you on your way. The Nameless One stated calmly, his gaze devoid of empathy for life. No, you cannot kill me. I have 2 children with Xiuli. If you slay me, they will forever resent you for the murder of their father. The Emperor, in a desperate bid for survival, resorted to threatening the Nameless One with the safety of his progeny, his regal demeanor utterly shattered, leaving only raw fear and the instinct to survive. As an emperor of your stature, how laughable it is that you would resort to such measures. The Nameless One scoffed. I find it incomprehensible that Xiuli would be drawn to such a pitiful coward. My quest for vengeance on her behalf is born from a debt owed to her. He continued, his voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia and regret. Yet I have never even laid eyes upon your children, and you dare use them to threaten me? Do you not perceive the folly in your reasoning? His words dripped with scorn. Now that your last words have been uttered, I shall bid you farewell. The Nameless One raised his long sword, aiming it at the Emperor of the Abyss. I am dying, and none of you shall find peace. The Emperor bellowed, his visage twisted in rage. His voice was laden with despair and madness. In the name of the Abyss, I sacrifice my flesh and blood to summon the ancestor of the Abyss back to life. He chanted a spell at an astonishing speed, his voice low and eerie, as though it were a summons from the netherworld. In an instant, his flesh began to dissolve, devoured by an unseen force. The dissolution was rapid, and soon the once robust form of the Emperor withered. Yet, from his being surged a colossal tide of blood energy, as if summoned by some potent force, continuously sinking into the depths beneath the imperial city. Forthwith, ominous and terrifying black mist began to seep from the underground, while the ground above trembled slightly, as though something below was awakening. What manner of entity is this? Li Xian gazed at the swirling black mist emanating from beneath his feet. A profound sense of bewilderment etched across his countenance. Subsequently, he ascended into the air, approaching the enigmatic figure suspended nearby. What have you summoned, my friend? Li Xian inquired, his eyes fixed on the mysterious entity. It appears to be an ancestor of the Xuanhuan Dynasty, one whose demise remains shrouded in the mists of time. The enigmatic figure replied, his expression grave. He had never anticipated that the Abyssal Emperor would orchestrate such a spectacle in his final moments. Chapter 58. The Rumor of the Death of Emperor Yuan. Ah, what is this? From the depths of the earth, a sinister black mist began to seep forth, crawling up the bodies of the palace maids, eunuchs, and inner guards. Their forms were swiftly eroded by this malevolent vapor, as their lifeblood was drawn down into the abyss. Master was sure, had you not stood idly by, these innocent souls would not have met such a tragic demise, Li Hanzhong admonished, suspended in the air as he directed his ire towards Li Xian. The death of Emperor Yuan seemed to have inflicted a profound blow upon him. In this moment, he cast aside his own concerns for survival, unperturbed by offending Li Xian. You speak too much, Li Xian retorted coldly. He felt no remorse for the tragic fates of those individuals, nor did he intend to neglect the matter at hand. With a decisive gesture and incantation, he summoned forth the Ling Sui talisman, breaking through the void. By decree, let gods and demons be sealed. As he chanted, thousands of golden talismans erupted from his being, shimmering like meteors as they streaked through the air, ultimately plunging into the earth. These talismans formed an expansive array below ground, sealing the black mist that had emerged. Roar! Once sealed, a series of low growls resonated from the depths, imbued with unbridled fury, as though some entity threatened to break free but remained suppressed by the array. Taoist Wuming, while my talisman array can temporarily contain that subterranean entity, I cannot guarantee for how long. Li Xian addressed Wuming, his meaning clear. This predicament arose from his actions, and he ought to contribute to its resolution. Wuming understood this unspoken expectation. Even without Li Xian's prompting, he had no intention of shirking responsibility. Then I shall reinforce the ceiling with a sword array. Wuming replied with a nod. With the 3 pure ones above, all methods return to their source. Guided by spirit and sealed by sword, I summoned the infinite sword array. Arise! As he formed intricate hand seals, countless razor-sharp swords materialized out of thin air, coalescing into a massive sword array high above. Under Wuming's command, this formidable array descended into the earth, forming an additional seal alongside the original talisman array. With the enhancement of this sword seal, the deep growls faded into silence, and the subtle tremors of the ground ceased, restoring tranquility. Provided no unforeseen events arise, that entity should remain confined, Wuming remarked calmly, casting a glance at Li Xian. He held great confidence in his infinite sword array. Let's hope for the best, Li Xian replied nonchalantly. None could predict what the future held, since uncertainty prevailed. He chose not to dwell on it further. Taoist Wuming, since there is nothing more to attend to, I shall take my leave, he said, bidding farewell to Wuming before soaring down from the skies, landing before the Qitian Hall. I must also pay a visit to the 2 little ones left by Xueli, Wuming said as he turned to depart, eager to see Qingyang and Qingyi. Has Emperor Yuan truly passed? Youfei gazed at Li Xian, her eyes alight with disbelief. Despite having witnessed the event with her own eyes, she still found it hard to believe that the formidable emperor of the Great Abyss Dynasty had perished. It should be true, Li Xian nodded slightly. He is indeed dead. How splendid. The cheeks of Youfei flushed with excitement. Does this mean I can return home? Can the sect structure of the Great Abyss Dynasty be restored to its former glory? Having been trapped in the depths of the palace for over a decade, her greatest desire was to escape this gilded cage. Finally, this dream was within reach, prompting an overwhelming surge of emotion. You may return home, but the sect structure of the Great Abyss Dynasty cannot be altered, Li Xian replied casually. He had no desire to see the dynasty descend into chaos. Furthermore, he appreciated the monarchy's control over the sects. Hence, during the events in the Eastern Divine Continent, he refrained from intervening when the Great Qian Dynasty eradicated other sections. His rescue of Cangsheng Mountain was solely because it was his home. Why not? However, Youfei seemed oblivious to the disparity in strength between her and Li Xian, retorting defiantly. Perhaps a reaction stemmed from Li Xian's usual amicable demeanor. What do you think? Li Xian turned to look at Youfei, although his tone remained calm. A glint of coldness in his eyes caused Youfei to momentarily falter. National teacher, I have misspoken. She quickly altered her expression, donning a conciliatory smile as she addressed Li Xian. No harm done. Li Xian's face resumed its typical gentle demeanor. If Youfei has no further matters, please take your leave. Then I shall take my leave first, Youfei said, bowing slightly to Li Xian before turning to depart. The following day, the news of the emperor's demise sent shockwaves throughout the capital of the Abyss. Rumors spread that the emperor had been slain by a mysterious powerhouse at the divine refinement stage. Concurrently, another rumor surfaced, claiming that national teacher Li Xian was an old acquaintance of this enigmatic figure. In reality, the emperor had been jointly vanquished by Li Xian and the mysterious powerhouse. Upon the emergence of this rumor, the capital was rife with scornful accusations against Li Xian. Get lost. That damned scoundrel Li Xian. His amiable demeanor was merely a fa ade, and now his wolfish ambitions have finally been laid bare. He conspired with an outsider to kill the emperor. I shall go and avenge my father, Qing Jiyuan exclaimed furiously, preparing to seek vengeance against Li Xian. Come back here, Qing, Xian admonished loudly. Setting aside whether the rumors are true or false, how do you intend to avenge the emperor in your current state? Even the emperor, a transcendent being, has fallen. You, with merely the strength of the fifth stage of the divine concealment, seeking revenge against Li Xian would be akin to courting death. What shall we do then? Are we to do nothing and pretend as if nothing has happened? Qing Jiyuan retorted, his face a mask of fury. Although he understood that seeking revenge against Li Xian would lead to certain death, he would rather die spectacularly than live in such a humiliated manner. Prince, please remain calm. I intend to visit Li Xian first, and we shall discuss everything after I have spoken with him, Qin Xian said with composure. She harbored doubts about the rumors alleging Li Xian's collusion with outsiders to slay the Abyss Emperor. Thus she resolved to personally seek out Li Xian for confirmation. Third Princess, if you go to see Li Xian now, wouldn't that be akin to walking into a trap, like a lamb entering the tiger's den? Qin Jiuyuan expressed his concerns. He did not support Qin Xian's intention to approach Li Xian. Prince, if Li Xian truly wishes to end our lives, whether we go or not, we are doomed, Qin Xian replied, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Chapter 59. Qin Xian seeks the truth. Qin Xian had met the national master before. Within the Qitian Hall, she bowed respectfully to Li Xian. Yet her eyes reflected a lack of the reverence she once held. There's no need for such formalities, Li Xian replied in a congenial tone, slightly raising his hand. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. He had a vague understanding of her intentions. National Master, there are rumors circulating that my father was slain by you and a mysterious powerful figure. Is there any truth to this? Qin Xian inquired directly, her gaze scrutinizing. This was the question that weighed most heavily on her mind, the crux of her concerns. If this were true, all other inquiries would be rendered moot. That is not the case, Li Xian responded calmly. Upon hearing his words, Qin Xian fell into contemplation, as if weighing the credibility of his statement. After choosing to trust him, she exhaled a sigh of relief. There are also whispers that you and that mysterious figure share an old acquaintance. Is there any truth to that? After a moment's pause, Li Xian replied, one could hardly call it an old acquaintance. We have merely crossed paths a few times. Do you know why that person sought to harm my father? Qin Xian continued, her eyes glinting with inquiry. I only know that it stems from personal grievances. The specifics elude me, but it likely ties to the siblings Qing Yi and Qing Yang. If you wish to know more, you might consider inquiring with them, Li Xian answered leisurely. He was indifferent to the matter, as it bore little significance to him. The Qing Yi and Qing Yang siblings? Qin Xuan's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated their involvement in this affair. It seems I must seek out Qing Yi for a discussion. After resolving to do so, she turned to Li Xian once more. Might I ask if you offered any assistance to my father during the incident with that powerful figure? This was the final piece of information she yearned to uncover. I did not, Li Xian replied. Surprised, Qin Xian pressed further, why not? This is a personal vendetta between the emperor and another. It would be inappropriate for me to intervene, Li Xian stated. As a high-ranking official of Daiyuan, regardless of the reasons, should you not have come to the aid of the emperor in times of peril? Qin Xian argued. To her, Li Xian's reasoning appeared to be mere pretext. By your logic, if the emperor creates enemies for personal reasons, I should intervene on his behalf. Pray tell, am I the national master of Daiyuan or merely a pawn of the emperor? Li Xian's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Qin Xian, challenging her assertion. It seemed that many mistook his amiability and good nature for weakness. Realizing this, Qin Xian felt a twinge of remorse and bowed, saying, I apologize for my thoughtless words, and I hope the national master can forgive me. Her earlier sentiment was one that applied to other officials of Daiyuan. The national master was a formidable figure, equal to her father, and would naturally not risk himself for the emperor's personal grievances. It is of no consequence, Li Xian raised his hand. If you have no further inquiries, you may take your leave. With that, Qin Xian took her leave, bowing once more before exiting the Qitian Hall. After leaving the heavenly palace, she arrived at the residence of Qing Yi. At this moment, Besides Qingyi and her brother Qingyang, there were two others present, Wuming and Yuanzi. Wuming reclined leisurely on a rattan chair, basking in the warm sunlight, while Qingyi and Yuanzi attended to him. Meanwhile, Qingyang, in a state of innocence, played with ants beneath a large tree. Under the torment of Yuandi and Li Hanzhong, Qingyang had completely lost his autonomy, reduced to a hollow shell capable of movement. Thanks to Wuming's healing, Qingyang had regained a modicum of self-awareness, though this was the extent of Wuming's capabilities. Thus, despite his slight recovery, Qingyang remained somewhat foolish. Nevertheless, Qingyi felt a sense of contentment. "Qingyi, may we have a conversation?" Qing Xian, unaware that Wuming was the one who had slain the emperor, addressed Qingyi. "Let us speak over there," Qingyi replied, casting a glance at Qing Xian, not refusing her request. She then looked down at Wuming on the rattan chair and gently said, "Ancestor, I shall join you shortly." Her eyes reflected profound respect. Although she had only known Wuming for a day, she had heard his name mentioned by her mother on numerous occasions. Additionally, she had encountered references to him among her mother's relics. Thus, she was not unfamiliar with this ancestor. Rather, she was filled with admiration. Upon hearing Qingyi's words, Qing Xian was momentarily taken aback, her gaze sweeping over Wuming. At that moment, she realized that Wuming might indeed be the enigmatic figure who had killed her father. A surge of hatred welled up in her heart, which she managed to conceal expertly. Unlike her interactions with Li Xian, where she felt comfortable due to her understanding of his character, knowing that any offense would unlikely lead to dire consequences, facing the mysterious Wuming was an entirely different matter. Lacking knowledge of his temperament, Qing Xian dared not reveal the animosity brewing within her. Following this, she accompanied Qingyi to a nearby tree. Under the tree, Qingyang continued to play with the ants. "Qing Xian, I understand that you have questions," Qingyi said as she bent down to stroke Qingyang's head, offering a gentle smile. "I shall tell you a story, and I believe that by its conclusion, your doubts will be resolved." Without waiting for Qingshuan's reaction, she began her tale. 25 years ago, in Yuanzhou, there was a man named Qing Xian. As Qingyi's narrative unfolded, Qing Xian gradually became immersed in the story she told. Thus, that beautiful and kind woman met her demise, becoming the first victim of that man. The son she had fought for with her life transformed, under the care of that old minister, into a mere shadow of himself. Day by day becoming more mindless, ultimately reduced to a walking corpse. Qingyi continued her tale. At this moment, the opportunity awaited by that man had finally arrived. Accompanied by the venerable old minister, the son and daughter of the woman made their way to the city of Yuanqing. However, the man, despite his meticulous calculations, had failed to foresee the existence of the woman's esteemed ancestor. Though there was no blood relation between them, this ancestor held a profound affection for her. Ultimately, upon learning of the situation through the woman's poignant final words, this venerable figure journeyed to Yuanqing and exacted vengeance upon the man, avenging the wrongs done to the woman. Chapter 60. The death of Li Hanzhong to kill a wife and harm a child. Should that man meet his demise? Qing inquired of Qing Xian, her eyes briefly flashing with a glimmer of hatred before she quickly found her composure. Before Qing Xian could respond, she continued, discussing this matter as futile. Regardless of whether he deserved to die, he has already met his end. At this moment, Qing Xian's thoughts were in disarray. She found it hard to believe that Emperor Yuan was such a heartless and ungrateful individual. Yet she felt that Qing Yi had no reason to deceive her regarding this matter. If her father truly was such a man, then his death could not be blamed on others. Slowly, Qing Xian turned to Qing Yi and spoke, "If I were in your position, I too would find it difficult to let go of the desire for vengeance." In that instant, she began to comprehend what Li Xian had meant when he spoke of personal grievances, suggesting that he could not interfere. "It is reassuring to hear you think this way, Qing Xian," Qing Yi replied softly, wishing to prevent further loss of life in the name of Emperor Yuan. Should Qing Xian insist on avenging him, countless lives would be at stake. After grasping the circumstances surrounding the emperor's demise, Qing Xian returned to her princess residence. However, upon entering, she was met by a flustered servant rushing towards her. "Third princess, there is grave trouble. What has caused such alarm?" Qing Xian furrowed her brow, casting a stern gaze at the servant. The old prime minister, Li Hanzhong, has allied with several princes to confront the national master. The ninth prince has joined them as well. The servant hastily reported, bowing low. Foolishness, Qing Xian reprimanded coldly. I had warned my ninth brother countless times to act with caution, yet he disregarded my counsel as mere whispers in the wind. Anger and disappointment flashed in her eyes. Though it was not directed at Qing Yuan, but rather at the old prime minister, Li Hanzhong. Li Hanzhong seeks to involve the entire Qing royal family in a burial alongside my father. With that, she turned on her heel and hastened towards the Qitian Hall. Li Xian, you treacherous fiend, come forth. Inside the Qitian Hall, Li Xian was engrossed in a book when he was suddenly disturbed by the commotion outside. His brow furrowed in curiosity as he set the book down and stepped outside. Before him stood a throng of princes clad in dragon robes and officials in formal attire. Among them were familiar faces, such as the ninth Prince Qing Yuan, the third Prince Qing Hong, and the old Prime Minister Li Hanzhong. As Li Xian emerged from the hall, the once boisterous crowd fell silent at once. A formidable being at the celestial realm, even without exuding any aura. His mere presence was enough to instill fear. They had been emboldened by rumors of Li Xian's amiable nature and the fact that they were not in his direct sight. Gentlemen, as the national master of the do you not find it somewhat inappropriate to block my entrance and berate me so? Li Xian addressed the gathered assembly, his tone measured and calm. As the people around him remained silent, Li Hanzhong stepped forward and coldly scoffed, Master of the Great Abyss, Li Xian, do you truly believe you are deserving of such a title? His Majesty has bestowed upon you great favor, conferring upon you the esteemed title of Master of the Great Abyss. Yet what have you done? Instead of expressing gratitude, you have colluded with outsiders to harm His Majesty, leading to his untimely demise. A wretch with the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog like you is unworthy of serving as our Master of the Great Abyss. Li Hanzhong stood resolute, his countenance filled with disdain as he regarded Li Xian, as if he were indeed a treacherous fiend. With the death of Emperor Yuan, the very pillar of his spirit seemed to crumble, leaving only the desire for vengeance to sustain him. Even if he could not slay Li Xian, he was determined to tarnish his reputation, ensuring his name would be forever reviled. Old Li, you were present that night, fully aware of everything that transpired. What do you hope to achieve by uttering such words today? Li Xian could not help but sneer. It appeared that his usual amiable demeanor had led them to mistakenly believe he was incapable of taking a life. His words seemed to address the assembly, yet also echoed as a soliloquy. As he spoke, he slowly drew the peachwood sword from his back and swung it toward Li Hanzhong. In an instant, a fierce sword energy erupted from the blade, aimed directly at Li Hanzhong's neck. His movements were fluid and elegant, and before anyone could react, Li Hanzhong's head was severed, soaring into the air before landing at the feet of the onlookers. The head, with eyes wide open, reflected disbelief and resentment. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd instinctively recoiled in terror. Their expressions were a mixture of incredulity, fear, and rage. Yet, in the face of their reactions, Li Xian remained unperturbed, slowly sheathing the peachwood sword as if he were merely a bystander to the previous act. Li Xian, do you truly believe that through murder, you can silence the voices of the people? Even if you were to slay us all, history would not record you as a legitimate ruler. Just as the crowd trembled, too afraid to speak, Qing Jun boldly stepped forward and rebuked him. In his eyes, Li Xian had conspired with outsiders to murder his father, and now, having slain the old Chancellor Li Hanzhong, all his actions were merely a ploy to usurp the throne of the Great Abyss. Qing Yuan, you exhibit remarkable courage, Li Xian remarked with a scoff, directing his gaze toward the furious young man. Do you believe I truly hesitate to end your life? Although he said this, he made no move to act. Overall, he held a profound respect for life. While both Qing Yuan and Li Hanzhong had openly confronted him, their circumstances were starkly different. Li Hanzhong, fully aware of the events that led to this moment, had acted with ulterior motives, deliberately seeking to entrap him. In contrast, Qing Yuan acted out of ignorance of the truth, which spared him from Li Xian's lethal intent. Li Xian, I am aware of your extraordinary prowess. Otherwise, My father would not have met his demise at your hands. I, Qing Yuan, am no match for you. Should you wish to kill or mutilate me, feel free to do as you please. If I were to blink even once, I would be a wretched cur. Qing Yuan declared fearlessly, seemingly indifferent to the specter of death that loomed over him. Upon hearing his words, Li Xian cast a sidelong glance at him before addressing the others. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you with a choice. Those who wish to avoid death may depart at once. Those unafraid of dying may remain, accompanying Qing Yuan. After all, to slay one is akin to slaying many, thus sparing me the effort. At this pronouncement, the crowd exchanged apprehensive glances, and soon, individuals began to depart in fear. Chapter 61. The Sect Rebellion. It appears that there are quite a number of individuals in the Great Abyss who are unafraid of death. Li Xian remarked with a hint of amusement as he surveyed the remaining crowd. Subsequently, he placed his hand upon the hilt of the peach-wood sword at his back. The moment this gesture was made, a considerable number of individuals hurriedly fled the scene. Their fear of death was not absent. Rather, they were wagering that Li Xian would not truly slay them. As they realized the gamble was about to be lost, they understood that if they did not escape now, it would be too late. At that moment, they cursed their parents for not granting them 2 additional legs and lamented their earlier bravado, wishing they had fled sooner. Soon, at the front of the Qian Hall, only a handful remained. Among the princes, aside from Qing Yuan, only the eldest prince was still present. As for the civil and military officials, merely a few old ministers lingered. Since you few are so eager for death, allow me to oblige, Li Xian declared, drawing forth his peach-wood sword and lightly waving it towards the remaining individuals as a final test. The sword's energy emanated like a gentle breeze, ruffling the hair of Qing Yuan and his companions, yet causing no harm. Seeing this, Qing Yuan and his companions were momentarily taken aback, standing frozen in place, puzzled by Li Xian's intent. The intricacies surrounding the death of the Abyss Emperor were likely already discerned by the third princess, Qing Xian. If you wish to uncover the truth, you may inquire with him. Li Xian addressed Qing Yuan and his companions, adding, should you still desire death then, feel free to find a rope to hang yourselves, or come to me. I would not mind lending a hand. Before Li Xian's words could fully resonate, Qing Xian's voice echoed in the ears of Qing Yuan and the others. Eldest brother, 9th brother, you have acted impulsively. Father's demise has no connection to the national master. I've already unraveled the truth of the matter. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, witnessing Qing Xian rushing towards them. Third sister, third princess, what is the truth of the matter? The eldest prince and several old ministers inquired in unison, their eyes alight with curiosity, eager to grasp the reality of the situation. National master, I shall take them away for now, Qing Xian replied without immediately addressing their questions. After exchanging a brief greeting with Li Xian, she turned to the eldest prince and the others, saying, if you wish to uncover the truth, follow me. With that, she pivoted and departed. Observing this, the eldest prince and the others pondered for a moment before stepping forward to follow her. 7 days later, the news of the Abyss Emperor's demise spread throughout the entire Great Abyss Dynasty. With the absence of the Emperor's formidable presence, it was not long before reports of rebellion began to emerge from various regions of the Great Abyss. Among these insurrections, the most prominent were the long-suppressed sections. In the course of these uprisings, numerous innocent lives were tragically lost. National Master, please have some tea, Li Xian said as he arrived at Qing Yi's residence in the capital, seeking the unnamed. The two sat across from each other at a stone table in the courtyard, where Qing Yi served him a cup of tea. Unaware of the reason for Li Xian's visit today, Wu Ming casually picked up a glistening peach from the stone table and took a bite before inquiring. Surely, you have heard the news of the rebellion among the various sects across the Great Abyss, Li Xian remarked, gazing at Wu Ming as he spoke slowly. Are you considering intervening in this matter, Li Xian? Wu Ming asked, somewhat surprised. Indeed, Li Xian replied candidly, and I hope that you, my friend, will lend your assistance. His purpose in seeking out Wu Ming was to enlist his help in decisively quelling the insurrections within the Great Abyss Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming paused with the peach poised at his lips, his brows furrowing slightly in contemplation. After a brief moment, He resumed his bite, chewing thoughtfully as he said, "Very well. This predicament arose partly due to my involvement. Contributing my effort would help conclude this entanglement. What does Li Xian propose?" Li Xian elaborated, "In this rebellion, the smaller sects pose little threat, as the local military can handle them. The primary concern lies with the larger sects, which necessitate our intervention. I believe that once the larger sects are subdued, the smaller ones will hesitate to act." He had already devised a plan prior to his arrival. Wu Ming found this strategy commendable, noting that it required minimal exertion. Subsequently, Li Xian produced a simplified map of the Great Abyss territory. Within the Great Abyss Dynasty, there are 6 major sects. My friend, please select 3. He pointed to the 6 circled locations on the map. "Let it be these 3. It will save us the trouble of running around," Wu Ming replied after glancing at the map, indicating the 3 circled areas, Tianjin Sect, Lingjue Valley, and Chaotian View, which were relatively close to one another. "Then it is settled. I shall visit the Yinyang Sect, Baishan Temple, and Xianyinzong," Li Xian noted, casting a glance at the remaining 3 locations on the map. Following further conversation, Li Xian took his leave and returned to the imperial city. Upon his return, he did not immediately head to the Qitian Hall, but instead made his way to the Yuan Palace. When Yofei learned of Li Xian's visit, she was initially taken aback, but soon her surprise transformed into delight. In her eyes, his visit signified a newfound clarity, suggesting that they might soon engage in dual cultivation together. At this moment, Yofei maintained her usual appearance, her translucent silk garments revealing hints of purple undergarments beneath. "National Master, please enjoy some tea," she said, gracefully gliding to the table and pouring a cup for Li Xian. She then delicately presented the cup, her hands as fair as jade. Before him, at this moment, her eyes brimmed with enchanting allure, as if they concealed a shimmering spring, capable of captivating one's very soul with their glimmering depths. However, Li Xian remained indifferent. After accepting the teacup, he remarked, "Yofei, I have heard that you are the saintess of the Yinyang sect. Is that true?" "Indeed, I am truly the saintess of the Yinyang sect. Our sect's dual cultivation technique is renowned as the pinnacle of yin-yang harmony in the contemporary world, offering mutual benefits to both parties involved in the practice." A beguiling smile graced Yofei's lips as she assumed that Li Xian was inquiring about this dual cultivation technique, pondering the possibility of engaging in such practice with her. Chapter 62. The Struggle Before the Yin-Yang Gate. Yu Fei, since you are the saintess of the Yin-Yang Gate, I have a matter on which I seek your assistance, Li Xian remarked, gazing at her. He was somewhat directionally challenged, and his purpose in seeking Yu Fei was to request her guidance to navigate to the Yin-Yang Gate, Baishan Temple, and the Xianyinzong. "What is it?" Yu Fei's alluring demeanor was replaced by a curious, yet wary expression. It was evident that a formidable figure of the Tongtian realm seeking her aid could not be a trivial matter, nor could it be perceived as benevolent. "Take me to the Yin-Yang Gate," Li Xian stated. "What business do you have there?" Yu Fei's wariness intensified. Rebellion is brewing across the Great Xia, spearheaded by the Yin-Yang Gate and the 6 major sects, including Baishan Temple. I wish to engage in discourse with them, but I am unfamiliar with the route. Hence, I request your assistance, Li Xian explained slowly. "I refuse. The National Master should seek another." Yu Fei's expression shifted dramatically as she outright rejected Li Xian's request. Internally, she mused, "Is this a negotiation you seek? It seems you intend to eliminate them. If I lead you there, what would that make me? A mere guide? The rebellion within the Great Abyss Dynasty's sects will undoubtedly be suppressed." Li Xian rose, his tone calm. He had made a pact with the Abyss Emperor. The personal vendetta between the Abyss Emperor and the Nameless was not his affair. However, the rebellion of the sects was a matter of state, one he could not turn a blind eye to. "Since you are unwilling to guide me, I shall seek others," he continued. "I had hoped you could persuade the Yin-Yang Gate, thus sparing me the need for further conflict, but it appears that shall not be the case." His tone, though composed, betrayed an unmistakable implication of threat. With that, he turned to leave. "Wait, I'll go." Yu Fei's countenance darkened once more. Just as Li Xian was about to depart, she called out to him, "You have made a wise choice." Upon hearing this, Li Xian turned back, stating, "Let us proceed." "Such haste?" Wai Yufei's expression showed surprise. Then she glanced at her attire and added, I must change my clothing first. Very well, Li Xian replied calmly, nodding in agreement. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Wai Yufei internally scolded. Why the perpetual expression of indifference? Who are you trying to impress? With a playful intent, she adopted a flirtatious tone. National master, I am uncertain what attire would be more suitable. Would you care to accompany me to choose? Or whatever you wish, or nothing at all. Li Xian responded casually before turning to exit the Yuan Palace. Humph, I knew you would react like that. Wai Yufei huffed, scrunching her delicate nose in disdain as she glared at Li Xian before heading off to change. After half a day's journey, Li Xian, riding his sword, arrived at the gates of the Yinyang Gate with Wai Yufei. Who dares to intrude upon the Yinyang Gate? As soon as Li Xian and Wai Yufei alighted, disciples of the Yinyang Gate, armed and ready, charged towards them. With a powerful sweep of his sleeve, Li Xian unleashed a formidable surge of energy, sending the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect tumbling backward. His intent was to avoid causing harm, and thus the disciples emerged unscathed. This led them to mistakenly believe that Li Xian lacked sufficient strength, prompting them to rise and once again advance towards him with their weapons drawn. Do not attack. I am Yun Miao Miao, the holy maiden of our sect. Seeing the impending conflict, Yufei hurriedly intervened. Audacious scoundrel! Our holy maiden is Sister Lin Mengmeng. How dare you impersonate her without first verifying the facts? One of the Yin-Yang disciples bellowed, yet their assault showed no signs of abating. How absurd! I, Yin Miao Miao, have been trapped in the Great Abyss Royal City for over a decade for the safety of our sect, and now the disciples do not even recognize my name. Upon hearing the disciples' words, Yin Miao Miao's expression shifted, a flash of anger igniting in her eyes. Though she did not mind that the title of Holy Maiden had been bestowed upon Lin Mengmeng, the ignorance of her own name was a slight she found intolerable. In her fury, she retaliated against the disciples. As a practitioner at the minor completion stage of Qi refinement, she was far superior to the disciples, who were merely at the minor completion stage of essence refinement. Compared to Li Xian, her strikes were even more forceful, leaving them sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. Yin sister, what remarkable skills you possess. At that moment, a voice filled with sarcasm echoed through the air. We understand that being trapped in the Great Abyss Royal City for so many years must have weighed heavily on your spirits. But you cannot vent your frustrations on your fellow disciples. Turning toward the source of the voice, they beheld a stunningly beautiful woman, comparable to Yufei, who approached amidst a throng of admirers. This woman was none other than Lin Mengmeng, the newly appointed holy maiden of the Yin-Yang sect. Lin Mengmeng, how I choose to act is none of your concern, Yufei retorted without hesitation, her gaze fixed on Lin Mengmeng. Yin sister, your words are misguided. Since you have returned from the Abyss capital and rejoined our sect, you are still a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect, and, as the holy maiden, I naturally hold the authority to oversee you, Lin Mengmeng replied with a light laugh. Indeed, Yin sister, as you are still a disciple, you must adhere to the holy maiden's guidance, echoed the disciples accompanying Lin Mengmeng in enthusiastic agreement. How amusing, Yufei remarked, her anger giving way to a bitter smile. I thought my previous actions were for the good of the sect. Even if you do not express gratitude, you should at least remember my contributions. It seems I was mistaken in my sentiments. Her laughter carried a tinge of melancholy. Enough, Yufei. I did not come here to witness the bickering of the Yin-Yang sect disciples. You should promptly lead me to your sect leader, Li Xian interjected, sensing the conversation could drag on indefinitely if left unchecked. Who are you, pretty boy? Why do you have to speak here? You think you deserve to meet our sect leader? Before Yufei and Lin Mengmeng could utter a word, a female disciple cast a disdainful glance at Li Xian and remarked, Pretty boy. Upon hearing the term pretty boy, Li Xian could not help but turn to Yufei and inquire, Yufei, do the members of the Yin-Yang sect have a penchant for calling others pretty boy? Not at all, Yufei replied, shaking her head. It is merely that you bear an uncanny resemblance to one. A hint of displeasure laced her tone. Her mood soured to the extent that she momentarily forgot the distinction in status between herself and Li Xian. Senior Sister Yin, is this your chosen partner from outside? He does possess an appealing appearance. However, I wonder about his cultivation level, Lin Mingming remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Chapter 63. The discontent of the Shadow Empress. How can you still smile? Do you even know why he has come? He is here to collect you. The Shadow Empress cast a disdainful glance at Lin Mingming, sneering. I have no interest in wasting words with you. I have urgent matters to discuss with the sect leader. With that, she contemptuously shot Lin Mingming a glance and proceeded to lead Li Xian into the mountain gate to seek out the leader of the Yin Yang sect. Stop right there, Lin Mingming called out sharply. Yin Miao Miao, do you still consider yourself the sect as holy maiden? What right do you have to bring an outsider into the mountain gate? However, Yin Miao Miao paid her no heed and continued, guiding Li Xian deeper into the sect's premises. This blatant disregard incited Lin Mingming's fury. Block their path. Lin Mingming commanded the surrounding disciples of the sect loudly. At her words, the disciples hesitated for a moment before rushing forward, encircling the Shadow Empress and Li Xian. I thought bringing you here would save us some trouble. But it seems I was mistaken, Li Xian remarked, glancing at the Shadow Empress before drawing the Peachwood sword from his back. His usual approach was to avoid unnecessary conflict, yet circumstances often conspired against him. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed his sword towards the tallest structure within the Yin Yang sect's mountain gate, unleashing a powerful strike. A formidable wave of sword energy erupted from the blade. Initially, this energy extended only 3 feet, resembling a slender, cold silver crescent moon. However, as it traversed the air, it expanded significantly, transforming into a 100-foot-long sword aura by the time it reached the highest edifice of the Yin Yang sect. This immense sword energy, akin to a razor-sharp blade, surged forth with an earth-shattering momentum, cleaving towards the building with ferocity. Boom! The sword energy sliced through the structure, cleaving it in twain. The upper half, bereft of support, teetered precariously before collapsing like a crumbling mountain. Bricks and debris rained down like a torrential storm, stirring up a cloud of dust. An enemy attack. Quickly activate the sect's protective formation. The sudden, colossal upheaval reverberated through the Yin Yang sect, startling its higher echelons. Under their command, the sect's protective formation was swiftly activated. One by one, they drew their weapons and soared toward the mountain gate, preparing to confront the invading foe. Meanwhile, Lin Mingming and the other disciples of the Yin Yang sect stood frozen in shock and disbelief, unable to comprehend the strength of the seemingly delicate figure Yun Miao Miao had brought with her. Soon, a group led by the sect leader, Li Yun, arrived at the mountain gate. Upon finding only their own disciples present, without the anticipated adversary, expressions of suspicion filled their faces. Who will explain to me what has transpired? Li Yun demanded, his voice low and commanding as he surveyed the gathered disciples. Reporting to the sect leader, it was all caused by this person, one disciple replied. Lin Mingming stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Li Yun, and gestured towards Li Xian, stating she is brought back by senior sister Yun. Upon hearing her response, Li Yun immediately shifted his gaze to Yun Miao Miao, his brows furrowing as he inquired in a deep voice, Yun Miao Miao, when did you return? And who is he? Previously, upon learning of the death of the Abyss Emperor, they had not summoned Yun Miao Miao back to the sect at once. Instead, they wished for her to remain in the Abyss capital, using her identity as the ghost concubine to procure greater benefits for their Yin Yang sect. However, Yin Miao Miao's unauthorized return displeased him greatly. In response, Yin Miao Miao refrained from directly answering his question and proclaimed, I report to the sect master. I have crucial news to convey to you. What news? Upon hearing this, not only Li Yun, but also the other high-ranking members of the Yin Yang sect turned their curious eyes upon her. I report to the sect master. The Grand Abyss's master has learned of the rebellion among the major sects within the Grand Abyss, and he intends to unite with another powerful figure from the divine refinement realm to suppress them, primarily targeting the 6 major sections. A sly glint appeared in the ghost concubine's eyes. Indeed, upon hearing this, shock and panic were evident in the eyes of Li Yun and the senior members of the Yin Yang sect. Another powerful figure from the divine refinement realm? Is it the mysterious strong man rumored to have killed the Abyss Emperor? The Grand Elder recalled the cause of the Abyss Emperor's demise and could not help but glance at the ghost concubine, asking, I report to the Grand Elder. It is indeed that mysterious strong man, Yun Miao Miao replied with a bow. Yet, upon witnessing the reaction of the high-ranking members of the Yin-Yang sect, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction within. Do you know what methods they will employ for the suppression? Lian could not help but inquire. A celestial realm expert. Our Yin-Yang sect simply cannot contend with them. Thus we must prepare early. They stated they would first make contact personally, and if negotiations go well, all will be well. The ghost concubine deliberately paused at this point. Li Yun could not resist asking immediately, what if negotiations fail? Extermination, leaving no trace behind, the ghost concubine replied, suppressing her amusement with a serious expression. Li Xian, standing nearby, was taken aback, pondering, when did I ever mention extermination, let alone leaving no trace? However, he refrained from exposing the ghost concubine's jest. Indeed, a celestial realm expert is not to be trifled with. It is said that Master Li Xian possesses a gentle temperament. But in my opinion, he is even more ruthless than the Abyss Emperor. The Grand Elder could not help but remark. Yes, it seems we were too naive to believe such rumors. After all, as the Grand Abyss's master, he was capable of uniting others to slay the Abyss Emperor. How could he be a benevolent figure? At this moment, the second elder also could not help but chime in. Yim Miao Miao, tell us, when do Li Xian and the others plan to act? Li Yun inquired of the ghost concubine. They have already acted. The ghost concubine replied gravely. What? Were they now? Li Yun's expression changed dramatically as he pressed further. Master Li Xian has already arrived at our Yin-Yang sect. That sword just now was wielded by him. The ghost concubine remarked, a playful smile gracing her lips. What? Upon hearing this, Li Yun and the high-ranking members of the Yin-Yang sect immediately exhibited signs of panic, glancing around in search of Li Xian's presence. Where is he? Why haven't we seen him? Could he have already departed? The sect leader, you must not heed Yun Miao Miao's absurd claims. She is deceiving you. That sword strike just now was not wielded by the national master Li Xian, but by this pretty boy instead. Lin Mingming, observing the reaction of Li Yun and the others, promptly stepped forward and spoke. Lin Mingming, is what you say true? Upon hearing this, Li Yun and the others turned their gaze toward Lin Mingming, questioning her. Chapter 64. A sword once more master. How could a disciple dare to deceive the sect? Lin Mingming replied respectfully. The brothers and sisters present can all testify on my behalf. As her words fell, numerous disciples stepped forward in agreement, declaring, we can all vouch for Sister Lin. Li Yun's expression instantly darkened, and he turned to Yo Fei, demanding, Yun Miao Miao, who granted you the audacity to deceive us? As he spoke, a formidable aura surged from him, pressing down upon Yo Fei. Enveloped by this overwhelming force, Yo Fei felt as though a tremendous weight bore down upon her. Her complexion turned pale under the immense pressure, her legs trembling as if she might collapse at any moment. National Master, if you do not intervene soon, I fear I shall not withstand this any longer. Yo Fei's voice quivered. I merely wish for you to enjoy the game, Li Xian replied calmly. Instantly, he released a powerful aura directed at Li Yun and the other high-ranking members of the Yin-Yang sect. In the next moment, Li Yun and the other leaders of the Yin-Yang sect fell to their knees like dumplings dropped into boiling water, unable to move an inch despite their utmost efforts. You are the national master, Li Xian? At that moment, Li Yun realized that the youthful figure before him was indeed the national master of Daiyuan. What? He is the national master of Daiyuan? The astonished disciples of the Yin-Yang sect displayed expressions of disbelief upon hearing Li Yun's words. Let us converse, Li Xian said, retracting his intimidating presence, and the leaders of the Yin-Yang sect felt an overwhelming sense of relief. What does the national master wish to discuss? Li Yun inquired as he rose to his feet and bowed respectfully. Cease your rebellion and return to the dominion of the Daqian Dynasty. Li Xian stated with a calm tone infused with an irresistible authority. National Master, I do not understand. The Daiyuan belongs to the Qing family, and with the death of Emperor Yuan, why must you trouble yourself with this matter? Li Yun Castunat Parplaksha, since you are aware of the Emperor's demise, have you considered that with his passing, Daiyuan now belongs to me? Li Xian gazed intently at Li Yun, his voice low and firm. Upon hearing this, Li Yun was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. With the emperor deceased, the only formidable force in Daiyuan was national master Li Xian. Even if Li Xian did not ascend to the throne, the entire Daiyuan would still be governed by his word. Just as he had asserted, Daiyuan was indeed his. National master, I understand, Li Yun said, bowing deeply towards Li Xian. I shall issue orders for the Yinyang sect to return to the governance of Daiyuan. Excellent. You are a man of discernment. This arrangement benefits us both. Li Xian nodded slightly. He then turned to Yao Fei, saying, let us proceed. It is time for us to visit Baishan Temple. Must I accompany you? Yao Fei protested, her large eyes wide with reluctance. What do you think? Li Xuan Raturta. Before firmly grasping Yao Fei's shoulder and soaring into the sky. As he ascended into the lofty heights, the peachwood sword upon his back soared forth, tracing an elegant arc before landing at his feet. The methods employed by Yun Miao Miao were indeed extraordinary. With the demise of the Abyss Emperor, she swiftly aligned herself with the national master Li Xian. The Grand Elder of the Yin Yang sect gazed at the vanishing figures of Li Xian and Yun Miao Miao in the sky, sighing in contemplation. Upon hearing his words, Lin Mingming's expression instantly shifted, a flicker of jealousy flashing in her eyes. Since our Yin Yang sect has once again pledged allegiance to the Great Abyss, let the position of saintess be returned to Yun Miao Miao. Having said this, he disregarded the reactions of Lin Mingming and the other disciples of the Yin Yang sect, turning to stride towards the mountain gate. At Baishan Temple before the mountain gate, having learned from the previous lesson, Li Xian directly brandished the peachwood sword and struck at the highest edifice of Baishan Temple. In the wake of his strike, the upper half of the tallest structure collapsed with a resounding crash. This tremendous commotion drew forth the senior members of Baishan Temple. Who dares to attack our Baishan Temple? The leaders of Baishan Temple leapt into the air, hovering above, poised for confrontation. The elder monk at the forefront was the abbot of Baishan Temple, Master Zhizhen. I am Li Xian, currently serving as the national master of the Great Abyss. I have come to discuss matters with you. Li Xian addressed the dozen or so monks before him. Are you truly national master Li Xian? An elder monk questioned, skepticism evident in his eyes. Without further ado, Li Xian unleashed a sword strike, sending the elder plummeting from the sky. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, do you believe me now? Preposterous. Even if you are the national master of the Great Abyss, how dare you humiliate our Baishan Temple in such a manner? An elder monk with a pronounced brow, witnessing his disciples' indignity, was filled with rage. Such verbosity, without much explanation, Li Xian struck again, sending this elder crashing down as well. Can we converse now? He asked, turning his attention to the remaining elder monks. What brings the national master to visit our Baishan Temple? Master Zhizhen, suppressing his fury, inquired with a facade of politeness. From this day forth, Baishan Temple must cease its rebellion and continue its allegiance to the Great Abyss Dynasty, Li Xian stated with calm resolve. We, the monks of Baishan Temple, are ascetics and do not engage with the world. How can we be accused of rebellion? Master Zhizhen responded, as ascetics, we shall not be bound by the constraints of any worldly dynasty. Monk, I am here to discuss matters, not to negotiate. Do not misconstrue my intent. Li Xian retorted with a scoff. If you are wise, you will comply. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to dismantle your Baishan Temple by force. He had neither the desire nor the time to engage in theological debates with these monks. National Master, is there truly no room for negotiation? Master Zhizhen pressed, struggling to contain his indignation. None. Li Xian firmly shook his head. You have 10 moments to consider. Should you refuse, I will have no choice but to take action. With that, he readied himself to strike once more. As the monk Zhizhen hesitated, an elder monk spoke up, saying, Abbot, we at Baishan Temple cannot yield once more. I am eager to witness the true strength of this national master of the Great Yuan. Let us see if he possesses the prowess of the Yuan Emperor to breach our temple's protective formation. Upon hearing this, Zhizhen raised his gaze towards Li Xian and proposed, National Master, shall we engage in a wager? If you can dismantle our temple's protective formation, Baishan Temple shall adhere to your words and once again pledge allegiance to the Great Yuan Dynasty. Should you fail, I kindly ask you to refrain from disturbing our temple's tranquility. Very well. Let the protective formation be unveiled, Li Xian replied, choosing not to engage in further discourse. For he harbored no intention of taking lives. This indeed seemed a commendable approach. Chapter 65. The sword breaks the great array. The national master proved to be a man of his word. Monk Zhizhen clasped his hands together in reverence, then turned with the senior members of Baishan Temple, soaring downwards and returning to the temple's sanctum. Abbot, if that Li Xuanzhen can breach the mountain's protective array, must we truly realign ourselves with the Great Yuan Dynasty? An elderly monk could not help but inquire. What other choice do we have? Monk Zhizhen replied with a hint of resignation. However, we are not entirely without recourse. He continued, are you suggesting we utilize the 18 relics within the 10,000 Buddha pagoda? An elder monk, his beard flecked with gray, seemed to grasp Zhizhen's intentions and posed the question. Within Baishan Temple stands the 10,000 Buddha pagoda, housing the relics of sages from generations past, totaling 18 in number. Each relic belonged to a formidable practitioner who had attained the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm, with one even reaching the threshold of the celestial realm. The ancient texts left by their predecessors recorded that if these 18 relics were to merge with the mountain's protective array, they could withstand a formidable celestial realm practitioner. Previously, in the face of the Yuan Emperor's coercion, Monk Zhizhen refrained from utilizing these relics, but this time he was inclined to give it a try. I wish to employ the 18 relics from the 10,000 Buddha pagoda. Do any of you harbor objections? Zhizhen stated candidly. Upon hearing this, the other elder monks, after a brief moment of contemplation, expressed their agreement. Abbot, we concur. Since we are all in accord, let us proceed to the 10,000 Buddha pagoda and retrieve the relics of our venerable sages, Monk Zhizhen declared with unwavering resolve. National Master, those old monks have yet to activate the mountain's protective array. They must be concocting some nefarious scheme. Do take heed not to find yourself in a precarious situation. I cautioned as she observed the silence from Baishan Temple after a quarter of an hour. If that is indeed the case, there is little we can do. Li Xian replied, undeterred by Yufi's warning. His confidence in his own abilities was resolute. If the Yuan Emperor could subdue Baishan Temple, he had every reason to believe he could achieve the same. Moreover, his disposition was tranquil. Even if he were unable to breach the temple's protective array, it would bear no consequence. Half an hour later, Monk Zhizhen emerged from the temple gates, soaring gracefully to stand before Li Xian. National Master, I apologize for the wait, Zhizhen said, bowing respectfully. Inwardly, he mused, this National Master is indeed a man of integrity. How fares the protective array? Are we prepared to commence? Or should we tarry a while longer? Li Xian, remaining unperturbed by the delay, maintained a serene demeanor. The National Master may begin, Zhizhen replied, and, as his words fell, a peculiar radiance enveloped the skies above Baishan Temple. A shimmering barrier gradually manifested, intricately enveloping the entire temple in an enigmatic embrace. Although the surface appeared tranquil, akin to a serene lake, a mere touch of perception would reveal the immense energy pulsating within. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xian raised the peachwood sword in his hand and gently swung it towards the shimmering barrier. The motion was remarkably light, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, yet it harbored the formidable energy of a minor achievement in the realm of transcendence. In an instant, a magnificent sword aura erupted from the sword's body, surging forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, sweeping directly towards the barrier. As the sword aura collided with the barrier, a thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of a clap of thunder on a clear day. The shockwave generated by the powerful collision radiated outward from the point of contact, expanding wildly. The barrier trembled violently under this force, its brilliance intensifying as ripples broke the previously tranquil surface. Soon after, the barrier was marred by an intricate web of cracks, reminiscent of a spider's silk, as if it would shatter into countless pieces with the slightest touch. This is impossible. Upon witnessing this, Monk Zhizhen and the elder monks of Baishan Temple turned ashen with disbelief. They could scarcely accept that the mountain protection array they had painstakingly prepared was on the verge of collapse from a single strike. Abbot, did you not say that the mountain protection array, after integrating 18 relics of the sages, could withstand the assault of a transcendent being? An elder monk questioned Zhizhen, incredulous. Perhaps we have misunderstood the intentions of the sages of old. Zhizhen replied with a hint of resignation. The mountain protection array, indeed, can withstand an attack from a being of transcendence, but only a single strike. High above, Li Xian observed the unfolding scene and couldn't help but lament. I had thought their meticulously prepared mountain protection array was truly formidable, yet it appears to be of such limited capacity. In response, Yue Fei shot him a glance, retorting, "A mountain protection array capable of withstanding a blow from a being of transcendence is already quite impressive, you know? You are not wrong. Perhaps my expectations were set too high." Li Xian conceded with a slight nod. His modesty only served to provoke Yue Fei's desire to chastise him further. Subsequently, he directed another strike at the barrier above Baishan Temple, which was instantly shattered, dissipating into the air. "Masters, it is now time for you to honor your promise," he said, sheathing his peachwood sword and gazing at Zhizhen and the other elder monks. However, the group of elder monks began to hesitate, seemingly contemplating a retreat. Observing this, Li Xian's expression darkened. "Do you truly believe that I would refrain from taking lives?" Upon hearing this, Monk Zhizhen quickly regained his composure. Clasping his hands together in reverence and bowing to Li Xian, "National Master, please quell your anger. I shall issue the order that from this day forth, Baishan Temple shall once again submit to the rule of the Daqian Dynasty." "Very well. You masters are indeed men of your word," Li Xian replied, satisfaction evident in his nod before he turned to depart with Yue Fei. 2 days later, the pair arrived at the gates of the Xianyanzong sect. Xianyanzong was an entirely female sect, with its disciples being well-versed in the art of music. From sheng to flute, they excelled in every instrument. In the face of this all-female sect, Li Xian offered no special privileges. According to the established customs, he arrived at the mountain gate, promptly drawing his peachwood sword and striking towards the highest edifice of the Xianyin sect. Following this single stroke, the senior members and numerous disciples within the sect were all stirred. "Who dares to assault the mountain gate of my Xianyin sect?" They swiftly armed themselves and rushed out of the gate in search of the intruder's trace. However, among these women appeared a strikingly handsome young man. Wasn't it stated that the Xianyin sect only admitted females? Why is there a male among them? Yue Fei cast a suspicious glance at Li Xian and inquired. Chapter 66. The West Gate of the Divine Continent at the behest of the ethereal empress. Li Xian shifted his gaze to the striking young man, realizing that he was no ordinary individual. At that moment, the head of the Xianyin sect, Miao Yin, along with several elders, also recognized the presence of Li Xian and the empress. They leapt gracefully into the air, standing in defiance before Li Xian. "Was it you who assailed the gates of my Xianyin sect?" Miao Yin inquired, her expression tinged with ire as she scrutinized Li Xian. "Indeed," Li Xian replied with an air of indifference. His words incited the elders of the Xianyin sect into a furious outburst. "Wretch, prepare to meet your end." With that, they brandished their weapons and launched an assault on Li Xian. Their attacks were somewhat flamboyant. One played a flute, another strummed a zither, while yet another plucked a pipa. Soon, powerful waves of melodic energy surged through the air, rippling towards Li Xian. With a flick of his sleeve, a far more potent energy emanated from him, countering the oncoming waves of sound. Upon their collision, a tremendous backlash sent the elders of the Xianyin sect sprawling, their weapons flying from their grasp. Li Xian had held back, sparing them from serious injury. "Who are you exactly?" Miao Yin questioned, her brow furrowed, a mixture of shock and confusion in her eyes. "Li Xian," he stated plainly. "The Grand Master of the Daqian Kingdom?" Miao Yin's face reflected astonishment and disbelief. "Indeed, I have come here today to discuss matters with you." Sect Master Miao Yin, Li Xian continued without waiting for her to inquire further. "I am unacquainted with the Grand Master and see no reason for discourse," Miao Yin replied, her lips parting slightly. "Moreover, your actions do not suggest a willingness to engage in conversation." She held a distinct lack of fondness for the Daqian Dynasty, extending that sentiment to Li Xian, especially after his earlier assault on their sex gates. If conversation is not to your liking, then I shall have no choice but to eliminate you, Li Xian threatened, raising his peachwood sword. Do not overstep your bounds, Grand Master. Miao Yin's complexion turned a shade of ashen gray. If you wish to survive, let us converse. A palpable aura of menace emanated from Li Xian. What does the Grand Master wish to discuss? Miao Yin felt a tremor course through her body as she sensed the tangible threat in his presence. The Xianin sect shall cease its rebellion and return to the fold of the Daqian Dynasty from this day forth, Li Xian stated calmly. That is inconceivable. Miao Yin rejected the notion without a moment's hesitation. The Yin-Yang sect and the Baishan temple have acquiesced. What makes your sect so different? Li Xuan Skuntanansa Darkanat. Since you refuse, I shall be left with no alternative but to forcibly dissolve your sect, he declared, raising his peachwood sword slowly. Young Master Shiman, could you possibly assist our Xianin sect? Within the gates of the Xianin sect, a stunningly beautiful woman turned to the young man beside her, anxiety etched across her features. Her concern flushed her cheeks with a delicate hue, evoking a sense of sympathy from onlookers. The Dream Maiden has a request. How could I dare to refuse? With a charming smile, Shiman Yu remarked. This beguiling smile stirred ripples within the heart of the enchanting woman. Young Master Shiman Yu, she said, turning her head away shyly. Dream Maiden, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Shiman Yu called to the beautiful woman before soaring into the sky. The captivating lady, filled with concern, cautioned him. Young Master Shiman, do take care. Fear not. Dream Maiden, how could I bear to let a beauty such as yourself worry? Shiman Yu's figure vanished, yet his audacious voice lingered in the air. Good sir, might we engage in a conversation? After ascending to the heights, Shiman Yu hovered between Li Xian and Miao Yin, addressing Li Xian directly. About what? Li Xian inquired, lowering the peachwood sword he had just raised. Could you grant me a favor and refrain from troubling the immortal sound sect? Shiman Yu smiled, finding Li Xian to be a man of discernment. I can extend you a favor, yet you must provide me with a valid reason, Li Xian replied, his demeanor calm. Might I inquire what this reason could be? Shiman Yu smiled, and at that moment, a formidable aura emanated from him. This presence was unmistakably that of someone at the celestial realm, albeit merely at its nascent stage. Li Xian mused inwardly. Indeed, he was of the celestial realm. Apart from the nameless one, this was the second celestial realm powerhouse he had encountered in the South Divine Continent that was not recorded in any texts. Consequently, he resolved to probe further. You are not from the South Divine Continent, are you? Though framed as a question, his tone was resolute, suggesting he had already ascertained the truth. Indeed, I am not from the South Divine Continent, Shiman Yu admitted candidly. Might I ask from which divine continent you hail? Li Xian continued. I come from the Central Divine Continent, Shiman Yu replied, his voice laced with a sense of pride, as if hailing from the Central Divine Continent conferred superiority. In terms of cultivation prowess, the Central Divine Continent indeed held an advantage, for it boasted martial masters of the Ascendant Realm. How did you arrive at the South Divine Continent? Li Xian pressed on. A tumultuous sea of violent storms separates the various divine continents. Even those at the celestial realm cannot traverse these tempestuous waters. Had it not been for the summoning by the puppet Su Xiao, he would never have reached the South Divine Continent. I am afraid I cannot disclose that information. Shiman Yu replied with a slight shake of his head, a hint of disdain for Li Xian, a native of the South Divine Continent, flickering in his eyes. Crossing between the 5 divine continents was a trivial matter for the foremost powers of the Central Divine Continent. Very well, if you choose not to share, so be it, Li Xian said, shaking his head slightly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. However, with your fledgling prowess in the celestial realm, you cannot safeguard the immortal sound sect from my grasp, he continued. Thus, the path before the immortal sound sect remains twofold. Either submit anew to the Great Abyss Dynasty or allow me to forcibly disband it. As he spoke, he raised the peachwood sword in his hand. The rebellion of the 2 prominent sects, the Yin-Yang Gate and the Baishan Temple, has been quelled under his suppression. If the Xianin sect were to be spared, it would undoubtedly incite significant adverse repercussions. It is conceivable that the Yin-Yang Gate and Baishan Temple may rise in rebellion once more, seeking an alliance with the Xianyin sect. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Shi Menyu's handsome visage darkened considerably. Do you truly intend to deny even this small courtesy? He hails from the prestigious Xuanhuan sect, one of the foremost sects in the Central Divine Continent. As the holy son of the Xuanhuan sect, he has never endured such humiliation, even in the Central Divine Continent. Little did he expect to be so publicly embarrassed by a native of the Southern Divine Continent today. Chapter 67. The illusion of a celestial realm expert respect is not bestowed by others. It must be earned through one's own endeavors. If you wish to preserve the Xianyin sect, then defeat me. If you can best me, I shall retreat immediately. Li Xian spoke slowly. Very well. How splendid. Shi Menyu's gaze was filled with malice. His teeth clenched as he declared, I shall see just how capable this native of Southern Divine Continent truly is. Li Xian's actions had already ignited a fury within him, bringing his rage to a boiling point. Were this in the Central Divine Continent, he would not hesitate to summon the elders of his sect to eliminate Li Xian and relieve himself of this grievance. As he spoke, a gleaming silver spear appeared in Shi Menyu's hand. With a thunderous roar, he thrust the spear forward, unleashing a powerful attack that transformed into a silver-white dragon, lunging fiercely towards Li Xian. In response, Li Xian lightly waved his peachwood sword, and a formidable sword aura sliced through the air, aimed squarely at the silver dragon. As the sword aura struck the dragon's form, Shi Menyu leapt into the air, aiming his spear directly at Li Xian. This thrust was imbued with profound spiritual energy, causing the surrounding air to hum and vibrate. Li Xian maintained a calm demeanor, unhurriedly retracting his peachwood sword. He sidestepped effortlessly, evading the fierce assault. Seeing his strike fail, Shi Menyu swiftly adjusted the spear, its shaft twisting like a cunning serpent as he launched another attack at Li Xian. Li Xian, in turn, directed his sword towards the spear's body. Upon impact, a powerful shockwave erupted, the immense recoil causing Shi Menyu's hand to bleed from the force. Li Xian, however, remained unfazed, lifting his right foot to deliver a kick to Shi Menyu's chest. With a dull thud, Shi Menyu was propelled backward, soaring through the air before plummeting downwards. After falling several dozen yards, he managed to roll and stabilize himself. Damn it! Shi Menyu's expression darkened ominously as he leaped once more, brandishing his spear in another charge towards Li Xian. Master, do you think young Master Shi Men can triumph over the Grand Master of the Yuan? An elder of the Xianyin sect inquired anxiously, casting a worried glance at Miao Yin. Her question reflected a lack of confidence in Shi Menyu's abilities. I fear he cannot. The disparity in their combat prowess is glaringly evident, Miao Yin admitted, though she was reluctant to acknowledge this truth. What shall we do then? Another elder worriedly addressed Miao Yin. Are we to simply stand by and watch as young Master Shi Men is defeated by the Grand Master of the Yuan, compelling our Xianyin sect to once again submit to the Daqian Dynasty? The Xianyin sect had endured years of oppression under the reign of the Yuan Emperor, suffering the indignities of the Daqian Dynasty. Now, they had finally glimpsed an opportunity to break free from that yoke. Yet, merely days later, they faced the prospect of once more bending the knee. Alas, this may very well be the best outcome for our Xianyin sect. Miao Yin sighed in resignation. Master, let us charge together alongside young Master Shimen and confront the Master of the Great Abyss. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope, proposed another elder, his gaze flickering with determination. I concur. Several other elders echoed immediately. Does everyone agree? Upon hearing this, Miao Yin swept her eyes over the other elders for confirmation. Agreed. The remaining elders nodded resolutely. Since we are all in accord, let it be decided, Miao Yin declared with conviction. With that, she seized her jade flute and leapt forward, launching an attack against Li Xian. Observing this, the other elders brandished their weapons and swiftly followed suit. In the face of their sudden onslaught, Li Xian deftly evaded their strikes with a few agile movements. What a pointless commotion, he scoffed coldly. Initially, he intended to test Shi Menyu, curious about the prowess of the celestial realm, but the interference from Miao Yin and her companions extinguished his interest. A surge of formidable energy erupted from him, rippling outward with great intensity. This overwhelming force targeted Miao Yin and her companions with precision, while his peachwood sword swung menacingly towards Ximenyu. The moment Miao Yin and the others felt the oncoming wave of energy, their expressions shifted dramatically. "Quick, evade!" Miao Yin shouted, hastily retreating. The others, equally alarmed, wasted no time and employed their skills to dodge in various directions. However, the energy unleashed by Li Xian was relentless and vast. Despite their best efforts to evade, they were still struck by its might. Several muffled groans echoed as Miao Yin and her companions were sent flying like kites with severed strings, plummeting from the heights and crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. The powerful sword qi emanating from the peachwood sword also sent Shimen crashing down, creating a deep crater upon impact. Young Master Shimen, within the gates of the Xianyinian sect, a strikingly beautiful disciple named Meng turned pale at the sight, rushing towards the spot where Ximenyu had fallen. Soon after, Li Xian descended from the sky, landing within the sect's grounds. At the moment of his landing, the female disciples of Xianyinian, armed and vigilant, faced him with caution. "Miao Yin, I trust you now understand the choice you must make. You surely do not wish for the entire Xianyinian sect to suffer the consequences of your folly," Li Xian remarked, stepping closer to the disheveled Miao Yin. Each of his strides felt like a heavy blow to her chest, tearing at her innermost defenses. "Young Master Shimen, are you all right?" Not far away, the beautiful disciple Meng reached out to assist Ximenyu from the crater, only to be violently shoved aside. "Get away!" he snarled, his face contorted with rage, startling Meng Qingqing, who turned pale, unable to fathom why the previously gentle Ximenyu had transformed into this furious figure. Yet, Ximenyu paid no heed to her reaction. Instead, he leaped from the depths of the pit, bellowing at Li Xian, "Damnable native, you have wounded me so. I shall make you pay with your life." In a fit of rage, he withdrew a translucent blood jade and crushed it in his grasp. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the shattered jade, ascending toward the heavens. This energy gradually coalesced high above, transforming into a humanoid specter radiating an immense aura of authority. Miao Yin and the esteemed elders and disciples of the Xianying sect found themselves compelled to prostrate before this formidable apparition. Disciple Ximenyu, with utmost reverence, knelt before the ethereal figure, his eyes brimming with awe. Chapter 68. The array of battle ascends to the realm of immortals as the shadow gradually solidified. It revealed a man of somewhat alluring countenance, a middle-aged figure. He was none other than the revered leader of the foremost sect in the Central Divine Continent, the Harmony sect, Feng Wuying, a formidable being of the Ascendant Realm. "Rise," Feng Wuying commanded, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings before settling on Ximenyu, his voice resonating with authority. "Yes, Sect Master," Ximenyu replied respectfully as he stood. "What transpired?" "Speak," Feng Wuying inquired with a grave expression. Reporting to the Sect Master, "This disciple seeks your assistance in eliminating this scoundrel," Ximenyu articulated with reverence, his eyes filled with venom as they fixed upon the distant figure of Li Xian. "Celestial realm?" Feng Wuying regarded Li Xian from his lofty position. "You may as well take your own life. Perhaps you will retain a complete corpse." He seemed to regard the celestial realm with disdain. Even in the southern divine continent, where he could only wield the power of the celestial realm, he felt similarly unconcerned. Matters of right and wrong were of no interest to him. He had granted Ximenyu a projection, not to adjudicate moral dilemmas. Self-termination? Li Xuanhuan, somewhat astonished at Feng Wuying's proposition, doubting whether the man had perhaps dulled his senses through his cultivation. After a moment's pause, he continued, "This is the southern divine continent, not the central divine continent. If you wish, you may take him away." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Ximenyu. His meaning was clear. Should Feng Wuying desire to escort Ximenyu away, he would grant that courtesy. However, the notion of self-termination was out of the question. "If that is the case, I shall personally ensure your departure." Feng Wuying's countenance darkened. Without further ado, he raised his hand and directed a palm strike towards Li Xian. With a swift motion, a colossal imprint of vital energy surged forth from his palm, rapidly descending upon Li Xian. This strike, seemingly casual, possessed the power to severely injure an ordinary master of the celestial realm. As the immense palm imprint bore down upon him, Li Xian's expression hardened. He swiftly raised the peachwood sword in his hand and swung it towards the gigantic imprint. A torrent of sword energy erupted from the blade, cleaving towards the colossal imprint of vital energy. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, and the tremendous energies unleashed by their clash obliterated both the sword energy and the palm imprint. The shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, sweeping across the surroundings. The leader of the Sound of Immortal's sect, along with elders and disciples, were all caught in the powerful gust, sustaining grievous injuries and being thrown aside. The sect master, Miaoyin, and the other elders of the divine concealment realm fared better, though they bled and staggered, still managing to remain upright. However, the disciples below the divine concealment realm suffered catastrophic injuries, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, issuing pained groans. Some even perished on the spot. In an instant, the gates of the Sound of Immortal's sect were filled with wails of despair. How could this happen? Miaoyin gazed at the nightmarish scene before her face ashen, disbelief clouding her eyes. Sect Master, how could this be? Several elders echoed, their faces pale, unwilling to accept the reality before them, their voices trembling. Perhaps we have truly erred, Miaoyin lamented, her tone sorrowful. Had we agreed to rejoin the Great Abyss Dynasty at the first opportunity, none of this would have transpired. At this moment, she was filled with profound regret. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have readily pledged her allegiance to the Daqian Dynasty once more. Alas, it was too late to lament now. Feng Wuying furrowed his brow slightly upon witnessing Li Xian effortlessly deflect his casual strike. He had anticipated that this blow would severely injure his opponent, but it appeared he had underestimated him. Though his cultivation was not particularly high, his combat prowess was commendable. After offering a silent commendation, Feng Wuying's figure abruptly materialized before Li Xian, his right palm aimed directly at Li Xian's chest. In that critical moment, Li Xian hastily positioned his peachwood sword horizontally across his chest to defend himself. When Feng Wuying's palm collided with the sword, a tremendous force surged into Li Xian's grasp, propelling him back several yards. Before he could regain his footing, Feng Wuying had once again teleported in front of him. This time, as Li Xian raised his sword to block, he softly uttered a phrase. No sooner had he spoken than countless yellow talismans erupted from his body, forming a colossal talisman array around him. Within this array, thousands of yellow talismans surged toward Feng Wuying, ensnaring him completely. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian retreated several dozen yards, creating distance between them. Bound by myriad yellow talismans like a zongzi, Feng Wuying's expression hardened. After a brief struggle, he realized he could not escape, and an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from him. This potent presence was that of a perfected practitioner of the Tantian realm, surpassing Li Xian by a minor level. Although it was merely a small tier, the completion of each major realm brought about a qualitative leap in power. A warrior at the perfected Tantian realm could effortlessly overpower a typical Tantian great accomplishment practitioner. Once the aura of the perfected Tantian realm burst forth, the talismans binding him were instantly obliterated. Free from his constraints, Feng Wuying frowned and raised his hand to strike at Li Xian's distant figure. Yet at that moment, Li Xian remained calm and unperturbed, seemingly unafraid of Feng Wuying. As Feng Wuying moved several paces, thousands of yellow talismans once again surged toward him from within the array, ensnaring him firmly and obstructing both his vision and movement. Damn it! Feng Wuying spat in irritation, then, transforming his hand into a blade, he slashed at the yellow talismans before him. His formidable palm energy cleaved through the wall of talismans, shattering it to pieces. However, by the time he freed himself, Li Xian had already vanished from sight. As Feng Wuying searched frantically for Li Xian's presence, a peachwood sword suddenly appeared behind him, aimed at his back. Startled, Feng Wuying's years of combat experience kicked in, and he reacted instinctively. He evaded at an incredible angle, the sword grazing past his clothing and sending fabric fragments flying. A cowardly little sneak, resorting to ambushes. Feng Wuying roared, turning to strike in the direction of the sword. This palm, imbued with his profound strength, created a resounding boom in the air, sending the peachwood sword hurtling away. Yet, Li Xian's figure remained elusive. At this moment, Li Xian was concealed behind a wall adorned with yellow talismans, the peachwood sword soaring back into his grasp under his command. Curse that wretched boy! Should I ever lay my hands on you, I shall ensure that your existence is a torment beyond imagination. Wind Wuying seethed with fury. As a formidable warrior of the Ascendant Realm, he found himself humiliated by a mere practitioner of the Celestial Realm in the Southern Divine Continent, a disgrace that stung deeply. Let me see how long your pitiful talismans can withstand my might. In a fit of rage, he drew forth his weapon, a blood-red blade. Chapter 69. Harnessing Ascendant Realm powers after drawing forth the blood-red blade, he directed it with unwavering resolve toward a specific segment of the talisman array, unleashing a powerful strike. This blow channeled the immense vitality within him, causing a formidable blade aura to erupt, extending 100 feet in length and creating a gaping breach in one side of the talisman wall. However, in the very next moment, new yellow talismans surged forth from within the array, swiftly mending the gap. Feng Wuying, aflame with fury, lifted the blood blade once more and struck in rapid succession towards the same direction. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a series of instantaneous movements, aiming to escape through the newly formed aperture in the talisman array. His intentions were commendable, and he succeeded in his endeavor. Yet, upon emerging, he realized the futility of his actions. His goal was to eliminate Li Xian. Though he had escaped, Li Xian remained ensconced within the array. To slay Li Xian, he would have to re-enter the array. What, then, was the purpose of his earlier exit? Youngster, if you possess true prowess, step forth and engage me in a fair battle. Feng Wuying bellowed, opting not to re-enter the array, but rather to challenge Li Xian from the outside. What an absurdity! You are a master of the Ascendant Realm, while I am merely of the Celestial Realm. How could I possibly contend with you on equal terms? Li Xian's voice resonated from within the array. Ascendant Realm, boy, do not be so shameless. Were I able to wield my full powers, even with these paltry talismans obstructing me, I could vanquish you 100 times over. Feng Wuying retorted with a disdainful scoff. His avatar could not endure for long, and if he sought to eliminate Li Xian, he needed to act swiftly. I grant you a singular opportunity. Emerge and confront me in a proper duel. Otherwise, I shall take the lives of all those women. In his ignorance, Feng Wuying considered leveraging the lives of the Xianyin sect members as a means to coerce Li Xian. Though he lacked understanding of Li Xian, he was well acquainted with Shiminyu. Thus, he surmised that the root of this conflict stemmed from Shiminyu's desire to engage in dual cultivation with the women of the Xianyin sect, only to be thwarted by Li Xian. Upon hearing his threatening words, Li Xian remained unperturbed within the array, while the women of the Xianyin sect turned pale with terror. Senior, I believe you're mistaken. The Grand Master de Yuan has come to subdue our Xianyin sect. Threatening our lives will yield no results. Miaoyin interjected hastily, stepping forward to safeguard the women of the sect. Did I grant you permission to speak? Feng Wuying's brow furrowed instantly, and with a cold snort, a surge of formidable energy erupted from his being, hurtling towards Miaoyin. With a resounding thud, Miaoyin was struck by this force, causing her to vomit blood and be sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Master, observing the scene, the elders and disciples of the Xianyin sect rushed anxiously towards Miaoyin. Master, are you all right? They regarded her, barely clinging to consciousness, with profound concern in their voices. Cough, cough. I am fine, Miaoyin replied, her complexion ashen as she spat out another mouthful of blood, mustering her strength to speak through the pain. However, all of this was of no concern to Feng Wuying, who shifted his gaze to the side where Shiminyu stood, inquiring, Shiminyu, is what that woman said true? Esteemed sect leader, it is indeed true. Threatening that man with these women is futile. However, he did arrive with a companion, and we might leverage that woman against him. Shiminyu replied with an expression of utmost respect, a flicker of malice briefly crossing his eyes. The woman he referred to was none other than the ethereal Youfei, who had accompanied Li Xian. Where is that woman? Feng Wuying immediately pressed, his voice sharp with urgency. Over there. Shiminyu glanced in the direction where Yo Fei had been, only to find her absent. Where has she gone? To inquire about Yo Fei's whereabouts would lead to the realization that she had long fled. The moment Feng Wuying's doppelganger appeared, she had already made her escape. Yo Fei's thoughts at that moment were clear. If a formidable being from the Tongtian realm had been bested, what caliber of power had summoned them? It was apparent that the national master, Li Xian, stood no chance against that individual. Recognizing this, she understood that if Li Xian were to suffer, she, as his companion, would not be spared. Thus, if not now, when would she make her departure? And so, Yo Fei vanished in an instant, employing every ounce of strength as if it were her last. Where's she? At this, Feng Wuying's expression darkened instantly, and he bellowed at Shiminyu in fury. Reporting. Sect leader. It seems she has fled, Shiminyu stammered, trembling in fear, his voice quivering. Utterly useless, Feng Wuying exclaimed coldly, releasing his pent-up frustration. Do you think that by hiding behind these wretched talismans, I am powerless against you? His gaze returned to the talisman array above. As he spoke, a glint of ruthless determination shone in his eyes. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned forth a powerful surge of energy, binding all the women within the gates of the Xianin sect, including Miaoyin, and lifting them into the air. What does he intend to do? Sect leader, save me. The women of the Xianin sect were engulfed in panic, struggling desperately against the binding force, yet their efforts proved in vain. Under Feng Wuying's control, the pure Yin energy within the women surged forth as a conduit for his own power. Deprived of their pure Yin essence, they appeared to age visibly, as if their lifespans were being siphoned away, their cultivation rapidly diminishing. Meanwhile, the energy within Feng Wuying surged ever higher, escalating from the Tongtian realm to a half-step into the Ascendant realm, and still he did not cease. Soon, the very rules of heaven and earth in the southern divine continent seemed to resonate as dark clouds gathered above the Xianin sect, crackling with thunder. Violet lightning danced like serpentine dragons amidst the storm clouds. Within the talisman array, Li Xian's countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. Goodness, this fellow actually intends to wield Ascendant realm powers. He was all too familiar with this scenario, having narrowly escaped divine retribution when he had unleashed his Tongtian realm powers in the eastern divine continent. Due to the presence of divine retribution, the adversary, upon harnessing the transcendent realm of ascension, may find themselves with but a singular opportunity to strike. Yet, a single blow from this exalted state possesses the power to obliterate both the talismanic array and the wielder. Young one, in my quest to extinguish your existence, I have undeniably paid a grievous price. Even in death, you may find a semblance of pride in your fate. A fierce glint flickered in Feng Wuying's gaze. Should this avatar dissipate naturally, it would bear little consequence for his true self. However, should it be prematurely annihilated due to severe injury, it would indeed inflict harm upon his essence. To vanquish a martial artist of the consummate realm while risking damage to his own being is a considerable sacrifice, particularly in terms of his reputation. Chapter 70. The Slaying of Shiminyu. A deep and thunderous rumble echoed across the horizon as dark clouds swiftly congregated, piling upon one another in ominous layers. Within those clouds, purple lightning danced like a dragon, multiplying in intensity as if it sought to rend the very heavens asunder. Feng Wuying's cultivation continued to ascend, his garments billowing violently in the tempestuous winds. With each elevation of his power, his gaze became increasingly imbued with a fierce resolve and murderous intent. As his cultivation surged, he gripped his blood-stained blade tightly, powerful energies converging upon it like a roaring river. Feng Wuying had meticulously plotted his course. As the terrible divine punishment descended, he would deliver this unparalleled strike to send Li Xian on his final journey. In his eyes, Li Xian had become mere flesh upon a chopping block, with no chance of survival. With a thunderous crash, a furious bolt of purple lightning struck down, elevating Feng Wuying to the realm of transcendence. Simultaneously, he unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful strike. A cataclysmic energy sweeping into the air and obliterating everything in its path. The mere aftershock of this energy instantly leveled the gates of the Xianyin sect. In that very moment, the purple lightning fell upon Feng Wuying's head, reducing his avatar to ash and smoke. Following the destruction of his avatar within the gates of the Xuanhuan sect in Zhongshan continent, Feng Wuying's true self spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! He roared in fury, instilling fear among the elders and disciples of the Xuanhuan sect. What has transpired? Why is the sect leader so enraged? Atop the ruins of the Xianyin sect, only two individuals remained visibly alive, Shiminyu and a female disciple surnamed Ming, whom Shiminyu had deliberately protected. The purpose of this protection was unmistakable. That foolish creature dared to oppose me. Now he has been wiped from existence. Shiminyu spat contemptuously toward the direction where Li Xian had met his demise, his gaze venomous as he cursed. He then resumed his usual facade of benevolence. Turning to the female disciple, surnamed Ming, speaking in a gentle tone, "What do you think, Miss Ming? I told you there was no need for concern with my presence. How could the Grand Master of Dayuan dare to oppose us? Ultimately, he was destined to die." Upon hearing this, the female disciple's countenance turned ashen, resentment swelling within her heart as she retorted coldly, "I sought your assistance, but this is not the aid I envisioned. Yes, the Grand Master Dayuan is dead, yet our Xianyin sect has also been annihilated." She now regretted ever having met Shiminyu, deeply lamenting bringing him to the Xianyin sect. If not for him, their sect would not have faced such a tragic downfall. "Miss Ming, why are you not rejoicing at the demise of the Grand Master?" Shiminyu inquired, noticing the lack of elation on her face. "Our sect has been reduced to ruins. How can I possibly rejoice?" She responded with a bitter smile. "What does this matter? As long as I am here, we can always reconstruct the Xianyin sect upon these ruins," Shiminyu retorted dismissively. Upon hearing these words, the disciple, surnamed Ming, was engulfed in profound desolation. In the eyes of those formidable beings, her life held less value than that of an ant. They could extinguish her existence with the slightest flick of their hand. Whether the Xianyin sect could be rebuilt was beyond her knowledge, yet she was certain she would not witness it. Suddenly, a voice, tinged with indifference, resonated through the air. Shiminyu and the woman looked toward the source of the voice, their eyes widening in disbelief. This was inconceivable. How could you possibly survive an all-out strike from a being of the Ascension realm? Shiminyu gazed at Li Xian, who stood unscathed, his face a canvas of reluctant disbelief. "How I survived is of no concern to you, but you certainly shall not live," Li Xian replied, fixing his gaze upon Shiminyu. Under normal circumstances, given his mastery at the pinnacle of the Tongtian realm, it would have been impossible for him to endure such a powerful assault. Yet, thanks to the inheritance from the symbol ancestor, he had consumed a death replacement talisman and hidden within the ancestral symbol, thereby eluding death and reclaiming his life. "You intend to kill me?" Shiminyu questioned, incredulity etched on his face. "Of course," Li Xian affirmed with a nod. "Shiminyu must perish today. The reason I hid within the ancestral symbol after using a death replacement talisman was to convince Feng Wuying that I had indeed succumbed. Should Shiminyu remain alive, the news of my survival would inevitably be revealed. Knowing Feng Wuying's temperament, should he learn of my existence, he would undoubtedly return to the South Divine Continent to hunt me down. If that were to happen, with Feng Wuying's true form in pursuit, I would find myself in dire straits." As he spoke, hundreds of yellow talismans erupted from Li Xian's being, ensnaring Shiminyu like a zongzi. Following this, the peachwood sword slipped from his grasp, hurtling toward Shiminyu and piercing through his body. "You!" Shiminyu spat blood, glancing down at his chest where the sword had penetrated, crimson fluid streaming forth. His eyes were filled with resentment and malice. "You truly dare to kill me. You shall accompany me in death." With those words, he breathed his last. Witnessing this, the disciple, surnamed Ming, resolute in her acceptance of death, turned her gaze to Li Xian, awaiting the end of her own life. However, Li Xian chose not to end her existence, instead turning and soaring away. Yet the woman, already consumed by the desire for death, raised her palm and struck her own crown. In an instant, blood flowed from her 7 orifices, and she fell lifeless. Thus, The Xianyin sect was left utterly desolate, devoid of life. What was once a vibrant and thriving sect now lay in ruins, a haunting silence enveloping the remnants. Amidst the shattered walls, a suffocating stench of blood lingered. The former glory long vanished, leaving only an endless expanse of sorrow and lamentation. How ruthless! The national teacher was indeed merciless. You cannot fathom the devastation at the gates of the Xianyin sect. Everywhere lay corpses, the structures of the sect reduced to rubble, as if a dreadful calamity had swept through. News of the annihilation of the Xianyin sect by the national teacher spread like wildfire throughout the entire Yuan dynasty. Those who ascended the ruins of the Xianyin sect were profoundly shaken by the harrowing scene before them, their eyes filled with dread. It was as if the ghastly images had been indelibly etched into the depths of their souls, a haunting memory that could never be erased. As for that elusive Yofei, one could only wonder when she had made her escape, as if unaware of my lack of familiarity with the terrain. After soaring through the skies for an entire day, Li Xian found himself at a loss regarding his whereabouts and could not help but voice his frustration, regardless of others' opinions. One must admit that Yofei possessed an extraordinary talent for evasion. At that moment, he hovered above a colossal city. Gazing down, he beheld a vast expanse teeming with soldiers clad in armor and wielding weapons, a formidable sight that seemed to stretch endlessly. Amidst the imposing military formations, numerous siege engines stood ready, poised to unleash chaos at the command of their general, with the fortunate few destined to earn the noble title of martyrs for their country. This grand city was none other than the Jubiai Pass, located in the northwest of the Great Abyss. Following the demise of the Abyssal Emperor, the Great Wu sought to seize this strategic stronghold. The commander of the Great Wu forces, General Xiao Qianshan, known as the Cage Tiger, stood atop the walls of Jubiai Pass, his expression grave as he surveyed the dark mass of soldiers below, readying for the impending conflict. To capture this major city in the northwest, the Great Wu had mobilized an army of 100,000 strong. Chapter 71. The northern gate of refusal. The evening glow painted the sky in hues of crimson. Leading 30,000 valiant warriors to the city was General Xiao Ruofeng, the son of Xiao Qianshan. Though still in his youth, he had already faced countless battles, inheriting his father's martial prowess in commanding troops and breaching fortifications. Had it been only Xiao Ruofeng, the night owl would have felt confident in defending the northern gate of refusal. However, with the formidable Xiao Qianshan present, he understood that holding the gate was a futile endeavor. He feared not for his own life, but for the 2,000 soldiers behind him, and for the innocent citizens of the Yuan who would suffer devastation. General, a soft female voice pulled the night owl from his troubled thoughts. A young woman clad in armor, exuding grace and valor, ascended the ramparts and approached him. Her slightly rounded abdomen indicated her pregnancy. "My lady, what brings you here?" The night owl gazed at the woman with deep affection. Her name was Su Xian, his beloved wife. "General, we are a family. Shouldn't a family be together?" Su Xian looked at him with tender eyes, her hand gently caressing her belly. "My lady." The night owl said nothing more but tenderly embraced Su Xian. The simple notion of being together as a family surpassed any grand vows. At that moment, he refrained from urging Su Xian, who was with child, to leave, perhaps understanding that if he were to falter at Wujiao Gate, even if the Great Wu spared her, the Yuan would not. "General, please name our child." Su Xian lifted her head slightly, gazing lovingly at her husband. She yearned to bestow a name upon the unborn child, even if it were known only to the two of them. After contemplating for a moment, the night owl kissed Su Xian's forehead and said, "Let the name be Yi Ping'an." Though he knew the odds were against them, his heart longed for the safety of his child, wishing for a peaceful birth, a serene upbringing, and a life devoid of turmoil. He hoped for peace for all the world. "Ping'an, Ping'an." Su Xian whispered the name while stroking her belly, tears streaming down her cheeks, mingling with laughter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiao Ruofeng, clad in white, issued a military command. "Warriors, prepare for battle. We shall assault the city after dusk." Understood. The resounding voices of 30,000 soldiers echoed through the air. Xiao Ruofeng chose to wait until nightfall to launch the attack. Firstly, The oppressive heat of the day rendered the heavy armor burdensome, diminishing the soldiers' combat effectiveness. Secondly, the limited visibility at night would aid their siege. Meanwhile, atop the northern gate of refusal, the night owl also issued a command. Warriors, prepare for battle. We shall defend the northern gate to the death. Understood. We shall defend Wujiao Gate to the death. The voices of the Dayuan soldiers reverberated through the skies. Although the night owl recognized that with Xiao Qinshan present, the defense of the northern gate was a lost cause, he understood the stakes. If they held their ground, only he and the 2,000 Yuan soldiers would perish. If they faltered, the toll would be far greater. The night had yet to descend, and the siege by the Great Wu forces had yet to commence. Upon the northern gate's battlement, the figure of Li Xian appeared in an instant. Yi Xiao's expression tightened as he warily regarded Li Xian, instinctively shielding his wife behind him. The soldiers of the Yuan on the battlement swiftly drew their weapons, aiming them at Li Xian, poised to charge at a moment's notice. Who goes there? Yi Xiao inquired cautiously, eyeing Li Xian. Li Xian came to reply. Li Xian. The national master? Yi Xiao momentarily faltered, but quickly regained his composure. This humble soldier, Yi Xiao, pays respects to the national master. A surge of joy filled his heart as he knelt respectfully, bowing towards Li Xian. He harbored no doubts regarding Li Xian's identity. In the southern divine continent, no one dared impersonate a being of the celestial realm. Even if someone were audacious enough to do so, there would be no reason to deceive a man on the brink of death. Respects to the national master. Observing this, Su Xian and the other soldiers on the battlement also knelt, paying homage to Li Xian. There is no need for such formalities. Li Xian gently raised his hand, prompting Yi Xiao and the soldiers to rise. National Master, the Great Wu army is about to commence the siege. This humble soldier lacks confidence in our ability to defend this city. I humbly request your assistance, Yi Xiao stated, bowing once more. He did not let pride or fear of reprimand compel him to feign strength. Aware of the impending siege, he directly sought Li Xian's aid. I am but a fighter, not a strategist. I cannot assist you in defending the city, Li Xian replied, gazing at Yi Xiao. However, I can speak with the commander of the Great Wu forces. Might I inquire as to his name? Upon hearing Li Xian's query, Yi Xiao promptly responded with respect. The vanguard of the Great Wu army besieging the city is led by General Xiao Qinshan's son, Xiao Ruofeng. At this, Li Xian soared into the air, arriving above the Great Wu army. The soldiers of Great Wu, upon spotting Li Xian in the sky, cast wary glances upward. Archers drew their bows, aiming their arrows at Li Xian's figure. I am Li Xian, the national master of the Yuan. Who among you is Xiao Ruofeng? I wish to speak with you, he declared, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of every soldier. What? He is the national master of the Yuan? A celestial realm power? A wave of astonishment swept through the ranks of the Great Wu forces, soldiers exchanging anxious glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and disarray. A being of the celestial realm was not something they, as mere soldiers, could contend with. While it was easy for others to end your life, you might not even catch a glimpse of your assailant. What a national master of the Yuan. Daring to venture alone into the midst of our Great Wu army, he shall certainly return empty-handed, shouted a figure resembling a vice commander, attempting to steady the morale of the troops. At that moment, a resolute young man clad in silver armor stepped forth from the ranks of the Great Wu army. This was none other than Xiao Ruofeng, the commander of the current siege. I am Xiao Ruofeng. What business does the national master of the Yuan have with me? Xiao Ruofeng gazed steadily at Li Xian in the sky, his demeanor unyielding and devoid of fear. The matter I wish to discuss is quite straightforward. I hope that the Dawu army will withdraw from the Jubiai Pass, allowing the two nations' borders to return to their previous state of tranquility. Li Xian turned his gaze toward Xiao Ruofeng amidst the Dawu troops. For this siege, our Dawu army has prepared for an extensive period. Master de Yuan, do you truly believe that with a mere utterance from you, we should retreat? Xiao Ruofeng, with a serious countenance, addressed Li Xian once more. Engaging in warfare inevitably leads to loss of life, particularly when transcendent martial artists are involved. They can choose who lives and who perishes at will. Li Xian replied with a calm tone, yet the underlying threat in his words was palpable to all who were present. Chapter 72. Is this what you call easygoing? Master Li, should you choose to strike against us, it would be a breach of decorum. Our great Wu is not without its formidable transcendence. In response to Li Xian's imposing declaration, Xiao Ruofeng's countenance darkened, yet he remained undaunted. Among the transcendent beings of the southern divine continent, there exists an unspoken rule. One must not intervene lightly in conflicts beneath the transcendental realm. Otherwise, even a trivial matter could ignite hostilities among the transcendent beings, and the continents powerful would have long since been decimated. Furthermore, this tacit agreement has garnered the endorsement of the venerable ancestor of the Dao sect, a perfected practitioner of the divine arts, who stands as the most powerful among the transcendent entities of the southern divine continent. Thus, other transcendent beings dare not recklessly violate this convention. Are you suggesting that I must seek a duel with your great Wu's transcendence to withdraw my forces? Li Xian stated with an air of nonchalance. I do not mean that. Master Li, do not slander me. Xiao Ruofeng finally revealed a hint of panic. Provoking a conflict between two transcendents is a burden he cannot bear. General, can a master prevent this war? On the battlements, Su Xian stood alongside Yi Xiao, her eyes reflecting both hope and concern. She could not help but glance down at her burgeoning belly, fervently wishing that the master could halt the war, thus ensuring her child could be born and grow in peace. I cannot say for certain, Yi Xiao replied, gazing solemnly at the 30,000 troops of Great Wu below, slightly shaking his head. He too understood the unspoken rules among the transcendent beings. If the master's resolve wavered, and he sought a dispute with Great Wu's transcendent, the war would likely become inevitable. General Xiao, I wish to dispense with further pleasantries. You must withdraw your troops this evening. Li Xian's gaze was piercing, fixed intently upon Xiao Ruofeng, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. If you cannot take charge, you may return to fetch your father for a discussion with me. He paused, shifting his tone before continuing. Of course, you may also issue the command to assault the city, but I shall subsequently take your life. Without a commander for the siege, if Yi Xiao cannot hold the Jubiai Pass, it would only reflect his incompetence. As he spoke, an aura of murderous intent emanated from him, directed at Xiao Ruofeng. In that moment, Xiao Ruofeng comprehended that this master of the abyss was truly disinclined to adhere to the rules. Indeed, if he were a man of principle, he would not have conspired with others to slay the abyssal emperor. On the battlements, Yi Xiao's expression brightened upon hearing Li Xian's words. My lady, it seems our Jubiai Pass is saved. Regardless of whether the master's words can compel the withdrawal of Xiao Qianshan and his son, ordering the retreat of 100,000 Great Wu soldiers, as long as the master can eliminate Xiao Qianshan and his son, even if the 100,000 soldiers continue their assault on Jubiai Pass, I am confident in our defense. That would be splendid. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement as her hand instinctively caressed her burgeoning belly. Just as Xiao Ruofeng contemplated whether to withdraw his forces, a swift steed darted through the ranks and came to a halt beside him. Major General, the general has commanded you to retreat to camp immediately, whispered the deputy general in Xiao Ruofeng's ear. Retreat? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruofeng's brow furrowed slightly, a look of confusion gracing his features. Did the general truly say so? Although he was aware that the deputy general would not deceive him regarding such matters, he could not help but inquire. Indeed, the deputy general replied without hesitation. To falsely convey military orders is a matter of life and death. I would not dare to engage in such folly. Convey my orders. Retreat. Although Xiao Ruofeng did not comprehend his father's rationale for such a command, he complied nonetheless. The Great Wu is retreating. The soldiers of Diyuan on the city walls erupted in jubilant cheers upon witnessing the retreat, their faces radiating with the joy of having narrowly escaped disaster. General, the Great Wu is retreating, Su Xian exclaimed excitedly, turning to Night Owl. Indeed, the Great Wu's retreat is thanks to the State Master, Night Owl replied, his face alight with happiness and respect as he gazed at Li Xian's figure in the sky. Following the retreat, Xiao Ruofeng promptly stormed into the military tent of Xiao Qianshan. Father, I do not understand why you issued the order to withdraw, he queried urgently. a look of bewilderment on his face. What, father? How many times must I remind you to address me as general during military operations? Xiao Qianshan, seated before the commander's desk, looked up sternly at Xiao Ruofeng. General, I failed to grasp why you commanded the retreat. Xiao Ruofeng quickly amended his address. Without providing much explanation, Xiao Qianshan tossed a report onto the table before Xiao Ruofeng. Take a look for yourself. Curious and puzzled, Xiao Ruofeng picked up the report. Is this true? After reading the contents, astonishment and disbelief flickered in his eyes. How could this be? Did they not say that the state master of Daiyuan is a person of amiable disposition? Amiable, my foot! Xiao Qianshan retorted, unable to suppress his disdain. The gates of the Xianin sect have nearly been turned into ancient ruins. Do you call that amiable? The report detailed nothing less than the annihilation of the Xianin sect by the state master of Daiyuan. The description of the sect's destruction was harrowing, a veritable obliteration where not even a stray dog was spared. Now do you understand why I ordered the retreat? Xiao Qianshan continued. You are my only son, and you have yet to ensure the continuation of our lineage. If that state master were to strike you down with a single blow, I would have to endure the ordeal of siring another. In response, Xiao Ruofeng rolled his eyes at Xiao Qianshan. When faced with an overwhelming force like the state master of Daiyuan, do you think one could simply produce another heir? You're aware of this, are you? Xiao Qianshan replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. Yet I heard you were quite brave, just now, even discussing protocols with the state master. I am not unaware of that. Xiao Ruofeng replied, somewhat exasperated. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly affable Grand Master of the Great Abyss would show no mercy, not even to the dogs? After a brief pause, he continued, General, what course of action should we take next? Should we retreat entirely? A hint of confusion clouded his gaze. Uncertain of their next steps, when did I ever suggest a complete withdrawal? Xiao Qianshan retorted, raising his head. What we must do now is remain on standby and await His Majesty's response. Prior to this, he had already submitted a report to the Emperor of Great Wu regarding the matter. Before he could finish his sentence, a calm voice resonated from outside the tent. From your words, it seems you still do not intend to retreat. Chapter 73. Xiao Qianshan and the Martial Emperor, who is it? Xiao Qianshan's expression shifted instantly, and he looked warily towards the entrance of the military tent, exclaiming loudly. At that moment, a youth appeared, lifting the fabric curtain of the tent and stepping inside. It was none other than Li Xian, master of the Great Yuan. What brings you here? Xiao Ruofeng's expression grew serious. Upon hearing his son's words, Xiao Qianshan's countenance changed again as he hurriedly exited the command table to greet Li Xian. Ah, it is Master Li. Please, make yourself comfortable. Xiao Qianshan's face broke into a flattering smile as he bowed respectfully. If you had matters to discuss, you need only send word. There was no need for you to come in person. I truly feel unworthy. His demeanor suggested that Li Xian was not merely the master of the Great Yuan, but rather the esteemed advisor of their own Great Wu. Observing this scene, Xiao Ruofeng was taken aback. Is this truly my father, who usually exudes such authority? How could he become so subservient? As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Li Xian, caught off guard by Xiao Qianshan's demeanor, felt a touch of embarrassment. Did I speak too softly just now? With such warm hospitality, he could not decline and, rather inexplicably, took a seat beside him. General Xiao, I have come to discuss the matter of the Great Wu's retreat, Li Xian began in a deliberative tone. Master, I too wish to avoid this conflict. Yet as a loyal subject, I cannot go against the Emperor's decree. Xiao Qianshan responded with a sense of resignation. He then shifted his tone. However, I have already reported this matter to His Majesty and await his command. As soon as it arrives, I will promptly withdraw our forces. His sincerity was palpable, engendering a natural trust in his words. What if the martial emperor commands you to continue the assault on the northern pass? Li Xian inquired, gazing intently at Xiao Qianshan. Rest assured, master. Xiao Qianshan quickly clarified, I have addressed this in my letter to His Majesty. If he wishes for me to continue the attack on the northern pass, so be it, provided he sends someone to restrain you. Otherwise, I cannot court death, can I? A somewhat awkward smile graced his face as he spoke. You possess quite the talent for shifting blame, Li Xian teased. Alas, master, it is all for survival, Xiao Qianshan replied with a hint of helplessness, before promptly lavishing praise upon Li Xian. Unlike you, master, with your extraordinary prowess and carefree existence. Very well, I shall remain at the northern pass for a few more days to see if the martial emperor will make an appearance, Li Xian declared. The supreme beings of the Great Wu were none other than the martial emperor himself. According to Xiao Qianshan, if they intended to continue their assault on the northern pass, the martial emperor would indeed need to show up. With that, Li Xian prepared to take his leave. Master, are you departing so soon? Might you stay a while longer? Xiao Qianshan implored without hesitation. No need, Li Xian replied succinctly, exiting the military tent. Farewell, master. Travel safely. Xiao Qianshan watched him leave until he was out of sight. Enough, father. He has departed. There is no need for pretense, Xiao Ruofeng remarked disdainfully as he approached Xiao Qianshan, who had remained silent throughout. Who was pretending? Do not slander me, Xiao Qianshan retorted. Xiao Qianshan turned to Xiao Ruofeng and stated, My reverence for the formidable beings of the Tongtian realm emanates from the depths of my heart. Xiao Ruofeng, somewhat perplexed, replied, Is it truly necessary to act this way over a mere Tongtian realm expert? Has he lost all sense of dignity? In response, Xiao Qianshan delivered a sharp slap to the back of Xiao Ruofeng's head, admonishing, When did you become so audacious? Have you eaten garlic or something? If one day you attain the status of a Tongtian realm expert, I wouldn't merely mock you. I would even bow down in respect. As for Li Xian, he seemed to have emerged from some obscure corner, entirely oblivious to the established decorum. In the grand city of Dahuang, the martial emperor, upon receiving a confidential report from Xiao Qianshan, was seized by anger and hurled the document to the ground. Your Majesty, what troubles you so? Why this sudden outburst? At that moment, a stunningly beautiful lady in palace attire gracefully entered the hall, retrieved the report from the floor, and inquired with concern. My dear, you need only glance at it to understand, the martial emperor urged, gesturing for her to read the report. Upon comprehension, the enchanting lady's expression darkened as she echoed, Indeed, this Li Xian has disregarded all etiquette. It is no wonder you are so incensed. She approached the martial emperor, massaging his shoulders while asking, Your Majesty, how do you intend to address this matter? My beloved, what course of action do you suggest I take? The emperor replied, turning slightly to grasp her hand and inquire softly, Your Majesty, as a mere woman, I am hardly equipped to offer counsel on such matters, she responded gently. Shaking her head, I intend to confront this Li Xian. What are your thoughts? The emperor continued, Your Majesty, I understand that men are driven by a competitive spirit. Yet, as the sovereign of a nation, your well-being is paramount. Why engage in a conflict with a boorish individual who lacks decorum? Should you sustain injury, it would break my heart, she implored, wrapping her delicate arms around the emperor's neck. Are you suggesting that I cannot prevail against Li Xian? The emperor's countenance darkened immediately, his tone turning icy. The beautiful lady, startled, quickly knelt and exclaimed, Your Majesty, I meant no such thing. Yet in her heart, she secretly harbored resentment, thinking, Let them fight. May they both suffer defeat, and thus my sister and I may avenge our grievances. Her sister was a member of the Xianin, whom the emperor had forcibly claimed in the past. Enough. My dear, rise. I was merely jesting. The emperor's expression softened, a smile returning to his face. Thank you, Your Majesty, the lady responded gratefully as she stood. The emperor then continued, Nevertheless, I am indeed resolved to meet this Li Xian, to ascertain what capabilities he possesses that allow him to flout the unspoken rules among Tongtian realm experts. In recent times, the illustrious title of the Grand Master de Yuan has become rather tiresome to him. Fortunately, he has just achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, making it an opportune moment for the world to once again recognize the formidable reputation of the martial emperor. His intention is quite straightforward, to seize this opportunity and overshadow the rising star, Li Xian, thereby re-establishing his own renown. Upon hearing this, the enchanting woman could not help but reveal a glimmer of delight, and with a flattering smile, she said, I wish Your Majesty great success in this endeavor. May you triumph splendidly. I shall take your auspicious words to heart, replied the martial emperor, gently caressing the chin of the beautiful woman. Chapter 74. Taoist sect. Wang Yu. In the Taoist sect, at Xianyang Peak, lies the Peach Blossom Cottage. Within the small courtyard, 3 jujube trees, nearly 2 zhang tall, bear an abundance of green jujubes. Beside the trees stands a stone table, and on the bamboo chaise longue nearby reclines a young man clad in a blue robe, possessing delicate features and bright eyes. In his right hand, he holds a time-worn, nameless book, while his left hand plays with a 3-inch-long jujube wood sword. A smile occasionally graces his lips, and with a gentle flick of the sword, a jujube flies into his mouth from the bamboo sieve on the stone table. It is truly a scene of contentment. The young man, named Wang Yu, styled Dao Yi, is a disciple of the Taoist sect's venerable ancestor, and a junior to his master. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his ear, startling Wang Yu into spitting out the jujube pit he had been chewing. At that moment, a white-haired elder dressed in a white Taoist robe, sporting a small tuft of goat-like beard, materializes before him. This elder is none other than Wang Yu's senior brother, the venerable ancestor of the Taoist sect, Qian Ji. Wang Yu hastily wipes his mouth, rises from the chaise longue, and presents a jujube to Qian Ji with a playful smile, saying, "Senior brother, what brings you here today?" He had sought solitude in this remote peach blossom cottage, a place rarely visited for the past 8 centuries. "Why, can't I come to your little abode?" Qian Ji retorts, taking the jujube and chewing it with a feigned seriousness. Wang Yu immediately flatters him, "Senior brother, how could you say such a thing? Please have a seat. Within the Taoist sect, you are the paramount figure and can go wherever you please." He pulls Qian Ji, urging him to recline on a chaise longue. "Enough. Do not act foolishly." Qian Ji replies, exasperated, "I have come to seek you for an important matter." His junior brother is excessively lazy, preferring to sit when he could stand and to lie down instead of sitting. Upon hearing that there is a serious matter at hand, Wang Yu's expression turns grave. "No, senior brother, if it's something serious, how could you seek me? Do I seem like someone capable of handling important affairs?" He is currently without any responsibilities, indulging in a life of eating and sleeping, relishing a lifestyle he had longed for in his previous existence. And he has no desire to engage in any serious endeavors. "This is not optional. You must do it. Otherwise, I shall expose your little secret of peeping at the women of Yingquan Peak while bathing," Qian Ji threatens. "Senior brother, when have I ever committed such a shameless act? Do not slander me." Wang Yu protests with a guilty expression, fervently denying the accusation. "Have you truly not done so? If you indeed have not, why fear my words? One with a clean conscience has no need to dread shadows," Qian Ji counters, casting a disdainful gaze upon Wang Yu. At this remark, a look of despair crosses Wang Yu's face, for should this matter be publicized, he is certain he would be beaten to death by the female disciples of Yingquan Peak. Within the Taoist sect, his greatest fear is the peak's master, Shenwu, whose cultivation may not surpass his own. Yet she is his senior brother's disciple and possesses a notoriously fiery temper. "My esteemed senior brother, let us discuss this matter properly, without resorting to threats, shall we?" Wang Yu quickly concedes. "Now, do you intend to undertake this important task or not?" Qian Ji spoke bluntly. His junior disciple, apart from being indolent, possessed another prominent trait, an incessantly chattering tongue. Engaging him in extensive discussions was utterly futile, for by the time night fell, clarity would remain elusive. "Senior brother, you must first enlighten me on the matter at hand," Wang Yu responded, his mind brimming with suspicion as he leisurely strolled to the stone table. He plucked a date, took a bite, and grimaced, lamenting how even his favorite fruit had lost its allure in that moment. "In a few days, the martial emperor is destined to face a calamity, and I wish for you to descend the mountain and save his life," Qian Ji stated gravely, his demeanor serious. "I refuse," Wang Yu retorted almost instinctively, having given it little thought. He had been living a life of unparalleled comfort within the Dao sect. Why would he wish to wade into such murky waters? "Junior brother, regardless of circumstances, the martial emperor remains your father. By saving him this time, you would resolve this karmic connection, allowing you to devote yourself wholeheartedly to the Dao sect in the future," Qian Ji earnestly advised, displaying patience in his counsel. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to shout at Qin Jianzi, "That original fellow is long dead. What karmic ties do I have?" Yet the words caught in his throat. After all, uttering such scandalous remarks could instigate a tremendous uproar, leading to his own troubles. However, he refrained from voicing his true sentiments and sought an alternative excuse. "Senior brother, the martial emperor's cultivation has likely reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, whereas I have only achieved a modest level of spirit refinement. I could not possibly withstand the calamity that threatens him." He gestured helplessly, attempting to convey to Qin Jianzi the limitations of his abilities and his inability to undertake such a daunting task. Qin Jianzi nodded slightly, seemingly in agreement with Wang Yu's assessment, and replied, "Indeed, you stand no chance against the national master of Ling, given that he has even bested the avatars of ascended beings." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was rendered speechless, unable to restrain a cursed damn. "Senior brother, this is outrageous. You expect me to confront someone of such formidable prowess? Do you wish for my demise?" In recent days, the name of the national master of the Yuan had become all too familiar to him, to the point of exhaustion. From others' accounts, this national master was a figure of ruthless methods and terrifying strength. Wouldn't his venture be akin to a lamb entering the jaws of tiger? "Why are you so agitated, you rascal?" Qin Jianzi observed Wang Yu's distress with a hint of exasperation and continued, "I am not suggesting you confront the national master of the Yuan head-on. It is widely said that he possesses a good temperament. Simply engage him in earnest discussion and persuade him to spare the martial emperor's life." Qin Jianzi's words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, as if it were merely a trivial task. In response to this, Wang Yu became even more vocal, exclaiming, "This man conspired to eliminate the Emperor of the Abyss and raise the gates of the Xianin sect to the ground. Soon, he is to slay the martial emperor. You call such a person good-natured? Senior brother, are you under some misapprehension?" His agitation grew, his gaze filled with skepticism toward Qin Jianzi's assertions. "Senior brother, you possess such remarkable prowess. Why not undertake the task of saving the martial emperor yourself?" he suggested, contemplating persuading Qin Jianzi into action. "What use would it be for me to go?" Qin Jianzi, with an expression of perplexity, remarked, "I am not the son of the martial emperor. Even if I were to go, I could not resolve this karmic entanglement for you. You are merely afraid that you cannot contend with Li Xian. I possess a void escape talisman. Should the situation become dire, simply take it and flee. I assure you, you will escape unscathed." Qin Jianzi's demeanor was earnest, as though he feared that Wang Yu might doubt his words. "Is that truly the case?" Wang Yu, somewhat incredulous, took the void escape talisman from Qin Jianzi's hand and promptly tucked it into his bosom. Chapter 75. The War Emperor General. Trouble is upon us. The armies of the Wu dynasty are once again at our gates. 7 days later, Yi Xiao, upon hearing the report from his soldiers, swiftly ascended the battlements of the Jubiai Pass. Gazing out, he beheld a sea of dark figures below, teeming with Wu soldiers. This time, their numbers exceeded even those of the last siege, likely amounting to 50,000. Moreover, the commander leading the assault was no longer the likes of Xiao Ruofeng, but the esteemed General Xiao Qianshan himself. Quickly summoned the national master, Yi Xiao instructed his deputy with a grave expression. "No need, I am here." Just as the deputy prepared to depart, the figure of Li Xian gracefully descended upon the battlements. "National master, the sudden arrival of Xiao Qianshan implies that the war emperor has indeed arrived," Yi Xiao remarked, his demeanor serious as he regarded Li Xian. "It seems the war emperor is determined to seize Jubiai Pass," Li Xian mused, observing the dense throng of Wu soldiers below. At the foot of the battlements, Xiao Qianshan, clad in dark armor and mounted on a majestic steed, stood beside an opulent carriage within which the war emperor sat, exuding an air of authority. "Minister Xiao, order the assault on the city," the war emperor commanded with a formidable gaze. "Yes, your majesty." Xiao Qianshan immediately bowed, lowering his head in respect, before raising his right hand high and issuing the command, "Attack! Kill!" The clamor of battle cries erupted from the ranks of the Wu army as they surged forward, madly brandishing ladders and weapons towards Jubiai Pass. Yi Xiao, I hope you can hold the Jubii Pass until I deal with the War Emperor, Li Xian urged before soaring into the air, heading towards the luxurious carriage of the War Emperor. When he was a mere 10 paces away from the carriage, Li Xian drew forth his peachwood sword and swung it towards Xiao Qianshan, who was atop his steed. Startled, Xiao Qianshan quickly raised his sword to defend himself. However, given his prowess, even a casual strike from Li Xian was beyond his capacity to withstand. Just as the sword energy was about to strike Xiao Qianshan, the figure of the War Emperor suddenly appeared before him, intercepting the blow. National Master of Daqian, do you dare to attempt to slay my esteemed general in my presence? Do you hold me in such low regard? The War Emperor stated, his voice steady yet imposing. Knowing I am within the confines of Jubii Pass, you still dare to command an assault. How could you possibly regard me with any respect? Li Xian retorted with a cold laugh, then swiftly launched an attack against the War Emperor, determined to resolve this conflict swiftly, lest Yi Shao falter under the pressure. Arrogance, the War Emperor bellowed, drawing forth his grand sword to meet the challenge. As their blades clashed, a tremendous surge of energy erupted. In just one strike, it became evident that the War Emperor's strength was considerably lacking. Under the force of the impact, he staggered back several paces before regaining his footing, while Li Xian remained unfazed, seizing the opportunity to press the attack. It's over. His Majesty seems not to be a match for the National Master of Daqian. Xiao Qianshan observed the unfolding duel with a sudden pallor, his eyes brimming with concern. Your Majesty, as a formidable being of the celestial realm, it would be no trouble for you to retreat if defeat were to befall you. However, the situation is quite different for him. After this battle, he will inevitably face the wrath of the Grand Sorcerer of the Great Abyss, potentially sacrificing his life. Oh, Your Majesty, why not remain within the comforts of the imperial city? Why must you venture forth to put on a show? Now it seems you have lost face, and I have been dragged into this predicament as well. Martial Emperor, I implore you to withdraw your forces. You're no match for me. With a swift strike, Li Xian repelled the Martial Emperor once more, mockingly declaring, if true flames are ignited in this bout, I cannot guarantee your survival. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianshan was instantly filled with excitement, inwardly urging Your Majesty, acquiesce to him. Yet, the Martial Emperor failed to heed his wishes, bellowing in fury, arrogance. Li Xian, do you believe I possess only this modicum of skill? With that, he furiously lunged at Li Xian, his sword crackling with energy, exuding an unstoppable force. Li Xian furrowed his brow, taken aback by the Martial Emperor's obstinacy. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he ceased to hold back, vigorously wielding his peachwood sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged forth towards the Martial Emperor. The energy emitted by the Martial Emperor was swiftly obliterated by this newfound, more potent force. The overwhelming sword energy swept towards the Martial Emperor like an unruly tide, reaching him in the blink of an eye. The Martial Emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he exerted every ounce of strength to position his treasured sword horizontally, attempting to withstand the lethal strike. With a thunderous crash, the surging sword energy collided with the treasured blade, the immense force causing his arm to go numb and propelling him backward. Your Majesty, upon witnessing this, the soldiers of the Great Abyss cried out in terror, their eyes filled with concern. How could this be? How could the Grand Sorcerer be so powerful? Even the Emperor is no match for him. The soldiers of the Great Wu looked on in disbelief, their morale swiftly diminishing. Soldiers, the Martial Emperor is utterly outmatched by the Sorcerer. With him present, the Great Wu forces are nothing to fear. The Sorcerer can easily vanquish the Martial Emperor. We must not disgrace his honor. Tell me, do you possess the confidence to defend the Northern Pass? On the city walls, Yi Shao seized the opportunity to rally his troops. Yes, the soldiers of the Great Abyss shouted with high spirits. Is this all you are capable of, Martial Emperor? Li Xian scoffed, pressing his advantage, darting toward the Martial Emperor like a flash of lightning. His peachwood sword shimmering with azure flames as he aimed for the Emperor's throat once more. Gritting his teeth, the Martial Emperor endured the aching in his arm, narrowly evading this lethal strike by sidestepping. Yet, Li Xian's onslaught came forth like a tempest, overwhelming him in an instant. Li Xian, mark my words, the humiliation of today shall be avenged in the future. The martial emperor understood that if the battle continued, he might indeed lose his life here. With a roar of fury, he turned to flee. Had you not uttered those words, your escape would have been unchallenged, but now you compel me to retain you. Li Xian's brow furrowed slightly. After chanting a spell, countless yellow talismans erupted from his body, ensnaring the fleeing martial emperor. Once bound by the yellow talismans, the martial emperor discovered that he could no longer employ his celestial realm escape techniques. The yellow talismans seemed to have locked the entire space. Under Li Xian's control, the area encircled by those talismans continuously contracted, pressing down upon the martial emperor, rendering his struggles futile. Xiao Qianshan, give the order to retreat, Li Xian said, disregarding the ensnared emperor and addressing Xiao Qianshan, who was mounted. National Master, I can order a retreat, but could you perhaps release His Majesty? Xiao Qianshan replied. Do you believe you possess the standing to negotiate terms with me? Li Xian stated solemnly. Chapter 76. The reversal of the heavenly polarities. Xiao Qianshan's expression froze momentarily. Before the formidable presence of a transcendent being, he was indeed devoid of the authority to make demands. Moreover, this transcendent individual was capable of effortlessly vanquishing an emperor of war. Xiao Qianshan, I command you to continue the siege. Should you dare to withdraw your troops, you shall be judged for treason. The emperor of war, trapped within the array, bellowed as Xiao Qianshan hesitated. Faced with the threat of death on one side and the imperial decree on the other, Xiao Qianshan found himself in a profound quandary. If you wish to perish, then I shall grant your desire, Li Xian remarked coldly, observing Xiao Qianshan's troubled countenance. As he spoke, he unleashed a sword strike towards Xiao Qianshan, the overwhelming sword energy propelling him through the air. Poof! Xiao Qianshan was flung backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground, barely clinging to life. The reason this strike did not claim Xiao Qianshan's life was due to Li Xian's restraint. Father! Xiao Ruofeng's visage changed instantly upon witnessing this scene, and he hurriedly rushed towards Xiao Qianshan. Father, are you all right? He inquired anxiously, examining the injuries on Xiao Qianshan's body with deep concern. Xiao Qianshan, if you wish to spare your lives beneath this northern pass, you must withdraw your troops, Li Xian stated, gazing at the barely conscious Xiao Qianshan. Forcing Xiao Qianshan to retreat was the most prudent choice. Otherwise, the massacre of the 100,000 troops of Da Wu would not only consume his time, but also prove detrimental to his future cultivation should the bloodshed be excessive. Li Xian, without my command, Xiao Qianshan would absolutely not dare to withdraw his troops. You might as well abandon this thought. The Emperor of War, ensnared within the array, roared in fury. At that moment, a youthful voice suddenly pierced the air. Wang Hong, if you wish to live, then silence yourself. This voice resonated like thunder, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Turning in the direction of the voice, they beheld a young Taoist priest gliding through the air. Clad in a flowing robe that billowed in the wind, he exuded an aura of languid elegance. This Taoist was none other than Wang Yu of the Taoist sect, the third prince. Upon seeing Wang Yu's appearance, Xiao Qianshan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting astonishment. The resemblance to the third prince who had vanished from Da Wu 3 decades prior was uncanny. Wang Yu, is it you, wretched offspring? The Emperor of War's brow furrowed upon recognizing Wang Yu. His eyes filled with astonishment and rage as he could not suppress his exclamation. However, Wang Yu paid him no heed. Instead, he performed a single-handed bow and addressed Li Xian, this humble Taoist, Dao Yi of the Taoist sect, pays respects to the national master of the Yuan. Greetings, Dao Yi, Li Xian acknowledged with a slight nod before continuing. I did not anticipate that aside from the venerable elder Qin Yun, the Taoist sect would also possess a practitioner of the divine refinement and void return realm like yourself. The national master is too kind. Wang Yu responded with utmost humility. I wonder what brings you here today, Dao Yi? Li Xian inquired, his gaze scrutinizing. This humble Taoist has come today for the sake of the Emperor of War, Wang Yu stated calmly. Are you implying, then, that you wish to rescue the Emperor of War? Li Xian remarked indifferently, as if he had anticipated Wang Yu's words. Indeed, indeed, I am resolutely inclined to rescue the Emperor Wu. Wang Yudao remarked, I hope the national master can facilitate this. In the future, I shall ensure he is strictly disciplined. Li Xian, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of astonishment, inwardly contemplating. Is this truly defying the heavens? He had just heard the Emperor Wu refer to the other as a rebellious child. The emperor, possessing the pinnacle of the Tongtian realm, could very well be beyond the reach of Taoist friends' discipline. A playful smile crept across Li Xian's lips. Then shall we first strip the emperor of his cultivation? Wang Yu stated with utmost gravity. My senior brother merely summoned him to save the emperor's life. There was no mention of sparing his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes widened, his astonishment intensifying. How could you speak such words with such fluidity? Rebellious child. The Emperor Wu's countenance darkened immediately, roaring in fury. I should have suffocated you at birth. What does the national master think of my proposal? Wang Yu continued to disregard the Emperor Wu, instead smiling at Li Xian. Since Dao's friend has expressed it so, I naturally cannot refuse. Li Xian replied, Shall it be you who strips the emperor of his cultivation, or shall I take action? It would require too much effort from the national master. Considering my position, it would be somewhat inappropriate for me to intervene. Wang Yu said apologetically as he gazed at Li Xian. Very well. Li Xian nodded slightly, then entered the talisman array, addressing the Emperor Wu. This is what your son wishes me to do. Do not blame me. He then raised his hand and launched an assault on the Emperor Wu. Observing this, the emperor swiftly brandished his treasured sword in retaliation. However, after merely a dozen exchanges, the emperor was thoroughly suppressed by Li Xian. With a resounding crash, Li Xian infused his inner energy into his right palm and struck at the Emperor Wu's chest. Instantly, a formidable surge of energy, akin to a ferocious beast, surged through Li Xian's palm into the emperor's body. This energy rampaged within the emperor, violently assaulting his 5 vital organs. The emperor felt as though his insides were being shattered by this force, an excruciating pain radiating throughout his entire being. Ah, damn it. You dare to truly strip me of my cultivation. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the emperor's body plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. His eyes were filled with resentment and fury. However, now stripped of his cultivation and rendered physically weak, he could only lie on the ground, impotently cursing. Has his majesty truly been rendered powerless? Xiao Qinshan gazed incredulously at the scene before him. His eyes bulged wide, his face etched with shock and fear. If his majesty has been rendered powerless, does that not imply that our Dao Wu lacks a Tongtian realm powerhouse? This thought struck Xiao Qinshan like a heavy hammer, brutally crashing into his heart. Without the protection of a Tongtian realm expert, Dao Wu would inevitably be devoured by the various factions. At that moment, Xiao Qinshan's face turned ashen, feeling as though the very heavens of Dao Wu were collapsing. No, our Dao Wu still possesses a refined spirit, returning to Void Realm Expert. Xiao Qinshan suddenly grasped a glimmer of hope, a spark of inspiration igniting within his mind, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before Wang Yu, his movements swift and resolute. Bowing his head, he respectfully proclaimed, Your humble servant, Xiao Qinshan, pays homage to the third prince. I beseech you, Your Highness, to return to the kingdom and ascend the throne as emperor. His voice was laced with urgency and entreaty. Viewing Wang Yu as the last beacon of hope for their beleaguered Dao Wu. Xiao Qinshan, you treacherous rebel, I shall end your life. The emperor, lying on the ground, was immediately consumed by fury upon hearing Xiao Qinshan's words, his eyes aflame with rage. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he roared in indignation, only to subsequently spew forth blood, darkness enveloping him as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 77. The demon Lord. The matter of the ascension to the throne can be discussed later. For now, withdraw your troops. Wang Yu spoke calmly, gazing at Xiao Qinshan. As you command. Xiao Qinshan replied respectfully. The third prince is destined to be the next martial emperor. Thus, his orders are tantamount to imperial decrees, which he must naturally obey. Order the withdrawal. Xiao Qinshan directed, turning to Xiao Ruofeng beside him. Withdraw. At the command of Xiao Qianshan, the soldiers besieging the city promptly retreated. Oh, we have won. We have triumphed. The national master is mighty. The national master is mighty. The soldiers of Daqian, who had fought valiantly atop the city walls, erupted into jubilant cheers upon witnessing this scene. Had it not been against decorum, they would have eagerly chanted, "Long live the national master." National master, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Wang Yu said politely, turning to Li Xian. Please, esteemed friend, do as you wish, Li Xian gestured with his hand. National master, might I inquire if you would consider signing a non-aggression treaty between Daiyuan and Dao in the name of Daiyuan? Such an agreement would usher in an unprecedented peace along the borders of our two nations. At that moment, Yi Xiao soared from the city walls and landed beside Li Xian, bowing respectfully. This notion had not been premeditated. Rather, it was a spontaneous idea. Previously, the true rulers of Daiyuan and Dao were the Emperor of the Abyss and the Martial Emperor, both of whom were obstinate and self-willed. It would have been impossible to persuade them to sign such a peace treaty. However, the situation has changed. The actual rulers of Daiyuan and Dao have now transformed, one being the national master of Daiyuan and the other the third prince of Dao. It is evident that both are affable and peace-loving individuals. Thus, the likelihood of them signing this peace treaty is considerably high, which prompted Yi Xiao to present a suggestion intending to benefit the common folk along the borders. If a non-aggression treaty can indeed bring about peace along the borders, it would be a tremendous boon for both peoples. What do you think, esteemed friend? Li Xian pondered for a moment before addressing Wang Yu. Wang Yu nodded slightly and replied with a smile. Given the national master's intentions, I shall naturally lend my support. Facilitating peace between our two nations would be an immense merit. Upon hearing their words, a glimmer of joy flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. General Xiao, you shall collaborate with this General Yi to draft a border peace treaty, which I and the national master of Daiyuan will sign, Wang Yu instructed, turning to Xiao Qianshan. As you command, Xiao Qianshan responded respectfully. The national master is wise. The third prince is wise. Upon hearing the news of the peace treaty, the soldiers of both Daiyuan and Dao erupted into a chorus of excited cheers. As soldiers stationed at the borders, they were acutely aware of the hardships of years of warfare. If peace could be achieved, it would be a most coveted outcome. At this moment, the reputations of Li Xian and Wang Yu had soared to unprecedented heights in the hearts of the soldiers. Just as the soldiers rejoiced, a dark mist, thick with the scent of blood, began to coalesce in the depths below, slowly converging upon a singular location, the spot where the martial emperor had collapsed. This murky essence gradually infiltrated the body of the martial emperor, as the turbulent black energy, infused with a hint of bloodlust, surged into the body of the martial emperor. His originally pale visage gradually took on a sinister shade of dark blue. In a state of unconsciousness, the martial emperor's body trembled slightly, his eyes turned crimson, and his jaws clenched tightly, as if he were enduring immense agony. Suddenly, he stood erect. "What has happened to your majesty?" exclaimed a sharp-eyed soldier, alarmed by the martial emperor's peculiar transformation. The other soldiers swiftly turned their gazes towards his direction. "Thank you for aiding this demonic sovereign in his escape. In gratitude, I have decided to refine your flesh and blood into a part of my essence." The martial emperor's once imposing countenance was now engulfed in a shroud of darkness. His crimson eyes devoid of their former clarity, replaced instead with a palpable greed and thirst for blood, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. His voice echoed as if emanating from the depths of the abyss, chilling the hearts of all present, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Subsequently, an overwhelming tide of black demonic energy erupted from his being, consuming the surrounding warriors. The air was filled with haunting screams, resonating with despair. Witnessing this, Wang Yu's expression hardened. He leaped forward, instantly positioning himself before the martial emperor. He then raised his palm, gathering a tremendous amount of vital energy, and struck forcefully at the martial emperor's chest. In that instant, the martial emperor was propelled away by the sheer force of the energy. "Bravo, third prince!" The surrounding warriors, having witnessed this breathtaking spectacle, were momentarily stunned before erupting into thunderous cheers. The martial emperor, sent crashing to the ground, created a deep crater upon impact. Yet, he appeared largely unscathed, rising swiftly to his feet. After regaining his stance, a look of disdain and madness crossed his crimson eyes. Is that all you can muster? It barely tickles. A more potent wave of demonic energy surged forth from him, once again devouring a portion of the warriors, assimilating them into his very being. At that moment, Li Xian also materialized near the martial emperor, brandishing his sword, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy that sent the martial emperor flying once more. Once again, he landed heavily on the ground but stood up unscathed. At this juncture, the martial emperor resembled an indomitable insect, impervious to pain. Even when Li Xian's blade carved a gash across his chest, resembling a deep ravine, the martial emperor displayed no sign of concern. Your feeble attacks cannot inflict any harm upon this demonic sovereign, he scoffed, his eyes reflecting profound contempt, before he consumed another portion of the warriors. Astonishingly, after absorbing them, the lengthy sword wound on his chest began to heal miraculously. Wang Yu, skeptical of this phenomenon, drew his own sword and struck fiercely at the martial emperor once more. With all his might, he unleashed a powerful sword strike that sent the martial emperor flying yet again. The Emperor Wu's chest bore yet another conspicuous and ghastly sword wound, flesh grotesquely torn. Yet, remarkably, he rose unscathed once more. At this moment, Wang Yu could not suppress his disbelief. Had his senior brother miscalculated? Was the Emperor Wu's impending doom not at the hands of Li Xian, but rather at the hands of this self-proclaimed demon sovereign? He had an unsettling premonition that to vanquish this so-called demon sovereign, they would have to confront the Emperor Wu as well. After continuing to absorb a portion of the formidable warriors, the sword wound on the Emperor Wu's chest began to heal once again. Chapter 78. The Seal Demon Clan. This fiend seems impervious to defeat, growing ever stronger with each strike, mused Li Xian. Since I cannot vanquish you, I shall confine you instead. Formation, arise. After casting his incantation, countless yellow talismans erupted from his body, soaring toward the martial emperor, weaving into a formation that ensnared him within. Curse be this! Trapped within the talisman formation, the martial emperor attempted to unleash his demonic energy to devour the valiant warriors, only to realize that his malevolent aura could not permeate the confines of the formation. His expression twisted into one of rage, and a flicker of panic shone in his crimson eyes. Release me at once, you wretched boy, the martial emperor threatened, glaring at Li Xian beyond the formation. When my demonic clan returns to the mortal realm, I may consider sparing your life. The notion of the demonic clan's resurgence provoked furrowed brows and expressions of uncertainty from both Li Xian and Wang Yu. Prior to this, they had encountered no records of the demonic clan in any ancient texts. Fellow Taoist, as a practitioner of the Tao, have you ever come across any mention of the demonic clan? Li Xian inquired of Wang Yu, his tone laced with curiosity. None. Wang Yu shook his head slightly. I have never seen any references to the demonic clan in the Taoist scriptures. Upon hearing this, Li Xian contemplated. The words of that demon lord did not seem to be false. The resurgence of the demonic clan signifies that I must hasten my cultivation. A sense of urgency washed over him. He resolved that once this incident concluded, he would retreat into the ancestral talisman for seclusion, striving to elevate his cultivation to the celestial ascension realm. The ancestral talisman represented his greatest trump card. Within it lay a mysterious space, rich in vital energy, with a flow of time differed from the outside world. 1 year inside equated to merely 1 day outside. However, it was not without its limitations. The ancestral talisman was saturated with myriad profound energies, posing a significant trial for the soul of any practitioner. Those with weak spirits and wavering resolve would succumb to madness if they lingered too long in such an environment. Previously, Li Xian had endured a decade within the ancestral space, and upon emerging, it took him 5 years to fully recover. I find the affairs of the demonic clan quite intriguing. Might you elaborate? Li Xian's figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear within the talisman formation. To learn of the demonic clan? Very well. but you must swear a blood oath and become my demonic servant, and I shall reveal all," the martial emperor declared, his demeanor grave and imposing. "Such audacity! Have you been asleep for too long underground to have lost your wits?" Li Xuan scuffled. With that, he raised his peachwood sword and struck towards the martial emperor's chest. Boom! The sword cleaved through, leaving a deep, gaping wound across the martial emperor's torso, propelling his body backward with the force of the blow. The martial emperor, having crashed against the talisman wall, felt his vitality wane instantaneously. The sword scar upon his chest failed to heal as it had before. Indeed, the resilience you possessed that seemed invincible was derived from consuming the flesh and blood of those soldiers. Li Xian observed the martial emperor, a knowing expression gracing his visage. This demon sovereign was not truly immortal. His rapid recuperation stemmed from the incessant devouring of others' life force. Now, trapped within the talisman array, the demonic energy could not permeate beyond its confines, and the ability to feast upon the soldier's flesh had vanished. "Damn humans, you dare to wound this demon sovereign? I shall slay you," the martial emperor bellowed furiously, fixing his gaze upon Li Xian as he charged forward, sword in hand, in a frenzied assault. Li Xian maintained his composure, his steps light as he glided backward like a wraith, effortlessly evading the frenzied strike of the demon sovereign. "You truly believe you can kill me with such meager skills?" As he spoke, he deftly twisted his wrist, the peachwood sword once again slicing toward the martial emperor, sending him sprawling. "I offer you one last chance. Divulge the secrets of the demon clan, and I may spare your life," Li Xian declared, suddenly appearing before the martial emperor, the blade poised against his throat. "Damn human, do you think you can threaten this demon sovereign?" The martial emperor retorted with a cold snort, a frenzied glint igniting in his crimson eyes. In an instant, his aura surged wildly. Self-detonation, realizing the impending danger. Li Xuan swiftly ratrata. Boom! The martial emperor's body erupted, a tremendous shockwave cascading outward like a surging tide. The entire talisman array trembled under the force of this overwhelming power. Prior to this, Li Xian had already summoned a talisman wall to shield himself. "Damn humans! It won't be long before I exact vengeance for this day," echoed the furious roar of the demon sovereign, whose spirit dissipated entirely within the talisman array. "You truly are a worthless fool, unable to deal with even such a feeble human." Beneath the earth, within the sealed realm of the demon clan, darkness hung thick as ink, a stifling aura pervading every inch of space. The 9 demon sovereigns, each distinct in appearance, stood atop a towering peak that pierced the clouds. Their piercing gazes, like flaming torches, penetrated the ceiling barrier, allowing them to witness the unfolding events outside. The Dream Desire demon sovereign, clad in a flowing black veil, her figure enchanting and her beauty captivating, mocked the infernal demon sovereign upon witnessing his effortless defeat at the hands of a mere human ant at the celestial ascension stage. Were it not for this Chinkun barrier, I could crush that human ant with a mere finger. The infernal demon sovereign's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched in rage and resentment. The pitch-black demonic energy swirled violently around him, threatening to erupt at any moment. After a brief pause, he continued, "Those humans of the Middle God Continent are truly worthless. Despite the numerous advantages we have bestowed upon them, they have yet to breach even the first layer of the Chinkun sealing barrier. Thus we, the Demon Clan, remain oblivious to when we may reclaim our assault on the celestial realm." As he spoke, he raised his gaze towards the sealed sky, his eyes brimming with resentment. In his view, those humans resembled greedy parasites, having reaped the benefits of our kind, yet failing to accomplish even the simplest of tasks. Upon hearing this, the Dream-Desired Demon Lord, standing nearby, dismissed his sentiment with indifference, stating, "For hundreds of thousands of years, we have endured. What is a few more days to us? One day, we, the Demon Clan, shall mount our counteroffensive against the celestial realm." As she spoke, a glimmer of resolve flickered in her eyes, and the dark demonic energy surrounding her surged like tumultuous waves. Chapter 79. The Origins of the 5 Divine Continents. Subsequently, the Dream-Desired Demon Sovereign soared into the air, gliding towards the horizon. Soon after, she returned to her dream Desire Demon Palace. Within the palace, an enigmatic and enchanting aura pervaded the air, with walls adorned with various peculiar gemstones, radiating a cold yet resplendent glow, illuminating the entire palace as if it were a dream. Have you made up your mind? With your constitution, as long as you cultivate our demonic clan's techniques, your progress will be astonishingly rapid. At that time, what kind of man could you not obtain? With a light and graceful stride, the dream-desired demon sovereign slowly entered a dimly lit chamber. A soft mist enveloped the room, creating a surreal atmosphere that imparted a sense of mystery and oppression. Approaching the bedside, she gazed at a stunningly beautiful woman lying there and spoke, her gentle voice imbued with a beguiling power. Please allow me a few more days to consider. The exquisite woman, upon hearing the dream-desired demon's sovereign's voice, gradually opened her eyes, responding softly. This enchanting figure was none other than Xiao Zun, who had been desperately searching for Li Xian. Her visage was haggard, and her expression revealed confusion and inner turmoil. Master Li, the matters here are concluded. I must return to the Dao sect. Beneath the northern pass, Wang Yu turned to Li Xian, performing a single-handed bow, just as he lightly prepared to take flight. An aged voice suddenly resonated in the ears of the crowd. Has the demon clan appeared? This voice carried an urgency and concern, instantly shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere. Shortly thereafter, Li Xian and the others beheld an elder clad in a white Taoist robe, soaring towards them. His form was like a flash of white lightning, leaving a fleeting trace in the air, while the robe billowed in the wind, adding an ethereal charm to his demeanor. Senior brother, what brings you here? This figure was none other than the esteemed ancestor of the Dao sect, Qin Ji. Upon seeing his figure descend gracefully, Wang Yu immediately approached. Concern etched upon his face as he greeted him. He pondered privately, knowing his senior brother to be typically composed. This hurried arrival must signify a matter of great significance. Junior brother, has the demon clan appeared? Qin Jianzi's gaze fixed intently on Wang Yu, his eyes filled with anxiety, as he inquired once more. His evident concern for the demon clan's affairs was striking. Senior brother, how do you know of the demon clan? I have never heard you mention this before. Wang Yu queried, curiosity piqued by Qin Jianzi's apprehension. Esteemed elder, might you enlighten me about the demon clan? Li Xian also turned his gaze towards Qin Jianzi, intrigued. Qin Jianzi exuded an aura of unfathomable depth, a sensation Li Xian had never encountered in anyone else, not even in the master of the Xuanhuan sect from the southern divine continent, who had attained the Ascension realm. It seems there truly has been an appearance of the demon clan. Qin Jianzi, upon hearing Li Xian's question, confirmed internally that the demon clan must have indeed manifested. His brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of worry crossing his features. If you wish to learn about the demon clan, follow me, Qin Jianzi said, casting a glance at Li Xian and Wang Yu before taking flight, traversing the air. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xian and Wang Yu exchanged glances before swiftly following suit, traversing the air with grace. In a short while, the trio ascended to the summit of a mountain. Are you aware that this world, beyond the 5 great continents, harbors other realms? Qin Jianzi inquired, standing at the precipice and gazing down into the vast sea of clouds, his expression profound and solemn. I do not know. Both Li Xian and Wang Yu replied, a flicker of astonishment and disbelief crossing their eyes as they shook their heads slightly. In all the tomes they had perused, there was naught but accounts of the 5 great continents, with no mention of other lands beyond them. They had always presumed that this world was solely comprised of these 5 realms. I once chanced upon an ancient text that recounted how this world was originally devoid of the 5 great continents. It consisted solely of one land, known as the Sky Dome continent, or what is referred to as the Celestial Realm. Qin Jianzi expounded. Within the Sky Dome continent dwelled myriad clans, among which the most formidable were the Demon Clan and the Divine Clan, both vying to become the true sovereigns of the Sky Dome continent. Consequently, a cataclysmic war ensued under the aegis of these 2 great races, culminating in the victory of the Divine Clan. Ultimately, the entire Demon Clan was ensnared within a formidable array crafted by the divine clan, sealing them within a realm of darkness. In order to thwart the demon clan from shattering the seal and launching a counteroffensive upon the Sky Dome continent, the divine clan extracted 5 corners from the vast expanse of the Sky Dome continent, transforming them into the focal points of their grand formation. Subsequently, the divine clan relocated this entire formation into the stormy sea, thereby giving rise to the 5 great continents as I am acquainted with them today. Upon hearing Qin Ji Yunzi's narrative, the astonishment in Li Xian and Wang Yu's eyes deepened further. The 5 great continents, so expansively vast, were merely fragments of the Sky Dome continent. How immense must the Sky Dome continent itself be? Furthermore, the divine clan's ability to forcibly extract 5 segments from the Sky Dome continent spoke volumes of their formidable power. Individuals, such as themselves, of the celestial realm, would likely be as insignificant as a mere finger to the divine clan. Senior Qin Ji Yunzi, according to your account, the demon clan was once capable of contending with the divine clan. They must surely possess immense strength. Yet why is it that the demon clan we encountered moments ago appeared so feeble? Li Xian queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. It seemed illogical that a being capable of engaging the divine clan could be vanquished by merely 2 strikes. That I cannot ascertain, Qin Ji Yunzi replied, shaking his head slightly. Perhaps the demon clan has suffered a significant diminishment in power after being sealed for so many years, or the demon clan you encountered was merely a minor underling. Were the supreme demon of a netherworld to hear such words, he might be incensed to the point of spewing blood. How dare you refer to me as a mere underling, when I am one of the 9 illustrious demon lords? Now that the demon clan has made its appearance, we of the human race on the 5 great continents ought to prepare ourselves post-haste, Qin Ji Yunzi sighed. At that moment, he remained unaware that several prominent factions among the human race on the central continent had already betrayed their kin. The 5 great continents serve as the 5 pivotal points of the grand formation of heaven and earth, and thus require a delicate balance amongst themselves. Originally, according to the operational rules of the 5 divine continents, the practitioners within these realms were limited to the pinnacle of the heavenly ascendancy. However, 10 millennia ago, the leaders of several prominent factions in the central divine continent, seduced by the demonic race, established a formidable array that incessantly siphoned energy from the other 4 divine continents. Consequently, the upper limit of cultivation for practitioners in the central divine continent was elevated to the immortal ascendancy, while the upper limits for practitioners in the other 4 divine continents were significantly diminished. For instance, in the eastern divine continent, the maximum cultivation level was restricted to the great perfection of the divine concealment realm. The northern and western divine continents fared even worse, with practitioners in the former capped at the first level of divine concealment, and those in the latter merely reaching the extraordinary realm. Chapter 80. The Throne of the Abyss. Senior, may I inquire how we might confront the impending crisis that humanity may soon face? Li Xian furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of concern evident in his gaze as he spoke slowly. Established cities. Qin Ji Yunzi's voice was deep and resonant. He raised his head slightly, his eyes gazing into the distance. We shall construct 5 colossal cities in the southern divine continent, and from these 5 great metropolises, we will set up a smaller Qianquan formation to thwart the invasion of the demonic race. His tone was resolute. The smaller Qianquan formation he referred to was not diminutive in the absolute sense, but rather in comparison to the formation that sealed the demonic entities. Although this smaller formation lacked the power of its grander counterpart, it was sufficiently formidable to repel the demonic forces, provided they remained bound by the laws of heaven and earth. A smaller Qianquan formation? Li Xian paused, momentarily taken aback, before inquiring with curiosity, Senior, do you possess knowledge of how to arrange such a formation? I have encountered the methods of arranging a Qianquan formation in an ancient tome, Qin Ji Yunzi replied, turning slowly to face Li Xian. To realize the construction of these 5 great cities, we shall require the assistance of Master Li. As the esteemed master of the abyss, I shall lend my efforts to this noble cause for humanity. Li Xian nodded slightly in agreement. After the 3 had deliberated on the matter of city construction, They each took flight and departed. 7 days later, Li Xian returned to Abyss City. At this moment, a fierce contest for the throne was unfolding within the city. The two most formidable contenders for the imperial seat were the first prince, Qing Feng, and the third prince, Qing Hong. However, among the civil and military officials of the Abyss Court, there was a favored candidate for succession, the ninth prince, King Jiun. Yet, King Jiun had explicitly expressed his disinterest in the throne, leaving the officials with no choice but to acquiesce. Esteemed lords, the first prince is naturally composed. Having been well-versed in literature since childhood, he is capable of governing the nation and ensuring peace. Over the years, he has assisted His Majesty in handling numerous state affairs, demonstrating extraordinary leadership abilities. It is only fitting that the first prince succeeds to the throne, proclaimed the left chancellor, clad in a purple robe, his demeanor grave. The principle of establishing the legitimate heir has been upheld since ancient times. As the eldest legitimate son, the first prince's noble status entitles him to the throne, added the Minister of Rights, stroking his beard contemplatively. The assertions of the left chancellor and the Minister of Rights are indeed valid. The first prince possesses both virtue and talent, making him the unequivocal choice for the throne. Several ministers echoed in agreement. Yet, we cannot overlook this matter so lightly, interjected the right chancellor, shaking his head slightly. The third prince is exceptionally valiant and possesses remarkable military prowess, having led troops in a battle on numerous occasions to safeguard our borders. In this chaotic era, we require a courageous and resolute figure like the third prince to inherit the throne and stabilize the realm. His words were met with immediate support from the Minister of War. Indeed, the third prince harbors a vision for the world, and his decisive actions have garnered immense respect within the military. Should he ascend to the throne, he would undoubtedly secure the foundation of our abyss for generations to come. Upon hearing these words, the Minister of Personnel, who supported the crown prince, immediately stood up and vehemently retorted, while military might is undeniably significant, governing a nation requires more than mere force. The crown prince is well-versed in state affairs. Only he can ensure the stability within the Yuan, which is of utmost importance. Both sides held firmly to their positions, refusing to yield, and the volume of their debate crescendoed. In an instant, the Golden Yuan Hall was filled with a cacophony of voices. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the hall, accompanied by fervent cheers. The National Master is here. The countenance of the civil and military officials within the Golden Yuan Hall instantly stiffened. In their minds, Li Xian represented the greatest uncertainty for the entire Yuan. With his presence, no one could predict the nation's future. Shortly thereafter, Li Xian's figure appeared within the hall. "I wonder what brings the National Master here today?" inquired the left chancellor, his tone neither warm nor cold. "I heard you were discussing the successor to the throne of the Yuan, so I came to observe," Li Xian replied casually. He then turned his gaze to the quietly seated Princess Qing Xian and asked, "Princess, who do you believe would be the most suitable heir to the throne of the Yuan?" "Me?" Princess Qingshuan's face instantly registered surprise, perplexed by Li Xian's inquiry. The other royal family members and officials present were equally bewildered, unsure of Li Xian's intentions. "Yes, indeed, it is you. I wish to hear your opinion on the succession to the throne," Li Xian said nonchalantly. "I do not know." A faint smile of resignation appeared on Qingshuan's face as she provided a non-committal response. "I believe both the eldest and the third princes could adequately fulfill the role of emperor." "Let me offer you another chance," Li Xian replied, seemingly dissatisfied with her answer. "Consider your words carefully, as what you say now may influence the future of the Yuan." Observing Li Xian's serious demeanor, Qing Xian fell into a moment of contemplation, earnestly pondering the implications of his words. Her mind raced, yet she could not decipher their true meaning. Thus, she resorted once more to her previous answer. "National Master, I still believe that either the eldest or the third prince would make a capable emperor." "Very well then, let the two of you draw lots." Li Xian directed his attention towards Qing Feng and Qing Hong. "The one who draws the long lot shall ascend to the throne, while the one who draws the short lot shall step aside." As he spoke, he produced 2 bamboo slips, one long and one short, holding them in his hand. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Golden Yuan Hall was momentarily stunned, their expressions evolving from bewilderment to astonishment and finally to speechlessness. "This is sheer folly," the left chancellor admonished sharply. "National master, the selection of a successor to the throne is a matter of national significance. It cannot be treated so frivolously. Indeed, national master, if you do not grasp the gravity of this matter, it would be best for you to observe quietly rather than make such jesting remarks," the right chancellor added, his words laced with reproach. "Do you think I am jesting with you?" Li Xian's expression grew serious as he addressed the two individuals before him. "I must convey to you that I am more earnest now than ever. Today we must select the Emperor of the Great Abyss. Since you are unable to make the final decision, I shall take it upon myself to assist you." He then turned to Qing Feng and Qing Hong, stating, "Come forth and draw lots. The one who draws the long slip shall ascend to the throne as emperor. As for the one who does not succeed, you shall content yourself with the role of a leisurely prince. Otherwise, to safeguard the stability of the new emperor's reign, I shall have no choice but to eliminate him." Chapter 81. The crown prince ascends the throne. Upon hearing these words, Qing Feng and Qing Hong found themselves in a state of indecision, uncertain of how to proceed. They felt a mixture of aversion and anticipation regarding Li Xian's proposition. The aversion stemmed from the notion of determining the heir to the throne through a random draw, which seemed utterly frivolous. Conversely, the anticipation arose from the fact that Li Xian's statement could be interpreted as a personal assurance. Whoever ascended the imperial throne would have his unwavering support. With the backing of a formidable being from the celestial realm, the occupant of the throne would have no need to fear rebellion from the opposing faction, ensuring stability. "Master, are you truly considering deciding the heir to the throne in such a manner?" Qing Xian inquired, her surprise evident as she discerned that Li Xian was not jesting. "Do I appear to be jesting?" Li Xian replied with utmost seriousness. "I initially intended for you to select the successor to the throne, yet it appears you are a master of evasion." He paused, gazing at Qing Xian before continuing, "If you deem the random draw too trivial a method for selecting the heir, I shall grant you another opportunity. Name your choice for emperor, and we shall elect that individual." At his words, Qing Xian was momentarily taken aback. It was then that Qing Yi, nestled in the corner, interjected, "Who decrees that the throne must be occupied solely by a male? Qing Xian, since the master has permitted you to determine the heir, why not choose yourself?" As her words echoed, a cacophony of dissent erupted from the assembled ministers and officials. "This is truly heretical. Since time immemorial, how can a woman inherit the throne? A woman ruling is akin to a hen crowing at dawn. Should such an event transpire, the demise of our great Yuan would be imminent." The voices of the ministers filled the imperial hall, each one contributing to the uproar. In their eyes, the absurdity of selecting an heir through a draw paled in comparison to the notion of a woman claiming the throne. The minister's vehement objections ignited a struggle within Qing Xian. As a woman, she felt a surge of indignation at the disparagement directed towards her gender, prompting her to respond in accordance with Qing Yi's suggestion. "Master, since you have entrusted me with selecting the heir, may I choose myself?" Upon hearing her declaration, both Crown Prince Qing Feng and Third Prince Qing Hong felt a sudden jolt of alarm, their minds racing. Could it be that the throne was slipping away from them so inexplicably? "Master, please do not indulge Qing Xian in this folly," they lamented inwardly. Had they known this would transpire, they would have hastened to draw their lots earlier. "Absolutely not." Li Xian firmly shook his head, displaying no hesitation whatsoever. At this pronouncement, Qing Feng, Qing Hong, and the assembled ministers collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the master had not descended into heresy. There was still hope. This was the initial reaction among the officials. Initially, they harbored profound aversion and dissatisfaction towards Li Xian. Yet now they found themselves reluctantly acknowledging his merits. "Why?" Qing Xian questioned, her displeasure palpable. "Does the master, too, regard us women with disdain, as these mundane souls do?" She initially believed that Li Xian was an extraordinary individual, unbound by conventional notions. However, her perception has proven misguided. "Not all." Li Xian gently shook his head and remarked, "You assume that the obstacles to the throne are insurmountable, requiring me to exert considerable effort. Such a notion is overly complicated. My current desire is to swiftly select an emperor to stabilize the situation in Diyuan, after which I shall command the populace to construct a grand city. Well then, if you are reluctant to make a choice, let the throne be determined by lot. With that, Li Xian raised his hand, holding the bamboo sticks, towards Qing Feng and Qing Hong. At that moment, both Qing Feng and Qing Hong hesitated once more. You have 10 breaths. Should you fail to draw, I shall arbitrarily designate someone, Li Xian declared, his voice resonating with authority. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng and Qing Hong appeared suddenly awakened, exchanging a glance filled with resoluteness. No longer wavering, they stepped forward briskly, each extending a hand to draw a bamboo stick from Li Xian's grasp. Their movements were nearly simultaneous, as if fearing that a moment's delay would cost them their chance. Subsequently, they compared their sticks, revealing that the first prince, Qing Feng's stick, was markedly longer. In stark contrast, the third prince, Qing Hong, seemed struck by lightning, his previously hopeful expression dimming in an instant. His body trembled slightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand, as disappointment and resentment surged within him like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, the first prince, Qing Feng, could barely contain his surprise and exhilaration. The results of the drawing had been revealed. The first prince would inherit the throne. Li Xian's voice remained calm and steady as he directly announced the selection of the new emperor. Thank you, national master and esteemed ministers. Having been favored by the will of heaven, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to fulfilling the trust placed in me and to governing Diyuan well. Although Qing Feng maintained a facade of composure, his slightly trembling hands betrayed his internal excitement. Long live His Majesty! Long live the Emperor! The officials who had supported the first prince were now filled with joy, and under the lead of the left chancellor, they knelt in reverence to the new sovereign. However, the third prince and his supporters stood frozen, unresponsive. I previously stated that those who do not succeed must content themselves as idle princes. Otherwise, the day of their rebellion will be the day of their demise, Li Xian stated, casting a stern glance at the third prince, Qing Hong, and his entourage. I understand that you may struggle to accept this outcome, yet I urge you not to act foolishly, as each life is singular and precious. Having said this, he turned to the first prince and said, Your Majesty, please accompany me. His address of Your Majesty firmly established the first prince's claim to the throne. He then exited the Golden Hall, and the first prince promptly followed. Your Majesty, I hope you will regard the matter I mentioned seriously. Upon my return from seclusion, I wish to see progress on this issue. Li Xian informed the first prince, Qing Feng, regarding the construction of the grand city. The national master, this matter pertains to the safety of our human race. As the Emperor of the Great Abyss, I shall spare no effort to see it through. The crown prince pledged with utmost seriousness. The following day, upon ascending to the court, the crown prince Qing Feng issued his first decree, mobilizing the citizens of the Great Abyss to construct a grand fortress. Although this initiative faced considerable opposition from numerous ministers, Qing Feng resolutely enforced his decision. Shortly after Qing Feng ascended the throne, reports of demonic creatures harming people and slaughtering villages began to proliferate throughout the Great Abyss. Consequently, the notion that the new emperor lacked virtue, thus inviting chaos from the fiendish realm, swiftly spread across the territory. Chapter 82. The Rampant Demons. Your Majesty, of late, the demons have been rampant, with hundreds of incidents across the nation, where these fiends have harmed people and slaughtered villages. The populace is in a state of panic, and there is much discontent among the common folk towards Your Majesty. I implore you to devise a countermeasure. An elderly minister, his hair as white as snow, spoke with deep concern. Seated upon the dragon throne, Qing Feng's expression darkened as he replied, The emergence of the demon race and the ensuing chaos among humanity were forewarned to me by the national master before his retreat. It was precisely for this reason that he urgently sought to select a new emperor for our Diyuan. As for the rumors circulating among the people, claiming that the demon's appearance is a result of my moral failings, such assertions are utterly baseless. With a sudden thud, he struck the armrest of the throne, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He understood well that these were mere fabrications spread by those with ulterior motives, aiming to undermine his grasp on power. Your Majesty, while we may choose to disregard the slanderous rumors circulating among the populace, the turmoil wrought by the demons cannot be overlooked. Otherwise, it will surely shake the very foundations of our Yuan, declared the left chancellor solemnly, stepping forward from the assembly of court officials and bowing respectfully. Indeed, the left chancellor speaks wisely, Qing Feng responded, turning his gaze towards him. Might you have a sound strategy in mind regarding this matter? Your Majesty, I suggest that the court establish a new department tasked specifically with addressing incidents of demon attacks throughout the realm. The left chancellor replied earnestly, bowing once more. This department could enlist practitioners from across the land, organizing them into a formidable force capable of swiftly responding to the demon's misdeeds. The left chancellor elaborated on his proposal in detail. I, too, support this notion. Several ministers immediately voiced their agreement. Qing Feng, deep in contemplation upon his throne, took a moment before speaking. Let us proceed, as the left chancellor has advised, and establish a new department dedicated to the affairs of demons. After a brief pause, he continued, we shall name this department the Demon Extermination Bureau, a title both straightforward and indicative of its responsibilities. Your wisdom is commendable, Your Majesty. The ministers bowed in unison. Yet, Qing Feng continued, however, this Demon Extermination Bureau requires a capable leader. My loyal ministers, do any of you have suitable candidates to recommend? Your Majesty, I believe that Prince Liang is the unequivocal choice for the head of the Demon Extermination Bureau, the left chancellor suggested, proposing Qing Jiyuan for the position. Your Majesty, I believe that Prince Qi would be even more suitable to oversee this bureau, the right chancellor interjected, advocating for Qi Hong. Your Majesty, the third princess is both astute and capable. She may well be suited for this role, a royal relative proposed, recommending Princess Qing Xian as the head of the bureau. After a spirited debate, Qing Feng made his decision. Henceforth, the position of head of the Demon Extermination Bureau shall be entrusted to Princess Qing Xian, with Prince Liang and Prince Qi serving as her deputies. This matter has been settled in my heart, and there is no need for further discussion on it. Qing Feng declared solemnly. In a remote village of the Yuan, a horde of demons rampaged unchecked. The villagers fled in terror, their cries echoing through the air. These monstrous beings, each uniquely grotesque, exude an aura of repulsive malevolence. Their massive forms are enveloped in a nauseating stench, and they claw and screech with a chilling ferocity reminiscent of demons from the netherworld. With their gaping maws, they ravenously tear at the fleeing villagers, who, being mere mortals, stand defenseless against such horrors. In the midst of this terror, the piercing cry of a child suddenly pierces the air. Amidst the blood-soaked ground, a little girl, paralyzed by fear, wails uncontrollably. One of the monsters slowly advances towards her, drooling viscous saliva that sizzles upon contact with the earth. Just as the creature is about to seize the child, a hunter emerges in the distance, sprinting towards her. In a desperate bid, he draws his bow and releases an arrow that whistles through the air, aimed at the beast. The creature, sensing the threat, halts and turns to face the hunter, just as an arrow strikes its shoulder. However, this wound appears trivial to the beast, which responds with an enraged roar, abandoning the child to charge at the hunter. The hunter hastily looses several more arrows, yet none deliver a fatal blow. In an instant, the monster is upon him, its massive claws swinging down with ferocious intent. The hunter narrowly evades the strike by sidestepping, but the creature's claws graze his arm, tearing through his clothing and drawing blood. Realizing the futility of his efforts against such a formidable foe, the hunter remains undeterred, driven by the need to protect the child and his fellow villagers. Drawing a machete from his side, he lunges at the creature, but his attack proves futile against its might. With a mere flick of its paw, the beast sends the hunter sprawling backwards, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. The monster's crimson eyes blaze with unquenchable fury as it advances towards the fallen hunter. In this critical moment, a shadowy figure appears, moving like a specter. With a swift motion, the newcomer brandishes a long sword, unleashing a razor-sharp sword energy that pierces through the monster's form. The creature emits a haunting scream before collapsing to the ground. This savior is none other than Li Xian, who has emerged from 10 days of seclusion. Though it may seem but a brief interlude to outsiders, a decade has elapsed within the confines of his ancestral symbol. During this time, Li Xian has significantly enhanced his abilities, transcending from a mere mastery of the heavenly realm to the threshold of the ascendant realm. However, due to the laws of the southern divine continent, he must restrain his power to the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. After vanquishing this particular monster, his gaze swiftly shifts to the other rampaging fiends in the vicinity. Within mere moments, he dispatches the remaining threats that have invaded the village. Just as Li Xian was about to sheath his peachwood sword, a figure clad in a black robe suddenly materialized, wielding a large blade and lunging towards him. This enigmatic figure donned a loose-fitting black robe and a demon mask, rendering any discernment of gender impossible. In the face of this unexpected assault, Li Xian furrowed his brow, deftly twisting his wrist to direct the peachwood sword towards the assailant. How infuriating! Confronted with the formidable sword energy emanating from a blade, the black-robed figure had no choice but to raise their sword in defense. The powerful sword energy collided with the blade, unleashing a tremendous recoil that sent the black-robed assailant hurtling backward, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 83. The Abyssal Sovereign? The Demon Lord? Crack! With a swift teleportation, Li Xian appeared before the figure, cloaked in black. A gentle sweep of his peachwood sword caused the demonic mask upon the black-cloaked man's face to shatter. As the mask fell away, a familiar visage was revealed to Li Xian. The Abyssal Sovereign? Stunned, Li Xian gazed incredulously at the black-cloaked figure. The resemblance to the deceased Abyssal Sovereign was uncanny. In that fleeting moment of shock, the black-cloaked man vanished with another teleportation. How could it be the Abyssal Sovereign? Could it be that he never truly perished? Regaining his composure, Li Xian immediately pursued the direction in which the black-cloaked man had vanished. Before long, he caught sight of the black-cloaked figure again. With a swift teleportation, he positioned himself directly in front of the black-cloaked man, swinging his peachwood sword towards him, unleashing a potent wave of sword energy that sent the figure hurtling backward. Cough! Damn! How could his speed be so formidable? Despite having attained a pinnacle in the celestial realm, why was he still outmatched? The black-cloaked man propelled backward, spat out a mouthful of blood, a glimmer of malevolence flashing in his eyes as he silently cursed. What manner of being are you? In an instant, Li Xian appeared before the black-cloaked man, gripping his peachwood sword tightly, its tip aimed directly at him, his gaze rife with suspicion. Li Xian, I am neither man nor ghost, but a demon of unparalleled might. The black-cloaked man slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Mighty, you say? Li Xian retorted with disdain. I fail to see any evidence of such power. Had this abyssal sovereign confronted him before his seclusion, it might have posed a challenge. Yet now, he felt he could vanquish him with relative ease. Do you dare to belittle me? Enraged by Li Xian's scorn, the black-cloaked man roared with a twisted visage. You dare call yourself me? The true abyssal sovereign is dead. You are merely a vile aberration that has emerged from the shadows. Li Xian's eyes were filled with contempt. He did not believe the black-cloaked man before him was the genuine abyssal sovereign. Rather, he suspected that he was akin to the former martial sovereign, who had been ensnared by the demon race. Though his body bore the likeness of the abyssal sovereign, his soul was that of a demon. Li Xian, today I shall reveal to you the essence of true power. The black-cloaked man frantically gestured with both hands, causing the surrounding space to warp. Dark, malevolent energy surged from the depths of the earth, enveloping him in a swirling tempest. The malevolent energy churned violently, hinting at the emergence of grotesque, beastly forms, accompanied by deep, resonant growls. Simultaneously, his body trembled violently, as if a sinister force was erupting from the depths of his very soul. His skin darkened at an observable pace, as if consumed by a decaying shadow. Veins bulged beneath the surface, resembling twisted black serpents. Soon after, the sound of his bones cracking echoed ominously, as though they were succumbing to overwhelming external pressure. His arms began to twist and contort, the bones elongating grotesquely. while his palms grew increasingly enormous and coarse, with sharp black claws sprouting from his fingertips. Simultaneously, two large bulges suddenly emerged from his back, and a pair of enormous black bat wings violently unfurled, tearing apart his garments. Jagged fangs erupted from his mouth and black, foul-smelling saliva dripped from the corners of his lips. A layer of black scales sprouted across his body, extending from his crown to his neck, gradually enveloping his entire form. These scales were as hard as iron, glimmering with a chilling sheen, as if bestowed upon him by a demon as an evil armor. Li Chuan, I shall have your life. The figure cloaked in black, transformed into a monstrous entity, brandished its claw-like hands and opened its gaping maw, roaring as it lunged at Li Xian. Its speed was astonishing, leaving behind a flurry of black afterimages in the air. The black-cloaked figure, now a creature of darkness, has experienced a multiplication of its strength, compelling Li Xian to proceed with caution. As he felt the surge of spiritual energy pulsating around him, his robe billowed, and he infused his peachwood sword with formidable power. Just as the abyssal entity closed in, Li Xian deftly evaded the strike, swiftly countering with a thrust aimed at its back. The cloaked figure, sensing the impending attack, contorted its body in an inexplicable manner, evading the peachwood sword, only to spin around and deliver another claw strike. The claws sliced through the air, conjuring a vortex of black energy that slashed towards Li Xian like a razor. Not daring to underestimate the threat, he quickly conjured a layer of spiritual energy as a protective shield. The black energy collided with the shield, emitting a sizzling sound, and ripples spread across its surface. Li Xian, today you shall surely perish. The black figure bellowed, intensifying its assault. You are still far from enough. Li Xian retorted with a cold snort, his own techniques growing increasingly ferocious. Though the transformation had significantly amplified the black figure's power, it was not without its limits. At this moment, it was akin to a martial artist at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. After several exchanges, what had begun as an evenly matched confrontation gradually shifted, with Li Xian gaining the upper hand. Curse it! How can you be so strong? Your previous cultivation was merely at the great completion of the heavenly realm. The cloaked figure roared in fury. Ah, so, it is you, the one who once controlled the martial emperor, the demon sovereign. Upon hearing this, Li Xian experienced a sudden realization, comprehending the true identity of the cloaked figure. I shall see where you attempt to flee this time. To prevent the black figure from escaping, Li Xian summoned a talisman array, ensnaring them both within its confines. With the array's enhancement, Li Xian, already in a position of advantage, pressed the attack against the cloaked figure. Li Xian's peachwood sword cleaved towards the black figure's right arm, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as the arm was severed at the shoulder, black blood gushing forth like a fountain. You dare to harm me? The cloaked figure, now consumed by rage, began to tremble uncontrollably, an even more violent surge of dark energy erupting from within. Li Xian, I will take you down with me. Ignoring the agony of his severed arm, the cloaked figure charged towards Li Xian, his magical power surging like a tumultuous tide, distorting the very fabric of space in his wake. Could it be that this wretched creature intended to self-destruct once more? A sense of dread enveloped Li Xian, for he understood that the cloaked man was prepared to fight to the death. Previously, when this demon lord had resorted to such desperate measures, his self-detonation had obliterated the physical form of the martial emperor, leaving nothing but ashes. To prevent a repeat of that catastrophic explosion, Li Xian opted against a direct confrontation this time. Instead, he commanded the yellow talismans within the array to fly towards the cloaked figure, ensnaring him like a rice dumpling. So, you are the demon lord, are you? Li Xian inquired, gazing at the ensnared figure. Chapter 84. The Demonic Desire. So you're the demon lord? Li Xian gazed at the figure in the black robe, ensnared by the talismanic formation, scrutinizing him. What is it that your demonic clan truly seeks? What do we seek? The black-robed figure's visage contorted into a sinister expression, a cold smile playing upon his lips. Naturally, it is the annihilation of your human race. Each word was articulated with venomous hatred and murderous intent. Annihilate our human race? A chill coursed through Li Xian's heart as he retorted icily. I have heard that it was the divine clan that sealed your demonic kind. What concern is it of ours? Why do you not seek vengeance against the divine clan instead of targeting us? At this, the black-robed figure scoffed disdainfully. I did not expect there would be those among you humans who still remember the tales of the divine demonic war. A flicker of malice glinted in his eyes as memories of that time ignited his inner fury. Had it not been for your race's indecisiveness during the divine demonic conflict, how could we have been vanquished by the divine clan? His agitation escalated, and the air around him crackled with violent energy, as if he wished to break free from the constraints of the talismanic formation and rend Li Xian into pieces. Moreover, after our demonic race was sealed by the Grand Formation, you humans took the lead in guarding the seals across the 5 divine regions. Do you not deserve to perish for that? His voice dripped with deep-seated animosity, each word a sharpened dagger. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's expression hardened. He had been oblivious to the depth of such hidden grievances. You speak too much, Yu Ming. Just then, a chillingly exquisite voice reached both the black-robed figure and Li Xian's ears. Following the sound, Li Xian beheld yet another figure clad in black, appearing beyond the talismanic formation. This newcomer also donned a demonic mask, concealing her features, yet her voice betrayed her femininity. Dream Desire, you have arrived? Quickly rescue me. Yu Ming, the demon lord, implored the figure outside the formation. Yu Ming, I must say, you are truly inept. This marks your second defeat at the hands of the same human, does it not? The tone of Dream Desire dripped with scorn. In the next instant, a long whip engulfed in violet flames materialized in her hand. With a fierce flick of her wrist, she lashed the whip toward the talismanic formation, and a violet dragon of flame instantly tore a gaping wound in it. However, the very next second, thousands of yellow talismans surged forth from within the formation, swiftly mending the breach. Dream Desire frowned in disbelief at the formidable power of the formation. I shall see how many lashes this formation can withstand, she declared defiantly, her whip now wielded with increasing ferocity. The violet flames surging like a tidal wave toward the formation, intent on obliterating it completely. Standing to the side, Li Xian swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. Each time the formation was rent open, a steady stream of yellow talismans would fill the gap, maintaining the stability of the formation. I, the Demon Lord, will not be deterred. The Dream Desire Demon Lord's competitive spirit was instantly ignited, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. She abruptly intensified her magical output, and the purple flames on her long whip surged to an impressive height, resembling a ferocious purple dragon lunging towards the talisman array. This time, the impact on the talisman array was tremendous. The yellow talismans crumbled into dust, and the radiance of the array dimmed significantly. The newly mended breach was torn open once more, wider than before. Observing this, the Netherworld Demon Lord revealed a smirk of satisfaction, urging Dream Desire to exert more effort to dismantle this wretched cage. It seemed that the Dream Desire Demon Lord had already attained the threshold of half-step ascension. Upon witnessing this, Li Xian felt a tightening in his chest. He then vanished from his position, reappearing outside the talisman array. Raising his peach-wood sword, its brilliance surged forth as he struck towards the Dream Desire Demon Lord. Overreaching, scoffed the Dream Desire Demon Lord as she noticed Li Xian's sudden ambush. With a swift flick of her wrist, her long whip lashed out towards him, enveloped in purple flames, resembling a roaring fire dragon charging at Li Xian. He shifted his form, attempting to evade this fierce onslaught, but the fire dragon was exceedingly swift, reaching him in an instant. Li Xian raised his peach-wood sword in defense. The collision of the purple flames and the spiritual energy on his sword produced a sizzling sound. The force of the backlash caused both the Dream Desire Demon Lord and Li Xian to stagger back half a step. This body is truly worthless. It takes such effort to contend with a mere human insect, the Dream Desire Demon Lord remarked disdainfully before launching another whip strike at Li Xian. This attack was even more ferocious. The air ignited in the wake of the fire dragon, creating a bizarre purplish inferno. In response, Li Xian infused a powerful surge of spiritual energy into his peachwood sword and swung it towards the dream-desired demon lord. A formidable wave of sword energy erupted from the sword, sweeping towards her. The clash between the mighty sword energy and the raging fire dragon unleashed a cataclysmic force in the air. The overwhelming power sent both the dream-desired demon lord and Li Xian flying. After retreating several dozen paces, they finally stabilized their stances. Damn it! The dream-desired demon lord cursed fiercely. As a top-tier demon lord of the demon realm, the inability to subdue a human insect filled her with profound humiliation. Witnessing this scene, the trapped netherworld demon lord seized the opportunity to mock the dream-desired demon lord. Dream Desire, you previously claimed I was incompetent. Now it seems you are equally powerless against this little brat. Upon hearing this, the already enraged Dream Desire Demon Lord exploded with fury, coldly admonishing the Netherworld Demon Lord. Netherworld, if you wish to live, keep your mouth shut. The Netherworld Demon Lord rolled his eyes, although he felt dissatisfied. He dared not further provoke the Dream Desire Demon Lord at this critical juncture. After all, escaping this predicament was paramount. Otherwise, his corporeal form would be forced to self-destruct once more. The dream-desired demon sovereign inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury that surged within her. Her gaze once again fixating on Li Xian. Today, I shall make you, a mere insect, aware of the chasm that exists between us. With a flourish, she brandished the long whip in her grasp, this time unleashing a more sinister arcane power. The violet flames entwined around the whip intensified, ominously hinting at an insatiable hunger to consume all. As she danced with it, grotesque faces emerged from the flames, emitting chilling howls that sent shivers down the spine. The whip lashed toward Li Xian, a tempestuous violet fire dragon, accompanied by a myriad of contorted visages, charging at him. Yet, as these ghastly faces surged forward, they gradually transformed into alluring and enchanting countenances. Chapter 85. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xian's expression hardened as he raised the peachwood sword in his hand and struck towards the violet fire dragon and the alluring, enchanting faces. The sword's formidable energy obliterated the violet fire dragon, yet failed to inflict any harm upon those captivating visages. As these enchanting faces encircled Li Xian, they began to twirl around him, whispering sweetly in his ear, "Come, come to me." Their voices, laced with seduction, seemed to possess an otherworldly charm, attempting to ensnare Li Xian's very soul. Suddenly, the surroundings warped and transformed. The once desolate wilderness morphed into an opulent palace. Inside, flickering candlelight cast a soft pink hue upon the ground. The air was thick with a fragrance that stirred primal desires, intoxicating the senses. A procession of women, clad in gossamer garments as delicate as a cicada's wing, approached Li Xian. Their skin was as pale as snow, and their sheer garments revealed tantalizing glimpses of their figures. With graceful steps and swaying waists, each movement brimmed with irresistible allure. "Young master, come," they beckoned, their lips parting like the song of a nightingale, their tones soft and enchanting. As they spoke, their tender hands began to explore Li Xian's form. The illusion conjured by the demon lord of dreaming desire targeted the most primal urges of the human spirit. Within this illusion, a peculiar energy seemed to amplify these base desires 1,000-fold. Having cultivated his will for many years, Li Xian possessed formidable resolve, yet he was not immune to yearning. When his innermost desires were magnified to such an extent, even his strong will could not suppress the overwhelming impulse that surged within him. His breath quickened, and reason began to blur under the weight of this powerful longing. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to this siren's call, a strange energy emanated from the ancestral talisman within him, piercing into his mind. A fleeting clarity flickered through his thoughts. Seizing this moment of lucidity, he bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain rekindling a semblance of rationality. With a sudden flourish of his sleeve, he attempted to break free from the clutches of the enchanting women. However, they pursued him relentlessly, their laughter drawing closer, their curvaceous bodies pressing intimately against him. Li Xian felt a rush of warm breath envelop him, sending his heart racing uncontrollably. The environment seemed to conspire to amplify this carnal desire, the palace growing increasingly suffocating in its heat. In a desperate bid to avoid falling prey to this enchantment once more, Li Xian hastily formed a seal and recited an incantation, summoning a talismanic array to ensnare himself within. This illusion targeted his mental energies. Although the array could not keep the alluring women at bay, it effectively thwarted the demon lord of dreaming desire's magic. Deprived of its source of power, the illusion began to crumble. To his astonishment, the dreaming desire demon lord, who had just rescued the netherworld demon lord from the talisman, witnessed the imminent collapse of her crafted illusion with a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Dream Desire contemplated the need to eliminate that young man to avenge past humiliations. The resurrected phantom demon lord, upon witnessing Li Xian ensnared within an illusion, was poised to deliver a fatal blow. "Phantom, your thoughts are overly simplistic," Dream Desire interjected, grasping him firmly. "With the constraints imposed by the grand formation of heaven and earth, we can barely unleash a fraction of our power. Killing him is utterly impossible. The very array surrounding him is beyond your capabilities to dismantle. Our immediate priority is to escape swiftly, for if he extricates himself from the illusion, we will find ourselves ensnared and unable to flee." With that, Dream Desire prepared to soar into the skies with the Phantom Demon Lord. However, the Phantom Demon Lord was reluctant to concede. "Are we truly unable to vanquish this young man? Will we forever be forced to flee upon encountering him?" Dream Desire sneered. "You may be foolish, yet you remain unrepentant. If we slaughter enough of the human race and perform a blood sacrifice to the grand formation, once this place permits celestial cultivation, dispatching him will be as simple as slaughtering livestock." Their powers were inherently formidable, yet suppressed by the rules of the grand formation, preventing them from manifesting in their true forms. They could only traverse the mortal realm through avatars. As the suppression from the grand formation waned, their true strength would burgeon. In contrast, the humans' cultivation required time and effort, advancing at a painfully slow pace. Thus, it would not be difficult for them to eliminate the bothersome young man in due course. "Dream Desire, you speak wisely. When the time comes, I shall personally ensure this young man's demise, subjecting him to 1,000 tortures." A flicker of malice passed through the Phantom Demon Lord's eyes upon hearing this. With that, they both took flight, departing swiftly. Not long after their departure, the illusion imprisoning Li Xian began to unravel. Had they fled? Li Xian mused as he beheld the emptiness surrounding him. The figures of the Phantom and Dream Desire long vanished. Without lingering, he took to the skies. However, he soon detected a pungent scent of blood. "Brother Yang, let us depart. These demons are endless. We have done enough, and there is no need to sacrifice our lives." In a small town, a group of warriors fought valiantly against the invading demons. Yet, the onslaught seemed relentless. For every demon slain, another took its place. "Brother Shun, as members of the Demon Extermination Division, how can we abandon the townsfolk in their time of need?" A one-armed youth wielding a heavy sword, having slain a demon, called out to his companion nearby. This one-armed youth, surnamed Yang, was Yang Tian, the very individual who had sought to aid the ordinary at the Taiyuan gathering. "Since you refuse to leave, I shall not press the matter further, but I will never place my life at risk for these mortals. Take care, Brother Yang." The youth surnamed Shun, after dispatching several demons that had beset him, leapt into the air, soaring toward the horizon. However, he had not flown far when a winged demon emerged in the sky, striking at him with a claw. You human warriors of the divine concealment realm are indeed a rare delicacy. The winged demon licked its lips and spoke in human tongue. Its claw struck the chest of the young man surnamed Shun, causing him to cough up blood and plummet from the heights. Brother Shun, upon witnessing this scene, Yang Tian swiftly dispatched several encircling demons before soaring upwards to catch the young man Shun. Chapter 86. The Crisis of Yang Tian, a monstrous creature, adorned with a pair of majestic wings, roared in fury upon noticing Yang Tian's audacious attempt to rescue. With a swift dive, it charged directly at him. As it approached, the creature's vicious claws slashed at Yang Tian's chest, leaving behind 2 deep, crimson gashes. A muffled groan escaped his lips, and blood promptly soaked through his garments, causing him to plummet toward the ground. With a resounding thud, Yang Tian crashed into the earth, creating a deep crater and stirring up clouds of dust. The winged beast followed suit, descending rapidly. Its razor-sharp claws aimed menacingly at both Yang Tian and a young man surnamed Shun. The creature's claws were indomitable. Should they strike the heads of the two, it would surely spell their demise. In the face of such peril, despite the excruciating pain, Yang Tian summoned his strength and rose, gripping his heavy sword forged from mysterious iron, ready to face the oncoming demonic entity in a desperate struggle. Yet in this dire moment, the young man, surnamed Shun, despite his grievous injuries, chose to flee. The creature's claws crashed against Yang Tian's sword, the immense force propelling him backward. Gasping, he felt as though his very insides were being torn apart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lying on the ground, his face pale, he was engulfed by intense agony. Many would have succumbed to such a blow, unable to rise again. But he bore the excruciating pain and used the sword as a crutch, trembling as he stood. You possess a certain backbone, human. Should you choose to join our demonic kin, I shall spare your life. What say you? The winged creature suddenly morphed into a humanoid form, gazing at Yang Tian. Never. Yang Tian replied vehemently, his voice resolute, as if he had cast aside the very notion of life and death. At this juncture, the young man surnamed Shun, besieged by several demons, found himself cornered. Severely wounded, he stood no chance against the onslaught. Upon hearing the winged creature's offer, he seized what seemed to be a lifeline and cried out, "My lord, I am willing to ally with your kind. Please spare my life." Yang Tian, incensed by his cowardice, turned sharply, his battered body straining against the pain as he shouted, "Brother Shun, how can you be so fearful of death? As members of humanity, we cannot betray our kin to these bloodthirsty fiends. Yang Tian, you are remarkable. You are so noble. Why you seek death? I wish to live." The young man retorted angrily, his gaze fixed on Yang Tian. He then turned to the transformed demon, pleading fervently, "My lord, if you spare my life, I will serve you faithfully." At this, the demon's lips curled into a mocking smile. "You, a pitiful coward, think yourself worthy to serve my kind?" With a dismissive flick of his hand, he unleashed dark energy that sliced through the air like blades, hurtling toward Shun. "Do not." The young man bearing the surname Shun widened his eyes in terror, unable to evade the encroaching black malevolence that pierced through his very being. A chilling scream escaped his lips as his body slowly succumbed to the ground, unable to fathom the dreadful fate that had befallen him. At that moment, the malevolent creatures that had besieged him immediately pounced, their gaping maws tearing into his lifeless form. When these fiends lifted their heads, crimson streaks of blood and remnants of flesh adorned their lips. Yang Tian observed the gruesome scene with a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Anger towards Shun's cowardice and treachery against humanity, mingled with a twinge of sorrow for a former comrade. "What say you? I offer you one last chance. Should you choose to join our demonic kin, you need not meet such a fate," the humanoid demon urged, its tone laced with both threats and seduction. "Never. I, Yang Tian, would rather be reduced to nothingness than betray humanity and align with your loathsome kind," he declared, gripping his heavy iron sword with unwavering resolve, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ungrateful wretch, the demon monarch will send you to your demise." The words ignited the humanoid demon's fury, and an overwhelming aura of dark energy surged forth towards Yang Tian. Under the weight of this oppressive force, Yang Tian struggled to breathe, as though 1,000 burdens pressed upon him. Yet, gritting his teeth, he stood firm, refusing to yield. "Even if I perish today, I shall carve a piece from you." Yang Tian roared, channeling the last remnants of his strength into his iron sword. The weapon emitted a deep, resonant hum, its blade radiating brilliance as if invigorated by Yang Tian's indomitable spirit. The humanoid demon, taken aback by the human's fierce resolve, regarded his tenacity with surprise. yet dismissed his strength with disdain. An ant remains an ant. No matter how fiercely it struggles, it is all in vain, it scoffed, casually summoning a blade of malevolence to strike at Yang Tian. Yang Tian raised his sword to intercept the dark energy, but the force was overwhelming, sending him hurtling backward. Am I truly to meet my end here? He gasped, lying on the ground, blood pooling from his wounds, a flicker of despair crossing his mind. Humanity, do you now regret not joining my demonic kin? The demon taunted, gazing down at the near-lifeless Yang Tian. Though words escaped him, Yang Tian's resolute gaze conveyed his steadfastness. He harbored no regrets. Since you are so eager for death, I, the demon monarch, shall grant your wish, the demon snarled, its eyes gleaming with malice as it prepared to extinguish Yang Tian's life. But just then, a figure appeared before Yang Tian, shielding him from the impending doom. It was a woman, clad in white, her beauty ethereal and captivating. The woman's demeanor was as frigid as frost, holding a gleaming white longsword in her grasp. In an instant, the blade was unsheathed, releasing a chilling radiance akin to a meteoric streak across the night sky. Mysterious luminescence danced along the edge of the sword. Seemingly harboring boundless power, she raised the longsword without uttering a word, directing a swift strike towards the humanoid demon. A surge of white sword energy erupted from the blade, aimed directly at the fiend. Seeking death, the humanoid demon retaliated, raising its hand to launch an attack against the woman. A torrent of black demonic energy surged forth like an overwhelming tide towards her. With a thunderous roar, the forces of black and white collided, generating a tremendous shockwave that swept up clouds of dust. Chapter 87. Tang Bingyan, the humanoid demon, and the woman in white were forced to retreat under the powerful gusts of wind. During her backward flight, the woman seized the opportunity to embrace the nearly unconscious Yang Tian, soaring into the distance. The humanoid demon, taken aback by the unexpected strength of this woman, felt a surge of irritation. Attempting to flee? Such an endeavor would not be so simple. Once it regained its balance, it instantly transformed into its true form. Sprouting twin wings. With a roar, it flapped its wings vigorously, generating a tempest as it shot toward the woman in white and Yang Tian like a bolt of black lightning. Sensing the ominous presence of the pursuing demon, the woman's brow furrowed. She clutched Yang Tian tightly while hastening her flight, contemplating her next move. Before long, the demon caught up with her, unleashing a torrent of dark energy from its wings aimed directly at her. The woman, agile and swift, sidestepped one of the lethal energy attacks, while simultaneously twirling her wrist to deflect another with her sword. Interesting, but do you truly believe you can escape? The winged demon scoffed, its dark aura swelling, propelling it like an arrow towards the woman in white. Her expression shifted slightly as she quickly adjusted her trajectory, diving towards the ground. The demon, propelled by inertia, shot hundreds of meters in the original direction before halting and turning to pursue her once more. At that moment, the woman had descended to the earth, gently placing Yang Tian down. She concentrated all her strength into her sword, which began to radiate a brilliant white light. Sword of heaven and earth, she cried, striking towards the winged demon. Instantly, a torrent of icy sword energy erupted, transforming into countless ice spikes that hurtled towards the demon. Alarmed, the demon swiftly curved its wings forward, forming a shield to protect itself. The barrage of ice spikes collided with its formidable wings, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. The ice shards shattered continuously, forcing the demon to retreat further. Cursed be this fate. The demon glared fiercely, channeling its dark energy into its wings, desperately resisting the onslaught of ice. Just as the woman prepared to lift Yang Tian and flee once more, a melodious sound of a flute wafted through the air from a distance. The tune was crisp and enchanting, imbued with an aura of mystery. Suddenly, the sky was engulfed by a dense mass of dark clouds, which advanced towards them at an alarming speed. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this ominous cloud was not a mere weather phenomenon, but a swarm of monstrous humanoid demons. Upon hearing the flute's melody, The winged demon's expression darkened considerably. This is bad. It's that group of abominable hybrid creatures. I can scarcely fathom what the demon lords were thinking in breeding such repugnant beings. The woman clad in white heard the sound of the flute, and her expression immediately darkened. This is not good. Is those fiends from the demon refining sect? We must not linger here. Let us depart. With that, she swiftly took hold of Yang and soared away in the opposite direction of the sound. However, before they could travel far, a shadowy figure moved rapidly through the air, leaving multiple afterimages, and landed directly in front of the white-clad woman. As the figure came to a halt, she discerned his features. He was a strikingly handsome human male, distinguishable from ordinary men by the 4 wings sprouting from his back and the twin horns adorning his head. This man was named Long Fei, one of the 10 elders of the demon refining sect. Tang Bingyan, it seems you have no chance of escape this time, Long Fei said. His voice is cold as ice. You alone will not be able to keep me here, Tang Bingyan replied, her demeanor equally frosty, devoid of any trace of fear. However, before her words could fade, another voice chimed in, a sultry, enchanting tone. Tang Bingyan, who told you it was only Long Fei? Accompanying this voice was a stunningly beautiful woman, whose alluring figure was complemented by 3 long tails sprouting from behind her shapely form. Lu Meinyang, you have also come? Tang Bingyan turned to face the enchanting woman, her expression now tinged with caution. If it were just Long Fei, she might have managed, but with Lu Meinyang added to the mix, her chances of victory dwindled significantly. Tang Bingyan, you have 2 choices. Either return with us to the demon refining sect for transformation, or we shall take your corpse back instead, Lu Meinyang said, a smile gracing her lips, though her tone was frigid. To become a grotesque creature, half human, half demon like you, is an unthinkable fate for me, Tang Bingyan replied coldly, her gaze resolute. She would rather perish than transform into such a repugnant form. Then you shall meet your end. Lu Meinyang's eyes suddenly blazed with murderous intent, and her 3 tails elongated in an instant, striking towards Tang Bingyan. Meanwhile, Long Fei blew into his flute. Upon hearing the melody, the grotesque creatures with human heads and demon bodies in the sky surged toward Tang Bingyan. Thus, besieged by Lu Meinyang and Long Fei, Tang Bingyan quickly sustained severe injuries and was forced to retreat. It appears that today is my day of reckoning. Tang Bingyan's face turned pale, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. Gripping her sword tightly, she summoned her last ounce of strength and charged at Lu Meinyang, the wind from her blade howling with an essence that seemed capable of freezing all things. Such overestimation of your abilities, Lu Meinyang scoffed, a derisive smile gracing her lips as her tails, nimble as whips, effortlessly ensnared Tang Bingyan's blade. With a powerful flick, she sent both Tang Bingyan and her sword flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Haha, Tang Bingyan, do you see? This is the very thing you scorned, yet it grants us formidable strength. Lu Meinyang laughed heartily, slowly approaching Tang Bingyan, her eyes gleaming with mockery. A horde of abominable creatures, neither human nor demon. What significance does their formidable power hold? Ultimately, they are merely wretched entities. Her tone dripping with scorn. Then perish, Lu Meinyang retorted, raising her hand to conjure a sphere of black magical energy, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Tang Bingyan. In that critical moment, a streak of azure light surged forth from the distance. With a resounding boom, the light struck Lu Meinyang's gathered magical energy, dispersing it instantaneously. Who dares to thwart my endeavors? Lu Meinyang seethed, her gaze fixed furiously in the direction from whence the light had come. Chapter 88. The demon refining sect. At this moment, Tang Bingyan and Long Fei, along with others, instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the radiant light. In the distance, a more dazzling and imposing beam of light surged forth like a meteor, its brilliance eclipsing all else. As the light drew near, everyone could distinctly identify it as a formidable sword aura, brimming with an overwhelming power that surged toward them with great ferocity. Its target was none other than Lu Meinyang. This sword aura was immensely powerful and alarmingly swift, leaving no time for further reaction. In this critical moment, Lu Meinyang widened her eyes, a flicker of terror and resolve crossing her features. She had no time left to evade. Facing the imminent peril of life and death, she unleashed her entire strength, swiftly controlling the three ethereal tails behind her to shoot forth with great speed. The three tails intertwined before her in an instant, forming a robust shield. Each hair on the tails stood erect, as if imbued with tremendous force. However, the oncoming sword aura was simply too potent, akin to an indomitable blade. With a sharp sound reminiscent of slicing through tofu, the sword aura cleaved through the three tails in an instant, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Lu Meinyang emitted a cry of anguish, her body flying backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. The once vibrant tails were now severed into several pieces, helplessly scattered beside her. How could this be? Long Fei and Tang Bingyan watched in disbelief at this scene. Lu Meinyang possessed considerable strength, rivaling that of a peak martial artist at the Divine Concealment Realm. Yet, she had been so decisively defeated. What kind of formidable opponent could wield such power? The Celestial Realm? Soon after, they beheld a youthful figure soaring toward them. This young man was Li Xian, who wasted no time and immediately began to slaughter the nearby demonic creatures. These demons were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter in his hands, utterly defenseless. Li Xian moved like lightning, weaving through the throng of demons, his peachwood sword shimmering with azure flames. Each swing claimed the lives of numerous demons. The demons cried out in despair, yet they were powerless to withstand Li Xian's relentless assault. Who are you to slaughter our kind so mercilessly? A winged demon shouted furiously as it witnessed its kin being slain. Enough noise. Li Xian snorted coldly, raising his sword to deliver a strike. With a swift motion, the sword aura sliced through the winged demon, cleaving it in two. Remarkably, the demon's vitality appeared extraordinarily resilient. Even severed, it did not succumb to death immediately. Its upper half continued to flap its wings desperately, attempting to flee into the distance. Still alive? Li Xian observed this spectacle, a frown creasing his brow. Let us see if he can survive being cleaved in half once more. With that, he directed another strike toward the retreating demon, once again cleaving it vertically in two. Astonishingly, the demon still did not perish at the initial moment of impact. Divided vertically in two, the body propelled by the wings on its back, soared a considerable distance before ultimately plummeting from the heights. Witnessing this, Li Xian continued to wield his peachwood sword, methodically vanquishing the demonic entities. It was only after the surrounding fiends were entirely eradicated that he slowly sheathed his sword and turned his gaze towards Tang Bingyan and the others. At this moment, Tang Bingyan and Long Fei were still unaware of Li Xian's true identity, and upon meeting his eyes, a sense of unease washed over them. Young Tian, having encountered the national master before, struggled to rise, bowing respectfully to Li Xian. Li Xian regarded him with a slight nod and produced a pill, presenting it before him. Take this. Without hesitation, Yang Tian grasped the floating pill and swallowed it whole. As the elixir settled in his stomach, he felt a warm medicinal force unfurl within him. Coursing like a gentle stream, his previously feeble body gradually regained strength, and the pain from his wounds diminished significantly. Thank you, National Master. Yang Tian once more bowed deeply to Li Xian, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Hearing Yang Tian's address, Tang Bingyan, Long Fei, and Lu Meinyang began to speculate about Li Xian's identity. You are the National Master of Daiyuan, Li Xian? Lu Meinyang, injured and lying on the ground, looked at him with a mix of anger, resentment, and astonishment. Do you understand why I have not slain you? Li Xian directed his gaze towards Long Fei and Lu Meinyang, authority emanating from his demeanor. Lu Meinyang remained silent, while Long Fei shook his head slightly. I do not know. I wish to uncover the information regarding the forces behind you, Li Xian stated. Never. Long Fei did not respond, but Lu Meinyang interjected vehemently. Do you believe that your silence will thwart me? Li Xian scoffed, a radiant light flashing in his hand as a whip imbued with a mysterious aura materialized. This is the soul-devouring whip. Each strike will inflict immense torment upon your souls. It will not take long before you experience the agony of being unable to live or die. A flicker of fear crossed Lu Meinyang's face. Yet she quickly regained her composure. We shall reveal nothing. If you possess the capability, then kill us. Killing you would be far too lenient, Li Xian replied indifferently, preparing to wield the soul-devouring whip. At that moment, a flicker of panic flitted across Long Fei's face, and he hastily interjected, "Wait, I will speak." Lu Meinyang glared at Long Fei in disbelief and anger. "Do you dare betray the sect?" In response to her inquiry, Long Fei's gaze remained resolute. "I refuse to face death or endure such inhumane torment." He then turned to Li Xian. "National Master, if you grant me a path to survival, I shall divulge all that I know." "You?" Lu Meinyang trembled with rage. "Very well. As long as you speak the truth, I may consider sparing your life," Li Xian remarked, retracting the soul-devouring whip. Taking a deep breath, Long Fei slowly divulged, "The force behind us is the demon refining sect." The refining demon sect was originally an ordinary cultivation sect, where practitioners diligently pursued their training in a methodical manner. Over 20 years ago, an individual claiming to be the demon sovereign of 100 refines approached the upper echelons of the sect, imparting a method for swiftly augmenting one's strength. This method involved refining the organs of demonic creatures or ferocious beasts into one's own body, thereby appropriating their unique abilities for personal use. Initially, the leaders of the refining demon sect hesitated, for this approach was profoundly sinister and contravened the righteous path. However, after experimenting with it, they ultimately succumbed to the intoxicating allure of rapidly acquired power. Thus, this malevolent practice gradually permeated the refining demon sect. Chapter 89. Before the demon refinement sect, owing to this aberrant method of transformation, the overall strength of the demon refinement sect has witnessed a tremendous enhancement within a remarkably short span. Yet, human ambition is an insatiable abyss. In the quest for even greater power, the sect has ultimately become the lackey of the 100 refinement demon sovereign. Upon hearing Long Fei's words, Li Xian's expression turned serious. The name of the 100 refinement demon sovereign was the third he had encountered among the demon lords. "How about you take me to the demon refinement sect?" Li Xian said, his brows unfurling as he looked at Long Fei. Although his tone was calm, it bore an undercurrent of resoluteness. Upon hearing this, Long Fei's face revealed a look of difficulty. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Your Excellency, the demon refinement sect is not so easily approached. Apart from the sect master, both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder have attained the Celestial Realm, while the National Master De Yuan has a record of slaying Celestial Realm experts that was under one-on-one circumstances. In a 3-on-1 scenario, I cannot fathom any possibility of victory for the National Master. Isn't that just perfect? Once the demon refinement sect has killed me, your life shall naturally be spared," Li Xian said with indifference. Hearing this, Long Fei became flustered and hurriedly replied, "Your Excellency, I certainly did not mean that. Given the personalities of the sect master and the others, even if the National Master of the Yuan were to perish, there would be no hope for me, the guide, to survive. That is my estimation." At this moment, the cold-faced Tang Bingyan interjected, "Your Excellency, Long Fei speaks the truth. The dangers within the demon refinement sect are manifold. For the sake of Dayuan's safety, I implore you to reconsider your decision." She too did not believe that Li Xian could contend against 3 Celestial Realm experts. "Such matters are not for you to concern yourselves with. Your sole task is to escort me to the demon refinement sect," Li Xian said, casting a glance at Tang Bingyan, his tone nonchalant. Upon hearing this, Long Fei was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. He did not wish to accompany Li Xian to his demise. "Perhaps I've been too lenient," Li Xian scoffed coldly. With a casual flick of his peach wood sword, a sharp sword chi erupted, severing Lu Meinyang's head. As her head soared from her neck, her eyes widened in disbelief. "What does this have to do with me?" I haven't uttered a word. It was not until her head rolled on the ground for 2 or 3 revolutions that Lu Meinyang began to comprehend that Li Xian's threat was aimed at Long Fei. Yet she was the one who had been slain. At that moment, Long Fei stood frozen in fear, trembling as he said, "Your Excellency, I beg for forgiveness. I shall take you there at once. Good heavens, who claimed that the national master of the Yuan had a good temper. He kills at the slightest disagreement. How is that considered a good temperament? Precisely. Li Xian sheathed his peachwood sword, looking at Long Fei with satisfaction. Your Excellency, I do not need to accompany you, do I? Tang Bingyan, unable to restrain herself, inquired. For years, she had been avoiding the demon refinement sect and had no desire to accompany Li Xian to his demise. Allow me to accompany you, Your Excellency, Yang Tian stated, eager to follow Li Xian. Though his abilities were meager, he could handle some of the minor underlings of the demon refinement sect without issue. No need, Li Xian gently shook his head. You two should rest for a while before proceeding to other locations to vanquish demons and rescue souls. Then, he turned to Long Fei and said, lead the way ahead. Upon hearing this, Long Fei immediately soared into the air, guiding them toward the direction of the demon refining sect. Li Xian also took flight, closely following behind. This esteemed master from the Great Yuan Kingdom seemed somewhat presumptuous, uncertain if he would be able to escape the clutches of the demon refining sect. Tang Bingyan gazed at Li Xian's departing figure, slightly shaking her head and lamenting. My dear, do you truly believe that the renowned master of the southern divine continent would be an arrogant fool? Yang Tian disagreed with Tang Bingyan's assertion. Since the master dares to venture alone into the demon refining sect, it signifies his unwavering confidence in his own abilities. I hope your perspective proves correct, Tang Bingyan replied without engaging in further debate. 3 days later, under Long Fei's guidance, Li Xian arrived at the secluded valley where the demon refining sect was situated. From a distance, the architecture of the sect appeared chaotic yet ominous, with waves of black demonic energy emanating from within. Master, this is the demon refining sect. Long Fei turned to Li Xian, speaking in a tone filled with urgency. Let us proceed, Li Xian responded calmly, though a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. As they stepped into the valley, a group of oddly shaped disciples, wielding weapons, surrounded them. Some bore wings on their backs, others sported horns atop their heads, and some had transformed their hands into claw-like appendages. The leading disciple bellowed, Who dares intrude upon my demon refining sect? His right arm had morphed into a demonic dragon limb entwined with dark energy. Summon your sect leader. Inform him that someone has come to kill him, Li Xian stated with an unruffled demeanor. Impudent! You insolent wretch! How dare you speak so brazenly before my demon refining sect and wish to see our leader? First, taste the power of my dragon limb. The leading disciple shouted angrily, swinging his arm and unleashing a tempest of black demonic energy toward Li Xian. Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant you your wish, Li Xian snorted coldly, his peachwood sword soaring into his hand. He then struck with his sword, severing the disciple's dragon limb. A wretched scream echoed throughout the valley. Brother Liu, upon witnessing this, dozens of disciples from the demon refining sect surged forward, encircling Li Xian. With a gentle flick of his peachwood sword, a torrent of surging sword energy swept toward the group of disciples. In an instant, they were obliterated into countless fragments, and a thick stench of blood filled the valley. Who dares to wreak havoc within our demon refining sect? An enraged voice thundered as a tall, middle-aged man emerged, flanked by a group of his peers. All present were masters of the concealed god realm, the backbone of the demon refining sect. Rogue, you possess audacity beyond measure, intruding upon my demon refining sect and slaughtering our disciples. Do you wish for your life to be forfeit? The middle-aged man, upon seeing the fallen disciples of the sect, was overwhelmed with fury. With that, he surged towards Li Xian like a bolt of lightning. Today, I shall rend your body into pieces, avenging my disciples. His hands transformed into the claws of 2 demonic dragons, infused with a fierce malevolent energy aimed directly for Li Xian's throat. However, with a mere flick of his peachwood sword, Li Xian unleashed a powerful sword aura that forced the middle-aged man to retreat. Curse it! How could he be so formidable? The man, regaining his balance, gazed at Li Xian in disbelief. Then, raising his voice to rally the members of the demon refining sect behind him, he declared, This man is a master. Let us attack together. Chapter 90. The Forged Demon Sovereign as the high-ranking members of the refining demon sect, all of divine concealment realm, witnessed the scene. They brandished their weapons, their faces twisted with ferocity, encircling Li Xian like a pack of ravenous wolves. In an instant, the air was thick with demonic energy, and the cries of battle reverberated, causing the valley to resonate with a dull thrum. Suddenly, a high-ranking member of the refining demon sect charged towards Li Xian, only to be struck down by a blade of sword energy. His body was sent careening backward, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Li Xian maintained his composure, his form gliding through the throng like a wraith, each swing of his sword leaving a trail of crimson light, and with each strike, another adversary fell. The shrieks of the wounded echoed incessantly. "Everyone attack! Kill him!" roared a middle-aged man, his eyes gleaming with malice. He too did not remain idle, channeling his demonic power once more to assail Li Xian. This time, his assault was more ferocious than before, his hands transforming into claws of a demonic dragon, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Overestimating oneself, Li Xian scoffed coldly, his peachwood sword radiating with brilliant light. With a single stroke, the surging sword energy obliterated the middle-aged man. Who on earth is he? Why has he targeted our refining demon sect? At this moment, the sect leader and two elder members of the heavenly realm were covertly observing the events unfolding within the valley. Their brows were tightly knit, and their expressions gravely serious. "Whoever dares to provoke us, slaughtering our disciples, must perish," the sect leader declared coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Allow me to take this man's life." The second elder confidently stepped forward. "Then I shall trouble the second elder to eliminate this scoundrel," the sect leader replied gravely, directing his gaze towards the second elder. In the blink of an eye, the second elder vanished from his position, reappearing behind Li Xian. He raised his right hand, shrouded in swirling black demonic energy, and struck towards Li Xian's back. However, Li Xian was already aware of his presence. Just as the second elder's demonic hand was about to make contact, a surge of powerful primordial energy erupted around him, forming a formidable shield. Boom! The second elder's hand collided with the shield of primordial energy, instantly being repelled by an overwhelming force. How can he be this strong? The second elder, sent tumbling back, crashed into a cliff wall within the valley, disbelief written all over his face. In an instant, Li Xian appeared before the second elder, his peachwood sword aimed directly at him. Not good. The second elder's eyes widened in terror. In this life-and-death moment, he strained against his grievous wounds and unleashed all his power, summoning a dense, inky black shield of demonic energy before him. Boom! The peachwood sword struck the demonic shield, producing a thunderous sound and unleashing a powerful shockwave. Li Xian swiftly retreated from the range of the blast, while the second elder was embedded into the cliff face, 100 meters deep. Second elder. From a distance, the sect leader and the grand elder of the refining demon sect changed countenance upon witnessing the scene. They never anticipated that the second elder, a formidable being of the celestial realm, would so swiftly succumb to the opponent. They resolved to act in unison, determined not to allow the second elder to perish at the hands of the adversary. With a thunderous roar, the master of the demon refinement sect, wielding a pitch-black spear, surged forward alongside the first elder, who brandished a blood-red blade. In an instant, their figures materialized behind Li Xian, unleashing a formidable assault with their weapons aimed directly at him. A splendid opportunity. Li Xian gripped the peachwood sword tightly, channeling his inner energy to its zenith, causing the sword to emanate a fierce aura. A colossal wave of sword energy surged skyward, instantly obliterating the oncoming attacks from the master of the demon refinement sect and the first elder, sweeping towards them with relentless force. As they felt the overwhelming sword energy, the expressions of the master and the first elder turned dire. They hastily summoned their most powerful spells in an attempt to withstand this fierce onslaught. The master of the demon refinement sect formed seals with his hands, conjuring a massive demonic python to shield himself. Simultaneously, the first elder executed a similar maneuver, manifesting a ferocious demonic tiger to counter the sword energy. The clash was monumental. The sword energy collided with the demonic python and the protective runes, producing a deafening roar that reverberated through the valley, causing the very earth to tremble and stones to cascade from the cliffs. The demonic python and tiger were instantly reduced to ashes under the sheer force of the sword energy. The master and the first elder were violently hurled backward, blood spewing from their mouths. Who are you? Why do you target our demon refinement sect? The master of the demon refinement sect gazed at Li Xian with terror, his heart brimming with resentment and confusion. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you should not have allied yourselves with the forces of darkness, colluding with the demonic race, Li Xian retorted coldly, raising the peachwood sword once more, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the master and the first elder. To slay us will not be so simple. The first elder suddenly erupted, disregarding his own injuries. He lunged at Li Xian, attempting to exchange his life for a chance at vengeance. Li Xian's gaze was icy. He deftly evaded the first elder's assault and swiftly countered with a thrust that pierced the elder's chest. First elder, the master of the demon refinement sect, exclaimed, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Li Xian. Lord Baiyi, I implore you to save my demon refinement sect. From now on, we shall follow your lead. He shouted into the void. This was his only remaining card for survival. With this desperate cry, a peculiar ripple suddenly emerged in the skies above the demon refinement sect, followed by an overwhelming surge of demonic energy that enveloped the area. Observing this, Li Xian furrowed his brow, warily watching the unfolding scene. His grip on the peachwood sword tightening. Another demon lord, is it? Before long, a towering figure clad in a black robe, exuding a suffocating aura of darkness, materialized above the demon refinement sect. So, you are the young man who bested both Ling Mingyu and Yuming? The deep, gravelly voice of Lord Baiyi echoed from within the shadows of the robe. Since you are aware that Mingyu and Yu Ming Zun have suffered losses at my hands, do you still dare to appear? Are you not afraid of treading the same path as them? Li Xian remarked solemnly, gazing at Baiyi Zun. Child, what arrogance! Were it not for this grand formation of heaven and earth, Mingyu and Yu Ming could easily crush you with but a single finger. Baiyi Montag Fodi. Yet, you find yourselves within this very formation, Li Xian replied, choosing not to engage in further debate with Baiyi Zun. He continued nonchalantly, given the constraints of the grand formation, how much stronger do you truly believe you are compared to Mingyu and Yu Ming? His words instantly darkened Baiyi Zun's countenance. Chapter 91. Destruction of the Demon Gatehumph. Even under the suppression of the Grand Formation, it is no challenge for this demon lord to deal with a mere inexperienced youth like you. The 100-forged demon lord snorted coldly. With a wave of his hands, a torrent of black demonic energy surged from his body, spreading outward like a tide. Soon, the entire valley was enveloped in this dark aura. From within the pitch-black mist, powerful demonic creatures emerged, opening their gaping maws and lunging fiercely at Li Xian. Li Xian remained composed, wielding a peachwood sword, swiftly executing a series of fierce sword strikes. The first wave of attacking demons was struck by the sword energy, instantly transforming into clouds of black smoke that dissipated into the air. 100-forged demon lord, do you truly believe that such trivial means can contend with me? Li Xian scoffed, his voice echoing throughout the valley shrouded in demonic energy. This is merely the beginning. The 100-forged demon lord, concealed within the mist, revealed a disdainful expression. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, causing the demonic energy swirling in the valley to surge violently, coalescing into hundreds of massive, winged, grotesque demons. Their eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light as they charged at Li Xian, with countless smaller demons pouring forth from within them. Seeing this, Li Xian executed a graceful maneuver, retreating several dozen paces like a wraith. Simultaneously, he infused a powerful surge of vital energy into his peachwood sword, which instantly ignited with a flickering azure flame. With a single swing, a torrent of sword energy erupted from the blade, cleaving through the advancing demons. In an instant, half of them were severed in two, black blood splattering everywhere. The remaining demons continued their relentless assault. Just as they were a mere yard away from Li Xian, a wall of runes suddenly appeared, standing firm before him. The demons collided with the rune wall, instantly obliterated by the shimmering golden light that flickered upon it. 100-forged Demon Lord. Is this all you are capable of? Li Xian taunted. It seems you are even inferior to those two fellows, Ming Yu and Yu Ming. Enraged by Li Xian's mocking words, the 100-forged Demon Lord bellowed, his form swelling several times, sharp black bone spikes erupting from his body. You insolent brat. This is merely an appetizer. Prepare to taste my true strength. With his roar, the demonic energy in the valley rippled, and countless sharp black spikes shot forth from the mist, aiming directly at Li Xian. Li Xian's expression sharpened. He lightly stepped, swiftly weaving through the onslaught of spikes. Thinking to evade? Not so easily. The 100-forged Demon Lord manipulated the spikes, pursuing Li Xian like a shadow. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian suddenly halted, swinging his peachwood sword with ferocity, slicing through the surrounding spikes. Now, allow me to test your mettle. Taking advantage of the 100-forged Demon Lord's offensive, Li Xian pinpointed his location. In a flash, he appeared before the Demon Lord, his sword glinting with a chilling light, aiming directly for the Demon Lord's throat. The blacksmith Demon Lord was taken aback by Li Xian's audacious counterattack. Hastily retreating, he extended his enormous palm towards Li Xian. Just as the massive hand descended, a wall of symbols materialized, intercepting the impending blow. Simultaneously, a sharp sword aura erupted from the tip of Li Xian's peachwood sword, hurtling towards the Demon Lord's throat. In that moment, the blacksmith Demon Lord was unable to evade. The fierce sword energy struck his throat, shattering the dark bone spurs in that vicinity. With a grimace, the blacksmith Demon Lord spewed forth a jet of black, demonic blood. You are fortunate today, but I shall not let this matter rest, he bellowed, realizing he was no match for Li Xian. With that, he vanished into the shadows. Li Xian gazed in the direction of the Demon Lord's disappearance, eager to pursue, only to find that he had completely vanished, as if he had never existed. After the blacksmith Demon Lord's escape, the demonic energy in the valley gradually dissipated. Li Xian intended to seek out the leader of the refining demon sect to slay him, only to discover that he too had fled. Spare us, my lord. We were coerced by the refining demon sect. The remaining disciples, trembling in fear, knelt before Li Xian, pleading for mercy. Whether you were coerced or not, I can hardly be bothered to discern. May you have better luck in your next life. Li Xian replied with a slight shake of his head, and with a single swing of his sword, he dispatched the disciples of the refining demon sect. Next, he cast his gaze upon the mountain gate of the refining demon sect, resolute in his decision to obliterate it. In the name of the 9 heavens and the mysterious abyss, heed my command. O thunderous 5 directions, eradicate evil and vanquish demons. Li Xian chanted incantations, and suddenly, the clear sky transformed into a tumultuous storm, dark clouds swirling ominously from all directions. Within the clouds, flashes of lightning flickered, and the thunder roared like the growl of an ancient beast, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Li Xian pointed skyward and shouted, "Descend." In an instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel and resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, surged down with cataclysmic force, striking precisely upon the main hall of the refining demon sect. The resultant deafening explosion reduced the hall to mere dust, and a violent shockwave radiated outward, leveling everything in its path. Soon after, torrents of lightning cascaded down like a torrential rain, engulfing the entire refining demon sect in a sea of electric brilliance. As the lightning flickered, the structures of the sect crumbled, and the disciples who had sought refuge within cried out in anguish under the onslaught of the tempest. Bodies struck by the lightning were instantly reduced to ashes, dissipating into the void. Fires erupted fiercely, intertwining with the lightning, plunging the refining demon sect into a blazing inferno. The chaos of lightning and flame raged for an extended duration, and when tranquility finally returned, the site of the refining demon sect had been transformed into a desolate wasteland. Observing this devastation from the shadows, Long Fei's face turned pale with horror. His first instinct was to flee. Weak in the knees, he stumbled away, retreating deeper into the forest. He dared not look back, fearful that Li Xian would catch up to him. However, Li Xian's figure suddenly appeared before him. "Where do you think you're going?" he inquired. "Master, you previously promised me that if I brought you to the demon refining sect, you would spare my life." Long Fei replied, his face etched with terror. "Did I ever say I would kill you?" Li Xian responded nonchalantly. Upon hearing these words, Long Fei let out a sigh of relief. "Since you're not going to kill me, I shall take my leave," he said, turning to depart. "Did I permit you to leave?" Li Xian's voice echoed once more, causing Long Fei to halt in his tracks. Chapter 92. The chivalrous and righteous Cloud Miao. Long Fei's smile abruptly froze, and he slowly turned around, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. "Master, what do you mean by this?" "Do not worry," Li Xiandao replied. "Since I have promised not to kill you, I shall not do so. However, you cannot leave so easily. You have two options. 1. I will strip you of your cultivation and you may depart freely. 2. You may join the Demon Extermination Department of Dayuan and eradicate the malevolent creatures plaguing the world." Upon hearing this, Long Fei fell into deep contemplation. Truth be told, he did not wish to choose either path. After a considerable pause, he raised his head, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, and asked, "Master, is there no other choice? What do you think?" Li Xiandao replied coldly, his icy gaze sending shivers down Long Fei's spine. "Master, I choose to join the Demon Extermination Department." Long Fei gritted his teeth and quickly declared, "Excellent." Li Xiandao nodded in satisfaction, then seized Long Fei by the shoulder and soared into the distance. After half a day's journey, they arrived above a bustling city. On the vibrant streets below, the third young master of the Wang family, Wang Yao, leaned precariously against a lavishly adorned carriage, surrounded by two scantily clad women, their modesty barely concealed. Several burly servants accompanied the carriage, their faces exuding arrogance. Following closely behind were two martial artists, their prowess already reaching a transcendent level. As the carriage moved slowly forward, the common folk hastily made way, daunted yet unable to voice their displeasure. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful young woman caught Wang Yao's attention. Clad in simple, coarse fabric, her exquisite features were undeniable. Wang Yao's eyes lit up with interest as he lecherously commanded, "Stop! Capture that young lady for me." Obeying his orders, the servants rushed forward, surrounding the woman. "Young lady, your fortune has arrived. Our young master has taken a liking to you. Stay with him, and you shall live a life of luxury." They jeered, reaching out to grab her arms. The young woman, panic-stricken, struggled fiercely. "What do you want? Let me go." Wang Yao shoved the two women in his arms aside, who tumbled into the corner of the carriage with a pout. He then descended from the carriage, lecherously advancing towards the beautiful young woman. "My dear, do not resist. Come back with me, and I assure you a life of comfort and delight." As he spoke, he reached out to embrace her waist. At that critical moment, a furious roar erupted from the crowd. "Stop! How dare you abduct a woman in broad daylight? Is there no law?" A stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the throng, striding forward with determination. This enchanting figure was none other than Youfei Yun Miao Miao. Her breathtaking visage instantly captivated Wang Yao's attention, transforming his annoyance at the young woman's struggles into delight upon spotting a more alluring quarry. The lascivious glint on his face intensified, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he gazed obsessively at Yun Miao Miao, captivated by her beauty, imagining the exquisite pleasures her body could offer. As Wang Yao approached Yun Miao Miao with a predatory gleam in his eyes, she was seized by a wave of revulsion. The moment she heard his vile words, her delicate features hardened, frosted with contempt, her eyes brimming with unrestrained loathing and murderous intent. Barely had she spoken when a surge of spiritual energy enveloped her, radiating outward with formidable force. The servants surrounding Wang Yao were struck by this potent aura, their expressions shifting in alarm, with a few timid souls instinctively retreating a few steps. "Enchantress, should I have the chance to subdue you, to ravage you, even death would be a worthy price to pay," Wang Yao leered, blissfully unaware of the impending peril. "Seek death, and I shall grant it. Yun Miao Miao retorted with a cold snort, raising her hand to unleash a beam of spiritual energy directed at Wang Yao. Only then did he awaken from his delusion, attempting to evade, but it was too late. The beam struck him squarely in the chest, propelling him several feet away before he crashed to the ground with a pained cry. Young master, the servants, witnessing the scene, rushed towards Wang Yao in a flurry. The two extraordinary warriors leaped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of him. You foul wench, how dare you strike me? Wang Yao seethed, his gaze venomous. What are you standing there for? Seize that woman at once. She shall suffer beneath my wrath. In his frantic outburst, the two extraordinary warriors and the throng of servants charged towards Yun Miao Miao. The warriors, one on each side, moved with lightning speed, their blades poised to strike. A flicker of disdain crossed Yun Miao Miao's beautiful eyes as she evaded their attacks with an ethereal grace. In an instant, her hand shot out, deftly grasping one warrior's arm, and, with a powerful throw, sent him hurtling away, crashing into a stall by the roadside, which splintered into pieces, its wares scattering across the ground. The other warrior's expression shifted in disbelief as he swung his blade again towards Yun Miao Miao. She evaded once more, her foot striking his knee with a resounding crack, distorting it grotesquely as he howled in agony, collapsing onto one knee. The servants, emboldened by the presence of extraordinary warriors, had initially surged forward with bravado. However, witnessing one warrior sent flying and the other incapacitated, they hesitated, fear creeping into their hearts. Yet Wang Yao's incessant urging from behind broke their resolve. You worthless fools, attack. Whoever captures that woman shall be richly rewarded. With gritted teeth, the servants steeled themselves and advanced once more towards Yun Miao Miao. She let out a cold chuckle, her spiritual energy swirling around her as she unsheathed the dagger at her waist, swiftly severing the tendons of the approaching servants with astonishing precision. Who, I wonder, can rescue you now? Yun Miao Miao, gripping a bloody dagger, approached Wang Yao step by step, a mocking glimmer dancing in her eyes. What do you intend to do? The once arrogant and domineering expression on Wang Yao's face had vanished, replaced by sheer terror and confusion. What do you think? I am here to incapacitate you. You lecherous scoundrel, Yun Miao Miao replied, the corners of her lips curling into a chilling smile, reminiscent of the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. You dare. I am a third young master of the Wang family. Are you aware of the power of my clan? In this Qingshi city, the Wang family reigns supreme. Should you dare to take my life, you will surely meet a fate worse than death, Wang Yao shouted, his voice a fa-ade of bravado concealing his inner fear. Chapter 93. Yun Miao Miao, Imperial Wang family? Even if you are a prince today, you cannot escape death, Yun Miao Miao declared with an unwavering stride, a cold smile gracing her lips. She dismissed Wang Yao's threats entirely. Approaching him with purpose, her dagger glimmered menacingly in the sunlight. Wang Yao gazed at her in sheer terror, retreating until he found himself cornered against the wall, with no further escape. Heroine, I beg of you, spare me. I promise I shall never dare again, he stammered, his legs trembling, eyes wide with fear, his voice tinged with desperation. Now you plead for mercy? It is too late. Yun Miao Miao scoffed, her eyes devoid of compassion as she raised her dagger high. Just as the blade was about to descend, a commanding voice rang out. Stop. A figure darted forth like lightning. It was Wang Fu, the chief steward of the Wang family. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a wave of force from his palm towards Yun Miao Miao. Startled, she leaped back, evading the onslaught. Wang Fu, save me. This madwoman intends to kill me, Wang Yao cried, seizing the opportunity as if clinging to a lifeline. Wang Fu leapt in front of him, his expression dark as he glared at Yun Miao Miao. Who are you to dare lay hands on the third young master of the Wang family in Qingxi City? Are you seeking death? Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that Wang Yao has committed numerous atrocities and must be held accountable. Today, I shall rid the world of this menace. Yun Miao Miao retorted defiantly, unaware of your own mortality. If you wish to rid the world of evil, you must first prove your worth. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being ruthless, Wang Fu replied, his brow furrowed as he assessed her. With that, he clenched his fists, a potent energy emanating from him, and leapt towards Yun Miao Miao, fists poised to strike. Very well, I shall first eliminate you, then deal with Wang Yao. Yun Miao Miao shot back undeterred, her own aura rising as she met his advance with her dagger. In an instant, they were locked in combat. The two figures danced around each other, blades and fists flashing in a dazzling display. Yun Miao Miao, graceful and swift, wielded her dagger with precision, while Wang Fu, robust as a towering mountain, delivered each punch with a weight of 1,000 pounds. Their strengths appeared evenly matched, each engaging in a fierce exchange, neither willing to yield. With such meager skills, you dare to threaten me? Wang Fu taunted, seemingly attempting to disrupt Yun Miao Miao's rhythm. The outcome remains uncertain. She retorted, undeterred. Her teeth clenched as she sought the perfect moment to stab at Wang Fu's chest. Wang Fu reacted swiftly, sidestepping while swinging his arm, aiming a devastating elbow strike toward her head. Yun Miao Miao hastily lowered her head to evade the attack, feeling the brush of an elbow graze her scalp, sending her heart racing. Just as the two were fiercely engaged in battle, a sudden commotion erupted around them. A group of elegantly dressed individuals was seen hastily approaching, surrounding a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor, the head of the Wang family, Wang Outyin. Father, you must stand up for me. This woman intends to kill me. Wang Yao cried out, scrambling to his father's side in desperation. What disgrace! Get up at once. Wang Outyin cast a cold glance at his son before turning his attention to Yun Miao Miao, who was locked in combat with Wang Fu. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending a formidable wave of energy crashing into Yun Miao Miao, propelling her forcefully away. Despicable! Yun Miao Miao fell heavily to the ground, struggling to rise despite her severe injuries. As she opened her mouth to speak, blood poured from her lips. Who are you? Why do you seek to harm my son? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, today shall be your last, Wang Outyin demanded, his countenance as dark as a stormy sea. His piercing gaze bore into Yun Miao Miao, not genuinely seeking her rationale, but rather probing for her identity and the extent of her capabilities. Wang Yao had long been a tyrant in this Qingxi city, abusing the Wang family's power to oppress others and committing numerous heinous acts. Did he not deserve his fate? With a deep breath, Yun Miao Miao suppressed her fury and replied, Even if my son has erred, it is not for you to judge. Wang